As dusk approached, the horizon was awash with the hues of the setting sun. A splendid tapestry of golden and crimson clouds enveloped the sky. The trees outside had donned a golden cloak, and countless birds circled back to their nests, filling the air with a lively chorus of chirps, creating a picturesque scene as the sun sank lower. However, within the classroom, a sense of drowsiness pervaded the atmosphere. Ling Feng was half slumped over his desk, propping his chin with one hand to avoid collapsing, stifling yawns as he struggled to remain awake. After all, this was a ninja school, and the repercussions for violating school rules were no trifling matter. IT was the final class of the day, and the Chunin teacher was passionately delivering a lecture, seemingly devoted to the noble pursuit of educating the young. Of course, there were students in the classroom who found the lesson engaging, but Ling Feng was not among them. As a time traveler who had perused the entirety of Naruto numerous times, he was already well versed in the lore and secrets of this world. It was simply too tedious. Yet, at just over 5 years of age, he had no other place to be but at the ninja school. His gaze aimlessly swept across the classroom. While the teacher's lecture was dull, some classmates were rather intriguing. Familiar figures dotted the room: Kakashi, Obito, Guy, and of course, a multitude of charming young girls, such as Rin Noera and Kurenai Yui. One cannot deny that the girls in the anime world were remarkably enchanting. Their cherubic faces, adorned with large, sparkling eyes and delicate, fair thighs showcased by short shorts and skirts, were enough to stir the hearts of any gentleman. Despite being merely 5 or 6 years old, they possessed a charm that was utterly captivating. Furthermore, Ling Feng, having lived 2 lives and experienced 18 years already, found it difficult to resist stealing glances at such adorable lasses. He understood that, as these lovely girls matured, they would only become more alluring. As for the ninjutsu courses, Ling Feng harbored no interest whatsoever. He was confident that he comprehended the fundamental theories better than the teachers themselves. In terms of practical skills, he had self-studied a considerable amount. Alas, these rudimentary concepts are as monotonous as eating and drinking stagnant for centuries. They seem to have regressed compared to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. He thought, according to the storyline, the Third Ninja World War is approaching, and if I remain confined to this school, I shall merely become a slightly more capable cannon fodder. How vexing! What I yearn for is power beyond that of a Kage. Shaking his head, Ling Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It had been so long since he arrived in this world, yet he had yet to unlock the exclusive abilities of a time traveler. Did he have to wait until graduation to obtain them? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden hum resonated in his head, as if something had been activated. Ding! Host requirements met. Activating the Super Exchange Shop. A Super Exchange Shop? The name alone sounded impressive. Wow. The coveted ability had finally arrived. With the class still in session, undoubtedly, no one dared to speak out of turn. Without a doubt, this was the voice of the system. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. After such a long wait, it had finally come. Ding! Super Exchange Shop fully loaded. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng quickly inquired system, what is the purpose of this Super Exchange Shop? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a sensation of heaviness in his head, and the world around him transformed. Ding! Welcome, host, to the Super System Shop through mental energy. This is a specially designated system space, accessible only to the host. In this system space, the host can browse the shop for goods, and even try them on or use them, though a certain amount of points is required for exchange. Ling Feng was taken aback. Points? Let me see. Then a thought crossed his mind, and a luminous screen materialized before him. It displayed a plethora of enticing items. Advanced shuriken, specially crafted kunai, strength ninjutsu scrolls, super stamina potions, and exceptional healing ointments. In short, the array of items was staggering, with everything one could possibly desire. From the mundane to the extraordinary, it was all there. Yet, all of these treasures required points. For instance, a low-level kunai cost 1 point, a mid-level kunai 10 points, and a high-level kunai 100 points. Ling Feng examined the attributes. Low-level kunai were the ordinary kind in this world. Mid-level had enhanced materials and sharper edges, while high-level kunai featured auto-tracking capabilities. Very well. If that is the case, I must find a way to earn points. System, how does one acquire these points? Ling Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. This was his foremost concern. With a super exchange shop at his disposal, possessing points would mean having everything he desired. Ding. The host can earn points by defeating opponents, vanquishing enemies, garnering the admiration and adoration of those around, and completing tasks for substantial points. Ling Feng quickly grasped the idea. In essence, engaging in combat would yield points. After all, this was a world governed by strength. One could not simply interact amicably. For any grievance, the resolution was straightforward. Fight. Hee, this suits me perfectly. Ling Feng felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. Ding. Considering this is the host's first binding to the Super Exchange system, a grand gift package is being awarded, allowing for the random selection of 3 godly enhancements. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's heart leaped with joy. Godly enhancements. Although he was uncertain of their exact nature, he knew they must be extraordinary. Then let's hasten to open the gift package. Ling Feng silently urged. Ding. Gift package opened. Rewards. Full attribute chakra, max talent, and proficiency in all ninjutsu below a rank. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Ling Feng was utterly astonished. So this was the godly enhancement indeed. Remarkable. Full attribute chakra meant he could unleash any attribute ninjutsu with ease. Max talent, when clicked to view, revealed. Training talent maxed out, learning anything becomes effortless, and proficiency increases rapidly. This was quite straightforward. For instance, if he acquired an A-rank ninjutsu scroll with top-tier talent, he could not only learn it directly, but also master it swiftly, eliminating the hassle of improving proficiency. True genius. After all, learns with ease. Moreover, with full attribute chakra at his disposal, any ninjutsu would be within his grasp. As for the final reward, proficiency in all ninjutsu below a rank, this was incredibly overpowered. Just 5 years old, Ling Feng had already mastered all attribute ninjutsu below a rank, and with this level of skill, he could easily rank among the elite of Konoha. What? You say I lack powerful explosive techniques? Nonsense. With my full attribute ninjutsu repertoire, the sheer variety of techniques would be enough to leave anyone quaking in fear. Chapter 2. I shall challenge you. Having acquired the system, Ling Feng naturally reveled in its delights. Even until the bell rang for dismissal, he remained immersed in the joy of the system's generous gifts. He was also filled with anticipation, eager to experiment with the various ninjutsu. At the sound of the teacher announcing the end of class, the once monotonous classroom erupted into jubilance, reminiscent of the behaviors of students in his previous life. Ling Feng rose, preparing to return home, when a feminine voice called out from behind him. Ling Feng, tomorrow is a holiday. Let us go out and have some fun. Turning around, he found Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin standing beside each other. Tomorrow? That sounds great. I was just thinking of going out for a stroll. Where shall we head? Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin exchanged glances, clearly having not yet devised a plan. Ling Feng chuckled and proposed. How about we go hiking and then enjoy a hot spring afterward? The girls beamed with excitement, exclaiming, that sounds fantastic. Ling Feng always has the best ideas. However, in a corner, 2 individuals simmered with jealousy, Asuma and Uchiha Obito. It must be said, their identities were rather unique. One was the son of the 3rd Hokage, and the other a member of the Uchiha clan. The mere mention of their names would command respect from the average citizen of Konoha. Yet, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. Prior to receiving the system's gifts, his strength was already sufficient to teach them a lesson. Now, he could easily overpower them. After confirming the time with the girls, Ling Feng prepared to leave the classroom alone, as the girls had already departed together. Hey, you stop right there. Asuma's voice rang out from behind. Ling Feng paused, turning to face Asuma, who stood before him with an air of arrogance, while Uchiha Obito lingered in the corner, clearly hesitant to approach. Ling Feng scoffed at the sight. One was a brash fool lacking strength, and the other was both timid and weak. If not for a certain event that awakened his Sharingan, the latter would likely remain at the bottom of the social hierarchy for his entire life. What do you want, coward? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, crossing his arms with a raised eyebrow. Asuma's frustration was palpable. He bared his teeth, seething at Ling Feng's audacity. You dare speak to me like that? You're just a commoner. What did you say? Ling Feng retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Spit it out quickly. Stop pretending in front of me. Ling Feng tilted his head, an expression of contempt on his face. Asuma was clearly intimidated in front of Xiang Hong, and once she left, he was utterly useless. With such a lack of courage, it was no wonder Xiang Hong paid him no mind. However, Ling Feng had no intention of offering any hints, after all. He was determined to win over Xiang Hong for himself. I want to challenge you to a duel. Asuma could no longer contain his anger and shouted. Obito, hearing this, rushed over, wide-eyed. Asuma, don't act recklessly. Fighting in school will get us punished. Asuma froze, clearly caught up in the heat of the moment, having overlooked this crucial detail. Due to their familial backgrounds, they bore a certain prestige, and their actions could affect their families' reputations. If they were indeed punished at school, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan, and they would face dire consequences. An awkward silence enveloped the space, particularly for Asuma, who had just issued a bold declaration yet found himself unable to act. How frustrating. But Ling Feng, being the good-natured individual he was, promptly remarked, no worries. We can't fight at school, but once we're outside, we can settle it there. Upon hearing this, Asuma clapped his hands in delight. Yes, we can fight outside. You've just reminded me. Then let us do it outside. Asuma insisted. Ling Feng shook his head. Not so fast. Asuma was momentarily taken aback. Wait, didn't you just say we could fight outside? Why the sudden refusal? Ling Feng, are you scared? Asuma frowned. Oh dear, how impressive. Such a young age, and already employing psychological tactics. Ling Feng thought, but sadly for Asuma, it held no weight against a seasoned soul like him. Do I look frightened? I merely have matters to attend to. How about this? You join us for tomorrow's outing. And then you can challenge M Chapter 3. Lunch for Ling Feng Coin is on us in accordance with the classification of ninjutsu levels. The techniques taught at school are merely the most fundamental, categorized as E-level. However, Ling Feng has mastered all ninjutsu below A-level, excluding bloodline limits. As for his strength, you shall soon discover. Generally speaking, mastering D-level ninjutsu signifies that one has reached the standard of a genin, often engaged in menial tasks such as running errands or searching for lost items. Progressing to C-level ninjutsu indicates a chunin standard, allowing the village to assign them to slightly more significant roles. Subsequently, mastering B-level ninjutsu typically qualifies one as a jonin, marking them as an essential component of the village's combat strength. Beyond that, there are A-level and S-level ninjutsu, achievements not easily attained by ordinary individuals. Therefore, Ling Feng's proficiency in all techniques below A-level catapults him from a mere school novice to an elite jonin. Such a leap is undeniably impressive. It is rather amusing that Asuma, in his folly, still seeks to challenge Ling Feng. Had he approached him earlier, he might have merely faced defeat. Now, it seems he shall encounter a far graver fate. Eagerly, Ling Feng assumed his stance, prepared to experiment with the newly acquired ninjutsu. With a mere thought, a luminous screen appeared in his mind, showcasing an array of ninjutsu: water release, fire release, lightning release, earth release, wind release, everything one could wish for. The options for B, C, D, and E-level ninjutsu were available for selection, which added an intriguing layer to his training. Ling Feng could now choose different levels of ninjutsu to display, depending on the situation. He first attempted a C-level technique, selecting Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Instantly, a sequence of hand seals materialized in his mind. Ling Feng executed them flawlessly, and a sturdy wall of earthen hue rose before him with a thunderous boom. Oh, splendid! He continued onward, releasing yet another C-level ninjutsu: Wind Release, Wind Sand Barrier. A fierce gust of wind erupted within the room, sending books and clothing swirling chaotically through the air. Aha! This is delightful. However, as Ling Feng prepared to try out a B-level technique, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Lying back on his bed, he took a few deep breaths and soon understood. It appeared that the side effect of using ninjutsu beyond his level was excessive chakra consumption. This was quite understandable, considering Ling Feng was merely a 5-year-old child, an age typically designated for learning techniques like shadow clone and transformation jutsu, and thus, he naturally had a limited chakra reserve. Soon, Ling Feng recalled the items available in the exchange store. Opening it once more, he began to browse and inquire. There it was. Chakra replenishment potions available in small, medium, and large vials, corresponding to 1, 10, and 100 points respectively. Moreover, Ling Feng suddenly noticed a gray option behind the large vial, though its nature remained unclear. System, what is this gray option behind the large vial? The system quickly responded, Host, this option allows for an upgrade of the store once the host accumulates 1 million points, enabling the enhancement and advancement of all items within, thereby introducing entirely new and improved products. Ling Feng was momentarily stunned. A brand new upgrade. It sounded extraordinarily impressive. He continued to peruse several items and noted that even behind S-level ninjutsu, there was a gray button, indicating that indeed, everything could be enhanced. However, the point cost was astronomical, 1 million points. Yet, the more challenging the goal, the more exhilarated Ling Feng became. The upgraded items would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable. With that thought, a slightly fatigued Ling Feng drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, Ling Feng awoke, stretching lazily, and found himself feeling much more invigorated. He had anticipated that the previous night's exertions would leave him sluggish today, yet the contrast was astonishing. What could have caused this? Gazing into the mirror at his ever-handsome reflection, he tilted his head slightly. He remembered. His talent points had been maxed out, so it was only natural to recover to his peak after a good night's rest. TSK, how remarkably strong I have become. After a quick tidy-up, Ling Feng prepared a bowl of noodles and set off toward the designated meeting place. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Hinata and Ino waiting for him with their little backpacks. Oh, when did you arrive? Have you eaten? Ling Feng inquired after a moment of surprise. Had he known they would be waiting at the door, he would have asked whether they had breakfast and prepared a little extra for them. Such is the essence of gentlemanly conduct. It is no wonder the young girls in class hold Ling Feng in such high regard. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he excels in the nuances of detail, and these little ones are no match for him. We've already eaten, had some dumplings, and there's a bit left in our bags. Ling Feng-kun, have you eaten? Hinata spoke up. We weren't sure if you were awake, so we didn't knock, Ino added. Gazing at their youthful faces, Ling Feng felt a surge of joy. It seems you both are far more diligent than I. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already eaten. Let us proceed. Ling Feng smiled, locking the door before setting off. Meanwhile, Hinata and Ino exchanged shy glances, sticking out their tongues at him from behind. His words had left them blushing with embarrassment. It was hardly due to diligence that he rose early. During school days, he often indulged in sleep and had nearly been late on several occasions. Thus, the trio made their way to their destination. After approximately an hour, they arrived at a small hill on the outskirts of the village. Positioned at a safe distance, not too far, yet not too close. With mountains and rivers surrounding them, the scenery was splendid, and the children were elated to escape the monotony of school for a day of fun. Apologies for our tardiness. As Ling Feng and the others engaged in play, Kai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Obito finally arrived, clearly having come together. It was those two who were late, Kakashi remarked flatly, pointing at Asuma and Obito, exposing them. Instantly, Asuma and Obito flushed, wishing to vanish into the ground. They exchanged fierce glares with Kakashi, yet dared not retaliate, for Kakashi's genius was renowned throughout Konoha, and they would undoubtedly suffer defeat should a confrontation arise. At that moment, Asuma noticed that Ling Feng was the only one without a backpack and swiftly shifted the topic. Ling Feng, did you come here unprepared? Surely you won't be asking us for lunch later. That would be quite inappropriate. Asuma said, hands on his hips, adopting a reproachful stance. Fear not, I shan't be asking you, Ling Feng shrugged, entirely unconcerned. As Asuma was about to continue, Hinata and Ino stepped forward. If you didn't bring any, lunch for Ling Feng-kun is on us. Chapter 4, Fire Release. Great fireball technique. Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng was taken aback, not expecting them to stand up for him. Could it be that being handsome and charming allows one to act with impunity? The answer, of course, is yes. However, Asuma and Obito were heartbroken, their eyes brimming with tears. How is this fair? Yet, Ling Feng smiled and replied, It's no trouble at all. I will find a way to handle my lunch. Your backpacks are quite small. They probably can't hold much. You're at an age where you need to grow, so you can't afford to go hungry. Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin clasped their hands together, visibly moved. Ling Feng was truly considerate. Ding. The system detected that the host received admiration, rewarding him with 2 points. Oh, so this can earn points? How impressive. Ling Feng chuckled, realizing that such gestures could yield rewards. Although the amount was modest, it was free, and one should never turn down a gift. Asuma and Obito felt as if struck by lightning, nearly choking on their anger. How infuriating. The disparity was stark. It felt like one was soaring in the heavens while the other was buried beneath the earth. How could he so readily refuse such a golden opportunity? Did he truly see our goddess as so ordinary? But what about the goddesses themselves? Ling Feng had blatantly turned them down, yet they continued to praise him. Asuma and Obito were on the verge of losing their minds, utterly perplexed. As they watched Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin flanking Ling Feng, both felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting. Hey, are you two all right? Kai, witnessing the scene, approached them with concern. They likely hadn't eaten breakfast and had hiked quite a distance, but it was nearly mealtime. A bite to eat would suffice. Kakashi added from the side, exuding an air of cool indifference, displaying a maturity beyond his 5 years. Ling Feng, noticing Asuma and Obito's condition, sought a spot near the stream to pause. Let's eat here. Otherwise, you two will have to support each other all the way, and you won't be able to enjoy yourselves. He glanced at the duo and spoke nonchalantly. The others nodded in agreement, and they began to unpack their lunches. However, Ling Feng alone rose and wandered towards the stream. Seeing this, Asuma and Obito felt a bit more at ease, being favored by the girls while trying to show off. They thought, let us see what you'll have for lunch, even though they had been turned down. Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin couldn't help but think of Ling Feng. Together, they followed him to the riverbank. Ling Feng, drinking water alone won't fill you up. We truly have leftover dumplings. Have a few. Xiang Hong offered her lunchbox. Ling Feng smiled. Since you've brought them, I'll have a couple. Later, I'll treat you to something delicious. Yuan Yilin also presented her lunchbox, containing several sushi rolls. I made these myself. Ling Feng sampled a couple and gave a thumbs up. Very good. Your skills are impressive. Hearing this, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin beamed with joy. This scene left Asuma and Obito envious, their own sumptuous meals suddenly unappetizing. Asuma, determined, approached with his lunchbox. Hong, this is my luxurious bento, filled with many delectable treats. Please, give it a try. He shot Obito a frantic look, urging him to act. Come on, what are you waiting for? Your goddess might be swept away by someone else. Grinding his teeth, Obito glanced at the unresponsive Kakashi, then reluctantly approached with his own lunchbox. With both Kai and Kakashi remaining still, it meant that aside from Ling Feng, they had no rivals. Such a rare opportunity indeed. Lin, this is our Uchiha family's specialty bento, something you can't even find in the Konoha snack shop. Let me share some with you. Asuma and Obito were hopeful expressions, but Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin shook their heads vigorously. This is your food. How can we touch it? Besides, you nearly fainted, which means you need to replenish your strength, so you should eat first. With that, they returned to their own meals. This left Asuma and Obito dumbfounded. Surely, they couldn't be oblivious to how delicious the food was. Suddenly, Ling Feng's voice rang out with excitement. Gotcha. Everyone looked up to see Ling Feng carrying 6 fish. Fishing? Ha ha ha. Ling Feng, you're truly impressive. Out here in the wilderness. Let us see how you plan to eat. Asuma couldn't help but laugh, while the others regarded him with skepticism. Indeed, there were no pots or pans. Even if he caught fish, how would he cook them? Ignoring their doubts, Ling Feng began stacking stones and skewering the fish on branches. You must be joking, Ling Feng. You're not actually thinking of cooking the fish in sunlight, are you? Asuma continued to mock him. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't contain his laughter either. Yet the others were intrigued, setting down their utensils to witness the spectacle. Ling Feng, seeing their reactions, smirked. You don't understand at all. Just watch as I perform. He stepped back a few paces and began forming hand seals. The crowd fell silent. No way, this kid is actually forming seals, and I can't comprehend them. Asuma was astonished, while Abito was equally speechless. They felt like mere novices in the face of Ling Feng's seamless technique. Kakashi wore a grave expression. As the acknowledged prodigy of Konoha, he maintained a facade of humility while harboring pride within. Yet, even he had yet to master several decent C-rank jutsu. But Ling Feng's seals were evidently intricate, and even a C-rank technique would surely be offensive in nature. What could it be? Would he truly succeed? Asuma and Abito thought it must be a mere show-off. Meanwhile, Xiang Hong and Yuan Yilin widened their sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh. In the next moment, a massive fireball erupted from Ling Feng's mouth, engulfing the 6 fish within its flames. The brilliance illuminated the faces of everyone present, their eyes reflecting the fiery glow. Each person bore an expression of shock. This was a sight they had never witnessed even in ninja school. Chapter 5. Ah. Weren't you supposed to challenge me? Ding. It has been detected that someone feels astonished and enamored by the host, earning 16 points. Haha. Grilling a fish earns points too. How delightful. As the fireball dissipated, everyone remained breathless, their expressions filled with astonishment. The points surged again by 6, totaling 24 points. Ling Feng stepped forward, crouching before the roasted fish, inhaling its fragrance deeply. Quite exquisite. The timing of the cooking is impeccable. He then waved his hand, attempting to cool the fish down for a more enjoyable feast. In no time, the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting several audible gulps of saliva. Is a luxurious bento truly impressive? Is a Uchiha specialty bento something to brag about? Yet here they are, reduced to eating cold rice. What a joke. This is freshly grilled fish. How fragrant. Might Guy approached, nearly drooling at the scent. As Ling Feng looked up, he was startled to see Might Guy's enormous nostrils fervently inhaling the delectable aroma. Do you want to taste it? Ling Feng inquired. Might Guy nodded vigorously, almost shaking his head off. I'll give you one. Go ahead and enjoy. But be cautious of the bones. We are classmates. After all, sharing is essential. Ling Feng was not one to be stingy. Thank you, Ling Feng-kun. How considerate of you. I will eat it all cleanly. Might Guy extended a thumbs up, expressing genuine admiration. Ding. Earned 2 points. As Ling Feng observed Might Guy savoring the grilled fish, the others looked on with envy. There was no remedy. The fish's aroma was simply too intoxicating. Finally, even the icy Kakashi could not resist, stepping forth to Ling Feng and stating, I will trade my food for yours. Ling Feng smirked at the remark. What a cold youth, I must say. In front of deliciousness, everyone is equal. No need, if you wish to eat. Just take a piece. We are classmates. There is no need to be so polite. With that, Ling Feng handed a piece directly to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. He rarely interacted with Ling Feng or anyone in class. Typically, only Might Guy would engage him in a spar or a few words. He had expected Ling Feng to hesitate, yet the agreement came so decisively and freely. Is this what friendship is? Thank you, Ling Feng-kun. Ding. Earned 4 points. Ling Feng paused, pondering why the same gratitude and appreciation resulted in 4 points from Kakashi. Perhaps it was because Kakashi seldom offered praise to others, thus the points doubled. Without waiting for Wai-Hai Kurenai and Haruno Rin to speak, Ling Feng directly handed them each a piece. I just enjoyed your food. Take these 2 grilled fish. And I hope you like them. Ling Feng said, flashing a radiant smile. That smile melted the hearts of Wai-Hai Kurenai and Haruno Rin, who were filled with youthful admiration. Ding. Earned 40 points. What? Is this the power of love? How impressive. I am smitten. Suddenly gaining 40 points feels like a little windfall. After distributing the fish, Ling Feng found a stone to sit on, relishing the fish meat. Only Asuma and Uchiha Obito were left watching enviously, saliva pooling as they struggled to swallow. They too longed to partake. Yet thoughts of their prior actions towards Ling Feng stifled their voices. Compared to the grilled fish in Ling Feng's hands, any luxurious bento or unique Uchiha delicacy seemed utterly bland, merely cold rice. As for Ling Feng, he did not even glance their way. Want to eat? Dream on. After finishing, Ling Feng sighed contentedly and addressed the group. Next time we come out to play, I will grill for you again. Wonderful. Ling Feng-kun's grilled fish is truly delectable. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ding. Earned 8 points. As of now, Ling Feng had amassed 80 points. Initially believing that accumulating points would be difficult, he was pleasantly surprised to achieve 80 points in the span of a meal. How gratifying! If he could gather 100 points, he could exchange them for something of high value. Although he had yet to determine what to exchange for, having points ensured he would not find himself in want when the time came. Having experienced a previous life, Ling Feng held a significant appreciation for wealth. Moreover, with points, he could exchange for nearly anything of value in this world. Next, it was time to rest. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed Asuma and Obito rise, preparing to change spots. He spoke up. "You too, don't you have something to say to me?" Upon this, everyone's gaze turned toward them. Asuma shivered, his body stiffening. As for Obito, he shrank back, tucking his neck. The others were bewildered, but Asuma and Obito understood. Just yesterday, they had boldly declared their intention to confront Ling Feng. Yet witnessing his impressive fireball technique had left them dazed. Only a fool would still desire to fight. We have nothing to say?" Asuma scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Beside him, Obito lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. "Oh really? Yet yesterday, at the classroom door, you claimed you wanted to duel me. Now that you're full, you must have plenty of energy, and surely you too have recovered as well?" Ling Feng leaned against the stone, speaking nonchalantly. Fighting them would be akin to a father sparring with his son. The disparity was vast, spanning 3 levels. Rookie versus Konoha Jonin. Obito, feeling intimidated, raised his hand. "This is all a misunderstanding. Ling Feng, please don't take it seriously." Asuma's expression shifted. "You fool. I was trying to play dumb. And you just admitted it. What? You truly wish to challenge Ling Feng-kun? Do you not know that students are prohibited from fighting?" Waihai Kurenai and Haruno Rin protested immediately. Asuma sighed, hastily dragging Obito away, realizing that remaining would only invite scorn. "Never mind, Kurenai, Rin, they were merely joking. I didn't take it to heart," Ling Feng said at that moment. Upon hearing this, Kurenai and Rin relented. "Ling Feng-kun, if given the chance, I would like to spar with you, of course, just for practice." Kakashi approached Ling Feng earnestly. Ling Feng smiled faintly at this. "That sounds fine, but not now. Let us head to school, and we will have our opportunity." "All right, everyone, are you all rested? Shall we go soak in the hot springs?" Ling Feng rose, looking at the group. Yes. Soaking in the hot springs is the best." The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Chapter 6, System Task. Upon arriving at the hot spring establishment, everyone was prepared to enter. Suddenly, Ling Feng halted in his tracks, leaving the others momentarily stunned. "What's wrong, Ling Feng-kun?" asked Xiang Hong with concern. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly, dismissing it with a simple, "It's nothing." Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures darted past, creating a gust of wind that startled everyone. Shortly thereafter, elite members of the Umbu appeared in hot pursuit. It was evident that an enemy had infiltrated. "What is going on? There are actually enemies here." The group was taken aback. As students, this was their first encounter with such a situation, and anxiety swept over them. "Hey, you all need to return to the village immediately." At that moment, a masked Umbu operative commanded loudly. Left with no choice, they could only comply, for they could not defy the orders of the Umbu. However, a voice echoed in Ling Feng's mind. "Ding. System task initiated. Eliminate the Konoha spies. Reward, 100 points. Time limit, 1 hour. So the system task has been activated." Ling Feng mused, though the reward of 100 points seemed rather meager. After all, he had just earned 80 points from a meal. Yet, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Thus, Ling Feng remained rooted in place. "What's the matter, Ling Feng-kun? Did you forget something?" Yuan Yelin asked, her concern evident. Xiang Hong also paused, both of them focused on Ling Feng. I left something behind." "You all go back first. I'll retrieve it," he replied, nodding before turning away. "We'll go with you. The enemies have retreated to the mountain." "It could be dangerous for you to go alone," Xiang Hong insisted. The others nodded in agreement. "It's nothing. I just need to grab something." Ling Feng hesitated, realizing he wasn't actually going to fetch anything. How would he explain that later? Yet, seeing his classmates so determined, he felt both touched and exasperated. ultimately giving in with a reluctant nod. These are not elite enemies. They can be dealt with easily. Ling Feng murmured as he walked ahead. What? The others questioned, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Let us move quickly. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return. With that, Ling Feng took off running, and the others hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at the spot where they had died. Ling Feng pretended to search, though he was growing increasingly anxious. What now? To avoid arousing suspicion, he could only retrace his steps. Although the system had provided a route, Ling Feng could not afford to take a detour. How could he explain that? As Ling Feng was deep in thought, he noticed that the location indicated by the system was drawing nearer. This meant that the enemies were closing in on them. How audacious, to storm in when heaven offers a path. Ling Feng feigned ignorance, continuing his search while actually focusing on the swiftly approaching foes. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before them, halting abruptly. As they gazed at the trio, everyone was struck with terror. The 3 individuals were members of the Konoha Anbu, but they were drenched in blood, clearly sustaining severe injuries. Almost immediately, their adversaries revealed themselves. The headbands on their foreheads identified them as ninjas from the Mist Village. How could the Anbu, who were supposed to be pursuing the enemies, end up on the receiving end of an attack? How could this happen? Everyone was bewildered. But Ling Feng understood. The Mist Village was a greatly underestimated place, home to many formidable ninjas. These 3 Anbu members were likely of a lower rank, and the enemies had exploited their overconfidence. Nevertheless, Ling Feng reassured himself, "Fear not, for I am here. You shall comply." The enemies were indeed all Ch-Nin level experts. How infuriating. One Konoha Anbu member muttered. Humph, Konoha ninjas are nothing to be feared. I expected more, one enemy sneered. The 3 Konoha Anbu members huddled together, gripping their kunai tightly, yet blood continued to flow from their wounds. Ah, there are still so many little ones around. This is quite amusing. It would be a shame for such young lives to end so soon. Why not take them back to the village for training? We are in need of fresh talent. As for these 3 Konoha trash, they can be eliminated without hesitation. Seeing the situation tipping in their favor, the Mist Ninjas began deciding the fate of their captives. However, the Anbu members were not cowards. During the enemy's banter, they resolved to launch a surprise attack, hoping to turn the tide. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was evident. As the 3 Anbu members initiated their assault, the enemies reacted simultaneously. Bang! The 3 Anbu members were thrown to the ground, each letting out a cry of anguish. Their injuries had worsened. TCH. Even when death is imminent, you refuse to be compliant. One Mist Ninja advanced, brandishing a kunai with a vicious demeanor. Stop. Yet. Before he could act, a stone struck his palm with precision. Ah! The kunai clattered to the ground with a metallic sound. Who did that? The Mist Ninja exclaimed, finally focusing his ire on Ling Feng. Ling Fengkuan, are you out of your mind? Mato Kai shouted in terror. They were merely children of 5 years. How could they dare to confront seasoned Ch-Nin? The Mist Ninja, struck by Ling Feng's throw, wore a look of astonishment. Little brat. It seems you wish to meet your end. With that, the ninja unsheathed another kunai and charged at Ling Feng. Ling Fengkuan, Shiyang Hong, and Yuan Yalin screamed in unison. However, in the next moment, a low voice resonated, shaking the very earth. Earth release, mud fish reflection. As Ling Feng finished speaking, the ground surged as humanoid figures of mud emerged. What is this? The enemies were taken aback. Yet the one with the kunai continued his relentless advance towards Ling Feng. But just as the strike was about to land, Ling Feng's form transformed into mud, reappearing atop another clone. This technique was a combination of shadow clone and substitution jutsu, allowing Ling Feng to switch places at will among the mud clones. This remarkable agility rendered him as elusive as a fish in water, hence the name Mud Fish Reflection. Bang! Ling Feng delivered a powerful kick, striking the enemy in the waist. A distinct cracking sound echoed as a bone shattered. The enemy cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, too injured to move. This was no ordinary kick. It was infused with chakra. Chapter 7. A try that leads to demise thus. The first ninja from the Mist Village who dared to provoke Ling Feng was instantly rendered ineffective. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The other two Mist Village ninjas gaped, their mouths agape like fists. Could it be that the young ninja from Konoha was truly this formidable? However, the members of Team Yuhi erupted in cheers. Wow, Ling Fengkuan, you are amazing. So strong. Ling Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging the earth-style technique he had just executed. Aware that such techniques consumed chakra when employed in that manner, he then waved his hand modestly, signaling for calm. Ding. Earned 20 points. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy. Evidently, his display had astonished the adversaries. This performance was indeed rewarding. Although this C-rank ninjutsu had drained a considerable amount of stamina and chakra, the acquisition of 20 points made it worthwhile. Yet, he noted that his chakra reserves were dwindling. Even before a meal, a single great fireball technique had been exhausting, and now he had expended energy on a near B-rank C-level jutsu. His chakra was running low. This technique was undeniably powerful, but its excessive chakra consumption hindered it from ascending to B-rank. Nevertheless, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. He had access to a superior exchange shop. If it was chakra he needed, he could simply purchase it. Now, which of you will continue? As he spoke, he entered the superior exchange shop and traded 5 points for 5 vials of chakra restoration potions. Given his current limited chakra, utilizing intermediate or advanced potions would only lead to waste. It was estimated that consuming 2 small vials would suffice for complete restoration. As Ling Feng's words echoed, the gazes of the assembled shifted towards the enemies. The two Mist ninjas exchanged a knowing glance, clearly communicating something without words. Huh, what an opportunity. Ling Feng disregarded their silent exchange and hurriedly consumed 2 small vials of chakra potion. In an instant, he felt his physical strength return, and his chakra was replenished. Yash, let us continue the excitement. Kid, I never expected you to have some skill, but we were careless before. This time we won't give you a chance. One of the ninjas sneered. You're just a child. How much chakra could you possibly have? You think a mere earth technique can intimidate us? Evidently, the enemies had concluded their silent communication. They believed Ling Feng was merely posturing. A 5-year-old child resorting to C-rank ninjutsu. Was chakra truly as abundant as they assumed? Was he not merely seeking to appear impressive? Ling Feng, however, grinned widely. Impressive, you figured it out. Now what will you do? Observing the playful smile on Ling Feng's face, the two Mist ninjas felt a chill in their hearts. A sense of being outmaneuvered washed over them. Let's attack together and see how long this little brat can hold out. They declared in unison. Ling Feng, upon witnessing their approach, remained unmoved. Got you. This kid is done for. His classmates cried out in alarm. Ling Fengkuan run. Yet, the ensuing moment left everyone in shock. With a puff, Ling Feng transformed into a wooden stump. What? A substitution technique? When did he do that? They were bewildered, having missed the hand signs. The two ninjas halted, scanning their surroundings, but detected no anomalies. Damn it, where did that little brat go? One of them gritted his teeth. Forget about him. Let's quickly eliminate those 3 Umbu and take the remaining brat with us. The other suggested. Right, we shouldn't linger here. That kid gives me the creeps. As the two turned to approach Yuhi and Haruno, Ling Feng seized the moment. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. He shouted, emerging from beneath one ninja's feet and swiftly dragging him into the earth. A powerful kick then struck the ninja's head, rendering him unconscious and devoid of combat ability. Nanny, when did you get into the ground? The last remaining Mist ninja's eyes widened in terror. Ling Feng brushed off the dirt from his clothes, chuckling. That's no longer your concern. Faced with solitude, the remaining ninja trembled in fear. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, he dashed towards Yuhi and Haruno, pressing a kunai against each of their throats. Kid, I advise you not to make any rash moves. Otherwise, I will kill them both. The enemy's gaze was fierce as he fixated on Ling Feng, wary of his every move. This act terrified Yuhi and Haruno, while even Kakashi and Might Guy were left speechless, having not anticipated this turn of events. Red, Lin, this, Ling Fengkuan, you must think of a way to save them. Even Kakashi, taken aback, instinctively turned to Ling Feng for help. Ling Feng furrowed his brow at the scene. I advise you to release them immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you without hesitation. Previously, Ling Feng had merely incapacitated the two foes for interrogation purposes. But this individual had crossed a line, threatening him in front of his comrades. He must have a death wish. Humph. And you still seek to act tough? Your friends' lives are in my hands. Ha. One life in exchange for two isn't a bad trade. The enemy reveled in his perceived cleverness. So, you insist on this course of action? Ling Feng's voice turned cold. The enemy shuddered, but, clutching his hostages, summoned the courage to retort, "Stop pretending. You won't dare come any closer. Clear the way, or I will truly strike." "Oh, then go ahead and try," Ling Feng replied with a derisive laugh. "You really think I won't? Let me give it a shot, shall I? Fine. I'll kill one to prove it." With that, the enemy raised his kunai, seemingly intent on carrying out his threat. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes. "Humph. You seek death." Just as the kunai was about to make contact with Yuhi, another Ling Feng appeared behind the enemy, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. A try that leads to demise. "Now, I will send you to your end." As the enemy soared through the air, astonishment etched on his face, he exclaimed, "Nanny! Shadow clone, when did that happen? Want to know? Ask in your next life." Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 8. Practical examination. As the flames extinguished, the air was left with the acrid stench of charred remains. A gentle breeze carried this pungent aroma, causing an involuntary cough. Ding. You have earned 16 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned a reward of 100 points. Ling Feng smiled slightly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This journey had yielded substantial rewards. After deducting the 5 points spent on a small bottle of chakra potion, Ling Feng now had 211 points at his disposal. With such a reserve, he felt fearless even if more enemies arrived. The dense forest around provided ample cover, and even if they attempted a group assault, he was confident in his ability to engage in a war of attrition. The chakra potions he possessed could enable him to unleash 105 instances of B-rank ninjutsu, 210 instances of C-rank ninjutsu, and 420 instances of D-rank ninjutsu, enough to leave his adversaries reeling in terror. Contemplating the 3 remaining chakra potions in his possession, Ling Feng decided to administer them to the 3 unconscious members of the Konoha Anbu. Given the suspicious circumstances surrounding their retrieval, it was prudent to avoid potential complications. Ling Feng preferred not to entangle himself in unnecessary trouble, so reviving the Anbu members to handle the aftermath seemed the most sensible course of action. He addressed his companions, urging them to assess the condition of the 3 enemies, while he would check on the injuries of the Anbu members. The group, entirely trusting of Ling Feng's prowess, respected his authority, especially considering his remarkable feat of a 1-against-3 victory at the tender age of 5. With the small chakra potions in hand, Ling Feng administered them one by one. These potions not only restored chakra, but also replenished stamina. While they did not heal injuries, they were sufficient to rouse the unconscious individuals. However, lacking Ling Feng's exceptional talent, their recovery was not instantaneous. As Ling Feng rose, several companions returned from examining the enemies. "Ling Feng, 1 is dead, and 2 are unconscious. What should we do?" he was asked. "I have no desire to be embroiled in such complications. What about you?" he countered. In an instant, his peers expressed their agreement. All 5-year-olds, naturally fearful of the situation, thus aligning with Ling Feng's perspective. When the Konoha Anbu members awoke, the group unanimously declared that they had been rescued by passers-by, claiming ignorance of the rest. Faced with a group of 5-year-olds, the Anbu had no choice but to accept this explanation and departed with the 2 surviving captives. As dusk approached, the excitement of the day's perilous encounter left everyone exhausted, prompting them to return home. "Ling Feng, it seems we're heading the same way. Shall we go together?" Keisuke suggested, stepping beside him. "We're also on the same route." Inazuka Kiba chimed in from the other side. "Really? Is that so?" Ling Feng mused, recognizing their ulterior motives. "In that case, let us proceed together." Had Asuma and Obito been present, they would surely have been infuriated. What a ridiculous pretext, they might have exclaimed. The weekend flew by, and Ling Feng utilized the time at home to experience the remaining B and C rank ninjutsu as extensively as possible. This endeavor cost him a total of 20 points, requiring the purchase of 20 chakra potions to avoid exhausting himself completely. However, this rigorous practice led to a noticeable enhancement in his chakra reserves. Indeed, it is through relentless effort that one achieves true progress. Presently, Ling Feng's deficiency lay in his chakra capacity, but he was on the verge of attaining the chakra reserves typical of a genin. A new day dawned, and as Ling Feng prepared to leave for school, he encountered Asuma and Obito, accompanied by a group of followers stationed at his doorstep. The presence of such lackeys hinted at their significant backgrounds and influence. What is the meaning of this? Ling Feng leaned against the wall, casually picking his nose. You brat, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you know the great fireball technique. Only members of the Uchiha clan can truly master it. Asuma exclaimed, jabbing a finger at Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied, so what? Are you well versed in the great fireball technique? If you wish to study it, go find an Uchiha. I have school to attend, so kindly move aside. With that, he pushed past them and strode forward. Witnessing this, Obito, who had remained silent until now, felt anger swell within him. What do you mean, Uchiha? You are one too, he thought. Ling Feng's arrogance was infuriating. Ling Feng, today, the school will conduct a practical test. We'll be divided into groups for one-on-one battles and a team rotation battle. I will show you what a true great fireball looks like. Obito shouted from behind. Ling Feng, however, continued walking, responding nonchalantly. Oh, that sounds great. The antics of these children were hardly worth his attention. Today, neither Waihai Keisuke nor Inazuka Kiba had arrived, which Ling Feng understood. Mondays often saw students sleeping in, resulting in the highest number of tardies. Class commenced as a CH9 level instructor entered. I am Mokuch, one of your practical training teachers for this semester. Today, we will conduct a practical examination to assess your theoretical knowledge. Everyone follow me. At the teacher's command, excitement surged through the classroom. After enduring endless theoretical lectures, the students were eager to engage in practical tasks. They rose and made their way to the training ground. Ling Feng noticed the smug expressions on Asuma and Obito's faces and shook his head in disdain. These childish tricks were predictable, given their influential connections, but it mattered little to him. Regardless of their schemes, Ling Feng was unfazed. With their combined capabilities, if Obito manages to produce even a spark larger than a centimeter, he might as well shed tears of joy. He mused, fully aware of their true capabilities. Upon reaching the training ground, Mokuch continued, everyone, divide into 2 groups and prepare for one-on-one battles, followed by a team rotation battle. The rules are simple. In a one-on-one, the victor prevails. In the team rotation, a winning participant may either remain or request to switch out with another teammate. The match concludes when all members of one side are either defeated or withdrawn. Remember, the outcomes of this competition will be recorded as part of your grades. Chapter 9. I choose you. Dare to accept? As soon as the instructor's voice fell, the entire venue erupted in chaos. What? The outcome of this battle will also be counted towards our scores? This is too difficult. What should we do? We can only find a weaker opponent. But what if the other party refuses? While the students were in heated discussion, the instructor spoke again. You have 3 minutes to find an opponent. If no one has been confirmed, I will assign them randomly. Instantly, the chatter among the students grew louder. At that moment, Ling Feng noticed the increasingly unsightly expressions on Asuma and Obito's faces. It seemed they truly had a scheme in mind. In light of this, Ling Feng decided to take action. He stepped forward and addressed Asuma. I choose you. Dare to accept? He deliberately raised his voice so that all the surrounding classmates could hear. Asuma was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct provocation from Ling Feng. Feeling the weight of the gazes around him, Asuma hesitated, anxiety creeping into his heart. If he had never witnessed Ling Feng's prowess, it might not have been so alarming. But the memory of that massive fireball from yesterday still echoed in his mind. Just then, time was called. For those who haven't found an opponent, I will arrange them. The instructor's eyes landed on Asuma standing opposite Ling Feng, and thus they were successfully paired. Ling Feng flashed a smile at Asuma before turning and merging into the crowd. Next came the formation of teams for the wheel battle. Clearly, those who usually had partners found their teams, leaving only a few who rarely interacted with others, like Kakashi and Ling Feng, who were both rather reticent. However, Ling Feng was distinctly different from Kakashi, although Ling Feng had yet to take a position. None of the girls in the class had chosen their spots either. What were they waiting for? Asuma, Obito, and a group of boys who had already formed their teams shifted their gazes towards Ling Feng. From this moment forth, Ling Feng became the public enemy among all the boys in the class. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Ling Feng-kun, actually after returning yesterday, I wanted to test your strength. So I chose you as my opponent. But you must believe that I did not select Asuma or Obito. I merely wished to spar with you. Ling Feng nodded. All right. I understand. Kakashi, who would later be known as the genius of Konoha, certainly looked down upon associating with the likes of Asuma and Obito. Might Guy, standing nearby, was also eager to join the fray, but he too took a moment to explain his intentions to Ling Feng before the choice of sides. Ling Feng merely waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality. Before long, Asuma's team was filled to capacity. Consequently, the remaining individuals formed another group. The instructor scratched his head, visibly troubled, as he surveyed Ling Feng's team. Indeed, he was in a predicament, for aside from Ling Feng, all the members were girls. Ling Feng felt the envious and jealous stares from all the boys in the class. He shrugged helplessly. Come on, I was the last to stand, forced into this team. With such charm and luck, could they really blame him for this? However, with mouths on other people, Ling Feng had no recourse. He couldn't just slap each one of them, could he? That would be too arrogant. At the very least, he would wait until the instructor was absent to act. As someone who had completed compulsory education, Ling Feng valued the respect for teachers. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was energetically signing documents, while Minato Namikaze sat nearby, quietly observing, ostensibly learning, but in reality merely going through the motions. Although the third Hokage expressed intentions of appointing Minato as his successor, no one knew how long that would take. Hence, Minato was merely a runner for the third Hokage at this time. Minato, what are your thoughts on yesterday's espionage capture? After finishing his tasks, Hiruzen looked up to inquire. Minato pondered for a moment before replying. I believe this matter is not simple. It must have been instigated by those present. Oh, are you suggesting that those 5-year-old children in attendance were the key to defeating the enemy? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Minato nodded affirmatively. Hiruzen chuckled and then closed the documents in his hands. All right, let us pay a visit to the ninja school and check on those children. Upon hearing the third Hokage's sudden decision, Minato was momentarily taken aback. Lord Third Hokage, are we going just like this? Shouldn't we at least inform someone? Given their status and the recent espionage concerns, Minato felt apprehensive. However, Hiruzen nonchalantly replied, what do we have to fear? Reluctantly, Minato followed him out. Nevertheless, Hiruzen was right. Both of them possessed strength on par with the Hokage, making it nearly impossible for anyone to successfully assassinate them. Just as Hiruzen and Minato prepared to head to the ninja school, the competition on the playground had officially commenced. Naturally, it proceeded in order, with Ling Feng and Asuma among the final groups. Ling Feng yawned in boredom, as his classmates were still practicing the most fundamental ninjutsu and fighting techniques, such as shadow clone and substitution jutsu. The field was filled with the sounds of popping smoke as identical techniques were repeatedly demonstrated. Whether the instructor was tired of it or not, Ling Feng felt himself growing increasingly drowsy. Finally, it was Kakashi's group's turn. Their opponent was a student who ranked highly in class, clearly feeling competitive against Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy and eager to prove himself through this challenge. Ling Feng was undoubtedly rooting for Kakashi, for he recognized Kakashi as a true genius. As for the opponent, although he performed well academically, his skills were still limited to the basics. The battle began, and Ling Feng mentally counted the seconds. It concluded in under 20. With a single earth release technique, Kakashi elevated the atmosphere to a whole new level. After all, these classmates had rarely witnessed real ninjutsu. As the crowd cheered, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to see two figures approaching from a distance. Despite the space between them, Ling Feng recognized the distinctive attire of the leading figure. It was unmistakably the Hokage cloak and mantle, symbols of Konoha's leader. And the current leader was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for the blonde figure beside him, there was no doubt it was Minato Namikaze. Curious, Ling Feng wondered why they had suddenly arrived. And it appeared that the school was entirely unaware of their presence. Could it be related to yesterday's incident? Ling Feng pondered, scratching his head. Chapter 10. The arrival of the third Hokage. Although the purpose of the third Hokage's visit remains unclear, it is evident that the entire school was unaware of his arrival. Otherwise, teachers would have emerged to greet him. What is this, a covert inspection? Yet, his attire hardly suggests such an incognito visit. However, the students present, including the teachers, were oblivious to his presence. If it were not for his keen observational skills, it would have been difficult to discern. After all, these were two individuals of considerable strength, capable of concealing their chakra with unparalleled finesse. Nevertheless, it was imperative to address the matter at hand, as it was soon time for Ling Feng's group to take the stage. Considering that the third Hokage was Asuma's father, Ling Feng contemplated whether he should show some leniency. This was not out of respect for the Hokage, but rather because Ling Feng wished to avoid drawing attention from Konoha as higher-ups. He was not one to court trouble, unless instigated by others. At last, it was Ling Feng and Asuma's turn. The arena erupted in cheers, reminiscent of the time when Kakashi's group performed. The crowd's enthusiasm was predominantly directed at Asuma, not out of admiration, but rather in anticipation of mischief. Asuma's performance had been rather mediocre in class, while Ling Feng's recent prowess had been recounted by Yuhi Kurenai and Haruno Rin throughout the classroom, with Ling Feng personally issuing a challenge. This duel had transformed into a spectacle. I advise you to fight earnestly and refrain from any underhanded tactics, Ling Feng remarked casually. This statement was intended as a reminder. Yet to Asuma, it sounded more like a threat. What are you? I will fight as I please. Are you afraid? Asuma retorted with a sneer. Although apprehensive about facing Ling Feng, he was well prepared. Seeing Asuma's demeanor, Ling Feng sighed. It was evident that Asuma was intent on stirring trouble. I will not go easy on you simply because your father is present, he muttered under his breath. The two exchanged bows and stepped back, ready to commence the battle. Go, Ling Feng, came the encouraging shouts from Kurenai and Rin. Ling Feng smiled in response, then focused his gaze on Asuma. In that moment of eye contact, Asuma felt an overwhelming pressure, making him increasingly uneasy. This was the disparity of confidence. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene with a furrowed brow. With his strength, he immediately recognized his son's fear and grew more intrigued by Ling Feng. Isn't that the child who was attacked yesterday? Hiruzen recalled the photographs in the reports with a hint of recognition. Indeed, he is an orphan who lost his parents at a young age and has relied on the village's support, displaying rather unremarkable capabilities. Namikaze Minato replied. Is that so? Yet, I sense he is far from ordinary. Just a single glance has left Asuma visibly anxious. Such confidence and pressure are not typically possessed by a child of 5. Hiruzen noted, narrowing his eyes slightly. Minato added, Kakashi, from the same cohort, is also formidable, hailed as a genius of the new generation. Anyone who competes with him feels a sense of inadequacy from merely locking eyes. It seems Konoha is on the verge of welcoming two prodigies. However, we shall only discern the truth once the duel concludes, Hiruzen chuckled. Finally, Asuma could no longer contain his impatience. If he waited any longer, the sweat on his forehead would be uncontrollable. How could this little brat exert such immense pressure? Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed. Ling Feng, observing the move, remained unfazed. How foolish. This was nothing more than a child's opening move. Ling Feng felt disappointed. Asuma's initiation had drained his desire to continue fighting. Don't ignore me, you brat. Asuma shouted in fury, launching 4 kunai simultaneously with his clones. Ling Feng, however, simply took a few casual steps, effortlessly dodging all 4 kunai. This astonished the onlookers. Is Ling Feng truly that powerful? They wondered. It was clear that Asuma had prepared for this match, exerting maximum effort when throwing the shuriken. The classmates mused that if it were them, they would not have been so nonchalant. After all, a kunai could inflict serious injury with a single misstep. Who would dare to be so confident in avoiding a hit? Yet Ling Feng had that confidence. With just 3 steps, he had evaded 4 kunai. The third Hokage's expression grew serious. This Ling Feng was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even Kakashi would at least make evasive movements. Yet Ling Feng displayed no such actions, appearing utterly assured in his ability to evade. Minato remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Hiruzen's assessment. You cannot defeat me. Your speed is too slow. Admit your defeat now. As I have no desire to engage further, Ling Feng stated coolly. He was certain that, at this distance, the third Hokage and Minato could not hear him. Yet Asuma, filled with defiance, glanced at Yuhi Kurenai nearby, clenching his fists in determination. I will not concede. My attack is not yet over. With that, Asuma hurled 8 more kunai, his movement swift, accompanied by a crackling sound as they sliced through the air. Ling Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The third Hokage and Minato shared a tense look. They recognized the significance of what was attached to those kunai. Explosive tags. What the hell? This is merely a friendly match, and you resort to explosive tags? Ling Feng was incensed. Faced with the explosive tags, he had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, rolling to the ground to evade the impending blast. Boom, boom, boom. As explosions erupted, thick clouds of smoke filled the arena, leaving even the training instructor in shock. He never anticipated that a simple training session would involve explosive tags, items typically reserved for battlefields and assassination missions. According to regulations, such items were only authorized for Chunin and above, requiring village approval. In short, they were contraband. Amidst the billowing smoke, Asuma could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, Ling Feng, let us see how you evade this time. Chapter 11. Witness the true explosion. What is going on? That Asuma. Upon witnessing this scene, the third Hokage's forehead bulged with veins. Regardless of the eventual outcome, his reputation for poor discipline was unavoidable. Observing this, Minato Namikaze was about to use his body flicker technique to rescue him. However, at the moment of action, he sensed something amiss and halted abruptly. Ha ha ha. Do you think you are impressive by employing such excessive means? But the next moment, Ling Feng's laughter echoed through the thick smoke. The chaotic arena fell silent instantly. Asuma widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? That was 8 explosive tags. How could it not be possible? Explosive tags are indeed formidable, but unfortunately, you are unworthy to use them because you are simply too weak. Having said that, Ling Feng swiftly darted forward, emerging from the smoke before Asuma. Come, let me show you what an explosion truly is. Ling Feng was genuinely enraged. If it had merely been a provocation, he could have chosen to ignore it, considering it merely the tantrum of a child. However, employing explosive tags was tantamount to attempting murder. Had it not been for Ling Feng's comprehensive strength surpassing that of a Nin, he might have already perished. Furthermore, to ensure his own safety, Ling Feng had expended considerable chakra, utilizing the earth-style, earth wall technique twice, exhausting his reserves. Thus, amidst the smoke, he procured 5 small bottles of chakra potions, consuming 2 to restore his chakra before stepping out. Asuma gazed at Ling Feng before him, his pupils dilating in shock. His trump card had been those 8 explosive tags. Yet they proved utterly ineffective. Just as despair enveloped his heart, it was Ling Feng's turn to strike. Bang! With a burst of physical prowess, Ling Feng delivered a kick that sent Asuma flying off the arena. Witnessing this, the instructor reacted swiftly, calling out, Asuma is out. The battle is concluded, and Ling Feng is victorious. Hearing this, Asuma sighed in relief. Though the pain from the kick was excruciating, at least he would no longer endure further punishment. Yet, Ling Feng had no intention of halting his assault. In the next moment, he exchanged 20 points for 20 small explosive tags. This is what a true explosion looks like. With that, Ling Feng unleashed the earth-style, fish from the ground. Yesterday, Asuma had departed early with Obito, unaware that Ling Feng possessed a far greater repertoire of ninjutsu. In their minds, they believed Ling Feng only knew the fire-style, great fireball technique. Little did they know, Ling Feng's abilities far exceeded those of anyone in this world. He simply did not wish to reveal too much at the moment. Otherwise, he could have employed a myriad of combinations to deal with Asuma. In an instant, The range of fish from the ground enveloped both himself and Asuma. What? The release range of fish from the ground can be this vast? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was the result of Lingfeng consuming 3 whole bottles of chakra potions. He quickly downed the remaining 2 bottles to prepare for the upcoming actions. As the fish from the ground activated, Lingfeng felt a surge of energy, transforming into yellow earth and subsequently appearing before Asuma. All 20 explosive tags adhered precisely to Asuma's body. Witnessing this, the hearts of all present raced with trepidation, especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could scarcely contain his urge to scream. Regardless of everything, that was his son. Minato Namikaze, observing this, was equally anxious, readying his body flicker technique to intervene at a moment's notice. Give me an explosion. Bang, bang, bang. In that very moment, the explosive tags detonated simultaneously. A thick cloud of smoke billowed across the arena, accompanied by crackling flames that startled the 5-year-old classmates. Ding! Gained 68 points. However, Lingfeng did not share in the previous elation. The reason was simple. Minato Namikaze had intervened, pulling Asuma back from the brink of death. Although Minato had acted swiftly, Lingfeng's activation of the explosive tags had been too rapid. Thus, when Asuma was extracted, he bore multiple charred patches on his body, but at least he was alive. Lingfeng, you were too harsh. Cradling Asuma, Minato approached Lingfeng and said. Lingfeng merely replied coolly, it was merely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Upon hearing this, Minato was rendered speechless. This matter concluded here, with Asuma temporarily suspended from school for a week. With that, Minato departed with Asuma. Lingfeng turned, and the 3rd Hokage had also vanished. Clearly, they needed to hasten to treat Asuma's injuries. Lingfeng remained expressionless, unconcerned about any potential repercussions from this incident. The 3rd Great Ninja War was imminent. Others may be unaware, but the higher-ups of Konoha, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, understood the gravity of the situation. Konoha required a plethora of talent. Hence, Lingfeng harbored no worries about facing severe consequences for his actions. Compared to the injury of a mere underperformer, Lingfeng believed his own sentiments were far more deserving of protection. Once Asuma exited, the arena fell into silence. Following a brief pause, the classmates erupted into cheers. So cool. Lingfeng is incredibly awesome. What was that earth style just now? So dazzling. The instructor, realizing the need to redirect the focus, quickly urged the students to continue their matches. Soon, the one-on-one battles concluded. The next phase was a team round-robin battle. The teams took their positions, preparing to commence. Lingfeng glanced at the silent Obito and could not help but sneer, stepping forward. I will go first. Seeing Lingfeng step out, the opposing team was momentarily bewildered. This was a major boss. How could they fight him? Lingfeng-kun, you must have exhausted a significant amount of chakra just now. It would be wise not to engage further. Yes, and without Asuma, we can still manage. Right? Lingfeng-kun, please take a break. The girls were genuinely concerned for Lingfeng. Lingfeng smiled slightly and replied, no worries. I'm perfectly fine. With that, he turned his gaze toward Obito. It's your turn. You must have prepared something as well. Upon hearing Lingfeng's words, Obito's expression hardened. Lingfeng then noticed that Obito's hand was concealed within his sleeve, clearly indicating he had a hidden card up his sleeve. Obito, if you have the courage, step out and face me. Lingfeng understood that the items they brought were certainly not something his teammates could handle, so he had to take the initiative, otherwise someone might get hurt in his stead. With Lingfeng calling him out, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to step forward. Lingfeng, you are too arrogant. Surely, the previous battle must have drained your chakra, so I shall not hold back. Obito glared at Lingfeng, his expression resolute, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. Chapter 12. I challenge you all. Lingfeng shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, feel free to attack. From this moment on, if I take a step back, consider it a defeat. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly inciting the ire of the boys from Uchiha Obito's team, who were seething with indignation. Was he truly dismissing them so easily? Even if they lacked Lingfeng's prowess, they were engaged in a wheel battle. One could not prevail, but surely a group could. Moreover, Ling Feng's side consisted solely of female members, lacking the combat prowess to rival an all-male team. Did he truly believe he could take them all on single-handedly? Little did they know, Ling Feng had already anticipated their thoughts with clarity. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he boldly announced, "I am aware of your dissatisfaction. So I shall remind you, while your team is still intact, let us engage together." Upon hearing this, the opponents erupted in outrage. "Humph, Ling Feng, do not overestimate yourself. Do you think we are easy prey? I refuse to believe that so many cannot defeat you. Just wait until I flatten you." The training instructor, sensing the brewing storm, inwardly lamented the situation. What has become of this generation? They are all so ruthless. The instructor was already on edge due to Asuma's injury. Any further incident could lead to dire consequences for him. Just moments later, Ling Feng was set to challenge an entire team, transforming a straightforward will battle into a chaotic brawl. Should the school catch wind of this, would he still have a job? Hey, this is a wheel battle. You must not engage all at once," the instructor shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the youthful clamor. Ling Feng had roused the collective ire of the students, and it was beyond the instructor's control. In the world of ninjas, aside from fundamental theoretical knowledge, it was all about genuine combat. These youths were easily provoked. In truth, Ling Feng need not have escalated things this way. He merely needed to battle libido. There was no need to involve his classmates in such chaos. Yet, he noticed someone observing him from a distance. It was undoubtedly a member sent by the third Hokage, likely an Anbu operative. Ling Feng discerned the third's intentions to gauge his true strength. Should he prove to be a genius like Kakashi, today's events would be overlooked. But other decisions would surely follow. There was no way to pretend that nothing had occurred. Conversely, if he were not as formidable, troubles would soon come knocking. The third Hokage would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his dignity. After all, it was his son who had been bested in front of him. Though he might not voice his discomfort, it was evident that the third would feel aggrieved. Ultimately, all are human, and every living being harbors selfish emotions and cares about their reputation, especially a Hokage. With this understanding, Ling Feng decided to go all out. "You wish to witness my true capabilities? Very well, prepare to be astounded. System, expend 100 points to exchange for basic Byakugan. System, expend 100 points to exchange for basic Sage Body." Before causing a ruckus, Ling Feng gritted his teeth and spent 200 points to acquire a Bloodline Limit and a Sage Body. Both were basic versions. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, they sufficed for dealing with this group of children. Naturally, they would be enough to leave the observing Anbu members slack-jawed. Success. Byakugan activated. First time user detected. Granting a limited time experience of basic Byakugan for 1 hour. Success. Sage Body activated. First time user detected. Granting a limited time experience of basic Sage Body for 1 hour. At this, Ling Feng smiled. The system was indeed a timely boon. Both the basic Byakugan and Sage Body could fulfill their intended roles, albeit with effects that were not particularly pronounced. The term basic implied a level above the foundational, naturally yielding more noticeable results. The Byakugan would enable him to observe the movements and whereabouts of his adversaries, while the Sage Body would grant him enhanced vitality and life force. During the impending group battle, Ling Feng could not guarantee he would have the opportunity to consume chakra potions, so he opted for the Sage Body to prolong his endurance, thus ensuring more chances to utilize chakra potions. With the system providing a beginner version, the effects would undoubtedly be elevated. Consequently, this would result in an overwhelmingly one-sided massacre. Even if the training instructor intervened, it would be akin to a gift. Ling Feng had no fear, even if several Anbu Jonin were to join the fray. After expending 200 points, he was left with 54. Ling Feng perused the exchange shop, finding options for basic Kunai, basic Shuriken, and basic chakra potions, along with explosive tags. With these items, he could freely showcase his skills. There were also ninjutsu scrolls, albeit at a slightly higher cost. C-rank scrolls for 5 points, B-rank for 50 points, and A-rank for 100 points. However, the latter had a note indicating they could be used 5 times without cooldown. This made the price seem reasonable, as one could employ the scroll 5 times without delay, essentially a game-breaking feature. Imagine wielding a ninjutsu scroll and unleashing a tenfold barrage to onlookers. It would appear as instantaneous casting. Ling Feng could already envision the astonished expressions on their faces, although his points were insufficient at present. A brief display would surely yield more. With everything in place, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Hinata Kurenai and Yamanaka Rin finally grasped the situation. They were taken aback by the boys' fervent display. Ling Feng-kun, we should leave quickly. Yes, there are so many of them. The other girls trembled, their faces pale with fear. They had never witnessed such a frightening scene. However, Ling Feng grasped the hands of the two girls and smiled gently. No need to run. Do you both trust me? Gazing at Ling Feng's youthful yet resolute face, coupled with the depth in his eyes, Kurenai and Rin were momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts brimmed with courage. Where did this bravery stem from? Was it from Ling Feng's warm hands, or his captivating gaze? They couldn't pinpoint an answer. Yet their hearts had made a choice. Ling Feng-kun, I am willing to trust you. Indeed, I trust you too. Under their lead, all the girls gradually steadied their resolve, declaring in unison, Ling Feng-kun, we are willing to stand by your side. In that moment, their youthful voices harmonized, pledging their support to Ling Feng. Chapter 13, What is Genius? However, this scene did not escape the gaze of the boys across the way, their eyes reddening in response. They say rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows, yet here you are, consuming it all in one go. How can one endure this? Uchiha Obito, witnessing Lin's infatuated gaze towards Ling Feng, felt a surge of rage and stepped forward, shouting, Ling Feng, prepare to meet your end. Seeing this, Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, positioning himself protectively in front of the girls. Step back. Do not become collateral damage. Thus, under Obito's leadership, chaos erupted. The training instructor was taken aback, unable to believe that the worst outcome had transpired. Once he regained his composure, he hurried off to seek assistance from other teachers. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of students, he could not manage alone. After the instructor's departure, Ling Feng made his move. Faced with a multitude of classmates, his expression remained impassive, showing no intention of holding back. Anyone daring to challenge him deserved to suffer. In any case, he had no qualms about leaving them battered and bruised. Let us go. A throng of students lunged at Ling Feng, their fists raining down. Earth release, fish in the ground. Ling Feng wasted no time, unleashing an earth-based shadow clone technique. This method proved far superior, allowing for unlimited displacement within the area. With a series of thuds, each time Ling Feng vanished from one spot to reappear elsewhere, a student would soar into the air, crashing down heavily, their faces bearing the marks of the encounter. Kakashi stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. He had intended to challenge Ling Feng, but never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. Suddenly, Ling Feng materialized before him. Help me out. Huh. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Despite his aloof demeanor, he felt somewhat flustered in Ling Feng's presence. His so-called coolness was merely a facade, a result of being superior to others, which often left newcomers hesitant to approach. Yet, Ling Feng's prowess overshadowed Kakashi, rendering him an outsider. You wish to challenge me, correct? Here lies your opportunity. Lead them against me. Find a way to defeat me. After speaking, Ling Feng transformed into a mass of earth, relocating himself to a new position. Thud, thud, thud. He sent two more students flying before returning to Kakashi's side. What say you? This time, Kakashi nodded, responding, I will give it my all. Thank you. With those simple words, Ling Feng vanished again, continuing his rampage. Although Kakashi found Ling Feng's actions perplexing and deemed him excessively arrogant, he complied. Having witnessed Ling Feng's capabilities against 3ch Nin from the Mist Village, he understood the depth of Ling Feng's strength. Yet, he yearned to gauge just how formidable Ling Feng truly was. Everyone, gather. As Ling Feng disappeared once more, Kakashi's commanding voice resonated, firm and resolute, causing those who heard him to instinctively flinch and assemble. In their minds, Kakashi remained the prodigy of Konoha. The fish in the ground technique is agile, but with our numbers, if we concentrate and attack from all directions simultaneously, Ling Feng will have nowhere to escape. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, The student's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. Surely with so many of them, they could capture one elusive fish. Thus, a newfound unity blossomed among them. Even Uchiha Obito, who had intended to impress Lin, was taken aback. Is this truly the genius Kakashi of Konoha? He effortlessly discerned the strategy to counter the fish in the ground technique. There was nothing left to do but endure. As long as Ling Feng could be humbled, the theatrics could wait. After all, Lin was watching. Unbeknownst to them, Lin's attention had been solely focused on Ling Feng from the very beginning, leaving little room for concern about Obito. Ling Feng, upon hearing Kakashi's countermeasure, couldn't help but admire the brilliance of his strategy, truly remarkable and spot on. Alas, such optimism was rather naive. Just when everyone believed they would finally land a hit on Ling Feng, he vanished from the range of the fish in the ground technique. Kakashi was taken aback, realization dawning upon him. What? Fish in the ground combined with body flicker technique. He first exploited the outer edge of the technique, then used body flicker as he appeared, moving faster than his adversaries. Indeed, among this crowd, you stand out. Ling Feng now stood beyond the range, casting a knowing smile at Kakashi. True talent deserves recognition. There was no need to diminish it. Yet, no one could rival Ling Feng's prowess. But you are still far beneath me. Kakashi clenched his fists, a rush of fighting spirit surging within him. It had been ages since he encountered such a formidable opponent. He had believed no one in his generation could compel him to take them seriously. Yet now, an even more profound contender had emerged. Let us collaborate. Do not allow Ling Feng any advantage. Kakashi, uncertain of Ling Feng and Appo's next move, gathered the remaining students who still possessed fighting spirit, preparing for whatever might come. Meanwhile, Ling Feng chuckled. All of you, wary of me? How amusing. With your collective strength, how could you possibly hinder me? Activate Sage Mode. Byakugan, engage. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, executing another body flicker technique, instantly appearing before Kakashi. Capture the king first. If Kakashi falls, the morale of his troops will shatter. Kakashi was astonished. He had not anticipated Ling Feng would target him first while still having over 20 students remaining. What audacity! In the shadows, an elite member of the Umbu, observing intently, was left speechless. What sort of tactics are these? At such a tender age, mastering a B-rank earth release technique is undeniably impressive. But how much chakra do you have left? A ninja devoid of chakra is essentially rendered powerless unless their physical prowess is extraordinary. Just as the Umbu elite pondered this, a clear command echoed. Taijutsu, Lotus Blossom. Boom. The elite's mind exploded in disbelief. What? A 5-year-old child, whose body is not yet fully developed, has mastered the Lotus Blossom? How could this possibly affect your opponent, Might Guy? If the intel is accurate, this should be a technique exclusive to Might Guy's father. How could you, having not even mastered it, wield it so effortlessly? Chapter 14. Activation of the task. The shock was not confined to the elite of the Umbu, but also extended to Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi, who had assumed victory was assured, found his confidence shattered by a single display of skill. Though he was indeed hailed as a genius ninja, he was still merely 5 years old. However, Ling Feng, having unlocked the Sage Mode, unleashed physical prowess that reached the level of a Jonin. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi was sent flying, landing awkwardly and filled with frustration. That kick had injured him. While it was not a debilitating blow, it would undoubtedly influence the ensuing battle. As for Might Guy, he stood there, dumbfounded. Was this not a family technique? How could Ling Feng also execute it? Could it be that he had an unrecognized brother, with their father choosing to shield his emotions and never revealing the truth? Otherwise, how could one explain this phenomenon? As Might Guy's thoughts spiraled into absurdity, Ling Feng showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to charge into the fray, wreaking havoc. Thanks to the Byakugan, Ling Feng was unconcerned by the overwhelming numbers against him. And with Sage Mode enhancing his abilities, he was equally untroubled by fatigue. The children around him may not have comprehended the situation, but the observing Umbu elites were acutely aware of what was transpiring. Since the basic Byakugan was a gift from the system, Ling Feng opted to conceal it, appearing to outsiders as an ordinary person. Consequently, the Umbu elites could only discern his Sage Mode. Yet, that singular trait was more than sufficient. A 5-year-old child possessing Sage Mode would surely astonish the entire ninja world if word got out. This was monumental news that warranted an immediate report to the third Hokage. Konoha Village was poised to witness the emergence of an extraordinary genius. However, the Umbu elite remained composed. Their mission was to observe Ling Feng and discern his capabilities. Despite his already formidable performance, the battle was far from over. The Umbu elite began to anticipate just how powerful Ling Feng truly was. Bang! 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 The number of those still standing dwindled rapidly. With the aid of the Byakugan, Ling Feng navigated through the chaos, untouched by any attack. No assault could graze even the hem of his clothing, and the Umbu elites were keenly aware of this. If Sage Mode was Ling Feng's foundation for enduring such prolonged combat, then what empowered him to engage with these opponents without relying on any ninjutsu, solely through physical technique? Could it be that Ling Feng had activated some form of enhancement ninjutsu that they were unaware of? With such questions swirling, the Umbu elite continued to observe. At that moment, only 2 individuals remained in the arena, Uchiha Obito and the somewhat dazed Might Guy. As for Kakashi, he was seated on the ground, having twisted his ankle during yet another assault. This was a rather absurd predicament for someone lauded as a genius ninja, unable to continue fighting due to a mere ankle sprain. Such a revelation would surely invite ridicule. Yet, Kakashi had no doubt that the fault lay with Ling Feng. Gazing up at Ling Feng, he met the latter's steady gaze, which seemed to convey, "This is where it ends. The next developments are no longer your concern." Indeed, this was the unspoken communication between the strong. No words were necessary, a mere glance sufficed. Thus, Kakashi remained seated, devoid of any desire to continue the fight. The disparity between them had become increasingly apparent through each clash. The stronger Kakashi became, the more acutely he recognized the gap. Consequently, he conceded. Ling Feng turned his attention to Might Guy, signaling that it was time to conclude. After a moment's pause, Might Guy numbly nodded, stepping back. With a decisive stance, he lost the resolve to engage Ling Feng any further. "Fear not. There will be future opportunities. I shall teach you the technique," Ling Feng reassured, knowing that his recent display had utterly dismantled Might Guy's confidence. In truth, the events of the day had rendered Might Guy an innocent bystander. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Might Guy's vacant eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Finally, Ling Feng's gaze fell upon Uchiha Obito, the central figure in this confrontation. The two remained silent, enveloped in stillness. Yet, it was evident from the beads of cold sweat trickling down Obito's forehead that he was anything but at ease. Meanwhile, those defeated classmates instinctively gathered at a distance, forming a perimeter. Although a member of the Uchiha clan, known for their underwhelming performance, no one doubted their lineage's strength. Even if one, like Asuma, were to reveal a powerful tool, it would be entirely understandable. As for Ling Feng, no one could fathom how he had become so formidable. Yet at that moment, no one dared to question his prowess. Ding. Earned 18 points. Ding. Earned 26 points. Ding. Earned 40 points. Indeed, Uchiha Obito's silence spoke volumes. He was overwhelmed. As for Ling Feng, he remained quiet, merely awaiting the system's tally of points. As this fervent battle concluded, Ling Feng amassed a total of 256 points, adding to his previous 54, bringing his grand total to 310 points. The acquisition of 256 points from this encounter had surpassed Ling Feng's expectations. It appeared that the more adversaries present, the greater the rewards. Henceforth, if conditions permitted, he would not shy away from showcasing his abilities. To do so would be to forfeit potential gains. With these 310 points in hand, Ling Feng felt emboldened, even in the face of another Uchiha expert. "You possess the Sharingan? Huh. 100 points, and I too shall wield the Sharingan." Having received his points, it was time to bring this matter to a close. Just as Ling Feng prepared to dispatch Uchiha Obito with a swift and graceful body flicker technique, the system's voice pierced the air. Ding. System task activated. Crush Uchiha Obito. Astonish the Ninja Academy. Reward of 200 points. Ling Feng was taken aback. Why had a new task suddenly activated? Well, This was merely an opportunity for Uchiha Obito to unveil his trump card, was it not? No matter. It was just a slight delay, and the reward of 200 points was hardly a loss. Enough with the games. If you have any tricks left, now is the time to reveal them, or you shall miss your chance, Ling Feng declared, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Uchiha Obito with an air of indifference. At that moment, Uchiha Obito was engulfed in turmoil. He had initially intended to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos, yet Ling Feng's overwhelming strength had dismantled their ranks. With no other recourse, he decided to act. With a fierce shout, Uchiha Obito produced an item concealed within his sleeve. Chapter 15. Is this really a ninjutsu scroll? With a resounding crack, attention was drawn to Uchiha Obito, who had suddenly unveiled a ninjutsu scroll. The sight caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. Although none had wielded such an item, they were all familiar with it, having been taught about it in theory classes. Some powerful ninjas could seal specific ninjutsu within these scrolls, allowing them to unleash techniques during battle without the need for hand seals, achieving instantaneous release. Not only did this reduce chakra consumption, but it also rendered the scrolls precious tools among ninjas. Typically, such ninjutsu scrolls contained at most C-rank techniques. For the higher the rank, the more challenging the creation. Moreover, among techniques of the same rank, the greater the craftsmanship, the more formidable the unleashed power. Thus, the appearance of a ninjutsu scroll sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many would never encounter such a rare item in their lifetimes. It was far more valuable than explosive tags. Ling Feng, observing the scene, felt intrigued. A ninjutsu scroll? It seemed rather entertaining. The exchange shop activated, and Ling Feng began browsing eagerly. Since his opponent had employed a ninjutsu scroll, he could not afford to be outdone. To astonish the audience, he resolved to employ an even more formidable ninjutsu scroll against him. Uchiha Obito smirked coldly, spreading the scroll wide and pressing his palm down with a mighty shout. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, a brilliant and dazzling flame erupted, stretching 7 to 8 meters, far surpassing the typical great fireball technique. It was evident that this was crafted by a master of the Uchiha clan. Such power could not be achieved by mere novices. The great fireball technique enveloped Ling Feng entirely. Waihai Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru gasped, Ling Fengkuin. However, this exclamation only fueled Uchiha Obito's rage further. He concentrated his chakra, amplifying the fireball's might. Nearby, the elite Umbu members sighed, realizing defeat was imminent. They had underestimated him. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and such immense chakra consumption should have deterred him from confronting the attack head-on. Yet, a triumphant and derisive laughter echoed through the air. Everyone was astonished. It was Ling Feng's laughter. Was the power of the ninjutsu scroll crafted by Uchiha that feeble? Truly, too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, 10 identical Ling Fengs materialized, unmistakably revealing the technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu. Nani, the elite Umbu were flabbergasted. Not only was he unharmed, but he also managed to release multiple shadow clones. For even a Sage Mode user, this was a remarkable feat. Could a 5-year-old child really have mastered Sage Mode to such an alarming degree? The elite Umbu members were utterly shattered, their perspectives crumbling like dust, scattering upon the slightest breeze. Ling Feng's current abilities were unattainable under normal circumstances. The reason was simple. He had consumed chakra potions. Ding. Earned 36 points. The sound of points being credited exhilarated Ling Feng further. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom. 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 The 10 Ling Fengs unleashed the earth release. Earth flow wall, forming a massive circle, with the children standing atop the stone walls, a testament to Ling Feng's precise control. The elite Umbu members were now completely dazed, standing frozen, forgetting the need to remain hidden. Staring at the surrounding stone walls, Uchiha Obito stood in shock, his gaze vacant. He could not comprehend why his meticulously prepared great fireball technique had proven utterly ineffective against Ling Feng. At that moment, he was even more puzzled as to why Ling Feng had encircled him. Meanwhile, the instructors who had gone to request reinforcements arrived. 12 instructors, all at the level of Chunin, including 4 Jonin, witnessed the scene on the training field and were instantly drenched in cold sweat. What is happening? When did our training ground transform into this? Fool. It hasn't transformed. It's the Earth release. Earth flow wall. Impossible. Who unleashed 10 Earth flow walls in one go? Is there an enemy attack? The instructor in charge of the practical training could not help but gasp. He had merely gone to seek assistance. How had it escalated to this? Stop guessing. There's no enemy attack. These are all my students. The revelation left the other instructors in shock. No way. One of your students is this powerful? This is almost Jonin level. Look, there are people stuck on those stone walls. One instructor noticed the anomaly, and everyone looked up, only to see a circle of students standing atop the stone walls. The instructor's face drained of color as he recognized them. These are all my students. The other instructors gasped in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. We must rescue them. At that moment, within the encircled area, Ling Feng dispelled the shadow clones and, with a quick flick of his sleeve, produced an item. What? You have a ninjutsu scroll too? Uchiha Obito could hardly believe his eyes. A mere orphan, abandoned and alone. Where could he have acquired a ninjutsu scroll? Watch closely and witness what a true ninjutsu scroll is. With that, Ling Feng leaped high and shouted. Water release, water wave explosion. A powerful torrent surged forth, crashing violently against Uchiha Obito. The elite Umbu raised an eyebrow. Each time Ling Feng struck, he left them in awe. However, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Ling Feng activated 4 ninjutsu scrolls he had purchased with his 200 points, each containing the water release, water wave explosion. It was noteworthy that Ling Feng's ninjutsu scrolls could unleash 5 times in one go. Having purchased 4 scrolls, he could unleash a total of 20 times. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions echoed, the torrent of water crashing relentlessly against the encircled stone wall. And at the center stood Uchiha Obito. The elite Umbu were rendered speechless. The frequency of attacks was relentless and without pause. This Ling Feng was truly a monster among monsters. How was this feat even possible? Once, twice, thrice. It continued until the sound of water finally ceased after 21 consecutive attacks. Was it a ninjutsu scroll? Or was it Ling Feng's instant release of ninjutsu without hand seals? Such distinctions were trivial. What mattered was that this act was unparalleled in the history of the Ninja Academy. Chapter 16. No application needed upon the stone wall. Ling Feng gazed down from his elevated position, the voice of the system resonating in his mind. Ding. You have earned 260 points. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 200 points. A satisfied smile spread across Ling Feng's face as he realized he now possessed a total of 410 points. For him, these points represented the pinnacle of his strength. The more points he acquired, the greater the rewards he could redeem. At that moment, the teachers arrived, executing their teleportation techniques frantically, repeatedly placing the terrified students from the stone wall onto the ground. Eventually, Ling Feng found himself the sole occupant of the wall, encircled by 20 teachers. Ling Feng, what happened to Obito? Shouted the instructor responsible for their class. Ling Feng maintained a mild smile, his gaze fixed on the water-filled interior of the stone wall. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the depths. The instructor recognized it was Obito and quickly summoned colleagues to assist him. As the school day drew to a close, the sky turned a soft yellow, signaling dusk. On the playground, the teachers congregated, brainstorming ways to remove the massive stone wall, eager to restore order, lest the practical courses for other classes be delayed. Ling Feng cast a casual glance at the playground before turning to leave. Reaching the school gate, he noticed a multitude of parents waiting for their children, their numbers significantly higher than usual, reminiscent of the beginning of the school year. The reason was clear. The significant incident at the ninja school had spread. However, due to the orders from the school authorities and the higher-ups in Konoha, the true cause remained undisclosed, igniting speculation throughout the village. Was it an enemy attack? Yet, why was there no alarm? Or was it an unfortunate incident within the school? Perhaps a teacher's misconduct? Such a serious oversight. Yet, no one could fathom that all of this was orchestrated by a mere 5-year-old child. As Ling Feng departed, he noticed the parents of Hinata and Rin had also arrived. He offered no words and simply turned away. They likely wished to converse. But the moment was not conducive to idle chatter. Ling Feng remained unaware of how the third Hokage would address the events of the day. Upon returning home, Ling Feng stood in the center of his room, his expression somewhat somber. "Come out. Don't force me to take action." His voice was icy. He had little tolerance for being followed, and even less for unauthorized intrusions into his sanctuary. In this world, he had no family, and this small haven of less than 10 square meters was his final refuge. Though modest, it was his private domain. With a soft sigh, Minato Namikaze appeared before him. "How did you discover my presence?" Ling Feng set down his backpack and sat on the edge of his bed. From the moment he entered the house, the additional presence was unwelcome. Minato scratched his head in mild exasperation. "You've lived alone since childhood. Don't you desire companionship? Are you planning to move in with me?" Ling Feng replied coolly. The question left Minato momentarily speechless. "No, that is not what I meant." He quickly defended, shaking his head. Ling Feng chuckled. "And you are not a woman. Otherwise, I might consider it." Minato was utterly bewildered. Was this truly a 5-year-old child? Yet, the records were undeniably accurate. Ling Feng had grown up in Konoha, never having associated with any peculiar individuals. "If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, please leave. I need to rest," Ling Feng stated flatly, causing Minato to adopt a more serious demeanor. This child was inscrutable. "Actually, I have no urgent matters. I merely wanted to remind you to apologize to Asuma and Obito when you get the chance," Minato said after a brief silence. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng rose and opened the door. "I need to rest." Minato was taken aback. This child truly did not regard him seriously. "Very well, then you shall bear the consequences." Watching Minato storm off in frustration, Ling Feng could not help but smile. Apologize? What a ridiculous notion. Allowing them to live was already a significant concession. As for the repercussions, he found himself rather looking forward to them. In this world, one's rise to prominence invariably trampled over countless bones, be they foes or allies. Anyone who opposed him would merely be another among the many. After Minato departed, Ling Feng had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he commenced his training for the night. With the sage body and divine-level talents, he felt compelled to exert himself even more. Meanwhile, Minato stood atop a high building, gazing back at the small dwelling. The continuous fluctuations of chakra emanating from within weighed heavily on his heart. This boy was destined to become the most formidable genius in Konoha's history. But how could such immense power be controlled? Another sigh escaped Minato as he vanished. "Ding! You have earned 10 points." Ling Feng smiled. Receiving praise from a figure of Minato's caliber was indeed rewarding. His total now stood at 420 points. He glanced at the exchange shop, noting that the initial white eyes and sage body required 500 points, the intermediate level 5,000, and the advanced level 50,000. With just 80 more points, he could redeem the basic version. As for what to exchange, that would depend on the circumstances. In any case, he resolved to leave the ninja school as soon as possible. The rate of earning points within the school was excruciatingly slow. He even found himself wishing for the imminent outbreak of the Ninja World War. It was bound to come sooner or later, and the earlier it arrived, the sooner it would conclude. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. The following morning, after a brief wash, Ling Feng prepared a pancake for himself before stepping outside. To his surprise, he encountered Kakashi at the entrance. Ling Feng recognized that, like him, Kakashi was also an orphan. With the recent turmoil at the school, parents were understandably anxious, and it seemed Hinata and Rin might not visit for a while. Kakashi, at a loss for words, offered a simple remark. Ling Feng chuckled. "While it's understandable for them to wait at my door, your presence here puzzles me. Are you, perhaps?" Kakashi's expression stiffened, and he waved his hands vigorously. "Of course not. I'm here to discuss my thoughts with you." "Go ahead," Ling Feng replied, having merely jested. "I plan to apply for early graduation. I've learned all I can at this school," Kakashi stated. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I'll apply with you." Thus, the two made their way to the school, where they informed their homeroom teacher of their intentions during the morning assembly. The class was taken aback. Had they not just begun their first year? Applying for early graduation already? The homeroom teacher glanced at Ling Feng with a knowing look and remarked, "Ling Feng, you need not apply." Chapter 17. The temptation of the third generation, what? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, while Kakashi beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. I say, Ling Feng, there is no need for an application. The school has already issued a notification. As long as you wish to graduate, you may leave at any time. Here are your graduation certificate and the Jinin headband, all prepared. With that, the homeroom teacher produced a box and opened it, revealing the headband and certificate designated for Ling Feng. Kakashi, witnessing this, was taken aback. Was this the treatment afforded to a genius? The classmates erupted in exclamations. Normally, the path to graduation from the Ninja Academy spanned at least 6 years. Thus, apart from a select few endowed with exceptional talent, the majority would require a minimum of 6 years to obtain such accolades. Yet, for Ling Feng, it was merely a matter of words. Graduation? Is it merely a matter of speaking? Ding. Earned 40 points. The envy of others triggered another point acquisition. However, Ling Feng frowned, not appearing particularly elated. He understood that this was undoubtedly the intention of the third Hokage. Would the school dare to prepare his graduation documents without his consent? This old man would not easily let him off the hook. He was aware that the visit from Minato Namikaze the previous night was well-intentioned. Yet Ling Feng felt no need for it. Thank you, teacher. Regaining his composure, Ling Feng extended his hands to accept the box, confirming his intention to graduate ahead of schedule. The homeroom teacher then turned to Kakashi, stating, I will relay your application to the school. Should it be approved, an assessment will be conducted next week. Ling Feng chose to depart. Having graduated, there was little left to linger over. Moreover, he harbored a suspicion. Upon exiting the classroom, Ling Feng glanced at the open space nearby. And in the next moment, the third Hokage appeared, accompanied by Minato Namikaze. Noticing the graduation certificate and headband in Ling Feng's possession, the third Hokage smiled, a clear indication that these items were indeed his preparations. Minato, observing this scene, sighed softly, evidently discontent with the situation. Perhaps having spent considerable time alongside the third Hokage, Minato understood the nature of the man. But Ling Feng remained undaunted. Ling Feng, your performance has been exceptional, and your choices please me greatly. The third Hokage beamed, displaying his characteristic serene smile. Yet, Ling Feng recognized that the third Hokage was a cunning strategist, a man shaped by the trials of war. One could not be swayed by mere appearances. Thank you for your praise, Lord Third, but you ought to commend your son. Were it not for him, I might not have had the opportunity to excel. Ling Feng responded with a smile, one that radiated innocence, more infectious than the third Hokage's weathered visage. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the third Hokage's smile faltered, and Minato's expression grew grave, his eyes signaling caution to Ling Feng. Child, mind your words. You are being overly presumptuous. Yet Ling Feng chose to disregard the warning, continuing, it is a pity he is not here. Otherwise, I would personally express my gratitude. Without him, I would not have received your commendation, Lord Third. The third Hokage fell silent for a long moment, inhaling deeply to suppress his rising ire, his eyes remaining inscrutably deep, betraying no emotion. He recalled the report from the Umbu elite he had dispatched to monitor Ling Feng, and a plan began to crystallize in his mind. Excellent. You have demonstrated the qualities befitting a ninja, no cowardice, only courage. This is the mark of a worthy Konoha ninja. Asuma should learn from you. I will ensure he regards you as a role model. The third Hokage's tone shifted to one of solemnity, realizing that communicating with a 5-year-old child was not a trivial matter. I welcome any challenges he may present. I am eager to engage in a spar, Ling Feng stated, his smile concealing a deeper meaning. However, regarding the Uchiha clan, I fear it may not be prudent for me to speak, the third Hokage said, narrowing his eyes. At this, Minato was taken aback, astonished by Ling Feng's directness. Ling Feng, however, was unperturbed, having anticipated that the third Hokage would invoke the Uchiha clan when left without a retort. Shrugging nonchalantly, he replied, if their members employ ninja scrolls and practice battles, then I shall do the same. Is there a problem with that? The third Hokage fell silent, scrutinizing Ling Feng, attempting to discern something, yet ultimately gleaning nothing. You are a clever child, aware of my implications, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Then, Lord Third, you must also comprehend my meaning. If you do not, allow me to clarify. The Uchiha clan is formidable, yet at present, they should be preoccupied with their own survival. For a mere underperformer, it is hardly worth the effort. Ling Feng was intimately familiar with the significant events within the world of ninjas, past and future. No one understood them better than he. This was merely a prelude to the impending ninja world war, wherein Konoha's leadership would conspire with the Anbu to suppress the Uchiha clan and seize control of their power. The third Hokage could be considered the orchestrator of this monumental event, rendering Ling Feng's insights painfully clear to him. Indeed, as Ling Feng concluded his statement, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Earned 20 points. Ah, the thrill of acquiring points is truly delightful. The third Hokage, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a sudden surge of restlessness within. Minato, perplexed, glanced at the third Hokage, seeking to uncover any sign of sentiment, yet found none. What a cunning old fox. Such a crucial matter could not possibly slip from his grasp. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak truthfully. Uchiha Obito's conduct has been less than satisfactory. Likely, the Uchiha clan would hesitate to act against you for his sake. Regardless, your approach was rather excessive. One ought not to be so harsh with classmates. As he spoke, the third Hokage unexpectedly began to admonish Ling Feng. Yes, Lord Third is correct, Ling Feng nodded in response. Yet his smile only intensified. The third Hokage's demeanor signified the conclusion of his probing, while Ling Feng subtly conveyed his own significance. This encounter served as a mutual test, an exchange of veiled meanings. What began as an offensive from the third Hokage morphed into a defensive stance from him, culminating in Ling Feng's triumph. Chapter 18. A warning from the Uchiha. The third Hokage departed, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Feng before leaving behind a phrase. You are a person worthy of great trust, yet presently, you do not merit a substantial investment. After the third's departure, Minato Namikaze approached Ling Feng. If you have any concerns, feel free to seek me out. Ling Feng replied with a faint smile. You seem intent on fostering a closer relationship between us. The third Hokage, with an overarching view, cannot afford to be overly concerned with personal sentiments, but I can. You are a commendable young man, though your heart seems a bit too cold. It was evident that Minato genuinely wished to look after Ling Feng. Yet Ling Feng felt no such need. Shaking his head, Ling Feng turned towards the school gate, casually remarking, if you require a compliant companion, consider seeking Kakashi. He would be the most fitting choice. As Ling Feng's figure receded into the distance, a tempest of emotions surged within Minato. The reason was simple. Prior to encountering Ling Feng, Kakashi had been his preferred candidate. Ling Feng understood Minato's thoughts well, for he was familiar with this narrative. Exine Junai was nearing childbirth, and the child within her womb was none other than Naruto. It seemed that time was drawing near. Rubbing his temples, Ling Feng realized he needed to swiftly enhance his score. As of now, his points had reached 430, coupled with the rewards he had already obtained. His overall strength had ascended to the rank of a Jonin. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Beyond Jonin lay the elite Jonin, and above that, the Hokage level. However, there existed a chasm between these two realms. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance. His strength transcended the Hokage level, and the distance to reach that pinnacle appeared but a single step away. However, in actual combat, he could effortlessly dominate all 5 Kage without breaking a sweat. Ling Feng comprehended the significance of the third's parting words. Undoubtedly, he was considering the unresolved troubles surrounding the Uchiha clan, and thus refrained from assigning Ling Feng any tasks. After all, despite Ling Feng's formidable abilities, his current display of strength was insufficient to confront the Uchiha clan head-on. A prodigious youth against an immensely powerful clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, from the perspective of Hokage, would undoubtedly favor the Uchiha clan. Ling Feng understood this well. It appeared that the next troublemaker would inevitably be a member of the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, this did not deter Ling Feng from accepting a B-rank mission. The task involved escorting a carpenter to another village for work, with modest remuneration. Do not inquire why such a task was accepted. It was simply due to Ling Feng's status as a genin, as higher-ranked missions were unattainable for him. Thus, he had to complete several lower-tier tasks before advancing to higher ones. A week passed, and Ling Feng's available mission rank successfully escalated from B rank to A rank. One day, as he prepared to accept a new task, he noticed a highly lucrative A rank mission, which merely required retrieving a headband from a dense forest surrounding the village. The nature of this task was decidedly enigmatic. How could a mere headband warrant an A rank designation? Nevertheless, aware of the potential dangers, Ling Feng recognized that this might be the opportunity he had been awaiting. Accepting the task, Ling Feng set forth towards the forest. Though it lay some distance from the village, it was still within its territorial limits. Upon arriving at the destination, he found the eerie silence unsettling. Typically, such a forest would teem with wildlife, yet he encountered no signs of animal activity throughout his journey. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by rustling sounds, and 10 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Ling Feng could not help but laugh. To deal with a mere 5-year-old child, you require such a multitude? The leader stepped forward, confronting Ling Feng. I didn't expect you to actually come. I thought you would see through this clumsy trap. Hostility was palpable in his demeanor. Ling Feng crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. And what if I did? If you wish to play, then I shall gladly join you. How shall I address you? Uchiha, fellows? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the black-clad figures instinctively recoiled a step. Ding! You have gained 20 points. Indeed, these individuals were members of the Uchiha clan. Humph. No wonder this little brat has garnered the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Quite impressive. But alas, you shine too brightly. A child like you is filled with boundless potential. Yet since Lord Madara's demise, the Uchiha clan has not produced anyone who could rival you. However, the representation of Konoha is adequately fulfilled by the Uchiha clan alone. Even the once grand Senju clan must inevitably fade, let alone a brash child like you. When you disregard the Uchiha clan's face and act ruthlessly, you must have anticipated this outcome. With that, the leader slowly drew his blade. I merely intended to teach you a lesson. However, regrettably, your performance has instilled a sense of unease within me, and thus, you must perish here. Upon the leader's decree, the others swiftly brandished their weapons, evidently resolved to eliminate Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his expression calm, and he erupted into hearty laughter, leaving his adversaries bewildered. Ah, I now comprehend why there are those who wish to eradicate your Uchiha clan. Indeed, your family is formidable, having contributed numerous exceptional ninjas to Konoha. Yet it is also you who embody the most audacious and arrogant side of Konoha. Konoha has never belonged solely to your Uchiha clan. As Ling Feng pronounced the final word, his tone surged, and a terrifying aura erupted forth, instilling fear within the hearts of all present. Ding! You have gained 30 points. Scoundrel! All of you attack. This boy must not be spared. The leader of the Uchiha barked, charging at Ling Feng, with the others following suit, weapons raised. Ling Feng coldly smirked and extended his hand. System. Spend 50 points to exchange for a beginner's katana. Ding. The beginner's katana has been exchanged. In the next moment, a gleaming katana appeared in Ling Feng's grasp, crackling with a layer of lightning chakra. What? He possesses lightning chakra as well. This information is erroneous. Wasn't he supposed to have fire, earth, and water chakra? How could he possess 4 types of chakra? The Uchiha members, witnessing this, erupted in panic. Chapter 19. Acquiring the Sharingan Ding. Earned 20 points. Ling Feng smirked coldly, showing no intention of granting his adversaries a moment's respite, as he swung his katana with precision. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, and with the enhancement of the sage body, Ling Feng's close-quarters combat prowess was significantly elevated. Unfortunately, the effects of the basic sage body had waned. Otherwise, his power would have been even greater. Yet, the enveloping thunderous chakra was sufficient to cause them considerable distress. The contact between their weapons allowed the lightning chakra to transmit, inducing paralysis in his foes. Thus, the longer they fought, the more Ling Feng gained the upper hand. Through combat, Ling Feng discerned their overall strength. Apart from the leader, who possessed the skill of a jonin, the others were merely chunin. However, As members of the Uchiha clan, their bloodline limits granted them innate talents superior to those of ordinary Chunin and Jonin. Nevertheless, this posed no concern for Ling Feng. He was not one to fear attrition. With chakra potions at his disposal, exhaustion was a trivial matter. "Captain, how can this kid still have so much chakra after all this time?" One of the men exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, I've noticed his chakra remains constantly enveloping his blade, never ceasing. Continuing like this is decidedly unfavorable for us." The leader, hearing their remarks, grew increasingly anxious. As the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations, he had imagined that 10 men could easily handle a mere child. Yet the reality was proving to be quite the contrary. "Gather together and prepare to cast your jutsu." Yes. Soon, Ling Feng observed the enemy forming a surrounding formation. Yet no one dared to strike. "Oh, are you preparing for a grand move?" Ling Feng chuckled. Ninjutsu was his forte. "Humph, don't be too arrogant, child." Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball hurtled towards Ling Feng. He smirked, countering with a water style technique. Water style, water burst wave. The torrent of water extinguished the fireball effortlessly. However, the very next moment, another fire technique was unleashed. Ling Feng retaliated with another water technique, followed by an even more powerful earth style. Thus commenced a relentless exchange, as the 10 adversaries unleashed their techniques one after another, forcing Ling Feng to respond in kind. He realized their strategy relied on attrition to deplete his chakra. Little did they know, as long as he accrued points, his chakra would remain inexhaustible. After several rounds, it was his opponents who were left panting and weary, while Ling Feng stood upright, as if utterly unfazed, not even a hint of fatigue to be found. What a joke! Do they think they can defeat me with such rudimentary tactics? They underestimate me, Ling Feng thought. If you're struggling, allow me to broaden your horizons. Wind style, great tornado. Whoosh. The formation of the enemies was scattered, their ranks thrown into disarray by the sudden whirlwind. The leader stood dumbfounded, having envisioned numerous scenarios of Ling Feng begging for mercy, but never anticipated this outcome. Most astonishingly, Ling Feng had even employed wind style. Is there truly someone capable of mastering all elemental ninjutsu in this world? No, he hasn't even used wood style yet. Yes, wood style. He cannot possibly wield it. The thoughts echoed in their minds. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Feng slowly formed hand seals, deliberately slow, allowing everyone to witness clearly. Despair washed over them, for this was unmistakably the beginning of a wood style technique. Boom. Wood style, 4 pillars prison. For colossal wooden pillars rose, ensnaring the enemies within. As for the leader, Ling Feng had deliberately released him from the confines. "You are a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Come forth and let me witness your true prowess." Ling Feng's gaze bore a fervent combat spirit. Yet before Ling Feng, none could maintain their courage to fight. Even the Jonin of the Uchiha was no exception. "What's the matter? Afraid to make a move?" Ling Feng's smile was devilish. He then formed seals once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. This time, Ling Feng's target was those trapped within the prison. Agonizing cries erupted from the confines. The leader's teeth ground together in fury. "These are my kin. You monster. What have you done?" Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Just lending you a hand, and soon enough, others will do the same to you." In his memories, the Uchiha clan faced a devastating purge, culminating in their near annihilation by Konoha, leaving only Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Tragedy was destined to befall the Uchiha clan. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, with Ling Feng's arrival, perhaps a turning point could be on the horizon. However, it all depended on the Uchiha clan's attitude towards him. Should they show sufficient respect, Ling Feng might contemplate their fate. For the Uchiha clan represented a formidable force he could confidently control. Yet, should they oppose him, he would not show mercy. In this world, the weak were devoured by the strong. Compassion only led to ruin. Are you angry? Good. Show me the true power of the Uchiha. Ling Feng bellowed. A wretched roar erupted from the leader. "I will kill you." Boom. Tears streamed from the leader's eyes as his black pupils vanished, replaced by crimson ones. 2 tomos swirling into existence. Has it finally come? The Sharingan. Ling Feng's excitement surged. He urgently needed to become stronger. Points could be exchanged for an abundance of items and jutsu, yet only through real combat could he truly master their application. Whoosh! The leader struck with blinding speed, far exceeding his previous capabilities. Indeed, the awakening of the Sharingan had significantly augmented his strength. Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, evading the onslaught, and his hand produced a kunai, charging forward once more. Clang! The sounds of their clash resonated in the air. Yet, despite the activation of the Sharingan, the leader could inflict no substantial damage upon Ling Feng. Conversely, Ling Feng found it increasingly challenging to deliver overwhelming strikes. This Sharingan was indeed intriguing. Well then, let me play with it as well. Ding! Activated the basic Sharingan. This time, Ling Feng directly expended 500 points to exchange for the basic Sharingan. However, the foundational Sharingan bore only one tomo, yielding minimal enhancement. It was merely observational and of little utility, needing at least 2 tomo to be effective. Chapter 20. The Wrath of Uchiha. With the activation of the double tomo Sharingan, Ling Feng's perception underwent a profound transformation. Unlike the Byakugan, the double tomo Sharingan possessed the ephemeral abilities of Genjutsu and replication. This unique capability of the Sharingan was beyond the reach of the Byakugan. Typically, the activation of the Sharingan would result in a decline in visual acuity. However, since Ling Feng's Sharingan was acquired through the system, it bore none of these detrimental effects. Moreover, akin to the Byakugan, Ling Feng could choose to conceal his Sharingan at will, thus avoiding unwanted attention. After all, his current strength was still insufficient. If it were discovered that someone outside the Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, suspicion would undoubtedly arise. Boom! The opponent, oblivious to the changes that had transpired on Ling Feng's side, launched another assault. Yet this time, Ling Feng did not retreat an inch, retaliating with the same technique. How is this possible? This is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. How could you use it? Ding! Earned 40 points. Ling Feng chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the Sharingan's replication ability, effortlessly mastering even the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques. Perhaps this was due to the enhancements provided by the system. Regardless, Ling Feng found great satisfaction in wielding such power. Is this truly all you are capable of? Ling Feng gazed down at the injured adversary on the ground, a cold smile adorning his face. Damn brat, I will fight you. The enemy bellowed, abruptly tearing open his clothing to reveal explosive tags affixed to his chest. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! How cautious are these people? He had not anticipated that they would prepare so many explosive tags just to deal with him. However, it was fortunate that he had already exchanged for the basic Sharingan. Otherwise, this encounter could have proven troublesome. After all, this opponent was not a simpleton like Asuma. As a Jonin, his capabilities were formidable. Unfortunately, your speed is far too lacking. Just as the enemy prepared to activate the explosive tags, Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, appearing before the foe in an instant. Their eyes locked. What a terrifying gaze. The enemy, transfixed by Ling Feng's abyss-like eyes, felt a sudden weight in his heart. Rendered momentarily speechless. What kind of gaze is this? It appears so ordinary, yet it emanates such dread. Unbeknownst to him, the Genjutsu of Ling Feng's Sharingan had taken effect. He had simply chosen not to reveal its presence. The Genjutsu is at work? A private resolution. With a soft sigh, Ling Feng turned away, clutching several Uchiha clan headbands in his hand. Behind him, the enemy, ensnared by the Sharingan's illusion, began to walk slowly toward a wooden cage that had been charred black by flames. Inside lay the charred remains of Uchiha clan members. As Ling Feng distanced himself from the battlefield, a tremendous explosion erupted from the enemy's location. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated through the surroundings, startling the birds and beasts of the forest into a frantic retreat. Yet, Ling Feng did not look back, departing with an air of indifference. Soon, someone would undoubtedly discover this place, and they would investigate thoroughly, revealing that all 10 deceased belonged to the Uchiha clan. Thus, an unseen conspiracy would quietly descend upon Konoha. The higher-ups of Konoha would inevitably initiate an inquiry into why 10 Uchiha members, who had not received mission orders, were found near the village, placing the Uchiha clan in a precarious position. Particularly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would begin to pay close attention to the Uchiha clan. Such a situation was inevitable. Ling Feng did not mind hastening its arrival. Upon returning to the village, Ling Feng first visited the mission reception area to deliver the Uchiha clan headbands and collect the reward for the task. Subsequently, he departed. Shortly after, someone arrived at the mission reception to collect the headbands. Ling Feng, concealed in the shadows, witnessed the event unfold. Though the individual was shrouded in a long robe, Ling Feng recognized them as a member of the Uchiha clan. Changes on the horizon for Konoha. Ling Feng chuckled softly before turning toward his residence, now left to await the unfolding events. Indeed, approximately a day later, the atmosphere within Konoha had grown markedly somber. All Uchiha members who were out on missions were summoned back. Even the children who were supposed to attend the ninja academy were asked to stay home. This unusual occurrence sparked much speculation among the villagers of Konoha. Yet, until the final outcome was revealed, no one dared to openly discuss the matter. On that day, Ling Feng rose early to practice in the back mountains. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, prompting him to halt his movements. Your movements are impeccable, and your hand seals are executed swiftly. You truly deserve the title of Konoha's strongest genius of the new generation. The voice of Minato Namikaze echoed. Ling Feng was not surprised by the sudden appearance of Minato. Currently, he was the fastest person in Konoha, bar none. This man, known as the Yellow Flash, possessed remarkable speed, even in the face of death. Yet it is still insufficient. True strength lies in the ability to perform without hand seals, Ling Feng replied after a brief pause, resuming his practice of hand seals. Although the ninjutsu provided by the system enabled him to learn without a teacher, it merely furnished him with the most fundamental elements, such as the correct sequence of hand seals and the most stable release frequency. However, the potency of the same ninjutsu varied significantly depending on the wielder. This distinction lay in the difference between proficiency and inexperience. Ling Feng aspired to be the strongest, necessitating relentless practice. Observing Ling Feng's resolute countenance, Minato couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Already extraordinarily gifted, his dedication and diligence foretold an exceptionally formidable future. After a moment of reflection, Minato recalled the purpose of his visit. Ling Feng, there is something I must discuss with you. Is it regarding the third Hokage's orders? Ling Feng inquired, continuing his training. Minato nodded. Yes, but even if he hadn't sent me, I would have sought you out. This concerns an A-rank mission you undertook a few days ago. Those ninja headbands belong to the Uchiha clan. Ling Feng finally ceased his practice, turning to face Minato. The moment their eyes met, Minato felt an inexplicable shiver run through him. What a terrifyingly profound gaze. How did you know? Because the sudden demise of 10 clan members has incited the Uchiha clan's fury. They have directed all their ire toward you. Chapter 21. The summons of the third Hokage. As Namikaze Minato spoke, his face was etched with concern. The inexplicable scale of death during a time of peace had given rise to various conspiracy theories. The Uchiha clan leader had sought an audience with the third Hokage, and the two had engaged in a lengthy conversation throughout the night, striving to find a resolution to the current predicament. However, the discussions always circled back to one individual. Without a plausible explanation, it seemed inevitable that one would bear the blame. Ling Feng, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Me? Responsible? You should understand that I merely accepted a mission. It was not only an A-rank task, with substantial rewards, but the difficulty described was quite low. Anyone in my position would have taken it. If my mere acceptance of the task is grounds for blame, that would be rather difficult to justify, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Minato nodded silently, acknowledging the validity of Ling Feng's perspective, one that the third Hokage had anticipated. Oh, it appears you were sent by the third Hokage to find me, Ling Feng remarked, his voice tinged with disappointment as he gazed at Minato. The sudden sense of unease that washed over Minato was inexplicable. He found himself gravitating towards Ling Feng's words with unexpected weight. The child's tone was unmistakably laced with disappointment. Yet he pondered why he should attach such significance to it. After all, it was merely the third's directive. Indeed, it is a command from the third Hokage. And I have no choice. Minato attempted to explain. However, Ling Feng shook his head. If this were your own sentiment, I might feel a bit more pleased. What? Minato realized he was feeling an unusual pressure in Ling Feng's presence. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. I believe you would be more suited to the role of Hokage, Ling Feng joked, eliciting a startled reaction from Minato. Ling Feng. Such words should not be taken lightly. Ling Feng laughed heartily. It was merely a jest. Minato, relieved, found himself unable to shake Ling Feng's words from his mind. Ling Feng, there is one more matter. The third Hokage wishes to see you. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. He is quite composed, truly a wily old fox. He should have summoned me sooner instead of using the Uchiha clan to gauge my response. With that, he ventured deeper into the woods to prepare for his physical training. Minato stood momentarily in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend Ling Feng's whimsical musings. Ling Feng, you will go, right? I'll join you after my training. With that, Ling Feng commenced his training, swiftly disappearing from Minato's sight. This child appeared unfazed even by the summons of the third Hokage. One could only wonder how the third would react upon learning of this. Yet, Minato found Ling Feng to be an enigma, an almost omniscient presence, as if he held the keys to all secrets. But he was just a 5-year-old child. Minato shook his head, massaging his aching forehead as he departed. Regardless, having encountered Ling Feng and delivered the news amounted to the completion of his task, and he needed to return to report promptly. At the Hokage building, within the Hokage's exclusive office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engrossed in paperwork when Minato knocked and entered. You were gone quite a while, Sarutobi remarked without lifting his gaze. My apologies. Ling Feng was training in the back mountains, and it took some time to locate him, Minato replied. At this, Sarutobi paused his work and regarded Minato intently. You say this child was training in the back mountains? Has he shown no concern for the village's discussions? Minato shook his head. No, I investigated. 2 days ago, he accepted an A-rank mission, then another B-rank mission the following day. Since then, he has been training without interacting with anyone. Sarutobi furrowed his brow deeply. This child truly is inscrutable. Minato remained silent, yet internally echoed the same sentiment. Indeed, it is quite strange. A 5-year-old displays the demeanor of someone 50, even in the presence of Sarutobi. Minato felt a nervousness he had not encountered when facing Ling Feng. Nevertheless, this suggested that Ling Feng had no connection to the 10 deceased from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he would not be so nonchalant in accepting missions and training alone. Sarutobi analyzed. Indeed, Ling Feng has no family and does not engage in conflicts. He could be a valuable asset for Konoha. We must ensure he is not ensnared in the Uchiha clan's conspiracies. My intention in summoning him is precisely that. I will find a way to address matters concerning the Uchiha, but it is imperative that Ling Feng cooperates with us. Konoha indeed requires talent, but we need those who are obedient. The Uchiha clan's behavior has become increasingly alarming. We cannot continue to prioritize their interests without question. Can we, Minato? As Sarutobi spoke, he rose and approached the window, gazing out at the village, his expression tinged with weariness. Minato, eager to affirm, replied, Yes, I share the same view. Oh, by the way, where is Ling Feng? I have yet to see him. Are you certain you informed him of my summons? Sarutobi, recalling something, turned to look behind Minato but found only emptiness. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Ling Feng mentioned he would come after completing his training task. Sarutobi was taken aback. What? Konoha possesses such audacity? Since I took office as Hokage, every individual has rushed to my summons the moment they heard it. This boy truly has potential. I hope his training tasks are not overly demanding. At last, Ling Feng arrived, though 2 hours had elapsed since Sarutobi's previous remark. Third Hokage, Lord Minato, Ling Feng greeted, bowing slightly as he entered the office. Adhering to basic etiquette at the Hokage building was essential, regardless of the considerable age difference. Observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Minato couldn't help but turn away, his admiration palpable. Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. Saratobi's expression, however, was one of visible displeasure. Ling Feng, your training tasks appear quite extensive. Chapter 22. The invitation to the Umbu. Faced with the slightly angered visage of the third Hokage, Ling Feng responded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, the training curriculum is extensive, so I hope that the next time Lord Third summons me, it can be scheduled for afternoon. Alternatively, an advance appointment would also suffice, as it is Lord Third's summons, and I shall certainly prioritize it. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze broke into a cold sweat, clearly anxious. This must be the first time since the establishment of Konoha that someone dared to speak to the Hokage in such a manner. What was happening? He was the one who called Ling Feng, yet why was he so nervous? Saratobi Hiruzen's chest heaved with barely contained rage. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he managed to suppress his fury. This audacious child is far too presumptuous. Ling Feng, I find your suggestion quite agreeable, Saratobi remarked. Minato was taken aback. This was unexpected. Why was the third agreeing with Ling Feng? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, wondering what this cunning old fox was scheming. Clearing his throat, Saratobi continued, Ling Feng, how do you assess your own abilities? Ling Feng pondered for a moment before replying. I suppose I'm doing all right, though I still have much room for improvement compared to my expectations. Thus, I would like to offer you a proper opportunity for training, Saratobi concluded, producing a scroll and handing it to Ling Feng. Upon opening it, Ling Feng's pupils constricted. This was the Umbu's enrollment document, reminiscent of ancient death warrants. Pressing his handprint would signify consent to all the terms and conditions specified. Although Ling Feng was aware of the narrative within the Hokage's office, this classified document was a first for him. Observing Ling Feng's serious reading of the terms, even Saratobi felt a twinge of anxiety. This child exhibits a maturity beyond his years. Such meticulousness seems excessively cautious, quite at odds with his age. Saratobi glanced at Minato, who shook his head, signaling that he was equally baffled. Ling Feng was an enigma. After a while, Ling Feng finally finished reading. In truth, there was little of consequence. Most were confidentiality clauses, and any breach would result in being classified as a rogue ninja, a grave accusation tantamount to becoming a pariah in Konoha. However, this posed a threat primarily to ordinary Umbu members. For top-tier experts, such threats were nearly ineffectual. For instance, Orochimaru, who would soon choose to defect, would hardly be deterred by a bounty. Strength reigns supreme. Ordinary individuals could not hope to capture such a formidable foe, rendering the pursuit futile. Consequently, Ling Feng set down the scroll and promptly pressed his handprint onto it, without any excessive deliberation. Joining the Umbu was already one of Ling Feng's contemplated options. This decision implied that Ling Feng would be tasked with increasingly difficult missions, facing formidable adversaries, which would greatly aid him in accumulating points. He handed the scroll back to Saratobi, executing the entire sequence of actions seamlessly. Both Saratobi and Minato were astonished. Was this the conduct of a 5-year-old child? No questions, no doubts. Upon reviewing the content, he simply pressed his handprint, as if he were the one extending the invitation rather than being summoned. You have no questions whatsoever? Saratobi's previously stiff face finally displayed movement, forming a rather unsightly smile. Ling Feng shook his head. Isn't it just the Umbu? I have an interest, and Lord Third has a need. It's a win-win situation. Saratobi fell silent. Communicating with Ling Feng was indeed a daunting task. He was the highest authority in Konoha. Yet before this 5-year-old child, Saratobi dared not speak freely, lest Ling Feng see through him. Ling Feng's demeanor was reminiscent of a remarkably mature man, prompting Saratobi to recall his old rival and friend, Shimura Danzo. For a fleeting moment, he almost mistook Ling Feng for an old acquaintance. After a lengthy pause, Saratobi sighed. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and commented, "Your old acquaintance is quite youthful." The remark nearly provoked Saratobi to spew blood in indignation. Lord Third, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Ling Feng declared, preparing to turn away. Saratobi instantly leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "Wait. What? Since you have agreed to join the Umbu, shouldn't you report to them and familiarize yourself with your comrades?" Saratobi suggested. Ling Feng contemplated this and nodded in agreement. acknowledging the merit in the proposal. Finally bidding farewell to Ling Feng, Sarutobi sank back into his chair, weary, resting his forehead in his hand, a frown adorning his features. Minato, do you think allowing Ling Feng to join the Yunbu was the right decision? Minato pondered for a long while before hesitantly responding. I'm not certain, but it might be preferable to let him act independently. At least it will allow him to understand his own stance. With a deep sigh, Sarutobi moved to the window, his expression aging considerably in that moment. I hope so. Konoha has seen many prodigious talents, yet many have also met untimely ends. I can almost sense the scent of war approaching. May Konoha navigate this crisis successfully. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. War? Who will intervene this time? Ling Feng followed an Umbu member to the base, a clandestine organization, perpetually shrouded from sunlight, the atmosphere dark and foreboding, evoking a sense of dread. The Umbu was initially established as an assassination unit by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and gradually evolved into a direct intelligence agency under the Hokage's command. This organization, nourished by countless sacrifices, is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Within this base, murder is a commonplace occurrence. As Ling Feng traversed the Umbu headquarters, the surroundings were eerily desolate, the sound of his footsteps echoing clearly against the hard stone path. Upon reaching the interior, the leading figure abruptly halted. Ling Feng mirrored the action, raising an inquisitive brow. I've heard you're quite capable, single-handedly turning the Ninja Academy upside down, the leader remarked, turning to face Ling Feng, his expression concealed behind a mask. Ling Feng sensed that another individual, eager to assert dominance, was about to confront him. I had thought the Umbu were too busy to notice the commotion outside, Ling Feng retorted coldly, his eyes and expression dripping with sarcasm. Though the man's face remained hidden, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the anger emanating from beneath the mask. Chapter 23. The first mission. Although he was personally invited by the third generation, once here, one could not afford to be so arrogant. A mere 5-year-old child. Did he not understand the concept of respect? The leader spoke, taking a couple of steps towards Ling Feng, attempting to leverage his height to intimidate him. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead, not even sparing the leader a glance. Humph, what an insufferable brat. With that, the leader raised his fist, preparing to teach Ling Feng a harsh lesson. He intended to make Ling Feng comprehend that in the world of the Umbu, hierarchy was paramount, regardless of one's background. Upon arrival here, one must obey orders without question. Yet, in the next moment, the leader's fist hung in the air, cold sweat trickling down his face. Ling Feng lifted his head, activating his Sharingan, and in an instant, ensnared the leader in an illusion. Umph, just a mere pawn. How utterly dull. Ling Feng scoffed, continuing on his path. The leader, however, crumpled to the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, oblivious to what he had endured in the illusion. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the shadows. Ling Feng halted, turning to see a figure emerge, donned in a fox mask, accompanied by several similarly masked Umbu members. I didn't expect you to hold back. Is that an illusion technique? You truly astonish me. At the tender age of 5, you can wield such abilities. It's quite remarkable. So it's you. I thought you would remain hidden, watching the spectacle. Ling Feng remarked with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, the masked figure visibly trembled, clearly caught off guard. How is it possible? You noticed me at school? Of course, your disguise was rather pathetic. Anyone with functioning eyes could see through it. Ling Feng stated bluntly. Yet, the masked figure did not take offense, recognizing that in terms of strength, Ling Feng might be far superior and likely still possessed undisclosed capabilities. Although I'm not particularly fond of your manner of speaking, I must admit, you are indeed formidable. I require someone of your caliber. Join our 4th division. The masked figure extended his hand, proposing an invitation. Ling Feng smiled faintly in response. I could join you, but what conditions can you offer? This should be your proposition. As long as it is feasible, I shall consider it. The masked figure replied earnestly. Kill him. Ling Feng slightly tilted his head, indicating behind him. What? All the Umbu members gasped in shock. Observing their reaction, Ling Feng shrugged, realizing there was little to discuss. Wait. He merely disrespected you. Is it truly necessary to go to such extremes? Though we Umbu operate independently, we have never resorted to infighting. Ling Feng remained expressionless, insisting, kill him, or our negotiations are over. No infighting. Ling Feng chuckled inwardly. When true conflict arose, they were far more ruthless than their enemies. Witnessing Ling Feng's resolute demeanor, the masked figure clenched his fists, then threw a kunai, striking the leader directly in the heart. Thud! The sharp kunai pierced through, producing a crisp sound. The leader fell to the ground, lifeless. Can I join you now? I'll inform the third generation that this man attempted to assassinate you. And I intervened just in time. If there are repercussions, I will find a way to bear them. The masked figure gritted his teeth, evidently determined to secure Ling Feng's allegiance. However, Ling Feng suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone bewildered. What was happening? The masked figure, stunned, exclaimed, I killed one of my own for you. What do you mean by this? Am I a fool to you? Ceasing his laughter, Ling Feng pointed at the leader's waist. He was an Umbu traitor. He bears a forehead protector from the village hidden in the mist. If you doubt it, feel free to investigate. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including the masked figure, who hesitated but ultimately led his team to search the body. Indeed, a forehead protector from the Mist Village was soon revealed. I can't believe what you said was true. How did you know he was a traitor? The masked figure questioned, incredulous that someone they had worked with for 2 months was actually a spy from the Mist Village. Not long ago, I was cornered by an undercover agent from the Mist Village, during which 3 members of the Konoha Umbu were also pursued. It was then that I sensed something was amiss. After being chased from Konoha all the way to the back mountains, it struck me as odd that the Umbu had not sent reinforcements. Was there no issue? Had I not encountered them, the other 2 Umbu members would have surely perished. Ling Feng spoke nonchalantly. In truth, this was merely a fabrication. He had discerned the forehead protector thanks to the Byakugan. His earlier words were simply to craft a plausible story. After all, with the leader dead, who could ascertain the truth? Yet, Ling Feng's display garnered respect from the others towards this new Umbu member. I see. Then I shall report this to my superiors. Congratulations, Ling Feng. From today onwards, you are a member of the 4th Division. As the masked figure's words concluded, the others expressed their welcome. However, Ling Feng merely smiled faintly in acknowledgement. There was no need for excessive friendliness with these individuals. Ling Feng's presence in the Umbu was solely to swiftly accumulate points. When war erupted, he would undoubtedly depart from this organization. Thus, the first day of joining the Umbu concluded smoothly. However, on the following day, Ling Feng received a message from the Umbu. A mission had arisen. Following the death of a traitor from the Mist Village, the Umbu commenced a thorough internal investigation, leading to a significant lead. The Mist Village was reportedly planning an ambush on high-ranking officials within the Fire Nation along a key transport route. Their objective was to incite discontent within the Fire Nation towards the village hidden in the leaves, aiming to weaken the financial support and resources provided to Konoha. The ultimate goal was straightforward: to indirectly reduce Konoha's war preparation budget in anticipation of the impending conflict. When this mission was announced, anyone with sense could surmise the truth. War was indeed looming. Faced with his inaugural mission in the Umbu, Ling Feng felt no anxiety. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. With the approach of war, he required substantial points to prepare himself. Soon, he would confront the elite of various ninja villages, where even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 24, Terrifying Analysis. The meeting point was in a dense forest outside of Konoha Village. Due to the clandestine nature of the Umbu mission, it was imperative that no one outside the Umbu be privy to the details. For utmost confidentiality, only 4 individuals were assigned to this task. Ling Feng arrived to find not only the figure in the fox mask, but also a dog and a cat. Ling Feng, you ought to wear a mask. I understand your independent spirit, yet this is a principle of Umbu operations. Maintaining the secrecy of our identities is paramount for your personal safety and that of the village, remarked the fox-masked individual. It appeared that he was in charge of today's operation. Ling Feng, however, merely smiled faintly. There is no need. I will act in such a way that no one will escape. Ling Feng, this is a regulation set forth by Lord Third, the fox-masked figure insisted. Having sought permission from the third Hokage beforehand, knowing that Ling Feng might otherwise disregard his commands. Given Ling Feng's temperament, he could very well retaliate, and the others present would be incapable of restraining him. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this, clearly displeased, causing the fox-masked man to grow anxious. I have stated that this mission will leave no survivors. As for future operations, I will assess the situation as it unfolds. With that, Ling Feng produced a panda mask and held it aloft. Moreover, I have my own mask. Thank you for your concern. Seeing this, the fox-masked figure conceded, aware that he could not control Ling Feng. The fact that Ling Feng had patiently engaged him to this extent was already a sign of respect. Let us proceed. Intelligence indicates that the enemy will launch an attack at 11 o'clock this afternoon at a certain entrance. Our mission is to ensure the survival of the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Understood. They all nodded in agreement. Scatter. With another light command, the four vanished instantaneously, becoming shadows weaving through the forest. At this moment, the fox-masked figure observed that Ling Feng's movements were fluid and effortless. While they needed to tread 2 or 3 times to cover a distance, Ling Feng required but a single step. Was the genius's comprehension truly this formidable? Such a disparity was likely something they would never be able to match throughout their lives. The fox-masked man sighed repeatedly, lost in thought. Arriving at the designated location ahead of schedule, they found no sign of the enemy. With approximately half an hour remaining until the agreed time, we should scout for ambush positions, proposed the cat-masked figure. After pondering for a moment, the fox-masked man nodded in agreement. However, Ling Feng rejected the notion. If we adhere to the original plan, we shall encounter nothing but corpses. The three were taken aback. Why is that? This plan was devised by the higher-ups of the Umbu. We need only follow their directives. The fox-masked individual was perplexed. Given that we just completed the cleansing operation yesterday to eliminate internal traitors, the enemy will undoubtedly be aware of this. Therefore, their original plan is likely to have changed. If we proceed under the original strategy, the probability of failure is exceedingly high, Ling Feng stated calmly. After hearing Ling Feng's analysis, the three were rendered speechless, unable to devise any counterarguments. They could only acknowledge the precision of Ling Feng's insights, which laid bare the intricacies they could not fathom. This left them questioning their own intellect. What should we do? There is only half an hour left until the agreed time. The cat and dog-masked figures expressed their uncertainty. Having always followed the organization's plans without question, they found themselves unaccustomed to such indecision. As the team leader, the fox-masked man was also at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Ling Feng. Do you have any thoughts? We are aware of the route taken by the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Let us retrace their steps. If we can reach them before the enemy does, not a single one will perish, Ling Feng suggested nonchalantly. Engaging in a frontal assault? We are but 4. The cat-masked figure exclaimed. That is far too risky. Intelligence suggests at least 10 enemies, all Jonin, and we are unaware of any reinforcements. The dog-masked figure interjected, shaking his head. The fox-masked figure remained silent, still gazing at Ling Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to rely on Ling Feng. Reinforcements are inevitable, but this is our only course of action. If we allow the enemy to strike first, we will lose our opportunity. You must choose, do we proceed or not? Ling Feng concluded, leaping onto a tree branch, signaling his readiness for action. The three on the ground exchanged glances, at a loss for words without Ling Feng to guide them. Ultimately, the dog and cat-masked figures turned to the fox-masked leader, who would have to make the final call. After a moment of silence, the fox-masked figure raised his head and leaped into action. With a swish, 3 figures appeared behind Ling Feng. Let us go, Ling Feng. I have the route map. The fox-masked figure said. Lead the way. We must hurry, Ling Feng replied, not looking back as he set off, with the others hastily following. Watching Ling Feng's back, the 3 felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. Was this truly just a 5-year-old child? In truth, Ling Feng did not require the route map. With his Byakugan, he could effortlessly trace the movements of the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. However, he refrained from showcasing his abilities excessively to avoid complications. 10 minutes later, they caught up with the procession of the higher-ups. Found them. Thankfully, They are unharmed. The fox-masked figure sighed in relief. However, Ling Feng's Byakugan had detected an unusual situation. Not far away, 20 ninjas from the Mist Village were hastily approaching. Though they appeared calm on the surface, danger was imminent. Stop the team. Conceal yourselves. We have already squandered too much time. To ensure the safety of the higher-ups, we must distance them from the battlefield, Ling Feng commanded. The fox-masked figure hesitated, about to argue that the enemy had not yet appeared. But suddenly, swish, 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 several shuriken whizzed through the air, hurtling towards them. The fox-masked figure and his companions scrambled to evade, fully aware that their position had been compromised. You three go and guide the targets into hiding. There are likely 20 enemies, Ling Feng instructed calmly, while an air of excitement flickered across his face. A new mission had been issued: eliminate all enemies, with a reward of 300 points, within an hour. Chapter 25, The True Art of Instantaneous Movement. And what of you? With over 20 opponents, it seems unlikely that you can stand against them. The figure behind the fox mask, concealed by a great tree, spoke with a hint of urgency. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng would utter a mere word and decide to confront the enemy alone. Although aware of Ling Feng's formidable strength, the adversaries comprised more than 20 elite jonin from the Mist Village, their collective power overwhelming. It was clear that they could not hope to stand against such odds. The captain was right. We must first secure our safety before attempting to rescue the key figures. Indeed, our primary mission is merely to ensure the safety of the higher-ups. The fates of others are beyond our concern, echoed the other two in agreement with the fox-masked figure. Ling Feng chuckled softly. You are rather naive. By the time our enemies make their move, our identities will have already been revealed. They likely intend to split their forces into two. If we do not take the initiative, our mission will surely fail. The fox-masked trio could only analyze the situation based on superficial appearances, while Ling Feng, utilizing his Byakugan, perceived the battlefield with remarkable clarity. Regrettably, the low level of his Byakugan limited his observational range. It appeared that he needed to accumulate enough points to upgrade it. As Ling Feng finished speaking, 10 ninjas from the Mist Village had already surrounded them. The fox-masked trio, hidden behind the tree and cover, had no choice but to reveal themselves, as their hiding places had been exhausted. How arrogant of Konoha, sending only 4 of you? Truly laughable. One of the Mist ninjas taunted as he stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face. The fox-masked trio remained silent, yet each hand gripping a kunai trembled slightly. They had not anticipated that a mere moment's delay would plunge them into such dire straits. Escaping today seemed nearly impossible. After a brief standoff, the fox-masked figure sighed softly. Clearly, they were utterly powerless against the current situation. However, Ling Feng, with his Byakugan, had thoroughly analyzed the strength of the 10 opponents before him. More than 20 of you, yet you sent your weakest 10? Are you not afraid of unnecessary casualties? Ling Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. The fox-masked trio was left dumbfounded. They were already at a disadvantage, and Ling Feng's provocation seemed unwise. The enemies were equally bewildered. Who was this person? He appeared no older than 5. How could Konoha be so dismissive? You insolent brat. Does Konoha's ninja only possess the skill of empty bravado? They scoffed. For such an important mission, they send a mere child? This will be an easy victory. Initially displeased, the Mist ninjas soon wore expressions of disdain and amusement at the sight of the peculiar assembly. 3 ANBU members accompanied by a child. It was, without question, a recipe for disaster. How tiresome! Ling Feng exclaimed with a sharp voice, and then, with a swift rotation of his Sharingan, he unleashed his Jinjutsu upon the enemy's eyes. The mocking laughter of the adversaries abruptly ceased, their expressions freezing as beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, as if they had encountered something extraordinary. The fox-masked trio stared in disbelief, wondering what had just transpired. No one could fathom the true nature of Ling Feng's Sharingan, for they could not see what lay within his eyes. The others are approaching the target. You must hurry. I will follow shortly, Ling Feng's cool voice commanded, causing the trio to stiffen. What? We must rush. Having heard Ling Feng's warning, the fox-masked trio dared not voice any further objections. His earlier predictions had been nothing short of miraculous. Once they departed, the enemies struggled to break free from the Genjutsu. Formidable opponents indeed. This brings me some amusement. Ling Feng mused, unperturbed by the situation, for his Sharingan was merely in its initial stage. To control 10 Jonin simultaneously was a feat beyond his current capabilities. You insolent brat, you can use Genjutsu. The mist ninjas instinctively retreated a few steps, adopting defensive stances in anticipation of another illusion. For ninjas of ordinary lineage, Genjutsu was an extraordinary existence. Most would never master even a semblance of it in their lifetime, rendering them unable to comprehend its subtleties. Hence, ninjas skilled in Genjutsu were highly regarded in any village, as they could effortlessly incapacitate their enemies, rendering them devoid of combat ability in an instant, achieving a crushing counterattack without bloodshed. As a result, the Mist Ninjas regarded Ling Feng with a mixture of trepidation and avarice. The Mist Village, long accustomed to warfare, was rife with internal strife and external threats. Within its ranks, various factions vied for supremacy, each seeking to amass the most advantageous forces to vie for higher positions. The ninjas dispatched for this mission belonged to one such faction. A child capable of using Genjutsu at the age of 5 can only be described as a prodigy. Return with us to the Mist Village, and you shall live. Refuse, and you shall surely perish today. The leader threatened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely smiled coldly, extending a kunai in each hand, crackling arcs of electricity dancing along their edges. Lightning release, arc flash. In an instant, Ling Feng executed his instantaneous movement, appearing behind the speaker, and with a gentle slice, the electrified kunai effortlessly severed the enemy's neck. A head flew from the shoulders. Landing heavily with a thud, the deceased's expression eternally frozen in shock, eyes wide open as if in disbelief at his own demise. If one were to inquire about the extent of Ling Feng's mastery of instantaneous movement, it would be indisputable that he had reached its zenith. Even the renowned Shui and Minato, famed for their unparalleled speed, would pale in comparison to Ling Feng's prowess. Forged through relentless practice, Ling Feng's potential had shattered the boundaries of this world. With continued training, the potency of his jutsu would only grow more formidable. However, the chakra consumption was concurrently escalating. Fortunately, Ling Feng's sage body could also be gradually enhanced. Chapter 26. Keep your distance as a severed head rolled to the ground. The remaining adversaries were left in stunned silence. Ding. Earned 80 points. It seems this move has struck a considerable blow to the enemies. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village had witnessed countless battles since their youth. It is safe to assert that their survival thus far was due not only to their formidable strength, but also to their ruthless nature. In the shadowy realm of the Hidden Mist, death was an all too common occurrence. Yet, even for those who had grown accustomed to the specter of death, they had never encountered such savagery. A mere 5-year-old child had executed a lethal strike with the body flicker technique, decapitating a foe. Moreover, why did Ling Feng remain so composed after such an act? In an instant, a thought emerged in the minds of the remaining 9. This child, who ought to be attending ninja school, had surely killed before. They could not fathom how such a cold-blooded killer could emerge from the peaceful confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Enough of this chatter. Who's next? Ling Feng remarked, shaking his wrist as he turned to face the others. It was evident that he intended to eliminate them all. However, before their demise, they still served a purpose: to assist Ling Feng in amassing as many points as possible. Silence enveloped the group, fear flickering in their eyes. Detecting their intent to flee, Ling Feng let out a cold chuckle. Thinking of running away? Not a chance. Crack. Another arc of electricity flickered as Ling Feng began to harvest the lives of these hidden mist ninjas. By the time the last opponent fell, Ling Feng had accumulated a total of 362 points. Upon completing this mission, upgrading his Byakugan to the initial level would pose no challenge. After exchanging points for 10 small chakra potions, Ling Feng set off towards the location of the convoy. Given the substantial increase in his chakra reserves recently, it was prudent to prepare additional potions to ensure full replenishment. It was anticipated that upon the conclusion of this operation, his chakra levels would experience a qualitative leap. necessitating the redemption of medium-sized chakra potions. Otherwise, the insufficient replenishment from small potions would hinder his operational capabilities. In one swift motion, he consumed 10 chakra potions and then spent an additional 10 points to acquire 10 more as backups, before hastening his pace. As he drew nearer, he utilized his Byakugan to survey the battlefield and discerned that 3 of his comrades were in dire straits. The 10 he had dispatched were the weakest among their ranks, a fact easily perceived through his Byakugan, which enabled him to observe the flow and concentration of chakra within his foes. The elimination of those 10 had taken merely 2 or 3 minutes, yet the trio adorned in fox masks were battered and bruised. Behind them lay the convoy they were tasked to protect. Observing the scene through his Byakugan, Ling Feng noted that the convoy had already evacuated, alleviating his need to divide his focus. "Where are the others?" Ling Feng inquired as he approached his comrades. Upon seeing Ling Feng, the 3 in fox masks were filled with relief, as if he were their savior. "We just managed to relocate the civilians to safety when the enemy arrived. To keep them from discovering the hidden location of our charges, we had to reveal ourselves and lure the enemies away. However, the disparity in our strengths was too great. We hadn't traveled far before they caught up to us," the fox-masked ninja explained, recounting the events of the last few minutes. "Understood. I will hold them off. You 3 head towards the target," Ling Feng instructed, stepping forward. The trio attempted to persuade Ling Feng to retreat with them, but in the next moment, the enemy unleashed several A-rank ninjutsu, prompting them to take cover hastily. Ling Feng smirked coldly, promptly exchanging for a taijutsu technique, the 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams, return heaven, he shouted, releasing a torrent of chakra from his palms, forming a swirling vortex that effortlessly evaded all incoming attacks. The fox-masked ninjas stood in awe as Ling Feng transformed into a furious whirlwind, evading an onslaught of ninjutsu with ease. Ding! Earned 30 points. Though Ling Feng had skillfully evaded the assault, the surrounding environment lacked such fortitude. Boom! A cacophony of ninjutsu intermingled, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent debris and smoke billowing into the air. The sound of falling earth and rocks echoed throughout. Humph! Does the hidden leaf truly believe itself invincible? Sending just 3 to safeguard their charges is truly laughable. And to dispatch a mere child for support, have all their skilled ninjas been eliminated? Amidst the swirling dust, the hidden mist ninjas jeered, their faces adorned with scorn and mockery. As they prepared to depart, a violent commotion erupted behind them. Coughing and covered in dirt and debris, the fox-masked trio emerged from the haze, appearing utterly disheveled. "What? You're still alive? That's impossible," one of the hidden mist ninjas exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. They had barely managed to withstand 3 exchanges against them. It was inconceivable that they had survived on their own strength. Could it have been that child who had arrived earlier? That notion seemed even more absurd. As the dust settled, Ling Feng strode forth. In stark contrast to the disheveled state of the fox-masked ninjas, he emerged unscathed, pristine and immaculate. The defensive prowess of the 8 trigrams return heaven was indeed formidable, proving its worth as an all-encompassing shield. "Hey, you 3, please be mindful next time. When I'm about to make a move, keep your distance. And didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here?" Ling Feng chastised the fox-masked trio, his dissatisfaction evident. Startled by Ling Feng's words, the fox-masked ninjas wasted no time in fleeing, neglecting to shake off the dirt and debris clinging to them. This only served to infuriate their adversaries further. "Damn it, that little brat is ignoring us. Who allowed you to leave?" barked the apparent leader of the group, his anger palpable as he prepared to strike once more. Seeing this, the fox-masked ninjas trembled, their steps faltering in fear. This time, the enemy had fixed their sights directly on them, and with over 10 adversaries, evasion seemed impossible. Ling Feng, however, merely chuckled coldly, bringing his hands together. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, a multitude of Ling Fengs appeared, perfectly matching the number of enemies and effectively obstructing their advance towards his comrades. Chapter 27. My name? You need not remember it. Faced with over a dozen of Ling Feng, the elite of the Mist Ninja Village finally realized the dire nature of their predicament. With a glimmer of hope for salvation, the trio in fox masks hastily took flight, unwilling to linger any longer. The current situation was akin to a free gift to them. Rather than remain and face certain doom, it was wiser to make a swift exit, particularly for the fox-masked individual. Upon witnessing Ling Feng employ the technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu, he comprehended that their mission was assuredly doomed. "Captain, is it truly all right for us to leave like this?" The cat-masked one inquired, a tinge of worry evident in his voice. Although Ling Feng could utilize the Shadow Clone technique, it divided the original strength among the clones, rendering them weaker despite their numbers. "Indeed, we ought to flee," echoed the dog-masked individual, hastening his steps. Leading the charge, the fox mask remained unfazed by their concerns. Perhaps they had yet to realize that the 10 individuals Ling Feng had left behind to intercept them had vanished, presumably slain by his hand. "What?" cried the cat and dog in unison. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had acquired an additional 20 points, bringing his total score close to 450. With continued effort, upgrading his Byakugan would be within reach. "Very well, let us play with you, the soon-to-be fallen," he mused. This young boy was indeed unfathomable. The captain of the Mist Ninja Village quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. Despite the disbelief of his comrades regarding the demise of 10 Jonin at the hands of a mere 5-year-old, no one dared to voice their skepticism. This operation had been meticulously planned, launched immediately after Konoha's internal cleansing, with the intent to catch the Leaf Village off guard. The Mist Ninja Village had made ample preparations, deploying 22 Jonin, including 3 elite Jonin, all of whom had ascended through sheer strength. In essence, unless Konoha dispatched a similarly sized Jonin force, they stood no chance of thwarting the attack. Yet, the reality before them was starkly different, a far cry from the anticipated outcome. In less than 5 minutes, a 5-year-old had dispatched 10 Jonin from the Mist Ninja Village and single-handedly stemmed their pursuit. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the ninja world. They could not fathom that what should have been the Mist Ninja Village's moment of glory had been effortlessly overshadowed by a child. This revelation was difficult for the remaining Jonin to accept. "Hey, you insufferable brat. What is your name? How have I never heard of such a talent from Konoha?" The captain seethed. "Even the son of the legendary White Fang of Konoha could not match your prowess." For reasons unknown, the captain found himself entranced by Ling Feng's gaze, which seemed to induce a trance-like state. This enigmatic child, though seemingly full of flaws, emanated an aura of danger that sent chills down their spines. Ling Feng toyed with the kunai in his hand, spinning it effortlessly, the blade flashing menacingly. A calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the palpable tension of his adversaries. After a moment's boredom, he finally spoke. "Oh, you wish to know my name? I'm afraid that's unnecessary. From this moment forth, there is nothing for you to remember." As his words echoed, an icy dread washed over the crowd. They could not comprehend how a mere utterance from Ling Feng could instill such primal fear within them. The captain swallowed hard, his mind racing. With great effort, he managed a strained smile, addressing Ling Feng. "To be honest, your abilities remind me of the legendary 3 elite Jonin of Konoha, known as the Legendary 3. Yet, I have never heard your name, indicating that your talents remain undiscovered. Surely, you wish to become renowned through war, do you not? Rather than linger in the peace-loving Konoha, why not join us? We have countless battles to fight, and you would have the opportunity to achieve swift fame." Suddenly, with a swift motion, a kunai pierced the captain's chest. The onlookers gasped in shock, bewildered as to when the attack had occurred. "Do you comprehend? The previous batch met their end in such a manner." "You chatter too much," Ling Feng declared, completing a series of hand signs with remarkable speed. Earth-style, fish in the mud. The ground trembled, morphing into a quagmire. In the next instant, dozens of Ling Fengs appeared before them, a sight that struck terror into their hearts. How could it be? Multiple shadow clones executing the same technique simultaneously? Logically, the more clones one utilized, the weaker their combined strength. How then could so many Ling Fengs perform the same jutsu? Where did he acquire such an abundance of chakra? Suddenly, one among them had a revelation, pointing at Ling Feng in terror. "Quickly, run." He is a Jinchuriki. Yes, such a vast reservoir of chakra can only belong to a Jinchuriki. How terrifying. We are battling a Jinchuriki. Panic ensued as the enemies realized the implications of their foe's power. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that Ling Feng was even more formidable than they imagined. A Jinchuriki? A pitiful individual controlled by a tailed beast, forever fearing a rampage? Huh, you underestimate me. Ling Feng scoffed, dismissing their assumptions with a shrug. A mere Jinchuriki? Given ample time to develop, even the Tintails would be no match for him in a brawl. While they had spoken out of turn, he would graciously indulge them a moment longer, for his points were still insufficient. As for their escape, they had long forfeited any chance of survival today. Your presence here today was a grave mistake, Ling Feng proclaimed, his laughter booming through the forest, reverberating in their hearts with a chilling resonance. Fear surged and spread like wildfire. In a frenzy, the enemies unleashed a barrage of jutsu, desperate to expend every ounce of chakra in a bid for survival. Yet, to Ling Feng, they posed no threat whatsoever. Ding. Acquired 30 points. Ding. Acquired 20 points. Ding. Acquired 40 points. Chapter 28. Utter Defeat. The shameful battle of the Mist Ninja Village as Ling Feng dispelled the earthbound shadow fish and evaded the last ninjutsu with a swift body flicker. Only the captain of the elite Mist Ninja remained standing among dozens of his comrades. This is impossible. You are merely a 5-year-old child. How can you possess such a terrifying amount of chakra? And what about those ninjutsu? How many chakra attributes do you possess? The captain of the Mist Ninja was on the brink of collapse. In their quest to ensure the flawless execution of this plan, they had not only secretly trained a combat unit, but also meticulously selected ninjas with diverse attributes to counter the Umbu members of Konoha. Yet, they could never have anticipated that a mere 5-year-old would pose such a formidable threat, completely overturning their expectations of the battle's outcome. Ling Feng chose silence, patiently awaiting the system prompt. Ding. Earned 2 points. Is that all? Just 2 points? It seemed that this individual and Apos' utility had nearly reached its limit. After a period of observation, Ling Feng discovered that after a few instances of shock, the rewards for the same person would begin to diminish, ultimately plateauing at 2 points. To Ling Feng, this was akin to charity. Unless there were numerous opponents, the low points would not hold much value. He could only accumulate points through sheer numbers. However, now there was but one left. Shaking his head, Ling Feng extended his right hand. A crackle echoed as a dazzling burst of electricity erupted. Chidori, lightning cutter. With the enemy's final gasp, Ling Feng executed a swift strike, eliminating him. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. 300 points. Ling Feng turned and found a stone to sit upon. Ready to rest for a moment. Having just dispatched over 20 foes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Even with the support of Sage Mode. Without chakra potions, it would be challenging to continue. After all, he had been casting ninjutsu almost nonstop. During his respite, Ling Feng checked his remaining points. This operation had accumulated a total of 824 points. The sudden influx of points lifted his spirits, giving him a sense of newfound wealth. However, after perusing the shop, that feeling dissipated. Despite having upgraded his Byakugan, the 300 points he possessed were insufficient to procure anything of value. Nonetheless, he could indulge in purchasing scrolls and various ninja tools without concern for his point balance. After wandering aimlessly, he resolved that his next step would be to upgrade his Sage Mode before rising to leave. Activating his Byakugan, he found that the enhanced vision indeed offered a broader perspective, revealing the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire and his 3 Umbu companions hiding within a cave. A stone was suddenly kicked aside, startling those within. The fox-masked ninja reacted first, gripping his kunai and inquiring warily. However, upon recognizing the figure, the 3 Umbu members visibly relaxed. Is it all over? The cat asked. Ling Feng nodded. Truly impressive. You faced them alone and managed to escape. You truly are someone esteemed by the 3rd Hokage, the dog remarked with admiration. Yet, the fox-masked ninja stared at Ling Feng with a hint of perplexity, sensing something amiss. He caught a whiff of the air, the scent of blood. Although Ling Feng appeared unscathed, the lingering odor from his clothing was unmistakable. The fox-masked ninja, skilled in tracking, quickly discerned this detail. Are you injured, Ling Feng? With the enemies gone, I possess some medical ninjutsu. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. I am fine. Let us proceed. We have a deadline to meet before sunset. With that, he turned and approached the cave entrance, using his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. This was his first S-rank mission, and Ling Feng would not allow any missteps. Confirming the area was clear, the group exited the cave. Soon, they passed the battlefield where Ling Feng had faced the elite mist ninjas. The sight of countless corpses strewn across the ravaged ground left them all in shock. Meanwhile, the system's notifications echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Ding. Earned 40 points. Ding. Earned 60 points. Ding. Earned 30 points. Before returning to the carriage, the protected individual approached Ling Feng. What is your name? Ling Feng lifted his gaze slightly, responding, Umbu member, information is confidential. The other party fell silent, evidently taken aback by this response, as it was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. The tone and attitude were quite audacious. The three Umbu members exchanged glances, barely suppressing their gasps of surprise, casting furtive looks at Ling Feng. Yet, he remained unfazed. Eventually, the individual returned to the carriage, and they continued their journey. Ling Feng, do you know who that was? He is one of the senior members of the cabinet. Indeed, many would yearn for the chance to meet him, yet you squandered this rare opportunity to connect. Each of the three expressed their disbelief that Ling Feng had missed such a significant chance. In their eyes, regardless of the rank of those in the ninja village, they were ultimately soldiers. Only the high-ranking officials of the country held true significance. Ling Feng, however, replied with indifference. It was merely a question of name. It is not as grand as you imagine. Perhaps he simply wished to express gratitude, as this is our duty. With that, he walked away. These individuals remained, ultimately, too narrow-minded. An official from the cabinet of the Land of Fire may be impressive, but that was solely because they existed in a time of peace. Once chaos erupted in the ninja world, the power and status would pale in comparison to the strength one possesses, while others might be oblivious. Ling Feng understood all too well. When the infinite Tsukuyomi is unleashed, all weaklings will become mere sustenance for the God Tree. Only the strong can preserve their autonomy. Of course, Ling Feng would not allow such a fate to unfold. As dusk approached, he watched the protected individual enter a secure area, signaling the completion of their mission. The fox-masked ninja let out a sigh of relief, addressing the three. Thanks to Ling Feng, this mission was successfully completed. We shall convene at the 3rd Hokage's office tomorrow at 1 p.m. Dismissed. With a whoosh, the four vanished from sight. Simultaneously, news of the failure of this clandestine operation by the Mist Ninja Village began to spread. Even if Konoha remained silent, the corpses of the fallen elite Mist Ninjas served as undeniable evidence. Various ninja villages buzzed with speculation, marking this as one of the most disgraceful battles in the history of the Mist Ninja Village. An almost identical report was submitted to the higher echelons of various factions, detailing how a total of 24 elite ninjas from the Mist Ninja Village had engaged in a covert operation, only to be annihilated by the 4 members of Konoha's Umbu. Chapter 29, Private Training Ground. The following day, Ling Feng diligently completed his daily training tasks, as usual, then simply savored a bowl of ramen before heading to the Hokage's office to report. Upon arriving at the office, he found the other 3 had already gathered. Kakashi Hitaki cast a disapproving glance at Ling Feng, his expression somewhat grim, as this marked the second time Ling Feng had arrived late. It's exactly 1 o'clock. I didn't arrive late, did I? Ling Feng remarked, glancing at the wall clock before addressing the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at the clock as well. Beside him, Kakashi began to sweat profusely. Well, Ling Feng, the clock is broken. The time is incorrect. Ling Feng understood then that the clock was indeed faulty, thus he had technically arrived late. However, there was no way he would admit it. With utmost seriousness, he replied, No, if this clock is placed in the Hokage's office, it must be functioning properly. His words left everyone astonished, gasps of disbelief filling the air. This little rascal was surprisingly audacious. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, why would a broken clock be hung in such an esteemed place? Unable to suppress a sigh, Hiruzen finally spoke. Ling Feng, this is not a significant issue. The higher-ups of the Land of Fire are quite pleased with this operation, especially with your contribution. They wish to reward you handsomely. He continued. The Fox has already submitted the action report to me. Do you have anything in mind that you desire? At this, everyone turned to Ling Feng with envious expressions. Who would have thought the third Hokage would personally inquire about Ling Feng's reward? The news would surely incite envy among many. Ling Feng tilted his head slightly, pondering what he truly lacked. Having lived independently for so long, his material needs were minimal. Well, if I must choose something, I would like to have a private training ground, he finally stated after careful consideration. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. A training ground? Are you serious? Yes, Ling Feng affirmed. Each time he trained, he had to travel a considerable distance to find an isolated area. Having a private training ground would save him ample time. Hiruzen drummed his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. After a moment, he nodded. Very well, here is a map. It marks the designated areas. You may select any location that meets the criteria. He added, by the way, the head of the cabinet, Kimura Bunshu, appointed by the daimyo, is scheduled to visit our village for an inspection. He has specifically requested your presence for security matters, while the rest will be arranged by Kakashi. There are no other matters. You are all dismissed. The others complied and began to leave. Ling Feng, please stay for a moment. As they exited the Hokage building, Kakashi's voice called from behind. Ling Feng turned, quickly locking eyes with Kakashi. A wave of unease washed over Kakashi as he realized Ling Feng had significantly improved after just one mission. This child's growth was astonishing. Meanwhile, Ling Feng thought Kakashi's body flicker technique was indeed formidable, and he still needed time to catch up. However, Kakashi was destined to become the fourth Hokage, so his prowess was unquestionable. What is it, Lord Kakashi? Are you familiar with the legendary three ninjas of Konoha? They are my disciples and are soon returning. However, they will subsequently investigate the hidden forces of the Mist Village, codenamed Mist, which is a rogue ninja organization composed of defectors from various villages with formidable strength. The Mist Village has violated the Ninja World Treaty by organizing rogue ninja squads, but they have remained hidden outside the village, leaving us with no evidence to expose their crimes. Originally, I intended for them to handle this mission, but considering your strength, I would like you to accompany them as an additional safeguard. Of course, the decision is entirely yours. You have a day to contemplate it. No need to rush your response. This mission is classified as SSS level, and apart from me, the third Hokage, and a few participants, no one else will know. Therefore, the risk is exceedingly high. Should anything happen resulting in death, your cause of death will not be disclosed. And even your whereabouts prior to your demise will be Chapter 30, the arrival of the three sages in the early morning. The training ground resonated with the melodious chirping of birds from the forest. Yet, even more prominent was the fervent shouting of a young boy diligently honing his skills. Ling Feng was training alone, focusing on enhancing his physical capabilities. Although his body was that of a celestial being, true power could only be unlocked through personal effort. Possessing remarkable talent without diligence would yield no accomplishments, akin to having a golden opportunity yet remaining idle. His daily regimen consisted of 1,000 sets of exercises, including push-ups, sit-ups, planks, and running through the forest, among others. If my guy were to witness this, he would surely be astounded. For it was unimaginable that a 5-year-old could endure such rigorous training. Instead of growing stronger, one might even risk injury. Thus, while talent determines one's upper limits, effort establishes one's lower bounds. Only Ling Feng, endowed with a celestial physique, could achieve such feats. 97, 98, 99, 1000. As he completed the final count, Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The exhilarating sensation was simply divine. To fully unleash the potential of his celestial body, he exerted nearly all his strength, relying on the remarkable recovery abilities inherent to his physique rather than resorting to chakra potions. This cyclical approach ensured optimal utilization of his celestial body's capabilities, guaranteeing a complete development of its potential. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Ling Feng rose, prepared to embark on the next training segment. Though not fully recovered, he felt sufficiently ready for the subsequent challenge. With a swift motion, he retrieved a collection of shuriken, obtained through points earned. As he aimed to familiarize himself with the items exchanged in the store, enhancing his precision in battle. Swish! 5 targets were struck with impeccable accuracy, each shuriken landing perfectly at the center. In the next moment, Ling Feng executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from his position, only to reappear amidst the sound of slicing air. 10 shuriken hurtled toward him from a distance, but he deftly countered them with his own shuriken, producing a symphony of metallic clinks. If Minato Namikaze were present, he would surely be speechless, for Ling Feng's body flicker technique had notably improved. Just as he was about to proceed with the next exercise, Ling Feng suddenly paused. In the next heartbeat, he turned to face 3 figures emerging before him. Ding! Gained 30 points. Upon recognizing their faces, a smile crept to Ling Feng's lips. What a surprise! The genius brat that Teacher Minato spoke of was indeed formidable. How did you discover us? I am quite curious. The familiar voices and faces belonged to none other than the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Ling Feng regarded the trio and casually uttered their names. What an impolite little brat, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile, as if another child would have been frightened to tears by his presence. By right, you should address us as adults. Jiraiya, with his white hair, crossed his arms and gazed at Ling Feng. Tsunade, too, held her head high, clearly displeased with Ling Feng's demeanor. Ling Feng remained unfazed by their reactions, for he was well acquainted with the trio. Orochimaru had always been inclined toward experimentation, often delving into esoteric practices beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Jiraiya, a genuine old rogue, was slow to start but possessed formidable overall strength. Tsunade, on the other hand, was a fierce woman whose power seemed at odds with her beauty, much of which stemmed from her Senju lineage. Faced with the discontent of the Sannin, Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and calmly took a sip from his water bottle. Allowing his breath to steady before he turned his gaze back to the 3, his expression still composed. Meanwhile, the 3 of them exhibited visible signs of irritation, their foreheads twitching with barely contained frustration. After all, they were still relatively young, brimming with vitality, and bearing the renowned title of the Sannin, making them particularly sensitive to their reputation. Thus, Ling Feng and Appo's nonchalance only fueled their ire. Hey, don't think just because you're a kid, I want to take action, Tsunade shouted, unable to contain her temper any longer. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly intervened. Hold on, Tsunade. Let us not let this little brat think we're all hotheads. We must embody the grace of true warriors. Orochimaru remained stoic, his demeanor as enigmatic as ever, a trait that solidified his reputation among the Sannin. As fellow Yinbyu members, we share equal standing and rapport, so there is no need for such formalities, Ling Feng stated, his tone measured and unhurried. He even took a moment to straighten his slightly disheveled attire. After a brief silence, the 3 elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf could no longer restrain themselves. Although Teacher Minato sent us to merely familiarize ourselves with you, your conduct is indeed quite unsettling, Orochimaru declared, his low, raspy voice sending a chill down the spine, making one feel as though they were prey under the gaze of a massive serpent. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, astonished at his sudden impulsiveness. Don't pretend you're devoid of thoughts. Orochimaru stepped forward, his intentions unmistakable. He was ready to teach Ling Feng a lesson. Jiraiya chuckled nervously. Of course, we have thoughts. But he's just a 5-year-old child. Isn't it a bit unfair for the 3 of us to gang up on him? Then let me take the lead. I'm about to explode with frustration. I can't believe there's such a disrespectful little brat in the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Ling Feng, but Jiraiya firmly held her back. Having once formed a team, the Sannin were well acquainted with one another, their camaraderie rich with memorable moments. However, Ling Feng was not inclined to indulge in their antics. Instead, he meticulously assessed the disparity between himself and them. The reason the Sannin held such a revered status in the ninja world lay in their unique abilities, traits that were irreplicable by outsiders. Tsunade possessed her incredible strength. Orochimaru wielded his distinctive ninjutsu, and Jiraiya had mastered the sage techniques learned from Mount Myaboku. These were not skills easily accessible to the average person. It could be said that Ling Feng was facing his most formidable opponents yet. Yet, the greater their strength, the more fervently his spirit ignited. Chapter 31. A fair competition. Seizing the moment while Tsunade was momentarily detained by Jiraiya, Orochimaru approached Ling Feng with measured steps. Now, let me witness your true abilities. Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru instantly transformed into his serpentine form. His already pallid skin was adorned with fine scales, his neck elongated, and a crimson tongue flickered ominously. To everyone's surprise, Orochimaru launched a formidable attack right off the bat. Yet, Ling Feng remained remarkably composed. Orochimaru, taken aback, marveled, "What an extraordinary boy. No one has ever maintained such calm in the presence of my snake form. I am beginning to take an interest in you." In response, Ling Feng merely scoffed. "It is merely a snake form," he thought, recalling the grotesque sights he had witnessed of Orochimaru. Shedding skin, rebirth, parasitism, each seemed far more repulsive than what lay before him. With a hiss, Orochimaru lunged, his massive head aimed at Ling Feng. However, just as their bodies were about to collide, Ling Feng vanished from sight. What incredible body flicker technique! Tsunade gasped from a distance. Indeed, he is likely very close to surpassing my teacher. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Hissing, Orochimaru finally adopted a serious demeanor. Yet, Ling Feng was equally resolute. While the legendary Sannin of Konoha currently possessed greater power, Ling Feng wielded an array of formidable techniques, enhanced by the Byakugan and Sharingan, alongside Sage Mode. Even if he could not win, he could certainly ensure he would not lose. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hands. With a swift motion, dozens of snake heads erupted from Orochimaru's body, hurtling toward Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng deftly threw a flurry of shurikens. Wind Release, Wind Blade Shuriken. The shurikens sliced through the air, accurately severing the heads of Orochimaru's serpents one by one. Though Orochimaru's scales provided some defense, Ling Feng had prepared in advance. Imbuing his shurikens with chakra and utilizing the cutting force of Wind Release, sufficient to cleave through the snake heads. Unbelievable. The control he exhibits over those shurikens is astounding. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would hardly believe such skill could originate from a mere 5-year-old child. Jiraiya finally ceased to impede Tsunade's movements, who stood astounded at the unfolding scene. Only upon witnessing Orochimaru's successive attacks thwarted by Ling Feng did she realize they had underestimated his true prowess. After losing several snake heads, Orochimaru reverted to his human form, though his eyes glimmered with an unnerving curiosity as they fixed upon Ling Feng. It is remarkable for one so young to demonstrate such capabilities. I am quite eager to study you further. However, before Orochimaru could continue, Tsunade interjected. Are you finished playing? It is now my turn. Ling Feng regarded Tsunade, whose figure was undeniably commanding, with keen interest. It was undeniable that in terms of stature, she was the unrivaled titan of the ninja world, and he lamented that his own age was somewhat incongruous for this realm. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze, Tsunade flushed slightly, her voice rising in indignation. You little brat. What are you staring at? Ling Feng shrugged, replying, Why, I am merely observing you, as it is your turn now, is it not? Momentarily speechless, Tsunade mused on the boy's formidable wit and audacity. Humph, allow me to show you what true strength looks like. With a fierce shout, she charged forward, fists raised. Ling Feng's expression grew serious. Tsunade's forte lay in close combat, bolstered by her extraordinary strength. Anyone who dared to confront her directly faced dire consequences. Given his current capabilities, he could not afford to engage her head-on. Thus, he opted to utilize the body flicker technique to maintain distance, yet he recognized this strategy was not sustainable. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's overall prowess was exceptionally high. Her speed was no less remarkable than her strength. Checking his points, he noted he had 456 remaining. With his Sage Mode, Byakugan, and Sharingan all upgraded to rudimentary levels, he required 5,000 points for further advancement. Given his current tally, he was far from that goal. Therefore, he resolved to employ his points against Tsunade. While evading her attacks, Ling Feng accessed the system shop within his mind, quickly locating what he sought. He found Senju Clan's superhuman strength, initial exchange cost, 300 points. Fortunately, it was not exceedingly expensive, although he could only exchange for a basic level of superhuman strength. It should prove troublesome for Tsunade when combined with Sage Mode. Exchanging for initial superhuman strength. A notification chimed, 300 points consumed. Exchange successful. In that instant, Ling Feng felt an intangible enhancement coursing through his muscles. Although there were no visible changes to his physique, a profound force surged within him. With a crack, Ling Feng snapped a branch beneath his feet, then halted, turning to face Tsunade. Why have you stopped running? I expected you to evade me indefinitely. Honestly, the fact that you retreated upon witnessing my attacks is quite astonishing. It seems you were rather familiar with my style of combat. Tsunade tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing him. Ling Feng grinned. The legendary Sannin of Konoha are well known throughout the ninja world. Is it strange that I possess some knowledge of you? Tsunade opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, by choosing to halt, you are prepared to engage in battle with me, are you? Come, let me witness the prowess of Konoha's new generation of top-tier geniuses. With that, she lunged at Ling Feng. He spread his legs, letting out a mighty shout as he unleashed his superhuman strength. Boom! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, followed by a series of heavy strikes. The thunderous sounds reverberated, causing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to flinch. Unaware of the true extent of Tsunade's superhuman strength, they were reluctant to engage her in a direct confrontation. Despite knowing that Tsunade and Ling Feng were merely sparring, the sight of Ling Feng holding his ground against Tsunade in close quarters left them astounded. Ding! Earned 80 points. Ling Feng cheered inwardly, feeling his grip intensify. Sensing the increased force, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper. How can this little brat possess such strength? Could he also be a descendant of the Senju clan? But that cannot be. If he were of the same lineage, I would surely be aware of it. I have reviewed the records, and he is merely an orphan. Superhuman strength was Tsunade's signature technique, yet its true power lay dormant within her, encapsulated in the legendary creation rebirth technique. However, Tsunade intended only to teach this 5-year-old a lesson and did not wish to employ her clan's secret arts against him. Chapter 32. Undoubtedly the strongest of the future once again, a fierce clash ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. A resounding boom echoed as their formidable powers struck the ground, creating a large crater. In the aftermath, both parties retreated to a relatively safe distance. Jiraiya, it's your turn, Tsunade instructed, aware that if the battle continued, her emotions might lead her to unleash the 100 Healings technique, a situation she wished to avoid. Habitually, she called upon Jiraiya to handle the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression turned sour. He had been watching closely, and the strength of Ling Feng far exceeded their expectations. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to gain an advantage over him. I think I'll pass. Neither of you could land a single hit on Ling Feng, so I doubt I would fare any better. Unless the three of us truly unleash our abilities, but that would certainly anger Lord Minato, Jiraiya pondered seriously, despite his usual lecherous demeanor. However, Ling Feng was not about to back down. Having just exchanged 500 points for enhanced strength, he couldn't simply accept the notion of stopping the fight. Stepping forward, he exclaimed, "Stop? You three were the ones who instigated this, and now you wish to back out?" Ling Feng's anger was palpable, laced with a hint of provocation. The legendary three ninjas, is that all you amount to? Such words ignited a fire within Jiraiya, who exploded with rage. You little brat, you are insufferably arrogant. Tsunade, Orochimaru, I can no longer tolerate this. With that, Jiraiya launched himself into action. Ninjutsu, Sage Mode. Wait, he's going straight into Sage Mode. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his taunt to provoke such a response. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were equally astonished. Isn't that a bit excessive, Jiraiya? Tsunade inquired from behind. He's brought this upon himself, Jiraiya retorted, charging forward. With a sinister grin, Orochimaru transformed into his serpentine form and joined the fray. Tsunade, unwilling to be left behind, reluctantly swung her fists and rushed in as well. Thus began Ling Feng's true battle against the legendary three ninjas. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng utilized a chakra-enhancing potion to restore his state. He was confident that after this encounter, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Facing the three ninjas, Ling Feng unleashed his full arsenal of techniques. Earth Release, Fish in the Ground. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Chidori, Lightning Cutter. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Wind Release, Wind Blade Shuriken. With precise execution of the body flicker technique and the continuous activation of Fish in the Ground, Ling Feng demonstrated remarkable agility, leaving the three ninjas astonished. Utilizing his mobility, he deftly evaded their ninjutsu attacks. Although this consumed a significant amount of chakra, costing him 36 points in potions, he gained a staggering 306 points from this encounter. Matching the rewards from his previous system task, Ling Feng was thoroughly pleased. Having exchanged 300 points for basic enhanced strength, he had now recouped his investment, a truly profitable endeavor. As the battle was poised to continue, a light cough interrupted the tension. The group suddenly realized they were not alone. Ling Feng looked up to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approaching. "Teacher." The three ninjas greeted him respectfully, for he had been their mentor since childhood. Ling Feng also inclined his head in acknowledgement. Hiruzen surveyed the scene and spoke calmly. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, I summoned you here to ensure you properly acquainted yourselves with Ling Feng. After all, you are responsible for security at the high-level meeting in 2 days. Is this how you choose to greet him?" Observing the crater and scattered debris, along with the lingering chakra signatures, Hiruzen was well aware of the chaos that had transpired. Yet, he was more impressed by Ling Feng's remarkable progress. Ding. Earned 30 points. Ling Feng smiled, secretly hoping the third Hokage would visit him more often, regardless of praise, as he wished to accumulate more points effortlessly. "Jiraiya, please explain what happened here." Hiruzen inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Faced with his teacher's questioning, Jiraiya felt compelled to confess the truth. Hiruzen listened intently, then turned his attention to Ling Feng. Puzzled as to why he had provoked Jiraiya and the others. "Ling Feng, please share your version of events." Hiruzen regarded this prodigious talent with genuine interest. "Lord Hokage, this is my private domain. They trespassed uninvited and behaved rudely. Naturally, I was angered and made some unkind remarks, which subsequently led to this confrontation," Ling Feng explained. Hiruzen arched an eyebrow. Who initiated the conflict? Ling Feng pointed towards Jiraiya and the others. "Oh, so it was you who struck first?" Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly, though not overly. Ling Feng could sense that this was merely for show. Jiraiya and his comrades were his most cherished students, while Ling Feng, despite his potential, was still an unproven talent. Three ninjas, who bear the honor and disgrace of Konoha, should not engage in such disgraceful behavior. "You may leave," Hiruzen commanded, and with that, Jiraiya and the others departed. Afterward, Hiruzen turned to Ling Feng. "Have Minato informed you about the security arrangements for the meeting in 2 days?" Ling Feng nodded. "Good," Hiruzen replied before turning to leave. Ling Feng watched as they exited, then resumed his training. Outside the training grounds, Jiraiya and the others awaited Hiruzen, who had come to gauge Ling Feng's abilities, as his position as Hokage precluded him from intervening directly. "What are your thoughts on this boy?" Hiruzen asked the trio. After exchanging glances, they collectively replied, "This child will undoubtedly become the strongest in Konoha's future." Within the training grounds, a notification chimed. "Ding. Earned 60 points." Ling Feng smiled, his spirits lifted. Chapter 33, Is There a Problem? A notification was received that the high-ranking officials attending the discussions would arrive in the village in 3 days. This was entirely different from what the third Hokage and Minato had previously conveyed. However, Ling Feng could comprehend the reasoning behind it. There had been past incidents where high-ranking officials were ambushed by the Hidden Mist village, making it improbable for such an occurrence to transpire again in a short span of time. Thus, the timing of the meeting had been altered, likely known only to a few core members responsible for security, such as Ling Feng and the legendary three ninjas. With 3 days remaining, it was an opportune moment for training, allowing Ling Feng to strive for further enhancement. through his battles with the legendary three ninjas. He had amassed a wealth of practical experience, which he intended to fully assimilate during this time. Currently, he had 380 points in his account. After perusing the item prices in the system store, he discovered that the Sharingan, Byakugan, and even the intermediate Sage Body required 5,000 points, a feat seemingly unattainable in the near future. It seemed imperative to complete more tasks promptly after the security assignment concluded. Ling Feng then examined a particularly unique constitution within the Naruto world, the Bloodline Limit, priced at 1,000 points. This wondrous power could only be inherited through blood and genes, akin to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The Sharingan and Byakugan were the most renowned bloodline limits in the ninja realm, primarily due to the prominence of these two clans, which boasted a considerable number of bloodline limit bearers. Generally speaking, bloodline limits could not be directly stripped away. They could only be passed on through lineage and genetic inheritance. As for future figures like Kakashi and Danzo, their circumstances were exceptional. Therefore, acquiring a bloodline limit for 1,000 points was indeed quite a bargain. Regrettably, Ling Feng lacked the requisite points to exchange for other bloodline limits. Thus, the immediate priority was to devise a way to acquire more points. Consequently, Ling Feng found himself anticipating the next system task, having received 300 points from the previous assignment, with the next one expected to yield around 500 points. 3 days passed swiftly. On this day, Ling Feng completed his morning training as usual, returning to find the legendary three ninjas already gathered, awaiting him. It seemed this was not the designated meeting place. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya, noticing Ling Feng's irritation, hastily stepped forward to explain. It was the teacher who summoned us to discuss the security action plan. You decide. I will follow orders, Ling Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively as he plopped down to rest. It was not a battle plan. What was there to discuss? If an emergency arose, they could simply respond accordingly. Moreover, Ling Feng had never been particularly fond of collaborative missions, as he sought the pinnacle of strength, purely individual power. The notion of teamwork seemed trivial. Look at Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. True top-tier powerhouses rarely required numerous allies. Their mere presence could plunge the entire ninja world into crisis. Seeing Ling Feng's response, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Well, he probably wouldn't understand our tactical plan anyway, Orochimaru remarked. After their encounter, he understood that Ling Feng was indeed formidable. At the age of 5, a fiercely independent character was rare, and his willingness to follow orders was commendable. However, Tsunade was not pleased. As the most cherished granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she was accustomed to being adored, and few dared to act arrogantly in her presence. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke to her with a degree of deference, given her direct lineage. Yet, she never anticipated that an orphan like Ling Feng would be so audacious. Of course, Tsunade acknowledged Ling Feng's strength, but she was unwilling to let him continue his arrogance unchecked. I say, allowing this brat to join us was a grave mistake. Don't you agree? Tsunade spoke up. Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused in surprise, unsure of her intent. But this was the teacher's directive. We cannot refuse. Jiraiya scratched his head. Tsunade glanced at Ling Feng, who was resting not far away, and slammed her fist into Jiraiya's head, causing a large bump to form. Idiot. I don't mean to drive him away. I want him to understand that we are not to be trifled with. Jiraiya, clutching his head, replied defensively. Haven't we already tried? That little brat seems to be hiding something. This time we won't take action. We'll let him seek trouble on his own. Tsunade chuckled. As Jiraiya stood there bewildered, Orochimaru also began to laugh. Hey, what are you two laughing about? Jiraiya asked, perplexed. Let us heed Tsunade. I believe she has a plan, Orochimaru said. Soon, Tsunade revealed her strategy. The outcome was predictable. An insidious plot was devised, aimed at tempering Ling Feng's audacity. When the three approached Ling Feng, each made an effort to conceal their amusement. Ling Feng looked up, raising an eyebrow, clearly sensing something was amiss. What is going on? Is there a problem? He inquired. In perfect synchrony, the three shook their heads. No, nothing at all. This was clearly a lie. It seemed that even the legendary Konoha three ninjas were not adept at deception. Ling Feng stared intently into their eyes, watching as beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Nothing at all. Then what is your plan? Where will I be stationed? Ling Feng pressed, prompting a sigh of relief from the three. I will inform you when we reach the site. We have 3 hours until the event begins, so we can set off now, Orochimaru replied. As Jiraiya was too stunned to speak, Ling Feng nodded and said, then I'll head over first. As Ling Feng's figure vanished from view, a collective sigh of relief escaped the trio. I don't know why, but I feel an eerie sensation when looking into his eyes, as if 3 pairs of eyes are fixated on me. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded slightly in agreement. This brat is far too enigmatic. Let us go. We must reach the location promptly, Tsunade concluded, and with that, she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru departed the training ground. Chapter 34. What are you? The meeting venue is situated in the heart of Konoha Village, surrounded by high-rise residences, a zone where idlers are unwelcome, aside from the Hokage building. At the entrance, Ling Feng sat atop a rooftop, enjoying the breeze. The legendary Sannin of Konoha had arrived. There were 5 individuals on the list of important protectees for this operation, with the foremost being the head of the cabinet, Kawashiro. You are responsible for guarding the main entrance. Leave the rest to us. As you are not very familiar with this area, Orochimaru said, handing over a list. Ling Feng nodded and accepted it, understanding the task at hand. With 2 hours remaining before the meeting commenced, attendees would begin to arrive half an hour early. It was imperative to have an entry ticket to gain access. Should any issues arise, he could activate the Azure Seal, and assistance would arrive promptly. Ling Feng then received a small scroll. Upon unrolling it, he discovered it contained a sealing technique, likely a form of mind ninjutsu designed to alert the recipient. Undoubtedly, this was a preparation made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Underscoring his concern for the significance of this meeting, Ling Feng recognized that if the meeting concluded successfully, it would bolster Konoha's authority and significantly impact the funding from the Land of Fire. In essence, the success of this meeting would directly influence the welfare of Konoha, and as an orphan, Ling Feng stood to gain the most from any improvements. Thus, ensuring the meeting's success was a venture that promised only profit for him. According to plan, Ling Feng needed to maintain his identity's secrecy as he approached the meeting venue via the main road, to avoid drawing the attention of any nefarious individuals. However, he did not anticipate encountering Waihai Kurenai and Uzumaki Rin. Hey, Ling Feng-kun, is it really you, Ling Feng-kun? Uzumaki Rin was the first to spot him, waving her hand in excitement. Waihai Kurenai, hearing this, quickly turned to catch a glimpse of Ling Feng, her excitement causing her to leap up in joy. Ling Feng was taken aback, and as he saw the 2 figures rushing towards him, his initial impulse to retaliate with a punch or kick dissipated. With a thud, the 2 girls collided into Ling Feng's embrace. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being knocked over. Nearby, Guy, Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma watched this scene unfold, particularly Asuma and Obito, who felt a surge of jealousy. That scoundrel Ling Feng. How greedy can he be to embrace both of them at once? Obito, are you not furious? Asuma exclaimed, clenching his fists. Obito was indeed angry, but recalling Ling Feng and Appo's previous exploits, he quickly subdued his feelings. Asuma, let Appo's not provoke him. Ling Feng is far too formidable now. Upon hearing this, Asuma, who had been on the verge of confronting Ling Feng, also lost his resolve. After all, they had witnessed his strength. Even their instructors were powerless against him. What could they possibly do? You too, how long will you cling to me? Ling Feng remarked, holding one girl in each arm, relishing the unique sense they emitted. However, the public display was not appropriate. How could a man aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the shinobi world allow such a scandal to mar his reputation? Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Kurenai and Rin hastily disentangled themselves. Ling Feng-kun, how have you been lately? Yes, Ling Feng-kun, it's been over 2 months. It feels like ages since we last saw you. Ling Feng scratched his head, pondering how to respond. Should he disclose that he had joined the Umbu? Well, after graduating early from the Ninja Academy, I have become a competent genin. Naturally, I must contribute to the village, so I have been busy with missions these past 2 months, he stated earnestly. Wow, Ling Feng Kuan. That's amazing. Kurenai and Rin clapped their hands in delight. Indeed, in the presence of someone they admired, girls often reveal their adorable sides, much like Sakura's affection for Sasuke or Hinata's for Naruto. Conversely, their demeanor turned cold and violent towards those they disliked, such as Rin towards Obito and Kurenai towards Asuma. Ling Feng. Kakashi approached. Kakashi, it's been a while, Ling Feng smiled. I received approval for my early graduation as well. In a week, I will officially graduate and become a genin, Kakashi said, looking at Ling Feng. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the unwavering fighting spirit in Kakashi's gaze. It was evident that he had become Kakashi's goal to strive towards. Ha. That's splendid news. I look forward to your graduation. Perhaps we can undertake missions together, Ling Feng said, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Behind them, Guy clenched his fists. I will expedite my graduation too. We will as well. Kurenai and Rin chimed in with their little fists raised. The atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie. Save for Asuma and Obito, who harbored a blend of resentment and wariness, reluctant to approach. Obito's glare at Ling Feng was particularly intense, as if he wished to devour him whole. Ling Feng could almost predict the unfolding narrative. Having captured Rin's heart, he sensed Obito's growing enmity, likely leading him down a path of vengeance, yearning to create a world exclusive to himself and Rin. Yet, Ling Feng would never allow such a ludicrous dream to materialize. Infinite Tsukuyomi? How amusing. At that moment, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed. A swift horse galloped past, stirring up clouds of dust that choked the villagers nearby. Just as Ling Feng was about to bid farewell to the group and head to the meeting, he noticed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he saw the horse barreling towards the center of the road, directly at Rin. As she realized the impending danger, all she saw was the horse's head rapidly enlarging in her vision. Ah! She screamed. Then came a resounding thud. Bystanders gasped in horror, fearing the worst for the young girl. What kind of horse is this? Completely oblivious to the pedestrians. That child must be no older than 5 or 6. How tragic. Obito was stunned, and as he regained his composure, he could only scream for Rin through the rising dust. Rin. However, when the dust settled, everyone was astonished. A young boy stood protectively in front of Rin, his arm outstretched, while the horse lay unconscious on the ground. The rider, having tumbled off, was covered in dirt and glared at Ling Feng with fury. Impudent brat. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? At this, the crowd shuddered. Yet Ling Feng, with an expression devoid of emotion, coldly replied, And what of it? Who do you think you are? Chapter 35. The arrogance of the superior in stark contrast to the threats and intimidation posed by the fallen, Ling Feng's words elicited a sharp intake of breath, leaving the audience profoundly shaken. The discerning could easily discern the exquisite attire of the fallen figure, though he might have appeared merely as a guard. The fabric of his garments was undoubtedly extraordinary. As he rose, his countenance darkened, and his gaze turned frigid. Upon standing, it became evident that he was a formidable presence, casting a shadow that loomed over Ling Feng, instilling a sense of dread. Kakashi and his companions behind Ling Feng wore expressions of pale trepidation. Despite Kakashi being hailed as a genius of Konoha, he remained but a child at heart. Only Ling Feng maintained his composure, exuding an air of indifference. Having lived 2 lives, he was no stranger to such circumstances. You little brat, what did you just say? Are you serious? Do you have any idea who I am? The fallen figure looked down upon Ling Feng, his voice booming. I am the captain of the first guard of the cabinet, Guilong Sanchi. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It's Guilong Sanchi, the legendary foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire. They marveled. He became the captain of the first guard at such a young age, his prowess already at the elite J-Nin level. Indeed, he is always present whenever the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire are out, and there has never been an incident while he is around. As the bystanders murmured in astonishment, Kakashi and his companions grew even more pale. A foe of such caliber was far beyond their capabilities. Yuan Yulin could no longer contain her tears, large drops cascading down her cheeks in a display of deep distress. Ling Feng, I am so sorry. I never anticipated this situation would become so complicated. You should leave. This is my mistake and has nothing to do with you. Hearing Yuan Yilin's choked sobs, Ling Feng, without turning, replied coolly, I was the one who acted. What business is it of yours? Furthermore, we are not at fault. He is. He clearly saw the throngs on the street, yet chose to ride recklessly. I demand an explanation from him. The crowd erupted in astonishment at his audacity. This little brat is not wrong, but he needs to be aware of the circumstances. Indeed, this is exceedingly reckless. The opponent is an elite Jainin. He appears to be barely out of the ninja academy. Ling Feng rarely appeared in public, spending most of his time training or on missions, leading the onlookers to be unfamiliar with him, seemingly having forgotten the incidents he had caused at the ninja academy. However, 3 months had elapsed since then, not too long. Yet not too brief either. Those present, primarily the children, might still remember. Yuan Yilin felt a surge of gratitude, but did not wish for Ling Feng to be harmed due to her misfortune and hesitated to speak further. However, as she opened her mouth, Ling Feng raised a hand to silence her. Kakashi, Guy, please look after Lin. I will handle this. At that moment, Guilong Sanchi's forehead throbbed with veins. What a nauseating display of pure friendship. How dare you act so bravely before me? Clearly, you have never tasted the harshness of reality. He sneered. You are the first to dare obstruct me. Even if you are a mere child, you must face the consequences for your misdeeds. With that, he drew his sword. Witnessing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. An elite Jainin, indeed. But in a true confrontation, he would likely fall short of the legendary Sannin. Ling Feng felt a surge of confidence. He had grown considerably stronger and was ready to take on Guilong Sanchi. Thus, he swiftly exchanged points in the system marketplace for a mid-level katana, expending 100 points. The basic katana required only 10 points, while a high-level one demanded 1,000. With his current points insufficient, he settled for the mid-level blade. He hoped that after facing Guilong Sanchi, he could at least recoup some of his expenditure. It would have been ideal to procure a high-level katana, for Ling Feng had perceived that Guilong Sanchi's sword was no ordinary weapon. Indeed, when Guilong Sanchi saw Ling Feng unsheath a katana, he erupted into laughter. How amusing. You intend to duel with that piece of scrap? Honestly, this broken sword is hardly worthy of my attention. However, your insolence angers me. Kneel and apologize now, and I may spare your life. Guilong Sanchi declared coldly. Yet Ling Feng simply swung his katana and replied, I have stated. The fault lies with you. Thus, it is you who should apologize. Humph. Infuriating little brat, you seek death. A glint of malice flashed in Guilong Sanchi's eyes as he lunged at Ling Feng with his sword drawn. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the fierce intent behind the attack. Very well, I shall not hold back. Even knowing you are the captain of the cabinet guard, I intend to earn my points from you. With that, he executed the body flicker technique. Whoosh. Ling Feng vanished from his position, appearing behind Guilong Sanchi, unleashing the Chidori. The crackling arcs of electricity surged forth as Ling Feng struck, aiming for the back of Guilong Sanchi. The latter reacted just in time. Clang. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the two retreated from each other. As the dust settled, it was evident that Guilong Sanchi's sleeve was charred. Although the Chidori strike had not landed directly on him, the flickering arcs had ignited his clothing, which he quickly extinguished. Yet the singed fabric bore witness to the encounter's intensity. For a moment, silence enveloped the arena. Yet within Ling Feng's mind, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Ding. Earned 160 points. Ding. Earned 100 points. Ding. Earned 80 points. Ling Feng understood that he had not inflicted any real harm upon Guilong Sanchi, but the scorched sleeve lent credence to the perception that he had emerged victorious, at least in the eyes of the onlookers. Even Guilong Sanchi was taken aback. He recognized the Chidori, but was astonished that a child of just over 5 years could wield it with such proficiency. This maneuver earned Ling Feng a total of 340 points, and he felt a surge of excitement. Believing that defeating Guilong Sanchi would yield a significant bounty of points, given the large crowd watching. Foul little brat, do not think such tactics can defeat me. Let me assure you, even the Hokage cannot save you this time. A mere genin, prepare to meet your end. Gue Long Sanchi bellowed in fury, charging forward with his sword raised. Chapter 36. He saved my life. In the face of the serious and formidable Gue Long Sanchi, Ling Feng immediately activated his Sharingan and Byakugan. The dual ocular powers allowed Ling Feng to meticulously analyze every attack launched by his opponent. Although Gue Long Sanchi was indeed powerful, ultimately, he relied on chakra to manifest his strength. In this world, chakra is the fundamental source of power. Thus, with the Byakugan's enhancement, every movement of Gue Long Sanchi unfolded under Ling Feng's vigilant observation. Clang! The two blades collided with precision, sparking a flurry of flames. Well, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be quite commendable. Gue Long Sanchi gritted his teeth, acknowledging Ling Feng's skill. Ling Feng merely smiled, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. He had assumed that Gue Long Sanchi would possess some ninjutsu, but regrettably, it seemed the opponent knew nothing beyond swordplay. Although Gue Long Sanchi's blade was swift, Ling Feng would utilize body flicker technique at the slightest hint of danger, eliminating any unnecessary movements. As for swordsmanship, Ling Feng did not possess it. His advantage lay solely in his speed. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. As long as Ling Feng's velocity surpassed that of Gue Long Sanchi, even the most formidable sword techniques would be rendered insignificant. As their battle progressed, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly peculiar. The participants sensed this shift acutely. At that moment, Gue Long Sanchi's expression was decidedly grim. He had never anticipated that a mere child could match him blow for blow. It was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, buoyed by his unbeaten streak, had amassed 120 points. To the onlookers, as long as Ling Feng remained unscathed, it implied an equal footing with Gue Long Sanchi. However, Ling Feng knew well that this was merely Gue Long Sanchi's ordinary state, and he had yet to unleash his full strength. If this was the might of the foremost swordsman of the Land of Fire, it was indeed laughable. Clang! Once again, their blades clashed before they separated. All right, little brat. I've played with you long enough. Now prepare to die? Gue Long Sanchi's gaze turned increasingly icy, and his aura began to rise ominously. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the palpable killing intent weighing heavily on his nerves. Yet, Ling Feng refused to be outdone. With a mighty roar, his own aura surged as he unveiled his true potential. The Sharingan, Byakugan, and Sage Mode were all activated to their utmost limit. In an instant, Gue Long Sanchi, who had been fixated on Ling Feng, suddenly felt a disconcerting illusion. The youth before him, did he possess 3 pairs of eyes? Humph! Deceitful tricks. Gue Long Sanchi bellowed in fury, channeling chakra to envelop his blade and lunging toward Ling Feng. Although he was not a ninja, Gue Long Sanchi demonstrated a remarkable proficiency in chakra manipulation. Ling Feng, upon witnessing this, felt no surprise. After all, in this world, the Iron Country was renowned for producing exceptional swordsmen who adeptly harnessed chakra to enhance their weaponry. The utilization of chakra was remarkably versatile, contingent upon the wielder and Oppo's ingenuity. Earth Release, Earth-Style Fish, Body Flicker, Chidori Blade. Observing from a distance, Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback. Ling Feng's signature ninjutsu is about to be unleashed. With the mastery of Earth-Style Fish and Body Flicker, who could possibly match his movements? Swoosh! Ling Feng deftly evaded Gue Long Sanchi's chakra-infused strike and swiftly countered with the Chidori Blade. However, Gue Long Sanchi retaliated with a reverse slash, producing a resounding clash that left Ling Feng's arm tingling with pain, forcing him to retreat with Body Flicker. Ling Feng was astonished at the sheer strength of Gue Long Sanchi when he unleashed his full capabilities. True power, it seemed, could effortlessly cleave through ninjutsu. Ling Feng's Chidori Blade had yet to scorch his opponent's attire when it was shattered by the overwhelming force of Gue Long Sanchi's counterattack. Recognizing the futility of close-quarters combat, Ling Feng decided to adopt a hit-and-run strategy. With increasing familiarity with the Earth-Style Fish technique, he expanded his range significantly. He swiftly exchanged for 5 bottles of intermediate chakra potions from the system shop preparing himself for a war of attrition against Gue Long Sanqi. After consuming one potion, Ling Feng felt a surge of power coursing through him. He executed a body flicker to gain distance and unleashed a barrage of combined ninjutsu. Wood release, 4 pillars prison technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great tornado technique. Boom. 3 distinct elemental techniques were unleashed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Ling Feng's rapid hand seals were enough to leave the audience in awe. Hardly 3 individuals could discern his intricate motions. Moreover, this was not Ling Feng's zenith. His combination of techniques was meticulously interwoven, amplifying their destructive potential. The 4 pillars prison technique summoned massive wooden pillars that ensnared Gue Long Sanqi, forming an impenetrable cage. This was one of the key techniques Ling Feng had employed to decimate numerous members of the Uchiha clan. Next, the Great Fireball technique unleashed a searing inferno, igniting the wooden pillars at an alarming pace. Once ignited, the flames would only intensify. Finally, the Great Tornado technique summoned powerful winds to accelerate the flame spread, ensuring they would not be easily extinguished. Though this combination of ninjutsu was not overly complex, each technique was intricately linked, rendering it nearly insurmountable for ordinary foes unless they possessed formidable water or earth techniques to counter. Yet, it was evident that Gue Long Sanqi lacked any ninjutsu proficiency. As the 3 techniques converged, the area surrounding Gue Long Sanqi transformed into a fiery hellscape, with a towering fire tornado erupting violently, crackling ominously and deterring any nearby spectators. Ding. Acquired 60 points. Ding. Acquired 80 points. Ding. Acquired 70 points. The flames continued to blaze, and points kept accumulating. Regardless of the final outcome, Ling Feng was assuredly reaping rewards. His point total had surged to 630, surpassing the halfway mark to 1,000, filling him with exhilaration. Boom. At last, a powerful slash erupted from the heart of the inferno, shattering the fire tornado and revealing a singed, but still formidable Gue Long Sanqi. Though his body was scorched, thanks to Chakra's protection, he had only sustained minor injuries. Yet, Gue Long Sanqi was now consumed with fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "You little brat, I will take your life." With that, an overwhelming Chapter 37. The head of the cabinet. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated with authority. A simple statement, yet it struck a chord within Ling Feng, evoking a sense of familiarity. Observing the 3 formidable figures of the Ghost Dragon, whose previously furious expressions abruptly transformed into an unnatural calm, Ling Feng knew the words had struck a nerve. Who could it be that could halt the so-called first swordsman of the Fire Nation with just a single utterance? Ling Feng raised his gaze. The crowd parted, revealing a battalion of armored soldiers marching in unison. At the center, encircled by the soldiers, stood a grand and opulent palanquin. The soldiers halted, gently lowering the palanquin, from which emerged a tall man adorned in splendid attire, wearing a high hat. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips. The situation had just become significantly more intriguing. This man was none other than a high-ranking official from the Fire Nation, whom Ling Feng had previously saved. The 3 formidable figures of the Ghost Dragon were already on one knee before him, paying their respects. "Lord Yuguang, 3 Chi, sheathe your blades. This leaf ninja was once my savior." The man named Yuguang replied with a slight nod, turning his warm gaze upon Ling Feng. "What?" The Ghost Dragon's 3 figures displayed expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend. This was impossible, they had faced. Just as the Ghost Dragon was about to voice his thoughts, Ling Feng interjected, his tone icy and imperious. "This is confidential. Please refrain from speaking." It was difficult to believe that such a commanding statement originated from the lips of a mere 5-year-old child. The Ghost Dragon's mouth agape, he was left stunned. Yet, Yuguang nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the Ghost Dragon to remain silent. "Ding. You have gained 80 points." Ling Feng chuckled inwardly, pleasantly surprised at the points accrued from the Ghost Dragon's astonishment. It felt quite gratifying. Furthermore, the surrounding crowd provided an additional influx of points. Ding, ding, ding. An additional 360 points materialized in an instant. With that, his total points surpassed the milestone of 1,000, reaching 1070 points. Despite the multitude of villagers present, none had ever seen Yu Guang before. Without Ling Feng's explanation, they were unaware of when he had intervened to rescue Yu Guang. Thus, the secret of operation remained intact for the time being. In truth, whether this matter was disclosed or not held little significance for Ling Feng. Even if individuals from the Mist Village sought vengeance, he harbored no fear. However, the village of Konoha could not withstand such reprisals, especially given the current tensions within the village. You are Ling Feng, correct? Yu Guang stepped forward, addressing Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, Lord Yu Guang. You are one of the attendees for this meeting, are you not? Precisely. What a coincidence to encounter you again, Yu Guang replied, his demeanor brightening with joy. I am responsible for the security of this meeting, Ling Feng stated. Though this operation had been arranged by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, technically, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation were the employers, meaning that upon successful completion of the mission, the rewards would be compensated by them. Then let us converse for a moment. It is only fitting to give the employer some courtesy, Yu Guang remarked, increasingly pleased. That is splendid, with your presence. I feel at ease, he added, unbeknownst to him that behind him, the ghost dragon's 3 figures wore expressions of despair. I am your personal bodyguard for this mission. How can you place your trust in a 5-year-old child? The ghost dragon seethed internally, his frustration bubbling over. Lord Yu Guang, do not heed the words of this child. Had he not intervened, I would have already arrived at the meeting point, clearing away any dangers in wait for you. The ghost dragon fervently defended himself. Yet Yu Guang frowned. I am aware of the situation. So many eyes were upon you. Riding recklessly through the streets is your misstep. Apologize to this young brother. The ghost dragon, hearing this, wore a face of disbelief. My lord, quickly. The meeting commences in half an hour. Are you prepared to take responsibility for any delays? Yu Guang commanded. Left with no choice, the ghost dragon offered his apology. Ling Feng nodded slightly, accepting it. He then turned to bid farewell to Kakashi and the others, offering a respectful gesture to Yu Guang before departing. The system notifications continued. The ghost dragon's capitulation brought a sense of satisfaction to the onlookers. They had witnessed how the ghost dragon almost collided with a passerby, and it was thanks to Ling Feng's intervention that disaster was averted. Moreover, Ling Feng was a ninja from Konoha, part of their village, and they could not stand idly by as an outsider bullied one of their own. The outcome was pleasing to the spectators, who marveled at Ling Feng's formidable strength. This child, named Ling Feng, is truly impressive, managing to hold his own against the ghost dragon. Hold his own? It is evident the ghost dragon was left in disarray. Ling Feng clearly triumphed. I see Ling Feng is merely a genin. What does the title of the first swordsman of the Fire Nation signify, after all? The crowd buzzed with conversation, reveling in their pride for the strength of Konoha's ninjas. However, these remarks struck a different chord with the ghost dragon, for he was the very subject of their discussion as the vanquished. My lord, I refuse to accept this. He is but a mere child. Why do you shield him so? The ghost dragon lingered beside the carriage, struggling to contain his indignation. I have stated it before. He saved my life. Yu Guang's voice was calm yet firm. This is impossible. That day, there were 24 elite Genin from the Mist Village. What could a mere child accomplish against such an overwhelming force? The ghost dragon remained unconvinced. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, yet this world ultimately belongs to ninjas. You understand this better than I do. The title of the first swordsman of the Fire Nation? That only applies when set apart from ninjas. Otherwise, you are simply the first among the rest. Had you accompanied me that day, what chance would you have had to save me? A mere 1%, perhaps? Humph. Yu Guang's voice turned cold. The ghost dragon trembled at the words, bowing his head, too intimidated to speak further. Then, Yu Guang's murmured thoughts reached the air. Given the current unstable global situation, this Ling Feng may very well become the greatest asset for our Fire Nation in the near future. Upon hearing this, the ghost dragon's pupils constricted, realizing that in Yu Guang's eyes, he was far less significant than Ling Feng. Ding! You have gained 60 points. As Ling Feng hurried toward the meeting venue, Another notification alerting him of points gained appeared in his mind. Strange, where did these points come from? Ling Feng pondered, shaking his head, suspecting a possible delay in the system's updates. Upon arriving, the meeting members gradually assembled. The welcoming attendant would announce the names of the attendees with great respect. We welcome the head of the cabinet, Lord Yuguang. Chapter 38. Abundant rewards. Upon hearing the words of the receptionist, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows at the main entrance. What? It turns out that this Yuguang is actually the head of the cabinet, which indeed holds an extremely high status. No wonder the so-called #1 swordsman of the Fire Nation shrank back upon seeing him. The head of the cabinet is essentially the most esteemed individual beneath the daimyo, wielding immense power over others. While pondering this, the procession reached the entrance. Yuguang descended, and behind him, the trio of Gui Long had changed into fresh attire. After all, it was a grand occasion. Wearing charred clothing would have been quite inappropriate. Ling Feng and the three ninjas from Konoha emerged to greet the highest-ranking individual at this meeting. Ling Feng stepped to the front. Orochimaru nudged him from behind, prompting the trio to position themselves behind him, clearly intending to highlight Ling Feng and draw Yuguang's attention. Ling Feng understood their subtle machinations. They were clearly aiming to stir up trouble. His position was forced onto the main path, obstructing the entrance of esteemed guests. Is this your idea of a good arrangement for me? Ling Feng turned to the three and spoke coldly. Faced with his inquiry, the Konoha trio fell momentarily silent, astonished that Ling Feng remained so composed in such a situation. Wasn't and Appos, he supposed to hurry back? Meanwhile, Yuguang approached with the Gui Long trio. This little one is in for some trouble. The Gui Long trio is notoriously mischievous. Indeed, with Ling Feng standing in the main path, it was inevitable that the Gui Long trio would seek to create a disturbance. Ling Feng frowned slightly at the murmurs behind him, realizing they were aware of the trio's reputation. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner that astonished the three ninjas from Konoha. As the Gui Long trio approached Ling Feng in the center of the path, to their surprise, they stepped aside with a slight bow, demonstrating respect. Yuguang, following suit, paid no heed to Ling Feng's positioning and smiled gently as he walked past. Observing the two enter the conference room, the atmosphere at the entrance became somewhat stagnant. Ding. Earn 90 points. The astonishment of the Konoha trio resulted in another wave of points. Ling Feng, without a glance at the three, returned to his designated post. How is this possible? After Ling Feng departed, Orochimaru remarked in disbelief. Jiraiya and Tsunade wore expressions of shock. How could this young man command such respect from the Gui Long trio? Moreover, Lord Yuguang seems to have a rather close relationship with him. What if he is indeed closely tied to Lord Yuguang? Our actions would undoubtedly backfire, Jiraiya expressed his concerns. At this point, there is no turning back. Given our strength, we have made significant contributions to Konoha. I trust that Lord Yuguang will not cause us any trouble. Tsunade reassured him with a pat on Jiraiya's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. You are a descendant of the Senju clan. In terms of lineage, you are far more esteemed than us. Even if blame were to be placed, your punishment would surely be the lightest. Come now, why are you two moping about? Are you truly going to be outdone by a young boy? After all, we've only suffered once. We can simply avoid him in the future, Tsunade huffed, turning to leave as she noticed the worry etched on their faces. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had no choice but to follow, as they still had their guard duties to attend to. Inside the conference room, everyone had taken their seats. Ling Feng stood at his position beside the entrance. Upon the arrival of the Konoha trio, they noticed the third Hokage was also present, causing their hearts to skip a beat. After all, they had committed misdeeds and felt somewhat anxious under the third's gaze. Only Ling Feng stood tall and composed. Now that everyone is present, let us commence, declared Yuguang, signaling the official start of the meeting. Bang! The doors shut, marking the confidentiality of this assembly. Although Ling Feng and others were present, a barrier would be erected during the meeting to prevent any eavesdropping from outsiders. Only those with exceptional skills might infiltrate unnoticed. Yet even they would face the formidable Konoha trio and Ling Feng and Appos, Esgard, making escape exceedingly unlikely. After 2 hours, Ling Feng noticed someone rising, preparing to leave. Subsequently, the barrier was lifted and several key members of the meeting exited in succession, leaving only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the cabinet, Yu Guang. Ling Feng, come here, Sarutobi Hiruzen directed with a gentle smile. Ling Feng stepped forward. Sarutobi then turned his gaze toward the Konoha trio behind Ling Feng, his expression shifting to one of mild irritation. This startled the three, as it seemed the events at the entrance had not escaped the third Hokage's notice. Third Hokage, do you require my assistance? Ling Feng inquired with a slight bow. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Sarutobi withdrew his gaze and focused back on him. I have no pressing matters. It is merely that Lord Yu Guang wishes to speak with you. Ling Feng raised his brow and looked towards Yu Guang. Lord Yu Guang, do not be so formal. Ever since that day you saved my life, I have longed to express my gratitude. However, I did not anticipate you would be so focused on your mission and leave so quickly. Now that the opportunity has arisen, speak your desires, Yu Guang beamed. Regarding Ling Feng as if he were a precious gem, Ling Feng recognized that they merely saw potential in him, worthy of nurturing. As figures of the highest echelon, they were well aware of the current circumstances. In truth, Ling Feng had no desire for pleasantries. After all, one should not refuse a gift freely given. However, regrettably, what Ling Feng sought was beyond their capacity to provide. It would be unreasonable to request to learn all the forbidden techniques preserved by Konoha. The third Hokage would surely be the first to object, as forbidden techniques are deemed such due to their immense power and inherent dangers. Thus, it would be far more practical to accumulate points instead. Lord Yu Guang, I desire nothing, Ling Feng stated directly. At this declaration, all eyes turned to him, especially those of the Gue Long trio and the Konoha ninjas. Is it true? He truly seeks nothing? How pretentious! Yet, Ling Feng remained unfazed. Declaring that safeguarding the esteemed one's safety was his sole duty, he harbored no ulterior motives. Ling Feng genuinely did not wish for anything. However, to Yu Guang's ears, this was a different story. He burst into laughter, clapping his hands with delight. Ha ha ha, this is indeed the exceptional ninja of the Fire Nation. Though you say so, I cannot take your words at face value. I have heard that you live alone in rather modest conditions. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you a grand estate, comparable in size to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, along with 50 servants at your disposal. Moreover, considering your age, all expenses will be waived. Chapter 39. The Enviable Mansion. As Lord Yu Guang's voice echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The weight of astonished breaths filled the air, with the legendary Sannin and the third Hokage all wearing expressions of disbelief. After a prolonged pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously spoke. Lord Yu Guang, should we not approach this matter with greater prudence? Yu Guang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, does the third have reservations? I see no harm in rewarding this young brother. Hiruzen hastily shook his head. No, my lord, you misunderstand. It is not the reward I question, but rather the expansive territories of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Should we not consider these factors before making such a hasty decision? After speaking, Hiruzen instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow, regretting his words. The future budget of Konoha hinged upon how Yu Guang reported back after this meeting, as his presence here served not only to attend the conference, but also to assess the development of the village. Yu Guang was akin to a golden goose. Pleasing him could potentially lead to a significant budget increase, making him an individual to be treated with utmost respect. Both Hiruzen and Yu Guang were seasoned strategists, each adept in their own right. The position of the head of the cabinet was not easily attained. Furthermore, Yu Guang's motives for visiting Konoha were multifaceted. His assessment was merely one aspect, as he also sought to influence the internal management of the village. Konoha's reputation within the ninja world was formidable, particularly due to the legendary founders Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Land of Fire recognized the village and Appo's significance and desired a more substantial involvement, thus investing ample resources to ensure Konoha understood their value. Both parties were acutely aware of this unspoken understanding. For genuine progress, collaboration was essential. Presently, Yu Guang had identified a promising young talent in Konoha, Ling Feng. Thus, he sought to cultivate a rapport with Ling Feng, aiming to find a foothold within the village through him. While Ling Feng outwardly appeared unfazed by the two cunning individuals, he was fully aware of their intentions. He understood the adage that one is at a disadvantage when reliant on others. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, knowing that in the end, merit would prevail. Thus, regardless of what Yu Guang offered, Ling Feng would graciously accept it, for becoming a legend was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, his ambition was to surpass the legends. "Oh, it seems the third is concerned about my decision," Yu Guang remarked, observing the surroundings where ample vacant land lay unused. "Can the territories of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans truly rival this land? If you harbor any grievances, speak now, while I am present. Do not wait until I depart to impose difficulties on this young brother." Yu Guang's tone was serious, almost reproachful, as he regarded Hiruzen, who averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. It was commendable that Hiruzen, a seasoned Hokage, could suppress his displeasure for the greater good of the village. Typically, he would have shown his discontent, but today was different. "No, Lord Yu Guang, your decision stands. Ling Feng has indeed performed remarkably and deserves commendation. My reservations stem from my belief that as a ninja, one should be accustomed to a life of hardship, hence my earlier comments. I regret my overly stringent expectations of Ling Feng." Hiruzen spoke with a subdued tone, granting Yu Guang the respect he deserved. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but admire Hiruzen's cunning. The old fox had deftly found a way to save face. In doing so, he inadvertently shifted the blame back onto himself, displaying remarkable finesse. Yu Guang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Regardless, Hiruzen had acquiesced. "Young Ling Feng, are you satisfied with this reward?" Yu Guang asked, turning to Ling Feng with a warm smile. Ling Feng recognized that Yu Guang was attempting to extend an olive branch. He dismissed thoughts of rivalry, knowing that as long as he established himself as a prominent figure in Konoha, no one would dare undermine him. "Thank you, Lord Yu Guang, for your generous gift. I am truly taken aback. Such a reward feels rather excessive," Ling Feng replied, mindful of the three legendary Sannin and the third Hokage observing him. Yu Guang chuckled heartily, declaring, "Nonsense. It is well deserved. Let us finalize this. I shall ensure work commences promptly. You may review the designs and share any thoughts you have. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I hope to invite you for tea in the future." With that, Yu Guang rose and departed. The trio of Kiryu cast Ling Feng a lingering glare, their eyes filled with resentment, jealousy, and apprehension. They loathed Ling Feng for embarrassing them publicly, envied the lavish reward he received, and feared his formidable strength, especially with Yu Guang's personal backing. Ling Feng returned their gaze, but after a brief moment, the trio averted their eyes, hastily following Yu Guang out of the conference room. "Humph, should we cross paths again? I doubt they will even dare to raise their heads in my presence." Ling Feng mused as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The Sannin resumed their discussions, with Hiruzen now frowning deeply at Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, the magnitude of this reward is unprecedented in history," Hiruzen lamented, implicitly hoping Ling Feng would decline the offer. After all, the cost of renovating a mansion was substantial, and savings could be allocated elsewhere. Ling Feng shrugged. "This is not my request, if he insists. What can I do?" Hiruzen, known for his cryptic inquiries, preferred to navigate around direct questions. Thus, Ling Feng decided to feign ignorance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hiruzen was taken aback. The three legendary Sannin were equally astonished. "Ding, you have gained 60 points. Ah, splendid. Well then, third Hokage, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, as I have yet to complete my training for the day." With that, Ling Feng turned and swiftly exited. Hiruzen rubbed his temples in exasperation, then turned to the Sannin. "What are your thoughts?" Jiraiya was the first to raise his hand. "Teacher, what level of achievement must one attain to receive a mansion as a reward?" Tsunade and Orochimaru shared his eager anticipation. Hiruzen could only respond with a sigh of resignation. Chapter 40. Meeting Lord Lingfeng. As Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the eager expressions on the faces of his three disciples, he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, nearly causing his beard to bristle in indignation. "Forget it," he exclaimed. "This reward comes from above. Do you have any idea how much it costs to construct such an expansive manor? With that money, one could easily build another ninja academy, or procure 500 sets of exquisite weaponry." After venting his ire, Sarutobi Hiruzen stormed off, knowing that remaining would only lead to further scolding, which was hardly beneficial for his blood pressure. As they watched Sarutobi leave, the three ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. They too had made significant contributions. Yet, a younger and less accomplished individual had received such a generous reward, which stirred feelings of inequity within them. "It's infuriating to compare ourselves to others," Jiraiya lamented. Following the completion of the recent mission, Ling Feng visited the Umbu and conferred with Minato Namikaze, discovering that the Umbu's tasks had largely been assigned. Consequently, Ling Feng chose to forego the trivial assignments and focus on his training instead. He also met with the foreman responsible for the manor's construction, engaging in discussions about the project. Being a professional, the foreman's designs were sound, and Ling Feng had no substantial demands. He merely found the process amusing and participated for a few days. Upon learning that the manor would take a month to complete, Ling Feng felt no urgency, as he had no pressing missions and could take the time to recuperate and enhance his abilities. One fine day, Ling Feng arrived at his training ground and, after completing his usual regimen, began to rest in preparation for the next training session. At that moment, he opened the system shop and realized his points had amassed to 1320. "With such a bounty of points, let me see what I can exchange them for," he mused. Calculating the time, he noted that the CHNIN exams were 2 months away, and he had a premonition that unforeseen events were likely to unfold. Thus, Ling Feng deemed it essential to develop another trump card. He perused the system marketplace, dismissing various ninja tools as mere external items. Presently, his focus was on fortifying his own strength. Certain jutsu were also overlooked, as Ling Feng found that his current physical capabilities rendered him ill-equipped to handle some of the forbidden techniques with adverse effects. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the scrolls section, where he selected the Yin sealing technique. His choice was motivated by several considerations. Primarily, Ling Feng needed to enhance his fundamental attributes, and the Yin sealing technique enabled one to gather chakra in daily life, which could then be unleashed in a single surge during battle, serving as a substantial reservoir of chakra. Furthermore, he understood that the techniques learned by Tsunade, such as the 100 Healings technique and the Creation Rebirth technique, were classified as forbidden. The prerequisite for unleashing these techniques was the activation of the Yin sealing technique, for the chakra consumption was immense. Any ordinary ninja attempting to use them would be drained of chakra instantly, leading to dire consequences. Even with Sage Mode, Ling Feng was hesitant to attempt such feats recklessly. Sage Mode merely accelerated the basic recovery rate of chakra, allowing for only a limited replenishment at once. Hence, mastering the Yin sealing technique was crucial, justifying its cost of 1,000 points for redemption. After confirming his selection, Ling Feng felt a rush of knowledge regarding the jutsu flood into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals. Yin sealing technique, activate. A light sound resonated, and he felt chakra flowing through his body like a torrent, surging with boundless power. The sensation was exhilarating. However, this state did not last long, as he had not yet accumulated much chakra. Ling Feng activated the gathering function of the Yin sealing technique, aiming to meticulously collect the excess chakra from his daily activities, preparing to release it all at once in critical situations, which would surely astonish his adversaries. With 320 points remaining, he scoured the shop in hopes of discovering something beneficial. Yet, the amount was insufficient, as worthwhile items required thousands of points. He noted the healing ninjutsu and the palm healing technique, but these were of little use to him. With the existence of chakra potions, even minor injuries could be perfectly remedied. However, learning the palm healing technique would allow him to heal others. After much deliberation, he spent 100 points to acquire it. Though not overly difficult, its rarity made it rather pricey, as not every ninja possessed the talent or potential to learn medical ninjutsu. Alas, I feel like a pauper with only 220 points left. Ling Feng sighed, committing himself to diligent training, hoping for troublesome adversaries to appear so he could earn more points. Thus, undisturbed by missions, Ling Feng diligently accumulated his chakra and grew increasingly proficient with the Yin sealing technique. His hand seal speed improving markedly until he could complete them in an instant, achieving true instantaneous activation. A month passed, and news of the manor's completion arrived. Ling Feng decided to take a day off from training to inspect the site. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a festive atmosphere. The manor was adorned with decorations. Inside, the furniture was arranged neatly, and even the garden had been tended to, presenting a picture of meticulous order. Surprised by the scene, Ling Feng was approached by the foreman, who wore a smile. "Lord Ling Feng, this is a directive from Lord Yuguang. Since this is a reward, we have ensured everything is in place. Please inspect and let us know if there is anything amiss. We shall serve you to the best of our ability." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng responded with a smile. "I am quite satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. Your satisfaction is our priority. 50 servants dispatched by Lord Yuguang have arrived and await your command in the courtyard." Accompanying the foreman to the courtyard, Ling Feng beheld 50 servants standing in perfect formation. Indeed, they exuded an aura befitting top-tier nobility. "Lord Ling Feng, we shall take our leave now," the foreman said, bowing before departing. In the courtyard, the servants bowed deeply, declaring, "We pay our respects to Lord Ling Feng." A smile graced Ling Feng's lips. The sensation of being treated like a distinguished figure was truly delightful. Chapter 41. The Royal Feast. Relishing the royal treatment, Ling Feng felt an undeniable sense of joy. Standing upon the steps, he surveyed the crowd and casually inquired, "Which one of you is the leader?" A woman of remarkable grace stepped forward, slightly bowing to Ling Feng, her kimono presenting a most pleasing sight. "Lord Ling Feng, my name is Huazi. How may I serve you?" Ling Feng appraised Huazi with keen interest, his gaze eliciting a faint blush upon her cheeks, stirring a sense of unease within her. Was it not said that the new master was but a child of 7 or 8? Yet, the intensity of his gaze resembled that of an adult, as if he could devour her whole. "Huazi, you appear quite worried," Ling Feng remarked with a hint of amusement, clearly seeing through her thoughts. Though she possessed beauty and a fine figure, her age seemed to hover around 30. While those serving the royal family typically remained unwed, maintaining their purity, Ling Feng harbored no Oedipal inclinations. His fleeting glances at Huazi were merely an appreciation of aesthetics. In response to Ling Feng's teasing, Huazi quickly lowered her head, repeatedly denying any distress. "No, it's nothing. This is our first meeting. There is much we have yet to understand about each other. Over time, we shall learn." Ling Feng replied with a serene smile. Having welcomed her as a servant, he saw no need to impose further difficulties upon her. Upon hearing this, Huazi felt a wave of relief wash over her and expressed her gratitude. Yet, her curiosity deepened. Was this truly just a child? His demeanor and speech reflected the wisdom and experience of a mature man. In that brief moment, Huazi found herself captivated by Ling Feng, sensing that their shared days ahead promised many intriguing encounters. "Lord Ling Feng, do you have any further instructions?" Huazi inquired, ever mindful of her duties. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Since this is a new home, and you have gone to such lengths to decorate it, I presume it has stirred quite a commotion in Konoha village. Upon my arrival, I noticed a throng gathered at the entrance. Indeed, many are speculating about the master of this residence, but alas, their guesses are all incorrect," Huazi remarked, sensing that her new master enjoyed conversing and thus continued the dialogue. "Let us not concern ourselves with those irrelevant individuals. Please arrange for some invitations. I wish to host a housewarming feast for my friends." Ling Feng was determined not to squander such a splendid abode. After all, having relocated, it was only fitting to celebrate. Daily sustenance would be provided by the royal kitchens, so why not indulge? Moreover, it would serve to inform Konoha that Ling Feng was indeed a notable figure. While Ling Feng's strength could be cultivated gradually, reputation was a harder currency to earn, particularly when it required expenditure. A complimentary feast would certainly garner envy from others, an experience not to be missed. Soon, invitations were dispatched, over 100 in total. Initially, Ling Feng intended to invite only a few former classmates, but upon realizing he could accommodate 3 to 5 dozen tables, he deemed it too modest. By expanding the spacing between the tables, he could host a grander affair and invited a few more acquaintances. After all, compliments would still reflect upon him. Thus, word spread that Ling Feng would host a grand banquet at his new estate. The villagers even took pride in securing invitations, turning the event into the talk of the town. In his study, Ling Feng found himself engrossed in various magazines from this world. Though the pages were few, the content was rich and enlightening, offering many obscure facts absent from the anime. This provided an excellent means to pass the time. The banquet was scheduled for 2 days hence, affording Ling Feng a brief respite and relaxation. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the study. Ling Feng remained unmoved, casually stating, "Teacher Minato, though the main entrance is somewhat distant, a simple announcement would not take much time." The voice outside hesitated before entering. "Ling Feng, your perceptive abilities have grown remarkably." Minato Namikaze scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly. Ling Feng set aside the magazine, smiling lightly. "It is merely that your footsteps are rather pronounced. The floor is wooden, not stone." Observing Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Minato felt a twinge of anxiety. This child's pace of progress was becoming alarming. "With my own abilities, I find myself questioning my own strength. If this continues, who will be able to hold him back? What occupies your thoughts, Teacher Minato?" Ling Feng waved his hand before Minato's eyes. Since Minato had become his leader upon entering the Umbu, Ling Feng addressed him as teacher to bridge any formality. Coming back to reality, Minato offered a sheepish smile before stating, "Ling Feng, you should not be so ostentatious. Your actions have drawn the keen attention of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which may not bode well for you." Ling Feng, however, merely smiled in response. "Is that so? I find it rather beneficial. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans have long been at odds, each restraining the other, leading to considerable frustration for the third Hokage when conflicts arise, as he is unsure of whom to favor. But now, with my presence, both families shall recognize that Konoha is never devoid of fresh talent. Perhaps this is the scenario the third Hokage would prefer." Minato's heart raced at Ling Feng's words. "You cannot be serious." Seeing the astonishment on Minato's face, Ling Feng erupted into laughter. "Teacher Minato, why so tense? I was merely jesting. As you know, I am but an orphan, without kin. This grand estate is solely a gift from Lord Yoko. Alone, I possess no wealth." Ling Feng understood that such remarks would lead Minato to believe he intended to establish his own faction, thus causing his alarm. Yet, Ling Feng relished witnessing their surprise at his every word and action. He wished to convey that although he appeared as a mere child, he was not to be trifled with. "Ah, I see. You truly startled me, Ling Feng. I must stress, however, that your behavior may incite resentment from the Hyuga and Uchiha families. Do not dismiss this lightly. Unexpected visitors may arrive to cause you trouble." Minato regarded Ling Feng with utmost seriousness. Chapter 42. A touch of excitement listening to the words of Minato Namikaze, Ling Feng approached the window, hands clasped behind his back. This behavior caused Minato's expression to stiffen, for he was reminded of the contemplative demeanor of the third Hokage. Ling Feng's actions bore a striking resemblance to that of a cunning old fox. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though Minato remained himself, while Ling Feng had transformed from a mere child into the Hokage. The thought sent a deeper wave of fear through Minato's heart. Could it be that the next Hokage would be this young rascal? The mere notion of serving under this child was akin to swallowing a bitter pill. Minato himself aspired to become Hokage. Prior to Ling Feng's emergence, aside from the 3 disciples of the third Hokage, Minato was the most promising candidate. However, he soon learned that the ambitions of the legendary 3 ninjas had extended beyond the village, as they were seasoned veterans of the Second Shinobi World War, yearning for glory in the wider world. Thus, when all was calculated, he believed he was the most likely contender. Yet, with Ling Feng's arrival, Minato felt increasingly uncertain. Initially, Ling Feng's youth did not trouble him, but with each meeting, Ling Feng consistently delivered surprises that surpassed his expectations, growing stronger and more elusive by the day. This sensation was truly chilling. Ling Feng remained silent, and Minato refrained from speaking further, the atmosphere in the room growing ever more tense. Minato found himself regretting his presence here, for this place was not merely the territory of Konohagakure but Ling Feng's private residence. Moreover, he had come without permission. As Minato's thoughts wandered, Ling Feng finally spoke. Teacher Minato, you are correct in your reasoning. However, I must admit I haven't thought deeply about it. I simply wish to express my gratitude to my classmates. Minato was taken aback, unsure of Ling Feng's intentions. In past encounters, Ling Feng had always managed to present arguments that were difficult to refute. Gratitude? Minato felt a pang of unease. It seemed he was about to repeat the past mistakes. Nevertheless, he had to force himself to listen to Ling Feng's reasoning and explanation, for he needed to report back to the third Hokage. Indeed, as you know, I am an orphan and have lived alone for quite some time. My classmates have looked after me, and now that I reside in a grand mansion, it would be remiss not to invite them to visit. Otherwise, they might think I, Ling Feng, am stingy and indifferent to our former camaraderie. Ling Feng asserted earnestly. Minato felt a shiver run down his spine. He had conducted background checks on Ling Feng and was aware that he was quite solitary at school, even more aloof than Kakashi. Was there truly any bond of friendship? I can hardly believe you, you little rascal. Nevertheless, it was clear that Ling Feng was resolute in his decision, and there was no stopping him. Minato had no choice but to report all of this back to the third Hokage. Be cautious, though. While the upper echelons of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans may not intervene, many of their formidable members and younger generations have no reservations. Take care of yourself. With that, Minato turned to leave. Ling Feng, however, smiled and said, Teacher Minato, I have sent out numerous invitations. Why not bring the third Hokage along to join us? With a flourish, he tossed 2 invitations to Minato. Minato paused, his expression momentarily dazed. I'm afraid we cannot attend, Ling Feng, as there are many matters to attend to in the village. Ling Feng was unperturbed, laughing heartily. No worries. You all focus on your tasks. It's merely a dinner invitation. No need to be so tense. As Minato left, a significant emotional shift had occurred in those brief minutes. Sent on a mission from the third Hokage, Minato had anticipated a smooth encounter, only to depart in a cold sweat, his heart racing with anxiety, leading him to question his own choices. Even when accepting the invitation, he found himself overly anxious, mentally debating whether to accept or decline and whether it might cause any complications. But upon seeing Ling Feng smile, he realized that Ling Feng was merely inquiring out of casual interest. This young rascal is quite the challenge. I must return and discuss this matter thoroughly with the third Hokage. After bidding farewell to Minato, Ling Feng settled back down, leisurely perusing a magazine. Calculating in his mind, he surmised that the Third Shinobi World War might commence within the next 2 to 3 years. Due to his age, the third Hokage would likely refrain from direct involvement unless circumstances became particularly dire. Consequently, it would fall upon the legendary 3 ninjas alongside the new generation's combatants to take center stage, with Ling Feng at the forefront. Possessing sufficient strength, he was never concerned that his actions might attract trouble, especially as the war loomed closer. The third Hokage would only indulge him, never punish him. Indeed, this proved true. In the 2 days following Minato's report, everything remained remarkably quiet, as if nothing at all had transpired. Ah, though you are a cunning fox, I see right through you. Ling Feng chuckled to himself. 2 days later, the day of the banquet arrived. The servants were well prepared for the occasion, as such tasks were second nature to them. Presenting no challenge, Ling Feng merely needed to fulfill the role of the host. Kakashi and his companions arrived, and upon seeing Ling Feng at the entrance, they offered their congratulations. Ling Feng, you are truly impressive. It's clear you have captured Lord YG's favor, and your future is bright. Kakashi, having graduated from the Ninja Academy and participated in several missions, understood the significance of Ling Feng's recognition. Ling Feng smiled modestly. It's nothing extraordinary. I simply did my best to fulfill my duties. Soon after, Yuhi Karini and Haruno Sakura approached, their faces filled with admiration. Ling Feng-kun, you are amazing. This mansion is absolutely beautiful. Haha. If you like it, feel free to come and visit anytime. Ling Feng laughed heartily. More guests arrived in succession. It was then that Ling Feng noticed two groups approaching with an air of hostility outside the door. Without a doubt, they were the Hyuga and Uchiha clans seeking confrontation. Lord Ling Feng, these guests also possess invitations. What should we do? The servant responsible for collecting invitations asked, visibly distressed. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Let them in. We have no special program prepared, so let them add a touch of excitement." Chapter 43. The defeat of the family prodigy. The servants understood the situation, turned, and waved their hands to let the guests in. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had quietly departed. If one were to stir up trouble, it was only logical to do so in a crowded place. This time, the guests included not only Ling Feng's former classmates but also numerous villagers who had come out of admiration. Ling Feng had no reason to refuse them. Moreover, the venue was ample, and there were plenty of seats. A larger crowd would undoubtedly create a more lively atmosphere. Currently, Ling Feng resided alone. And aside from the 50 servants, he lacked any significant company, rendering his abode far less vibrant compared to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Thus, he had to rely on the number of guests to enliven the occasion. It was also an opportunity for the villagers to witness that not all members of the once respected Hyuga and Uchiha families were virtuous individuals. In the main hall, most guests had taken their seats. As the host, Ling Feng offered a few simple welcoming remarks, and the banquet commenced. Although Ling Feng mingled with the guests, he remained vigilant, observing subtle changes in the atmosphere. Disruptions were inevitable, but he wished to avoid any harm to uninvolved parties, especially since this was his first public display on his own territory. He hoped for a smooth event. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a cup shattering. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Ling Feng looked up to see that the commotion had originated from the Hyuga and Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Shisui stood up as Ling Feng approached. "My apologies, Ling Feng. It is my cousin Uchiha Toyoki, who has had too much to drink." "Oh, is it customary to break cups when intoxicated?" Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, not casting another glance at Uchiha Shisui, as he knew the true focus of the evening was not on this laggard. His gaze shifted to a tall young man beside Shisui. "Humph. Having been away on missions for so long, I heard of a remarkable genius emerging from the village. I recently returned and thought I would take a look, only to find it rather underwhelming," the young man scoffed. "In less than 10 moves, I, Hyuga Baifu, could easily defeat him." "10 moves? I require only 5. Uchiha Toyoki declared, puffing out his chest. "Nonsense. I need only 3. Hyuga Baifu retorted, anger flaring in his eyes. "Are you trying to stir up trouble, Baifu?" Uchiha Toyoki exclaimed, and with that, he smashed another cup. Not to be outdone, Baifu retaliated in kind. It was evident that both had indulged excessively. Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that momentarily halted their antics. "What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Toyoki, reeking of alcohol, glared at him. "You must be the young Ling Feng, right? Prepare to be toppled. I will prove myself as the strongest genius of Konoha," Hyuga Baifu coldly asserted. Ling Feng's expression darkened. "Is that so? Then come along. I shall grant you the opportunity for a challenge." He strode to an open space. Uchiha Toyoki and Hyuga Baifu, unsteadily, followed him out. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Are they not around 15 or 16 years of age? They seem much older than Ling Feng. What are they so proud of? Indeed, to be this inebriated in public, they are a disgrace to their esteemed families. The murmurs were filled with skepticism and reproach directed at Uchiha Toyoki and Hyuga Baifu. After all, the banquet was hosted by Ling Feng, and as guests, they could not criticize the host, especially since their claims were indeed accurate. However, both were too intoxicated to heed the murmurs, their minds solely fixated on defeating Ling Feng to prove themselves. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for not preparing any performances, but now we have an exciting event. These two self-proclaimed geniuses wish to challenge me, asserting they can defeat me in mere moves. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. I will personally entertain you all." As Ling Feng concluded his welcome, the crowd erupted in cheers. Their curiosity piqued about this young prodigy of Konoha who had acquired such a grand estate at such a tender age. "What an arrogant little brat. Does he truly believe I am inebriated? Humph, prepare to meet your end." Uchiha Toyoki sneered, staggering slightly before charging forward with a kunai in hand. Hyuga Baifu, not to be outdone, activated his Byakugan and launched into a series of taijutsu strikes aimed at Ling Feng. As the Sharingan and Byakugan were unleashed, Ling Feng executed his body flicker technique, disappearing from sight, only to reappear behind Hyuga Baifu, unleashing a swift series of 8 gates. Wow, the 8 gates! Ling Feng is so impressive, Mato Guy shouted excitedly from the audience. The force of Ling Feng's kick sent Uchiha Toyoki flying, abruptly sobering him. As he adjusted, he unleashed a fire-style technique. Fire-style, great fireball technique. Ling Feng chuckled derisively. Is that truly a great fireball? Fire-style, great fireball technique. A fireball, twice the size, erupted from Ling Feng's mouth, obliterating Uchiha Toyoki's attack and engulfing him within its flames. Meanwhile, Hyuga Baifu unleashed his ultimate technique, 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. Humph, what a flawed technique. Ling Feng scoffed, vanishing once more. He reappeared behind Hyuga Baifu, executing Chidori. With a crackle of electricity, Hyuga Baifu was rendered paralyzed, smoke rising from his charred form. On the other side, the flames extinguished, revealing Uchiha Toyoki, now covered in soot, his once pristine attire reduced to ashes. The once proud duo now resembled 2 charred remnants, their arrogance extinguished. A hush fell over the crowd, disappointment evident in their expressions. Is this what they call family geniuses? Truly disheartening, Ling Feng remarked as he clapped his hands, returning to his seat. Dispose of them, he commanded. Yes, my lord. The servants swiftly complied, unceremoniously dragging the 2 out. The accompanying clan members, too embarrassed to remain, departed in shame. Suddenly, the hall erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live Lord Ling Feng. How impressive he is. Ling Feng relished the moment, basking in the accolades. Ding. You have earned 380 points. Hearing the system's notification, a broad smile spread across Ling Feng's face. The ease with which he amassed points was exhilarating. Had he known, he would have prolonged the entertainment for even greater rewards. Dear friends, I apologize for the display. Now please continue to enjoy the feast. Chapter 44. The plans of 3 generations. While Ling Feng reveled in laughter and indulgence, Uchiha Fengshu and Hinata Baifu, abandoned at the entrance, were escorted home by their clansmen. Unsurprisingly, upon learning that their kin had been ruthlessly humiliated by Ling Feng, both clan heads were incensed. They met and, upon discussing the matter, unanimously resolved that they could not let it go unpunished. Thus, they prepared to confront Ling Feng at his residence to reclaim their dignity. However, just as they stepped outside, they encountered Namikaze Minato, who barred their path. Namikaze Minato, the aide of Lord Third, what brings you here? The 2 clan heads recognized the blonde-haired figure instantly, understanding that his presence signified the wishes of the 3rd Hokage. Lord Third has sent me to convey a message. You are to return, Minato stated calmly. Upon hearing this, both clan heads were filled with fury. Return? Do you have any idea how severely Ling Feng has injured our elite? They might require 2 to 3 months of recuperation. And we cannot even ascertain if there will be any lasting effects. Shouldn't Ling Feng take responsibility for this? Minato remained impassive in the face of their anger. His role was merely to deliver the message. If they truly harbored grievances, they could address them directly with the 3rd. I have conveyed the message as instructed. Lord Third also mentioned that if you insist on proceeding, he will personally attend to the matter and handle it fairly. However, the consequences will be yours to bear. This revelation brought a serious expression to the faces of the 2 clan heads. They exchanged glances, recognizing the shared concern in each other's eyes. As clan leaders, they possessed their own wisdom. They understood that if the situation were to be resolved justly, they would undoubtedly emerge as the ones at a disadvantage. The root cause and the sequence of events had been clearly laid out. Their clansmen had instigated the conflict, and it was their lack of strength that led to Ling Feng's overwhelming punishment. Their intent to confront Ling Feng was merely a matter of family honor, devoid of any solid justification. Thus, upon hearing Minato's message from the 3rd, they grasped the implication. Should they pursue this matter further, the 3rd would not shield them. In other words, the 3rd intended to protect Ling Feng. Though both were bewildered by the 3rd's motives, they recognized the futility of their pursuit. Understood. We will seek an audience with Lord Third ourselves, they said, departing with furrowed brows that betrayed their resolve to not let the matter rest. Watching them leave, Minato exhaled in relief before disappearing in an instant to report back. In the Hokage's office, Minato recounted the events to the third Hokage. Lord Third, I believe your decision may have been hasty. Is it truly worth offending two powerful clans to protect Ling Feng? The third chuckled softly at Minato and Appo's words. Ling Feng is well aware that this would antagonize both clans, yet he persists in his views. This indicates his fearlessness. Conversely, allowing these clans to act unchecked would only embolden them further. There is no doubt about Ling Feng's potential. I believe you recognize his strength better than I do. Hence, I have resolved to position Ling Feng as a new force to counterbalance the two clans, fostering stability among the three factions. Minato was momentarily taken aback by the third's words. He realized that Ling Feng had expressed a similar sentiment when he had conveyed the message. The shock left him momentarily speechless. He felt torn over whether to inform the third that Ling Feng had already articulated this very thought. However, the third assumed that the young Minato was not yet capable of understanding such intricate calculations. He approached Minato and patted his shoulder, saying, "You will need time to grasp these complexities. After all, you are still young, and there is much for you to learn. Every generation abounds with talent, including emerging forces. While the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are pillars of our Konoha, we cannot afford to let them act with impunity, lest their once sharp edges turn against us. But have you considered what might happen if Ling Feng grows to be even more difficult to control than the two clans?" Minato ventured, voicing his concerns. This question caught the third off guard, as he had not contemplated such a future. If that day comes, I hope his heart remains aligned with Konoha, for we have already given him ample support, the third exclaimed through gritted teeth. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately withheld his worries. If such a day were to arrive, the burden of managing such troubles would not fall upon him. Should Ling Feng indeed become that formidable, Minato would lack the strength to intervene. Very well, Minato. Do not trouble yourself over Ling Feng. Tomorrow, please invite him to my office. I have a task I wish to assign him, the third instructed. Surprised, Minato asked, "What task?" The Umbu has no special assignments at the moment. It is not an Umbu task. With the Chunin exams just a fortnight away, postponed due to the recent turmoil, this month and a half is precious. I hope to increase our village's pass rate for the exams, so I plan to appoint Ling Feng as a teaching assistant. The third elaborated, noting Minato's puzzled expression. Ling Feng possesses remarkable strength, and it is crucial for him to feel a sense of belonging within Konoha. Protecting him is one aspect of this, but it is equally important for him to integrate into the village. I want him to understand that although he is an orphan, he holds significant importance in our community. Minato nodded in understanding, recognizing this as yet another of the third's strategic considerations. However, he felt that each of the third's thoughts was readily anticipated by Ling Feng. The following day, Minato appeared before Ling Feng once again, this time opting for the front entrance, conscious that intruding unannounced may unsettle him. "Teacher Minato, please take a seat," Ling Feng greeted warmly, noticeably more cordial than before. "No need, it's a small matter. Lord Third hopes you will take on the role of a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy," Minato conveyed. Chapter 45. The youngest mentor in history, becoming a teacher? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar situation. Indeed, the third Hokage had mentioned that the Chunin exams, originally scheduled for a fortnight later, had been postponed by a month due to unforeseen circumstances. This delay signified an increasingly unstable situation within the ninja world, prompting the third Hokage to express a desire for a significant improvement in the pass rate of this upcoming examination. Quickly, Minato Namikaze conveyed the third Hokage's words to Ling Feng in their entirety. It soon became clear to Ling Feng that the third was seeking to keep him occupied. No wonder he had angered the two prominent clans of Konoha, yet no one had come to confront him. It seemed the third had shielded him from their wrath. Thus, when the third requested his assistance, it appeared entirely justified. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, and this plan was indeed well conceived. Very well. My task is to guide the students to successfully pass the Chunin exams, correct? Ling Feng reclined against his chair, speaking in a leisurely manner. Precisely, Minato nodded in agreement. However, this is no simple task. According to intelligence reports, the delay of the Chunin exams has allowed other villages ample time to prepare, resulting in an increased number of participants and a significant rise in difficulty. Other villages do not possess a teacher like me, so what is there to fear? The more participants they send, the more will be eliminated, Ling Feng replied with a confident smile. Minato, observing Ling Feng's demeanor, expressed his concerns. Ling Feng, the third Hokage's requirement is for the pass rate to exceed 70%. Historically, the pass rate has hovered around 50%, and with the number of participants doubling this time. Achieving 70% is no small feat, are you confident? Without hesitation, Ling Feng casually propped his leg up, stating, if I fail to meet that target, I shall gift you this house. Minato was taken aback by Ling Feng's unwavering confidence, flooded with doubts. What makes you so sure? There are so many participants, and not all possess your innate talent. Can they really catch up in just a month? Minato had initially believed that the third's challenging assignment would instill a sense of difficulty in Ling Feng, but he was surprised to find that Ling Feng treated it as a mere game, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing Minato's skeptical expression, Ling Feng rose and approached him, speaking softly. Teacher Minato, according to the rules, I am also eligible to participate in the Chunin exams, am I not? Startled, Minato's mind raced. How did I overlook that? Ling Feng, are you implying? Indeed, Ling Feng affirmed with a nod. The rules of the Chunin exams are no longer a secret. As a genin, I am fully qualified to participate. The conditions for passing involve seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and a team must possess both scrolls to successfully navigate the Forest of Death. As long as I am present, I can ensure that our village's participants obtain their respective scrolls. Achieving a pass rate of 70% is a mere formality. I could even aim for 80 or 90%. Minato was astonished. Ling Feng was planning to single-handedly seize all the scrolls from rival villages. Was he out of his mind? But how can you guarantee that our own scrolls won't be taken by others? You are but one person. Oh, that is not for you to worry about, Teacher Minato. Enhancing the pass rate for this Chunin exam is my responsibility, is it not? Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile. Feeling that he had divulged enough of his plan, Ling Feng refrained from elaborating further. After all, how could he explain that he possessed the Sage Body, the Ein Sealing Technique, and an array of B-rank ninjutsu, with strength rivaling that of an elite jonin? Ultimately, his focus was on completing the task, and Minato's concerns were irrelevant. Realizing that he had perhaps overstepped, Minato decided to leave the matter be. He was merely delivering the third's orders. Take care, Teacher Minato. I shan't see you out. As Ling Feng watched Minato depart, he stood in contemplation within the courtyard. With a month and a half remaining until the Chunin exams, the time was adequate for him. For Ling Feng, who had access to a system marketplace, it was a sufficient training period. However, for the ordinary children of this world, alternative strategies were necessary. Since this significant responsibility had been entrusted to him, he was determined to see it through. Ling Feng understood that the third had unceremoniously assigned him this formidable task as a means of alleviating the troubles caused by the two prominent clans. However, Ling Feng had his own motives. Should his students succeed in the Chunin exams, they would undoubtedly hold him in high regard upon their future encounters. Without his guidance, they may have needed to attempt the exam multiple times before achieving success. Thus, Ling Feng began to meticulously devise a training plan for the upcoming month and a half. After considerable contemplation, he decided to approach the task from 3 angles. The first focus would be physical training, the most fundamental aspect. The journey through the Forest of Death was lengthy, requiring at least a full day and night, during which they must avoid detection by enemies. Any combat would prolong their passage, making endurance paramount. While Ling Feng could assist them in seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls and even protect them, he could not carry them through the forest. The second focus would be to cultivate teamwork skills. Each team would consist of 3 members, and enhancing their collaborative compatibility would be crucial in facing rival forces. They did not need to be exceptionally strong. They merely had to ensure they did not lose, thereby safeguarding their scrolls. The third area of emphasis would be reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, both critical competencies. Mastering these skills would enable them to conceal their movements effectively, allowing them to traverse the forest of death as swiftly as possible while avoiding confrontation with enemies. Ling Feng believed that by addressing these 3 points, coupled with his personal involvement, any student who was not a complete fool would be able to pass. As for those who were hopelessly incompetent, there was little he could do. Regardless, as long as he guaranteed a minimum pass rate of 70%, he would consider the task accomplished. With his preparations in place, Ling Feng retired early that evening. The following day, he arrived at the Ninja Academy, where a teacher awaited him on the playground. Ling Feng, here is the roster of participants for the Chunin exams. There are a total of 90 individuals, organized into 30 groups. The teacher responsible for leading the teams had received the notification. Although it was difficult to accept that a mere child of 7 or 8 years would take charge, he complied with the orders and coordinated with Ling Feng. Chapter 46. Pre-training demonstration. All right, understood. Leave the remaining tasks to me. Ling Feng accepted the list with a slight nod. The lead instructor, harboring doubts, felt compelled to comply with the direct orders from the 3rd generation and dared not question further as he turned to depart. Ling Feng then stood upon the platform, surveying the neatly arranged assembly below. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as the lead instructor exited, the crowd erupted into hushed murmurs. Why have we been assigned someone so young? One voice questioned. Look at him. He seems more like a peer than a teacher. A teacher? How absurd. He is practically our age. What can he possibly teach us? Just as Ling Feng was about to address them, he noticed the crowd pointing and whispering, causing his expression to darken. Among them were individuals of similar age. But many lacked talent, having remained as lower ninjas well into their teenage years, even their 20s. Despite barely reaching the level of a middle ninja, they failed to advance due to consistently formidable opponents, thus languishing in their status. Ultimately, they could only blame their misfortune for their stagnation, a fact Ling Feng held in disdain. To be scrutinized by such individuals was understandably infuriating for him. Hey, from this moment forth, I am your new lead instructor. Everyone, quiet down. Ling Feng bellowed, raising his voice. Yet, only a few paid heed. Among the crowd, Kakashi and others attempted to quell the noise, but their warnings largely went unacknowledged. As Ling Feng's expression soured, Kakashi and his companions cautioned loudly, if you keep this up, it will not end well for you. And well, what can he possibly do to us? He is just a lower ninja like the rest of us. Exactly. If he doesn't want us to pass, let us just leave. Sending a child to teach us is a complete waste of time. Someone shouted this, and to Ling Feng's dismay, several individuals began stepping away from the formation, preparing to leave. Witnessing this, Kakashi and his friends sighed, realizing the impending disaster. Though Ling Feng was young, his temper was fierce, and he would not hesitate to act. However, those unfamiliar with him merely saw a youth and presumed him inexperienced. As dissenters continued to depart, over half of the 90 individuals had left, yet Ling Feng remained unfazed. Those acquainted with him understood that this was merely a calm before the storm. Finally, the discontented crowd and those willing to stay formed 2 distinctly opposing groups. Hey, you up there, kid. I have no idea where you came from, but I suggest you leave now. Exactly. We want a real teacher. Or take your little friends with you. Don't interfere with our preparations for the Chunin exams. The protests elicited a chuckle from Kakashi and his companions, who had witnessed Ling Feng's formidable prowess firsthand. Surely, no one in this ninja academy surpassed his capabilities. Ling Feng remained silent for a considerable time before finally making a move. He descended from the platform and approached the ignorant protesters. I have stated before that I am your lead instructor from this moment onward, and you seem quite displeased, he spoke coldly. The tumultuous crowd fell momentarily silent, evidently intimidated by his presence. However, the next instant, they resumed their clamor. Very well, allow me to demonstrate what it means to have a truly powerful instructor, Ling Feng declared, inhaling deeply. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great tornado. A colossal whirlwind erupted from the ground, lifting the crowd into the air and spinning them violently, accompanied by chilling cries of terror. Kakashi and the others, watching from a distance, felt a wave of trepidation. Had those reckless individuals remained, they would have been ensnared in the chaos. Ling Feng's tornado had expanded significantly since they last witnessed it, easily encompassing over 50 individuals. But the display was far from over. Earth release, earth tornado, water release, great water wave. A massive earthen vortex surged skyward, and upon merging with torrents of water, transformed into a muddy dragon. With Ling Feng's current prowess, executing combined ninjutsu was as effortless as breathing, a testament to his rigorous training. Originally, such a combination would be a weapon for annihilating foes on the battlefield, yet its application against these ignorant lower ninjas proved equally effective. Ding. Earned 160 points. The fear of the lower ninjas had graciously bestowed Ling Feng with a bounty of points, making him feel that his expended chakra was well worth it. As the mud descended from the sky, it formed a quagmire, ensnaring the falling ninjas, rendering them unable to escape. Their cries and pleas for mercy replaced the earlier arrogance and discontent. Yet Ling Feng was still unsatisfied. He raised his right hand slightly and spoke in a low tone. Chidori, thunderclap. Crackling electricity erupted, accompanied by explosive sounds as the trapped ninjas, akin to firecrackers in the mud, exploded one after another, plummeting back to earth as charred remnants. The spectators, including Kakashi, stood in stunned silence, astonished by the stark disparity in power among their peers. Meanwhile, the lead instructor returning to his office caught sight of this chaos through the window, rendered speechless for a long moment before managing to utter, "What on earth?" Ding. Earned 200 points. Hearing the system notification, Ling Feng finally ceased his display, returning to the platform where silence reigned. All gazes were now filled with a mixture of awe and fear directed at him. I shall reiterate, from this moment forward, I am your new lead instructor, responsible for your concentrated training. Does anyone still harbor objections? Chapter 47. This Leaf Village genin is terrifying. Upon concluding his statement, Ling Feng surveyed the crowd. All present stood rigidly, fearful that a moment's lapse might provoke the displeasure of their instructor. Meanwhile, those unfortunate souls who had turned into blackened coal, oblivious to their aches, promptly rejoined their ranks. I shall devise a training regimen spanning 1.5 months for you. I can assure you, the daily challenges will only intensify, all in the pursuit of maximizing your chances of passing the Chunin exam. Therefore, if anyone feels they cannot endure, now is the time to leave. Otherwise, should you wish to quit midway, you will experience what true hell on earth entails. With that, Ling Feng initiated a countdown, granting them 1 minute for contemplation. Yet, not a single individual departed. Despite their trepidation of hardship, they chose to place their trust in Ling Feng. After all, no one aspired to remain a lowly genin for eternity. Such a fate was a source of shame for any ninja, particularly for those who had languished without promotion for over a decade. To ascend to Chunin was nearly a lifelong ambition for them, as age would inevitably diminish their physical prowess, making even the maintenance of their current status increasingly arduous. The countdown concluded. I hereby announce the commencement of intensive training for the Chunin exam, effective immediately. You have 90 days, divided into 3 distinct phases of 30 days each. Ling Feng began to elaborate on his plan, and the audience listened with rapt attention, fearful of missing a single word. It was not merely a sudden transformation into diligent students. Rather, they dreaded the thought of misstepping and becoming mere charcoal once more. This 7- or 8-year-old instructor was undoubtedly the youngest teacher since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. Yet he was also the most formidable, quick to administer punishment without a hint of negotiation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, listening as the academy instructor reported on the situation in the training grounds. They were taken aback to learn that Ling Feng had physically reprimanded the students who voiced dissent. However, they quickly regained composure. Such behavior was clearly characteristic of Ling Feng. When informed that he had thoroughly outlined the training schedule for the next 90 days, focusing on 3 key areas to bolster the likelihood of success in the Chunin exam, both Minato and Hiruzen's expressions brightened with intrigue. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Hiruzen gestured, and the instructor departed. Minato, what are your thoughts on Ling Feng's training plan? Hiruzen inquired. Minato approached Hiruzen and replied, It is excellent. This is a specially designed training program tailored for the Chunin exam. I believe Ling Feng can meet the expectations you have set. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Initially, I thought elevating the passing rate might pose a challenge for Ling Feng, but it seems I underestimated him. He consistently manages to surprise me. Hiruzen chuckled, genuinely fond of this promising new talent from the Leaf Village. Minato observed this with a mixture of admiration and envy. Yet he understood that Ling Feng's abilities were beyond reproach. As the training officially commenced, Ling Feng took full control of the Ninja Academy's training grounds. No one dared to oppose him, for he was undertaking a grand endeavor. With a total of 90 participants, all were eager to discover how many would succeed. 90 days passed under rigorous training, each day more challenging than the last. Despite the hardships, the rewards were plentiful. Ling Feng was exceedingly pleased with their progress, having met his expectations. Thus, the task entrusted to him by the third Hokage would undoubtedly be accomplished with ease. The day before the Chunin exam, the third Hokage personally sought out Ling Feng. Ling Feng, he greeted politely. Though I have remained in the background, I have been closely monitoring your training progress. I also had Minato gather intelligence from other villages. It appears the number of competitors has significantly increased. Do you feel confident? While aware of Ling Feng's successful training, Hiruzen still harbored some reservations. 90 days may not seem long, but the capabilities of these individuals have transformed remarkably. I assure you, this Chunin exam will showcase the brilliance of the Leaf Village. Ling Feng declared with confidence. Hiruzen smiled in response. Excellent. I await your good news. The following day, the Chunin exam officially commenced. The first segment was the written test, a domain where Ling Feng could offer no assistance, as it relied entirely on individual performance. However, he understood that this test was fundamentally a measure of psychological resilience. Even if one answered every question incorrectly, they could still pass, provided they did not give up or resort to cheating. Following the written exam, the competitors engaged in individual battles between villages. Thanks to the specialized training, each participant's physical abilities had significantly improved, and Ling Feng felt no apprehension. Nevertheless, due to the presence of skilled opponents from other villages and the randomness of matchups, only 81 individuals successfully passed. Ling Feng, upon learning this number, let out a resigned sigh. There was little he could do regarding these individual contests. Yet with 81 still in the running, he resolved to ensure they all advanced successfully. Next, they entered the Forest of Death to seize the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. As the examiners outlined the rules, the competition officially began. Following Ling Feng's instructions, the Leaf Village participants swiftly gathered at a designated point upon entering the forest, ensuring their scrolls remained protected while advancing towards the goal as a cohesive unit. Meanwhile, Ling Feng opted for a solitary approach, launching a ferocious offensive against surrounding adversaries. He first encountered several teams from the Rock Village, who were swiftly overwhelmed by Ling Feng's water techniques, nearly drowning in the onslaught. After successfully acquiring a scroll, Ling Feng returned to deliver it to his comrades, urging them to hasten towards the finish line before resuming his own ambush. Given the high number of participants, no one noticed his actions. It wasn't until the supervising instructors observed numerous teams from outside the Leaf being systematically eliminated that they realized a formidable force from Konoha was among the genin. Swiftly, the observing instructors began their search, ultimately locating Ling Feng. Wasn't he this the genius youth from the new generation of Konoha? They were astounded to discover such immense combat prowess in a child of merely 7 or 8 years. Nearly every team that crossed paths with him stood no chance of retaliation. What? There exists such a terrifying genin in the Leaf Village. Chapter 48. 90% pass rate. Not only the observing teachers, but also the participants in this competition sensed that something was amiss. Ever since they entered the Death Forest, they had encountered teams from various villages at regular intervals, yet the Konoha team seemed elusive. Unlike the teachers, who possessed a godlike perspective, the participants struggled to grasp the situation. Whenever they crossed paths with Ling Feng and Appo's team, they were swiftly annihilated. As for those who encountered the Konoha team, they faced a brutal onslaught, inevitably meeting a dismal fate. However, as time passed, The defeated teams gradually unraveled the mystery upon reuniting with their comrades. It turned out that Ling Feng was the mastermind behind their downfall. This Konoha prodigy truly possessed remarkable skills. This revelation led them to conclude that Ling Feng was the sole individual acting independently within Konoha, which made the situation manageable. They resolved to gather several teams that had fallen to Ling Feng and launch a counterattack. Confident that a collective of over 10 individuals could not possibly be bested by a single opponent. Before long, the defeated Genin congregated, plotting their retaliation against Ling Feng. No one objected. Their pride would not allow them to be vanquished by a lone adversary. What of his genius? Can he truly contend against us all? Thus, a band of vanquished souls united, seeking Ling Feng's whereabouts. Although they contemplated targeting other Konoha teams, they were deterred upon witnessing their coordinated movements, abandoning the idea. Each ninja harbored a sense of pride, adhering to the competition's rule of forming teams of 3. They would never stoop to grouping multiple teams together merely to seize scrolls, as it would tarnish their honor and fail to showcase their prowess. In contrast, the Konoha team, thanks to Ling Feng's unique training, boasted an exceptionally strong sense of teamwork. Outside the arena, the Genin from various villages were engaged in fervent discussions, analyzing the unfolding situation. They took note of Konoha's unconventional strategy and initially dismissed it. However, upon witnessing the instantaneous defeat of solitary teams by Konoha's members, they recognized the apparent simplicity of this approach as the most effective. Konoha's side was anchored by the legendary Sannin and Minato Namikaze. They too were monitoring the developments, delighting in the continuous expansion of their team's advantage. Jiraiya marveled at Ling Feng's impressive training capabilities, exclaiming, "We should have never provoked him. This kid is truly inscrutable. I sense he harbors even more hidden talents." Orochimaru concurred. Indeed, this child's future is boundless. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Only Minato remained silent, struck by astonishment. He understood the rising tensions within the ninja world and anticipated impending warfare that would engulf countless individuals. Yet, Ling Feng appeared to have foreseen it all. Witnessing the situation firsthand, Minato realized that Ling Feng's training methods were effectively cultivating a well-disciplined battalion. Every action of this collective, consisting of 81 individuals, was dictated by Ling Feng. Faced with such a formidable Konoha contingent, coupled with Ling Feng's exceptional prowess, the other villages had little hope of success. This Nin exam would suffice to instill a profound understanding of Konoha's terrifying capabilities in the hearts of their adversaries. As the Genin from various villages engaged in heated discussions, the defeated teams finally located Ling Feng, who had just dispatched another group and was preparing to depart. "Ling Feng, don't think you can simply stroll away with our scrolls," they shouted. "Indeed, now that we are united, we shall reclaim everything you have taken. Do not presume you can defeat us all." Ling Feng grinned at the assembly of defeated warriors. A mere collection of Genin dared to return for revenge. He was eager to witness what this motley crew could accomplish together. They could have chosen to remain in their defeat, yet they insisted on returning to instigate trouble. Was this not a gift of points? Ling Feng chuckled coldly and boldly approached them. "You wish to play? I shall oblige." Earth-style, mud fish projection. The once solid ground transformed into a quagmire in an instant. Teams that had previously encountered Ling Feng had been obliterated in a single encounter, oblivious to the true extent of his capabilities. Now, witnessing Ling Feng unleash a B-ranked earth technique, they abruptly grasped the gravity of their miscalculation. If Ling Feng lacked sufficient strength, how could he have dispatched them so effortlessly? But realization came too late. Water-style, water-severing wave. A torrent of water surged forth, slicing the ground into countless fragments. All were thrown off balance, tumbling to the ground. In the next moment, Ling Feng darted through the mire, delivering powerful punches to each adversary, leaving them with lifelong scars. Given that this was a ninja examination rather than a battlefield, Ling Feng refrained from lethal force, mindful not to attract trouble for Konoha. Thus, he employed methods to impress upon them the weight of his strength. Cling. He acquired 120 points and departed cheerfully. The remaining teams, now enlightened to Ling Feng's relentless pursuit of solitary teams for scrolls, were compelled to set aside their pride. They formed a temporary alliance to counter the Konoha teams while safeguarding against Ling Feng's potential ambush. Yet, upon encountering the assembled army of over 100 genin, Ling Feng couldn't contain his laughter. Perfect. You've gathered together, saving me the trouble of searching. I shall annihilate you all. Allowing Konoha's teams to advance confidently towards the finish line. Our goal of a 90% pass rate is now within reach, Ling Feng declared, unabashedly flaunting his confidence before the gathered crowd. Chapter 49. The pinnacle moment of Konoha Village. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the enemies turned green with fury. Ling Feng, do not be too arrogant. We are not the novices you usually deal with. Indeed, no matter how formidable you may be, you are ultimately just a genin. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Humph. With over 100 of us united, do you think you alone can defeat us? Such delusions. The fact that these individuals had survived until now without being vanquished attested to their formidable strength. Every village harbors a selection of gifted experts, individuals who are meticulously nurtured by their respective villages. Thus, they believed that no matter how powerful Ling Feng was, their collective might would easily overshadow him. In the face of their tumultuous shouts, Ling Feng chuckled, forming hand seals without hesitation. Then let us see you try. Shadow sealing technique, activate. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. A myriad of white smoke erupted, revealing countless replicas of Ling Feng amidst the dense forest. The sheer number of clones was staggering, likely exceeding 100 at first glance. Good heavens! What a formidable amount of chakra! The shadow clones can achieve this level. Should we flee now? Flee. Nonsense. The essence of the shadow clone technique lies in the ability to separate one's power to create clones. The more he divides, the weaker he becomes. His audacity in creating so many is tantamount to courting death. Everyone, attack together. Witnessing the fervor of their spirits, Ling Feng's smile widened. How amusing. I have amassed chakra for a full 90 days. Do you truly believe you mere mortals can fathom my strength? Even if he had over 100 clones, Ling Feng's average power remained on par with his original self. With the enhancement of Sage Body, coupled with the assistance of the shadow sealing, each clone possessed a considerable amount of chakra, capable of unleashing 4 or 5 B-rank ninjutsu in a single breath. Yet, the adversaries remained oblivious and charged towards Ling Feng. Soon, they were entangled in fierce combat, and a cacophony of hundreds of ninjutsu erupted, shaking the heavens. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed as countless trees shattered, and earth soared into the air. Waves of wind, earth, fire, and water techniques were unleashed in a relentless torrent, resembling the chaos of a grand battle. Amidst this turmoil, the observing instructors were at a loss for how to proceed. Quickly, all the Jonin convened to devise a strategy. The scene was in utter disarray, obscuring the reality of what transpired and leaving them uncertain of whether the participants in the examination were in peril. One Jonin, panting as he returned from the fray, spoke. I have been observing the situation. Before the fighting commenced, I noticed several squads, aside from Konoha's, had spontaneously banded together, seemingly intending to confront the Konoha team. Yet, upon encountering Ling Feng, they quickly fell into conflict. Is that so? But I saw it differently. Both sides had over 100 members. That was Ling Feng's shadow clones. As the realization dawned, gasps of disbelief filled the air. How is it possible? Can a mere child as shadow clones achieve such magnitude? Indeed, the Konoha Legion is not far off. They did not even engage in the fray. Thus, it must be Ling Feng's clones clashing with those ninja squads. Ultimately, everyone had to concede that such a tremendous commotion could solely be attributed to Ling Feng. Soon, individuals began to mark the positions of the scattered teams, revealing that those easily located were not part of the chaotic battleground. In an instant, the Jonin felt a chill run down their spines, as the situation within the combat zone appeared to escalate alarmingly. Thick clouds of smoke billowed, obscuring any vision of the events unfolding within. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! Someone has been ejected from the fray." The crowd turned their gaze to see a defeated squad being hurled from the battle zone. They're still moving. It appears the opponents exercised restraint and did not strike with lethal force. A Jonin analyzed, bringing a collective sigh of relief. As long as no lives are lost, there is no significant issue. However, Lingfeng is truly terrifying. To defeat so many genin solely with clones? As they spoke, additional individuals were cast out, mirroring the initial squad's fate, utterly vanquished and rendered unconscious, yet devoid of life-threatening injuries. To incapacitate them while ensuring their safety, such mastery over force has reached a truly alarming level. Soon, another observation arose. Those who had been cast out were missing something. Scrolls. Lingfeng seized their scrolls before casting them out. What? Who exactly is this Lingfeng? Is he truly just a genin? This revelation left everyone astounded. As more individuals were ejected, the battle neared its conclusion. The billowing white smoke gradually dissipated, unveiling the aftermath of the confrontation. Indeed, it was Lingfeng's clones standing firm, while the ninja squads he'd battled lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow clones vanished into thin air. Before Lingfeng lay a towering pile of scrolls. Gasping in awe, the Jonin collectively inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, the Konoha Legion arrived at the scene. Lord Lingfeng, did you accomplish all this? Mike Guy, astonished at the sight, nearly had his eyes pop out. Indeed, I have seized all their scrolls. Take them and hasten to the finish line while they remain incapacitated. Lingfeng nodded slightly. Without hesitation, everyone seized the corresponding scrolls and rushed towards the Death Forest's exit. Lingfeng, however, settled down cross-legged to recuperate, though the shadow ceiling was in effect. The continuous casting of ninjutsu had left Lingfeng feeling somewhat fatigued. While resting, he also kept a watchful eye on the defeated opponents to prevent them from pursuing. Ding! You have gained 680 points. Lingfeng, upon hearing the system's notification, felt elated. Evidently, this plan had been exceedingly successful. After regaining his strength, Lingfeng also made his way to the finish line, as he was among the participants in this examination. The final results were announced, revealing that all 81 members from Konoha Village who entered the Death Forest had successfully passed. Including Lingfeng, the total reached 82, a remarkable 90% success rate. Upon learning this outcome, the Konoha villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, while, in stark contrast, the other villages recorded a total failure, as all additional scrolls were in Lingfeng's possession. Without a doubt, this marked the pinnacle of Konoha Village. Chapter 50. The imminent war. With the conclusion of the Ch-Nin exams, various villages returned home in disappointment, while Konohagakure was enveloped in a state of exhilaration. The pass rate had soared to 90%, setting a new historical record for the village. Moreover, no other village managed to secure a single pass, an unprecedented occurrence. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage personally led a welcoming committee at the entrance. Villagers lined the streets, offering their cheers. Long live Lingfeng. He has truly brought honor to our village. Haha. Now Konoha is the strongest village. The third Hokage, unable to conceal his excitement, gazed at the approaching Lingfeng. Lingfeng, I never imagined you could achieve such heights. It has truly astonished me. Lingfeng smiled modestly and replied, this achievement is inseparable from everyone's efforts. The third Hokage, delighted by Lingfeng's humility, responded, I am well aware of the events that transpired in the examination venue. Do not be so modest. Without your victory over those ninja teams, we would not have acquired such a multitude of heaven and earth scrolls. To celebrate your success, I shall personally host a grand feast for you all. With the Hokage's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Such treatment had never been bestowed upon them before. Lingfeng became the center of attention as he traversed the streets, basking in the adulation and applause of the villagers. Ding. Earned 800 points. Ding. Earned 1,200 points. Ding. Earned 2,000 points. Lingfeng profited immensely from the villagers' and Appo's admiration, accumulating a significant amount of points. However, while Konoha reveled in its historical triumph, the atmosphere in the other villages grew tense. Each village was engaged in discussions about a well-known matter. Lingfeng's remarkable performance had led Konoha to ultimate victory, and they realized he was far more formidable than they had initially perceived. Days after Konoha's celebrations, this information finally reached the Hokage's office via a covert messenger. Observing the secret report before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already aged face appeared even more haggard. Minato, I fear this situation may pose some complications. Even the cunning Sarutobi did not anticipate the sudden escalation of crisis. It was alarming how much they regarded Ling Feng with apprehension, as it was likely they would seize the opportunity to plunge the ninja world into chaos. Minato, we must prepare ourselves. The situation in the ninja world is already precarious, and this incident may ignite the flames of war. Inform Ling Feng to be ready. If war breaks out, we must confront it head-on. Sarutobi understood that Konoha had been thrust into the eye of the storm, with no chance of escape. After returning, Ling Feng, aside from appearing briefly on the day of celebration, immersed himself in relentless training at his training ground. When Namikaze Minato found Ling Feng, he was drenched in sweat, having just completed an intense training session. Ling Feng, I am curious. Why do you exert yourself so diligently every time I see you? Minato voiced a question he had pondered for some time. Ling Feng took a sip of water and replied calmly, because I am not strong enough. Isn't that sufficient? You are already among the elite of the ninja world. Minato remarked earnestly. However, Ling Feng scoffed lightly and said, elite? There are far too many elites in this world. If I settle for being merely elite, I cannot guarantee my survival in war. I aspire to stand at the pinnacle. Only then can I be truly invincible. Minato was taken aback by Ling Feng's words. Ling Feng, you are already aware that war is approaching? Setting down his water bottle, Ling Feng chuckled coldly. Have the preceding events not made this evident? The onset of war is inevitable. I sensed it long ago, although I did not know the exact timing. During my leadership in the CHNIN exams, I also perceived hostility in the eyes of the Jonin from other villages. If I am not mistaken, war will undoubtedly break out within 2 years. Relay this message to the third Hokage and urge him to prepare. I speak the truth. Minato was astounded. He had expected to deliver a message from the Hokage, only to find that Ling Feng had already foreseen the situation. Understood, I shall return immediately. Without hesitation, Minato hurried back to inform the third Hokage. Once Minato departed, Ling Feng could not help but smirk coldly. War? Who better than I to understand the timing and reasons for its outbreak? 2 years from now, the third Kazekage will vanish. This will be the spark for the third Great Ninja War. Following that, the Land of Fire will be dragged into the conflict. However, due to my emergence, the entire ninja world has shifted its gaze towards Konoha. When war erupts, Konoha may become the target of aggression. If that is the case, I must become even stronger than I am now. Had Konoha not become the focal point of attention, Ling Feng could have gradually grown stronger. But time was no longer on his side. Once war broke out, he would likely face formidable opponents. Before the crisis unfolded, Ling Feng needed to ensure he possessed more trump cards. Thus far, Ling Feng had amassed 5,300 points, sufficient to upgrade a bloodline limit or enhance his Sage mode. After careful consideration, he decided to elevate his Sharingan to an intermediate level, thereby significantly increasing the potency of his Genjutsu. Upon consuming 5,000 points for the upgrade, Ling Feng did not pause, but immediately resumed his training. He aimed to bolster his strength and, when war loomed, to gather as many points as possible to complete the upgrades of the Byakugan and Sage mode. By that time, he would ensure his safety against all but Kaga-level adversaries. Meanwhile, upon receiving Minato's report, the third Hokage promptly initiated the formation and training of a ninja battalion. Every prediction Ling Feng had made seemed to be materializing, leaving Sarutobi with no reason to doubt. Thus, Konoha drastically reduced its external activities, avoiding excessive contact with other villages while dedicating itself to the cultivation of its ninja forces and conducting thorough internal purges to ensure no spies infiltrated their ranks. The 2 years passed amid a tense atmosphere. Although the war had yet to commence, Konoha had entered a state of temporary readiness, prepared to engage in battle at any moment. Meanwhile, the intelligence operatives stationed outside continued to return with reports, each analysis converging on a singular conclusion. The situation in the ninja world was growing increasingly tense, with minor skirmishes between neighboring countries escalating. The Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of ignition. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of the Third Wind Shadow as Dawn Broke. Ling Feng rose as usual, preparing for his training, when a sudden loud explosion erupted from the direction of Hokage Rock, activating the body flicker technique. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop to survey the scene. Thick plumes of smoke billowed into the sky, and numerous Leaf Village ninjas rushed toward the commotion. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared beside Ling Feng, his expression grave. "Is there an attack?" Ling Feng inquired. "Indeed," Minato replied. "It's the puppet master from Sunagakure. Reports have surfaced that the third wind shadow has mysteriously vanished. For an entire month, there has been no trace of him. And now Sunagakure is accusing us of orchestrating his assassination in an attempt to instigate a war among the ninja nations. However, we have maintained a defensive posture and never crossed the borders. The death of the third wind shadow has nothing to do with us. Yet they are adamant in their claims. Without sufficient evidence from either side, we are at an impasse." Unexpectedly, the Cloud Village, which has long advocated for military expansion, has launched a fierce assault on neighboring countries, thus igniting the Ninja World War. Without hesitation, Minato conveyed the current situation in detail to Ling Feng. According to the Third's directives, Ling Feng held absolute priority in receiving information regarding the Ninja World War, positioning him as a significant figure for the Land of Fire in this conflict. Listening to Minato's account, Ling Feng maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had already anticipated the unfolding events. In truth, Ling Feng was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the third wind shadow's disappearance. The geographical complexity of Sunagakure rendered it nearly inaccessible to outsiders, rife with treacherous quicksand and hidden toxins within the sands. Under such conditions, few would consider venturing into Sunagakure. If the intention were to provoke a ninja world war, one would be better off targeting the Cloud Village directly. Thus, the third wind shadow's disappearance raised significant doubts. "It appears," Ling Feng remarked coolly, "that the third wind shadow's demise may well have been orchestrated by their own ranks. Nevertheless, the situation has escalated beyond control." Minato, perplexed by Ling Feng's insight, raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Ling Feng sighed, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. "The truth of the third and Appo's disappearance will eventually come to light. For now, we must prepare ourselves for the war that has commenced. Inform the third that I, Ling Feng, am ready to join the battlefield at a moment's notice." With that, Ling Feng vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving Minato to ponder the revelations. Upon arriving at the scene, Ling Feng assessed the intruders, noting their mediocre skills. Although they included puppet masters, they were nothing more than unremarkable nin. In Sunagakure, the status of puppet masters was elevated, as their training demanded substantial resources and innate talent. Thus, it was evident that this attack had been premeditated, with hopes for a significant gain. Regrettably, the combat abilities of these puppet masters were insufficient. Even without Ling Feng's intervention, the Leaf Village's security team could handle the situation, albeit at a cost. Wind release, great windstorm. Ling Feng descended from the sky, unleashing a gust that severed the chakra threads controlling the puppets. Deprived of their defenses, the puppet masters were swiftly subdued by the Leaf Village's security team. Lord Ling Feng. The members of the security team expressed their excitement upon his arrival. Ling Feng's previous remarkable performances had elevated his status within the Leaf Village, making him a celebrated figure and idol to many children. Thus, any encounter with him elicited the utmost respect from all. The puppet masters, upon seeing Ling Feng, were overwhelmed with despair. "Damn it, the intel was wrong. How is Ling Feng still in the village? We're doomed. There's no way to escape. Sigh, we must accept our fate." One by one, the puppet masters resigned themselves to their bindings by the security team. Had Ling Feng not arrived, their abilities might have inflicted considerable damage on the security team. After all, puppets are akin to mechanized weapons. Even a mutual destruction would be deemed a victory, as machines could be rebuilt, but lives lost were irretrievable. Ding. Earned 180 points. Although the points were modest, they were better than nothing. Ling Feng had expended minimal effort, merely casting a wind release technique. "What shall we do with these individuals?" the security team leader inquired. Ling Feng surveyed the captives and replied nonchalantly, "Isolate them for individual interrogations and compile the intelligence for the third." "Understood, Lord Ling Feng." The security team promptly set to work. Ling Feng then stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the orderly landscape of the Leaf Village, along with the visages of past Hokages etched into the stone. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War was notably Minato's rise to prominence, laying the groundwork for his eventual ascension as the fourth Hokage. Yet, with Ling Feng present, Minato would remain in the shadows. Returning to his training ground, Ling Feng chose not to commence his usual regimen, but instead strolled leisurely across the expansive arena, appreciating the scenery he had previously overlooked in his relentless pursuit of improvement. Lord Ling Feng, a melodious voice called from behind. Turning, he beheld the innocent and charming face of Rin Noera. "Rin, have you brought me food again?" Ling Feng smiled. Rin, having hurried over, presented him with a bento. "I know you come to the training ground every day, so I prepare these whenever I have the chance. I thought you might have already left the village." Her tone was laced with concern. Ling Feng accepted the bento without hesitation, savoring the meal. Although he had not yet departed, he anticipated leaving soon. Indeed, now that war has commenced, we will all face that day, won't we? Kurenai has already set off with her team, yet I have yet to receive my orders, Rin sighed. Chapter 52. Last instructions before departure as the specter of war loomed. No ninja could remain indifferent to its call. Haruno Rin was acutely aware of this, yet she found herself unable to resist visiting Lingfeng, her heart heavy with concern that he might depart. Lingfeng set down his bento, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Rin's hair. "Rin, everyone is striving for the honor and safety of our village. I cannot continue to live in the comfort of these peaceful days. Starting tomorrow, you must refrain from visiting. Focus on training with your team to enhance your combat coordination and strengthen your abilities to ensure your survival amidst the chaos of war. As for me, fret not. There is no one in this world capable of ending my life." His words were not born of arrogance, but rather a profound understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of every notable figure in this world. Even if faced with insurmountable odds, Lingfeng knew he could evade any threat. Upon hearing Lingfeng's declaration, Rin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Lingfeng-kun, does that mean I can't see you before you leave?" Seeing her distress, Lingfeng sighed softly, pulling her close and gently patting her shoulder. "Why the tears? I am still here and well. What I mean is that you should channel your thoughts towards the war. Not dwell on me. But do take care of yourself and avoid any unforeseen mishaps, for I would worry immensely." His soothing voice enveloped Rin, warming her heart. "Yes, Lingfeng-kun. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." With Rin and Appo's spirits somewhat lifted, Lingfeng escorted her to the entrance of the training ground, where he spotted Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi waiting. They had evidently come to accompany Rin. Upon seeing Lingfeng with Rin, whose eyes were still slightly red, Obito's jealousy flared. His fists clenched tightly. He struggled to suppress his emotions, but every gesture betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing the depth of his affection for Rin. Unfortunately, at that moment, Rin's heart belonged solely to Lingfeng. Lingfeng regarded Obito with indifference. He deemed him an inexperienced rival, easily overshadowed by his own prowess. The disparity in their abilities was vast, rendering them worlds apart in strength. "Is something amiss?" Rin asked, hastily wiping her eyes as she approached her teammates. Kakashi glanced at Lingfeng before addressing Rin. "A mission directive has been issued. We are to join Lord Minato on the battlefield." Lingfeng's expression grew serious at this news. The plot was unfolding. The ongoing ninja war would bring forth numerous interludes, intertwining the destinies of various characters and leaving an indelible mark on their lives. For instance, Kakashi's team would accompany Namake's Minato to the front lines, leading to a fateful encounter that would catalyze Obito's descent into darkness and the inception of his Moon Eye plan. "What? We are leaving so soon?" Rin exclaimed, startled by Kakashi's announcement, instinctively glancing at Lingfeng. Though he had already reassured her, a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart. "Yes, we must return to prepare. We depart in 2 hours," Kakashi confirmed with a nod. "All right, I understand," Rin conceded, knowing she had no choice but to follow Kakashi. Just then, Lingfeng interjected, "If possible, I hope you can remain close to Lord Minato." At his words, the trio halted in their tracks. turning to face Ling Feng with expressions of confusion. Why? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. What if it's a mission requirement? We may not be able to stay by Minato's side throughout. Rin countered. Though she believed in Ling Feng's wisdom, she recognized the harshness of reality. To be heading into battle and still be told to stick close to Minato. You truly jest, Ling Feng. Are you teaching us to embrace cowardice and survival at any cost? Obito scoffed, seizing the opportunity to berate Ling Feng. Faced with their varied reactions, Ling Feng fell silent, aware that once Minato departed, the narrative would inevitably unfold, leaving Obito vulnerable to Madara and App's machinations. However, Obito misinterpreted Ling Feng and App's silence as an admission of guilt, growing increasingly agitated and vocal in his accusations. Even Kakashi, a mere bystander, could no longer tolerate the tirade and stepped in to intervene. Rin's expression darkened further. Obito, must you speak in such a manner? Ling Feng's warning surely carries weight, she implored. Obito dismissed her concerns, believing Ling Feng's advice stemmed from a fear of the war's brutality, urging them to adopt a survivalist mindset. Look at how many from the village have already gone to battle, while this prodigy of Konoha remains here, unscathed. His words ignited a fire within Rin, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Ling Feng, too, shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to protect Obito from Madara's influence, but his obstinacy rendered Ling Feng indifferent to his fate. His priority was Rin's safety. Rin, do not waste your breath on him. I will soon depart for the front lines to assist Tsunade, who is struggling at the border of Sunagakure. We may not see each other for a while, so take care of yourself, Ling Feng stated, before approaching Kakashi to hand him 5 vials of chakra potion. Kakashi, these are invaluable. They can instantly replenish chakra and heal minor injuries. Keep them safe for critical moments. But I have one condition. You must protect Rin. Ling Feng's tone was earnest. Kakashi nodded solemnly, understood. I will uphold your request and ensure Rin's safety. Having observed the unique bond between Rin and Ling Feng, Kakashi recognized the gravity of his responsibility. With those matters settled, Ling Feng departed, confident that with Kakashi's presence and the chakra potions, Rin's chances of survival would be significantly bolstered. Chapter 53. Journey to Sunagakure. The following day, as anticipated, the notification from the 3rd Hokage arrived. Ling Feng had already made ample preparations and went directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the Hokage building, he noticeably observed that the number of permanent staff had significantly diminished, and all the personnel coming and going were clad in combat attire, indicative of an increase in battle-ready shinobi. This change was likely instigated by the recent ambush from Sunagakure, aimed at preventing further unexpected attacks from other villages that could lead to a lack of response. The standardization of combat uniforms was also to facilitate a swift transition into battle readiness. As Ling Feng arrived, the passing shinobi greeted him with respectful bows. He had gained a certain level of prestige within Konohagakure, and should he achieve further distinction in the ongoing shinobi world war, his reputation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Ling Feng responded with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing by the window, a furrowed brow betraying his concerns. Minato Namikaze had already departed with Kakashi's team, leaving only Hiruzen in the office. 3rd Hokage, Ling Feng spoke softly. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe before turning to him, saying, "The reason I summoned you is due to unavoidable circumstances. You are the most promising young genius in Konoha in recent years. My initial intent was to keep you in the village until you matured sufficiently in strength to engage in the war. However, the current situation is dire. Konoha is besieged by multiple nations, and crises abound. Reluctantly, we must deploy you." Ling Feng, remaining calm, replied, "3rd Hokage, I have long been prepared for this. The outside world is engulfed in flames of war, while I remain idle here. This is not my way." "Very well," Hiruzen conceded, "since you insist. I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself. We have established a defensive line at the border of Sunagakure, but their firepower is formidable. Even with Tsunade and App's assistance, it will be a challenge to hold them off. Moreover, Reports indicate that Sunagakure has dispatched a reinforcement of 30 puppeteers, expected to arrive within 5 days. Your task is to eliminate that reinforcement and then proceed to support Tsunade in holding the line. Seeing that Ling Feng was ready, Hiruzen wasted no time in issuing the command. Ling Feng smiled lightly at the assigned task, one he had anticipated. Understood. I assure you, I will accomplish this mission. Please provide me with the detailed intelligence. I will set out immediately. Hold on, Hiruzen interjected. To ensure your safety, I have organized a personal escort team of 10 elite J-Nin for you. However, Ling Feng, without looking back, strode towards the office door, waving his hand dismissively. No need. These individuals would only hinder my progress. As Ling Feng departed, Hiruzen was left momentarily stunned. A team of 10 elite J-Nin would be an asset to anyone else, yet this young prodigy expressed such disdain. Once he regained his composure, Hiruzen sighed wearily, hoping that Ling Feng could complete this mission alone. The village was indeed short-handed. Otherwise, Hiruzen would never have allowed such a potential talent to venture into battle alone. After receiving the intelligence, Ling Feng left the village without taking anyone with him or bidding farewell. The intelligence detailed several potential routes that Sunagakure reinforcements might take. After a brief analysis, he identified one. Given that Tsunade was stationed near the national border, Sunagakure would likely seek to encircle her, aiming to annihilate her forces in one fell swoop. With the route determined, the next steps were straightforward. Ling Feng tore the intelligence into shreds and set it ablaze before hastening on his way. The enemy would reach their target in 5 days, meaning they would traverse that route in 4. Ling Feng needed to arrive 3 days in advance to establish an ambush. Fortunately, his pace was swift, bolstered by the regenerative capabilities of his sage body, alleviating concerns over chakra depletion. 3 days later, Ling Feng arrived at the crucial route for Sunagakure's reinforcements and began his wait. He understood that puppeteers often operated with cunning, utilizing puppets to engage in battle while remaining safely out of range. To prevent these puppeteers from escaping, Ling Feng planned to set traps in advance. Ordinary traps would merely capture. However, Ling Feng's intent was to eliminate them entirely. Only in death would there be no threat. As for the spoils, he would leave that to fate, for the war was destined to last at least 3 to 4 more years, and if luck were against him, even longer. Though Ling Feng recalled that the Third Shinobi World War lasted approximately 3 to 4 years, his involvement would inevitably influence the unfolding narrative. Surveying the surroundings, he strategically placed explosive tags on the nearby tree trunks. These were no ordinary explosive tags. They were enhanced versions he had exchanged for points. Their power far surpassed that of standard tags. The puppeteers dispatched to the battlefield would undoubtedly be exceptional, far stronger than those who had previously attacked Konoha. As they would be facing Konoha's elite ninja forces, led by Wano Chapter 54, the puppet master of Hidden Sand Village who goes there? It appears to be a ninja from the Hidden Leaf. What is this? A mere child? Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, the puppet master, concealed in the shadows, scrutinized the intruder and discerned that there was but one, a mere boy of perhaps 10 years. Yet, the boy bore the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf, a curious sight indeed, for this territory belonged to the Land of Fire, making the presence of a leaf ninja not entirely unexpected. How laughable! Has the Hidden Leaf village become so depleted that they resort to sending a child? Upon realizing the nature of the obstacle before them, the puppet masters erupted into laughter, clearly dismissing Ling Feng. Ling Feng, however, remained unperturbed, advancing slowly towards them. Emerging from the cover of the trees, the moonlight illuminated his visage, and the puppet masters finally recognized him. I remember now. His name is Ling Feng. What? The genius boy who single-handedly faced 100 opponents at the Ch-Nin exams 2 years ago? Before long, a Sand Village J-Nin who had participated in the Ch-Nin exams recalled Ling Feng's face and gasped in astonishment. The other puppet masters, upon hearing this, turned solemn, no longer daring to exhibit their earlier arrogance. 2 years ago, he had withstood the assault of over 100 genin by himself. Who knows how much he has grown since then? Yet a thought crept into the minds of the puppet masters. No matter how talented he may be, he is ultimately just one person. We number over 30. Can we not eliminate a mere child? Indeed, with so many of us, taking down this child would be a significant victory. I believe we can manage. Even if it delays our plans, slaying Ling Feng would still be a worthwhile endeavor. The fact that 30 puppet masters believed Ling Feng to be a formidable foe only underscored the brilliance he had displayed during the CH9 exams. Ling Feng, overhearing their conversation, smiled even more broadly. I must say, you are rather self-assured, aren't you? The puppet masters paused, puzzled by Ling Feng's words. Do you truly think that with your 30, you can bring me down? Has the Sand Village's puppet masters truly become this arrogant? As Ling Feng spoke, he slowly raised his gaze, his eyes gleaming with a radiant light, the simultaneous activation of the Byakugan and Sharingan. The moment the puppet masters locked eyes with Ling Feng, a sense of dread enveloped them. What terrifying depth lay within those eyes? This is bad. Ling Feng's gaze seems capable of inducing illusions. As expected of the elite Jane Nin of the Sand Village, they quickly sensed the subtle shift. In an instant, all the puppet masters forcibly released their chakra to ground themselves in reality. Witnessing this, Ling Feng found delight in their struggle. Excellent. It seems you possess some skill. This should prove entertaining. Ding. Earned 300 points. With just a single illusion cast by the Sharingan, Ling Feng had already garnered 300 points, hinting at the wealth yet to come. The astonishment Ling Feng evoked stemmed from concealing his Sharingan. Otherwise, the puppet masters would have reacted immediately upon seeing it, significantly diminishing the illusion's effectiveness. Damn it! We will not be outmaneuvered by a mere child. Everyone attack. Indeed, this child is rather peculiar. We must not underestimate him. Altogether now, eliminate this bow. Chapter 55. The horrific frontline 2 fire techniques and 2 wind techniques, all of B rank or higher, ignited a conflagration in the forest. It is little wonder that the puppet masters felt utterly despondent. They could never have anticipated that a mere child would unleash such formidable power. In the past, to create such a catastrophic situation against Konoha's adversaries, it would have required a dozen or 20 ninjas. Yet, Ling Feng accomplished this feat single-handedly. What should we do? Who can use water techniques? Hurry up and unleash them, or the puppets will be incinerated. The number of ninjas skilled in water techniques was already scarce, most having gone to the front lines. Don and Appos, we have water technique scrolls. Hurry and retrieve them, or we will lose our chance. Hearing this, the previously cautious puppet masters wasted no time in producing the water technique scrolls. Instantly, the sound of rushing water filled the air, and under the influence of a dozen water techniques, the flames in the forest began to wane. However, this was still far from sufficient. Is this all? Very well. Allow me to lend you a hand. Ling Feng chuckled, then leaped to the top of a tree trunk. With lightning speed, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Boom. 7 or 8 stone walls erupted from the ground, enclosing everyone in a confined space. Witnessing this, the puppet masters were filled with despair. They realized that Ling Feng intended to annihilate them completely. Ding. 800 points earned. After securing the final wave of points, Ling Feng smiled contentedly, preparing to conclude the battle. Water release, great water collision waves. Water release, water dragon bullet. With these 2 water techniques unleashed, a colossal wave surged forth, and the puppet masters, gazing up at the impending deluge, closed their eyes in hopeless resignation. Ling Feng looked down from his elevated position, picked up a puppet component from the ground, and turned to leave. Simultaneously, he activated the explosive tags he had previously planted. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions shattered the feeble puppet masters into fragments. The massive wave descended, extinguishing the flames rekindled by the blasts. After all, this was the land of fire, and Ling Feng did not wish for a forest fire to arise due to his oversight. Having dealt with this puppet master reinforcement, Ling Feng had accumulated enough points. Observing his account had reached 2,300 points. Satisfied, he departed. The following day, he spent approximately a day reaching the front lines, arriving just as noon struck. Upon entering the encampment, Ling Feng noticed that the guards at the entrance were heavily bandaged, and his expression darkened. Clearly, the situation at the front was dire. Recognizing Ling Feng, the guards promptly saluted and allowed him entry. However, once Ling Feng passed, they gazed into the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Unfortunately, apart from Ling Feng, no one else appeared to be arriving. Is it true? Has only Lord Ling Feng come alone this time? One guard lamented. As the two guards sighed, Ling Feng had already reached the military camp's entrance. Along the way, he witnessed the grim reality within. Many soldiers rested against the barracks, their bodies swathed in bandages, while others were missing limbs, destined to live as disabled individuals post-war. In a corner of the camp, he also spotted numerous body bags containing those who had perished, awaiting the next supply convoy to be returned to the village. Upon noticing Ling Feng's arrival, someone quickly went to inform the higher-ups, and soon, a representative came to greet him. However, it was not Tsunade. Lord Ling Feng, the newcomer, was an aide to Tsunade, someone Ling Feng had met before. Ingzi, where is Lady Tsunade? Ling Feng inquired. Ingzi sighed. Lady Tsunade was injured while battling Chio from Sunagakure, having been struck by 18 poison needles and sustaining internal injuries. She is currently resting in the camp. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's expression darkened. Quickly take me to see her. While Ling Feng was not particularly invested in the safety of others, Tsunade was a crucial force guarding the borders, and he could not allow her to be harmed, as it would significantly affect troop morale. Following Ingzi, Ling Feng entered the camp and found Tsunade resting on a bed. The Tsunade he saw was a far cry from the vibrant figure he remembered. Her complexion appeared pale, and her vitality seemed diminished. Ling Feng understood that her condition was a consequence of her injury and weakened state. Ingzi, you may leave now. I wish to speak with Lady Tsunade. Ling Feng turned to her. Ingzi hesitated but left the room upon seeing Tsunade nod. Lady Tsunade, with your regenerative abilities, cannot you dispel these toxins? Ling Feng approached the bedside and asked. Tsunade, with a feeble lift of her head, gazed at Ling Feng and replied, Ling Feng, these needles are extraordinary and difficult to neutralize. If they were ordinary toxins, I could completely digest them in a few days. However, this toxin may take me nearly half a month to fully expel. Is it that serious? Ling Feng realized the gravity of the situation. In the original narrative, Tsunade was akin to a walking medical kit. Not only was she highly skilled in medical ninjutsu, but as a descendant of the Senju clan, she possessed immensely powerful regenerative cells, rendering her nearly immune to poisons. Yet, even she had sustained such grievous injuries, revealing the enemy's terrifying strength. Observing Tsunade's frail condition, Ling Feng hesitated not a moment and directly exchanged for a special healing potion from the system shop. With a flash of light, a small vial appeared in his hand. Lady Tsunade, please take this potion. Ling Feng offered the special healing medicine to her. Looking at the somewhat peculiar potion in her hand, Tsunade hesitated. What is this? It is a special medicine I developed myself, which should aid in neutralizing the toxins within you. However, I cannot guarantee its efficacy. You may give it a try, Ling Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Appo's interest was piqued. You can concoct medicines? Yes, I have self-studied pharmacology for some time and experimented with a few formulations. I have previously neutralized over a dozen special toxins. So perhaps this will prove useful. Ling Feng fabricated a reason in response to Tsunade's inquiry. Though Tsunade remained somewhat skeptical, faced with no other options, she reluctantly swallowed the potion. After ingesting it, Ling Feng poured her a glass of water. Thank you. Tsunade took a sip of water and reclined back onto the bed. Soon, she felt a warmth spreading through her abdomen, and her previously listless limbs seemed to regain vitality, leaving her utterly astonished. Chapter 56. Tsunade's apology to everyone's astonishment. The effects were indeed remarkable, and it had only been a short while since the medication was administered. What on earth is this miraculous substance? Might you enlighten me with its name? If I could ascertain the recipe, we could mass-produce this medicine and save many of our comrades who are on the brink of death. Once Tsunade felt the toxins in her body dissipating, she immediately sat up from her sickbed, grasping Ling Feng's hand with an expression of fervent excitement. Ling Feng, however, gently patted Tsunade's delicate hand and replied, Tsunade-senpai, I fear I must disappoint you. The creation of this medicine was largely a matter of fortune, and it was the result of my haphazard experimentation. Even the slightest variation could lead to failure. I have attempted this thousands of times, yet this is the only successful outcome. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Tsunade's spirits plummeted once more. Yet, the thought that Ling Feng had bestowed upon her the soul pill he had successfully created filled her with profound gratitude. You have given me such a precious remedy. What will you do now? This medicine is a lifesaver in times of war. Ling Feng, with a serene smile, replied nonchalantly. Medicines are meant to save lives, especially yours as a key combatant. Should I let you perish instead? Tsunade and Apos' cheeks flushed slightly, her heart swelling with emotion. Yet, Ling Feng internally scoffed at the idea of revealing the monumental secret of the divine exchange marketplace to her. If word of this were to spread, he would swiftly become the target of the entire ninja world, hunted like a precious treasure. With his current strength, it was impossible for Ling Feng to face the entire ninja world alone. Moreover, his abilities were far more alluring than those of the tailed beasts. Perhaps even Uchiha Madara would alter his plans and set his sights on Ling Feng. In the face of an Uchiha Madara, whose whereabouts remained unknown, Ling Feng's situation would undoubtedly become perilous. Thus, the secret of the divine exchange marketplace must remain buried deep within his heart. Very well, Tsunade-senpai, you should rest well. Although the toxins have been eradicated, your body will not recover swiftly from its frailty. In fact, with your current state, consuming another vial of chakra potion would restore you fully. However, I fear that if I were to produce more valuable items, it would raise your suspicions. And you might persistently inquire about it, especially given my previous claims of failing thousands of times. Thank you, Ling Feng. I had some preconceived notions about you. I was in the wrong, overly cautious and prideful. I sincerely apologize. Tsunade nodded, suddenly expressing her contrition. Ling Feng was taken aback and waved his hand, saying, "It was merely a misunderstanding, and I can understand your perspective, especially considering you bore the title of one of the legendary three of Konoha. Naturally, you would not wish for a more arrogant individual to appear, particularly as I was merely a 5-year-old child at that time." Faced with Ling Feng's maturity, Tsunade felt a pang of inadequacy. Ling Feng, you are truly far superior to us in our youth. If given the opportunity, I hope we can cultivate a genuine friendship, Tsunade said earnestly. Ling Feng smiled silently, aware that had it not been for their age difference, his charisma and actions might have captivated her. Nonetheless, he harbored no special feelings for Tsunade, who was nearing her 30s. If anything, he considered her a charming companion. You didn't shake your head, so I shall take that as your agreement, Tsunade declared, tightening her grip on Ling Feng's hand, her face radiant with joy. Indeed, opportunities will arise. Rest well. With your recuperative abilities, you shall be fully restored by tomorrow, free from the toxins. I look forward to seeing a revitalized you. With that, Ling Feng turned to leave. Due to Ling Feng's status and renown, upon learning of his arrival, the personnel within the military camp promptly provided him with an exceptionally comfortable accommodation. Upon entering the prepared room, Ling Feng gazed at the neatly arranged bedding and the steaming tea on the table, struck by a wave of emotion. In such an environment, one could almost forget the grim scenes outside and believe they were in a world brimming with warmth and affection. Yet, the stark reality was quite the opposite. Outside, the flames of war raged on, claiming countless lives daily. Ling Feng reclined on the bed, eyes closed, taking a moment to rest. Although his sage body and chakra potions replenished him, 5 consecutive days of travel without rest had left him fatigued. After a brief respite, Ling Feng arose with a resolution. Opening the system marketplace, he procured the advanced version of the healing palm technique. This upgrade would allow him to achieve the utmost healing potential within the same chakra constraints. Although the expenditure of points was minimal and the medical ninjutsu held little utility for him personally, Ling Feng could employ the advanced healing palm to aid a greater number of wounded individuals. While resting, Ling Feng's mind replayed the harrowing scenes he had witnessed along his journey. Why had he received such esteemed treatment upon his arrival? The answer was simple: his strength instilled hope in them. Though he had not brought anyone with him, his mere presence inspired the people of Konoha, rooted in a profound trust. Determined to reciprocate their faith, Ling Feng resolved to give back. Although his current points were insufficient to exchange for any resurrection-related forbidden jutsu, acquiring an advanced healing palm was more than feasible, leaving him with over 2,000 points remaining. Next, he exchanged for 10 vials of superior healing potions, spending 1,000 points. He then ground these potions into powder, diluted them with water, and created thousands of doses of healing medicine. While this would significantly diminish the efficacy, it could still provide prompt recovery for those lightly injured ninjas of Konoha. Ling Feng understood that medical ninjas were always in short supply, so in such circumstances, it was essential to afford them the time to treat the more grievously injured. Having completed this task, Ling Feng disregarded the darkening sky and ventured out with the healing potions. Due to the sheer volume he had produced, Ling Feng could not carry them all at once and thus sought out the nearest medical ninja. Upon his arrival, the medical ninjas all stood and turned their attention toward him. Chapter 57. The Radiant Mastery of Healing Lord Ling Feng. The medical ninjas spoke in unison. Some of the less severely injured patients also rose to pay their respects, only to be gently urged back down by Ling Feng and Appo's hand. All of you, take a good rest, he instructed. Medical ninjas, please step outside with me. With that, Ling Feng exited the tent, followed by the puzzled medical ninjas, uncertain of his intentions. I observe that there are no patients requiring immediate treatment among those you care for. Ling Feng addressed them. You may temporarily move about to notify all medical ninjas in the camp, requesting that each unit send 3 to 4 members here for assembly. Although they were bewildered by Ling Feng's motives, none dared to question him, swiftly complying with his orders. Once everyone had reassembled, Ling Feng unveiled his plan and elucidated the purpose of the medicine in his possession, subsequently enlisting assistance to bring out the remaining supplies. He first gathered all the medical ninjas and distributed the healing ointments, instructing them to apply these to patients with minor injuries, and then to consolidate all critically injured individuals in one designated area. This approach aimed to streamline treatment and prevent the inefficiencies of running back and forth, thus conserving precious time. Given Ling Feng's current capabilities, particularly when employing advanced healing techniques, his methods were undoubtedly superior to those of the medical ninjas. Only a fully empowered Tsunade could possibly rival him in this domain. After all, Ling Feng possessed a sage body and the aid of chakra-enhancing elixirs, so he had no concerns regarding his chakra reserves. Initially, the medical ninjas harbored doubts about the efficacy of the potions Ling Feng provided. However, after he demonstrated their effects on a patient, the transformation was so remarkable that they erupted into cheers. This is truly a miraculous medicine. It surpasses our traditional remedies by countless degrees. Long live Lord Ling Feng. Hearing their exuberant applause, Ling Feng raised his hand for silence. Please calm down, he said. While this medicine is effective, it is only suitable for mild cases. It is crucial that it only be administered to lightly injured patients, as it will not work otherwise. And the human body develops a significant resistance to it. It can only be used once. As seasoned medical ninjas, they possessed the fundamental knowledge of medicine. The notion of resistance implied that no matter how many doses were taken, only the first would yield results. I must remind you that these medicines were fortuitously concocted by me. Once depleted, they will not be replenished. So I urge you to use them judiciously and refrain from any misuse. The medical ninjas gasped in astonishment, clearly shocked by this revelation. Without a stockpile of remedies or prescriptions, these supplies were indeed their last lifeline. With a sense of resignation and regret, they took the medicines and departed, knowing that in the chaos of battle, every life saved mattered, and hesitation was a luxury they could not afford. As the medical ninjas busied themselves, Ling Feng was not idle. He changed into specialized medical attire and entered the camp for critically injured patients. Upon his arrival, several team leaders were taken aback, noticing that he was dressed similarly to them. Lord Ling Feng, what brings you here? One inquired. The number of critically injured patients is considerable, and with various medications mingling in the air, you may find it overwhelming. Moreover, many of the wounds are festering, and the presence of bacteria is significant. It would be advisable for you to leave. Though uncertain of Ling Feng's purpose, they quickly reached a consensus that his entrance was a form of evaluation of their work. However, Out of concern for his safety, they insisted on escorting him out. Ling Feng, however, smiled and replied, "I am not here to evaluate your work. I am here to assist you." The revelation left them momentarily stunned, unable to fathom his words. Assist? In the village of Kanahagakur, it was common knowledge that Ling Feng was an exceptionally formidable combatant with extensive practical experience, having attained a strength comparable to that of A.J. Nin. Yet, there had been no prior indication that he possessed any medical ninjutsu skills. Furthermore, this was a camp for critically injured patients, accessible only to those with a minimum of 5 years of medical experience. If Ling Feng had entered, it implied that he had attained the level of A.J. Nin in medical ninjutsu, an extraordinary feat for a young prodigy already endowed with immense combat abilities and mastery of various chakra types. If word of such prowess were to spread, it would surely instill fear in neighboring villages, for having such a formidable adversary would be a nightmare. Ling Feng understood that without demonstrating his capabilities, skepticism would abound, as his assertions seemed too far-fetched. Even Tsunade, who had dedicated over a decade to medical ninjutsu, could not be compared to the average individual, especially given her Senju lineage that endowed her with a natural aptitude for healing arts. Thus, no one believed that an 8 or 9-year-old could possess such advanced medical skills. Nevertheless, Ling Feng confidently approached the nearest critically injured patient and began his examination. Observing his deft movements, the team leaders instinctively gathered around him. Before long, Ling Feng's analysis yielded results, and he proceeded to employ his healing techniques, concentrating chakra at the wound site to facilitate rapid closure. A soft green light emanated from his hands, growing increasingly radiant. None present were blind to the fact that Ling Feng's mastery of healing techniques had reached an extraordinary level, far surpassing their own mundane abilities. Is Lord Ling Feng truly only 10 years old? One whispered in disbelief. It seems he hasn't even reached that age yet, another replied. My heavens, the restorative power emanating from his palms is palpable even from here. The medical team leaders were left in a state of astonishment, murmuring in awe. As the first patient was treated, Ling Feng did not pause. He swiftly moved to the next bed, continuing his assessments and applying his healing techniques. Although this patient suffered from severe internal injuries and internal bleeding, which typically required surgical intervention, for Ling Feng, it posed no significant challenge. As long as the healing rate of his techniques could keep pace with the blood loss, there would be no issues. Chapter 58. Gratitude to Lord Ling Feng. Under the powerful healing capabilities of the advanced palm healing technique, the second critically injured patient was successfully treated. As Ling Feng turned to proceed to the third bed, the stunned medical team leaders finally reacted. Is he truly cured? I recall that this patient required surgery, right? Indeed. I had checked this morning, and due to the severity of the internal injuries, I hesitated to operate, fearing excessive bleeding that ordinary medical ninjutsu could not staunch. Yet, observing Ling Feng's demeanor, it was evident that the treatment had been completed. Should we not check? Although they were astonished by Ling Feng's adept healing methods, they understood the gravity of the situation. If anything had been overlooked, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they swiftly commenced an examination of the patient in bed 2. The results left them utterly astounded. It was indeed a complete recovery. How could this be possible? Though I too found it hard to believe, the truth was undeniable. This person's internal injuries had been entirely healed. My heavens, Lord Ling Feng's palm technique is truly terrifying. To think it could mend such severe internal injuries. As the medical team leaders gasped in disbelief, Ling Feng had already begun treating the third patient. Once again, he employed his signature palm technique, radiating healing light that infused the once desolate ward with boundless vitality and hope. Many of the injured, hearing the shouts of the medical ninjas, struggled to raise their heads. Eager to witness the unfolding miracle, they beheld the beds where their fellow patients, once gravely wounded like themselves, now stood and moved freely as if they had never been injured. This scene ignited their spirits. Lord Ling Feng, please save me as well. Yes, please rescue us. The war is not yet over. We wish to return to the battlefield and defend our homeland. These injured souls had glimpsed hope. Their spirits lifted as they called out to Ling Feng. The medical ninjas standing nearby were equally astonished. These patients had previously been enveloped in an inescapable gloom, burdened by the severity of their wounds. Even if they had survived, they faced the grim possibility of amputation and disability. Who would find solace in the prospect of becoming disabled, even if survival was assured? If given a choice, who would willingly choose to become a cripple? Furthermore, as ninjas, losing limbs would essentially end their paths as warriors. Ling Feng represented their most promising hope, standing right before them. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to treat each and every one of you. I will not abandon any of you, Ling Feng declared with unwavering resolve as he turned to face the injured. However, your wounds are grave. You must remain still and endure until I can provide treatment. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the patients obediently lay back down, demonstrating remarkable compliance. The sight of such hopeful faces invigorated the medical ninjas, especially the team leaders, who were filled with renewed strength. Let us also begin treating the injured. Although our abilities may not match Lord Ling Feng's, many hands make light work. It would be an overwhelming burden to leave all the patients in his care. Indeed, we shall assist. Soon, under Ling Feng's guidance, all the medical ninjas commenced their efforts to treat the wounded. At that moment, each heart brimmed with boundless anticipation, no matter how challenging the injuries. There was no cause for concern, for Ling Feng was present. As long as Lord Ling Feng could address these grave wounds, what was there to fear from death? Seeing that all the medical ninjas had begun their work, Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. With so many patients, if he were to heal each one completely before rotating to the next, it would take him several days without food, water, or rest. Thus, he had no choice but to prioritize. Those injuries that the medical ninjas could handle, even if it took time, were acceptable. The goal was to free up Ling Feng's time for those with more severe conditions. Meanwhile, as Ling Feng busied himself with the patients, the news reached Tsunade's ears. Ingzi, is what you say truly accurate? Tsunade, still recovering in her bed, gazed incredulously at her assistant. Although her body had not yet fully healed, her face radiated vitality. The previous pallor now vanished, all thanks to Ling Feng's efforts. Ingzi nodded, indeed. Lord Ling Feng single-handedly entered the ward for critically injured patients and treated over 10 of them in one go, astonishingly quick, and each one completely healed. This Ling Feng, truly unfathomable. I had no idea he possessed medical ninjutsu and could wield it with such proficiency. Just a few years ago, he was merely an infuriating little brat. Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head in amazement. She also recalled Ling Feng's ability to concoct medicines, further deepening her admiration. This former Konoha child is truly formidable. Moreover, by gathering so many critically injured patients together and healing them one by one, those who were once steeped in despair would soon rekindle their hope. This little brat is indeed impressive. Ingzi, help me sit up. I must witness firsthand the extent to which this under-10 prodigy from Konoha has refined his palm technique. With that, Tsunade threw off her covers, preparing to rise. Observing this, Ingzi hurriedly intervened. Lady Tsunade, your body has not yet fully recovered. Lord Ling Feng specifically instructed you to rest. However, Tsunade paid her no heed. Albeit with difficulty, she managed to rise from the bed. Humph, I am not so weak. That little brat is out there saving lives with a multitude of medical ninjas. As the head of the medical team, I cannot simply lie here. With that, Tsunade, swaying slightly, made her way towards the ward where Ling Feng was located, with Ingzi hastily following, clutching her clothes. Upon reaching the ward's entrance, Tsunade stepped inside, only to hear the injured patients exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Ling Feng, for granting us a new lease on life." Chapter 59. No support other than me at first. The shouts were somewhat chaotic and noisy. However, it wasn't long before the voices became harmonious and resounding, each person sincerely expressing gratitude to Ling Feng, devoid of any insincerity or mere bandwagoning. Every injured individual who raised their voice had either returned from the brink of death or had wounds that required amputation but healed completely under Ling Feng's care. Thus, his presence represented a true rebirth for them. Tsunade stood at the entrance, witnessing the scene in the ward transformed by Ling Feng's existence, now brimming with hope and confidence. And she felt profoundly moved. It seemed that what Ling Feng had been doing all along was turning the impossible into the possible. Wherever he was present, anything seemed achievable. Though relying on the sage body and chakra medications allowed Ling Feng to hardly worry about chakra and physical exhaustion, he could not control the passage of time. Some patients had severe conditions, requiring more time for treatment. Therefore, as night fell, he had only managed to heal less than a quarter of the injured. Fortunately, the critical cases had been attended to, as long as the remaining patients were cared for properly to prevent worsening of their wounds. It would not be a great issue to continue treatment the following day or even the day after. Moreover, it was crucial to note that both the injured and the medical ninjas were nearing their limits. Night had come, the time when one should rest, and the medical ninjas were exhausted. Even the most ordinary nurses, bustling about, were drained, not to mention the attending physicians or surgical assistants. Each operation demanding immense focus and energy. Unlike Ling Feng, they did not possess the sage body and chakra medications to sustain their vitality. The injured, already weakened by their severe injuries, were further fatigued after the day's excitement, with some even exacerbating their conditions due to overexertion, leading to significant bleeding. Many had succumbed to deep sleep even before nightfall. In such circumstances, Ling Feng had no choice but to temporarily conclude his work, allowing these ordinary individuals their much-needed rest. Upon exiting the tent, he paused, noticing Tsunade standing at the doorway. "You've been treating the injured from morning until now without a moment's respite. It's truly remarkable." Tsunade expressed her inner thoughts as she gazed at Ling Chapter 60. The truth will unfold in battle. Observing Tsunade's panicked demeanor, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle, seemingly indifferent to her concerns. This provoked immediate ire from Tsunade, who retorted, "Even if you were to neglect food, drink, and sleep to treat all the injured, we still do not hold an advantage in numbers. Have you not grasped such a fundamental truth?" Despite her astonishment at Ling Feng's prowess, she was acutely aware that this was a battlefield where levity was intolerable, having already suffered substantial losses under the siege of Sunagakure. Tsunade was even more discontented with Ling Feng's nonchalance. No amount of strength could justify treating the outcome of war as a jest. "Perhaps you have yet to experience the true horrors of battle. Hence, you cannot fathom my fury. Allow me to elucidate. Should we lose this conflict, our borders will inevitably collapse. Consequently, our village will be compelled to dispatch more personnel to prevent enemy infiltration from various fronts, further exacerbating the immense pressure we already face. Moreover, you utterly fail to comprehend the formidable nature of those puppet armies. When they find themselves unable to breach our defenses, they resort to sending puppets laden with explosive tags to their demise. We, however, are flesh and blood, and cannot hope to prevail. Regardless of the situation, we will bear the most grievous losses." Though Tsunade struggled to temper her emotions, they erupted uncontrollably. The absence of reinforcements signified their imminent entrapment. And if the enemy's puppet army seized the opportunity to launch an assault, the damage to Konoha would be catastrophic. Frankly, I am still haunted by the despair I felt when confronted with a rain of poisoned needles. There was nowhere to hide. Perhaps they expended tremendous effort in crafting those needles. But as long as their creators remain alive, they can continue to produce them. My constitution allows me to withstand a wave of damage. But what of my weaker comrades in Konoha? Ling Feng, while my emotions may be somewhat tumultuous, I implore you to understand that this is a battlefield, not a contest. We cannot afford to act impulsively. In response to Tsunade's fervent outburst, Ling Feng remained silent, patiently allowing her to vent her frustrations. Once she had calmed, her wearied expression caught his attention, and he spoke softly. "According to intelligence, reinforcements from Sunagakure have flanked us, intending to encircle your forces." Tsunade raised her head slightly. "And yet you rejected the reinforcements that Lord Third prepared to send? To be candid, if it weren't and Oppos, for your outstanding performance during the CHNIN exams, I might suspect you were a spy from another village." Ling Feng smiled faintly, retrieving a dismembered part of a puppet and tossing it before Tsunade. With a resounding thud, the seemingly modest puppet limb proved remarkably heavy, crafted from superior materials exclusively utilized by elite puppet masters of Sunagakure. having fought against Sunagakure for several days. Tsunade instantly recognized this as a product of their craftsmanship of the highest quality. "Where did you acquire this?" "Are you?" she inquired, astonished. "Indeed. I located those reinforcements. 30 elite shinobi, all puppet masters. In terms of combat prowess, these 30 puppet masters are equivalent to 300 nin from Konoha. Should they find an opportunity, they could easily dismantle our medical team and destroy all backup resources within a few hours. At that point, the enemy need only restrain us while depleting our strength, and our defeat would be inevitable." "Tsunade-sensei, you claim I do not understand warfare. That is merely your assumption. In reality, I am far more familiar with this war than you might think, and I possess the confidence to steer its course. Ultimately, victory shall belong to Konoha." Ling Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at her with an air of calm assurance. Faced with Ling Feng's composed demeanor, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, stunned by the revelation. 30 elite puppet masters, a force that could turn the tide of battle, had been vanquished by a mere child? The news of such an event reaching Sunagakure would likely be met with disbelief. A 10-year-old had single-handedly neutralized a squad of 30 elite puppet masters without sustaining any harm? It was nothing short of a crushing defeat. Tsunade regarded Ling Feng as one might a creature of myth. Given her current capabilities, she could not confidently assert she could single-handedly overcome a team of 30 puppet masters. Even if victorious, it would demand a significant toll. Such a formidable unit could wreak havoc on any battlefield, possessing the power to dictate the outcome of conflicts. Yet, Ling Feng had effortlessly resolved this level of threat. The incredulity only deepened as Tsunade contemplated the implications. Sensing Tsunade's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng smiled gently. "If you find it difficult to believe, I understand. However, when the enemy strikes again, you will come to trust in my words." The intelligence regarding the enemy's reinforcements had reached Tsunade as well. They were preparing to encircle Konoha and seize the borders in one fell swoop. Thus, when the enemy next launched an assault, it would signal the commencement of their plan. As Ling Feng had predicted, should the enemy advance solely through frontal assault, it would signify the annihilation of the reinforcements positioned behind them. A night passed without incident. The following day, Ling Feng rose early to tend to the injured. After 2 days of urgent care, those once deemed hopeless had been healed, while the remaining patients were free from the risk of disability. However, the sheer number of injured made it impossible for Ling Feng to manage alone. Tsunade, adhering to her duty as commander, wisely took time to recuperate, preparing herself for the possibility of an enemy ambush. As dusk approached, Tsunade felt a sense of relief wash over her, knowing they had weathered another day in peace. Yet, Ling Feng entered her infirmary with a somber expression. "The enemy has remained dormant for 2 days, likely preparing a significant offensive. I estimate they will strike tomorrow with considerable force. Is your body ready for battle?" "Almost. If the enemy attacks, I can join the fray at any moment. Although I have not fully regained my peak condition, I am at about 80 to 90% of my strength," Tsunade replied, reclining on her bed, her complexion restored to normalcy. Chapter 61. The Arrival of a Strong Foe. With an 80 to 90 chance of success, all I require from you is to maintain the morale of the troops on the battlefield. After all, it is imperative that we have a leader present when the enemy approaches, Ling Feng remarked with a calm smile. However, Tsunade wore a worried expression. "Even if I can join the fray, facing the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and the onslaught of the puppet army, it will be difficult to stabilize the soldiers' spirits." Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile. "Fear not, we shall not lose this battle." With that, he departed, leaving Tsunade in a state of astonishment. "Tsunade-sama, it's time for your medicine. This concoction was brewed according to your prescription. Although it will aid in your swift recovery, the taste is rather peculiar," Inko announced as she entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. However, after finishing her sentence, she noticed Tsunade gazing blankly out of the window. With no other choice, Inko called out a few more times. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Tsunade turned to Inko. "Oh, it's time for the medicine. Just place it over there. I will drink it later." After setting down the soup, Inko curiously inquired, "What did Ling Feng say when he came in? You seem preoccupied." Tsunade glanced back at Inko, whose face was filled with curiosity, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Inko, we are in a time of war. What are you thinking about? Inko pouted, feeling wronged. I merely noticed something was amiss and asked. Ahem, there is nothing between Ling Feng and me as you might imagine. Moreover, there is nearly a 20-year age difference between us. It is entirely mismatched. The reason for my distraction is that I cannot fathom why Ling Feng always exudes an enigmatic confidence when confronting challenges. As if nothing in this world could possibly defeat him, Tsunade sighed. Upon hearing this, Inko, disappointed by the lack of gossip, shrugged her shoulders and offered a few dismissive comments before departing. However, as she left, she mumbled about how impressive Ling Feng was and how she wished to seek him out once the war concluded. Listening to Inko's mutterings, Tsunade refrained from scolding her. After all, Inko was merely 16 or 17 years old. In terms of age, she and Ling Feng could indeed make a pair. With that thought, Tsunade shook her head vigorously, murmuring to herself, "What are you thinking, Tsunade? This is a battlefield." On the third morning, Tsunade rose early, donning her battle attire rather than lying in bed as usual. Upon exiting, she spotted Ling Feng standing atop a vantage point, gazing into the distance. Ling Feng, what are you waiting for? Tsunade inquired. Waiting for the enemy. They should be arriving soon, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, as if the enemy's approach was an inevitable occurrence and not of significant concern. Tsunade shook her head in disbelief, pondering how she could not comprehend Ling Feng's thought process. If he truly anticipated the enemy's arrival, should he not be preparing for battle? Just as she was about to summon her subordinates, alarms rang out from the distant sentries. Ambush! Ambush! All personnel, prepare for battle. Upon hearing the alarm, the ninjas in the camp swiftly donned their battle gear, entering a state of readiness. Even those who had yet to fully recover from their injuries prepared themselves for combat. From her elevated position, Tsunade beheld the scene unfolding in the sandy village of Sunagakure, where clouds of dust were kicked up by the advancing army heading towards the Konoha border. After issuing battle orders to several captains, Tsunade approached Ling Feng. I did not expect you to be right. The enemy has indeed launched an attack, and the number of assailants has increased by at least 1/3 from my predictions. Since you are in my camp, you must heed my commands. I will lead the charge. You will oversee the camp's defenses. Most of those here are incapacitated, so I must rely on you to keep a vigilant watch. Tsunade turned to leave, but Ling Feng followed her. No, I will join you on the front lines. What? Are you mad? What if the enemy has puppet forces attacking from behind? If our camp is destroyed, we will have no chance, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Rest assured, there are no enemies behind us, Ling Feng stated confidently, surpassing Tsunade as he made his way towards the battlefield. Tsunade was aware that once Ling Feng had made a decision, it was futile to try and stop him. With all her forces already dispatched to the front lines, there was no way to call them back. Reluctantly, she conceded. Ling Feng, if anything goes awry, you will bear the responsibility, Tsunade hastened to catch up with him, gritting her teeth. Yet Ling Feng remained unfazed, replying, Do not worry. If anything happens, I will not escape responsibility. Thus, Tsunade had no choice but to join Ling Feng on the front lines. Upon witnessing Tsunade's vigorous presence on the battlefield, the morale of the Konoha forces significantly improved. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that Ling Feng's presence further invigorated the Konoha army, as their spirits soared to new heights. Ling Feng, I did not expect your presence to have such a profound effect, Tsunade remarked in surprise. Hee, soon I shall amplify this effect even further, Ling Feng declared, his gaze fixed on the lined-up puppet army in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tsunade followed Ling Feng's gaze, her heart sinking. Ling Feng, what do you intend to do? Of course, I will engage the enemy. With that, Ling Feng vanished in an instant, positioning himself at the forefront of the front line, facing the puppet army head-on. Seeing this unfold, Tsunade's face paled in terror. Ling Feng, come back. That is an army of 100 puppets. While Tsunade believed Ling Feng could manage to take down 30 elite puppets on his own, facing an entire army was an entirely different matter. Did he intend to single-handedly confront them all? It was sheer madness. Yet, Ling Feng did not look back, seemingly deaf to her pleas. as he extended his hand in a provocative gesture. Come, let us settle this. The Sunagakure ninjas, witnessing a 10-year-old child daringly challenge them, could not contain their laughter. This Konoha Chunin is too amusing. Have all the Konoha ninjas perished? They've sent a mere child to the battlefield. How laughable. How ridiculous. It appears Konoha has no one left to fight. Chapter 62. Confrontation with the Sand Spider. Faced with the taunts of numerous foes, the ninjas of Konoha seethed with indignation, eager to rush forth and dismantle their adversaries. Even Tsunade bit her lip in frustration. Such humiliation was utterly devoid of respect. At last, Lingfeng spoke. It seems that it is not for you, the ninjas of Sunagakure, to meddle in who from Konoha shall take the field. And you, so gleeful, do you truly believe you have already won this war? Upon hearing Lingfeng's words, the ninjas of Sunagakure were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a multitude of shamefaced responses from him following the humiliation, yet they never expected him to remain so composed. Humph! Are the young ones from Konoha this arrogant? To come to the battlefield and point fingers. At that moment, a towering figure emerged, cloaked in black fabric and veiled. He bore a massive box on his back, unmistakably a puppet master. Seeing his appearance, the ninjas of Sunagakure erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "The Sand Spider has arrived. It seems the scoundrels from Konoha are destined for defeat today. Ha ha! The Sand Spider leads the Puppet Legion. Victory is assured." Lingfeng's eyes narrowed at these words. This was the renowned apprentice of the puppet master Chiyo, the Sand Spider. Through his Byakugan, he discerned that this individual possessed a chakra reserve far exceeding that of an ordinary person. For a puppet master, the amount of chakra determined the limits of their control over puppets. However, Lingfeng felt no fear. Even with an army of puppets, they would merely pose a minor inconvenience. Incapable of threatening him, with the ability to reverse time at his disposal, no mechanism or indiscriminate mass attack could inflict even a scratch upon him. As for close combat, Lingfeng had no apprehension. He would unleash the 8 gates and deliver powerful kicks. Moreover, he possessed several combination techniques, should the need arise. A torrent of fire jutsu would surely incinerate a portion of them. While puppets could be reconstituted, this was a battlefield. Would there be time for crafting anew? Regardless, with 100 puppet masters, Lingfeng was confident he could hold them all at bay. In stark contrast to Lingfeng's confidence, Tsunade was filled with concern. Lingfeng, this battle may prove exceedingly difficult. There are still at least 10 hours until nightfall. I do not know if we can endure until then. She approached Lingfeng and whispered. Although she was displeased with his unilateral decision, unity was paramount. Otherwise, they would have no chance whatsoever. Yet Lingfeng flashed a grin. Tsunade-senpai, with your strength, you should have no trouble holding off those ninjas from Sunagakure, correct? That is certainly the case. If it were not for the interference of the Puppet Legion, I would be confident in my ability to hold until dusk, even without numerical superiority, Tsunade replied. Then it is settled. I shall take charge here. As for those ninja legions, I leave them to you. With that, Lingfeng leaped to confront the Sand Spider. Tsunade, witnessing this, prepared to intervene. But Lingfeng's body flicker technique was too swift, leaving Tsunade unable to react. You little brat, do you truly intend to fight us? I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. This is a battlefield. Do not expect us to show mercy. The Sand Spider glared down at Lingfeng, his voice rasping. Instantly, the surrounding puppet masters erupted into laughter, emboldened by the Sand Spider's presence. Haha, how can you presume to know my defeat before the battle has even begun? Lingfeng crossed his arms, arching an eyebrow. Haha, that is the most amusing jest I have heard in my lifetime. A mere child of 10, daring to triumph over me. The Sand Spider could not contain his laughter. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall indulge you. A one-on-one duel, how does that sound? The Sand Spider sneered. Without hesitation, Lingfeng replied, excellent, a one-on-one it shall be, and no one else is to intervene. Very well. I shall witness what abilities the young ones from Konoha possess that embolden them so. With that, the Sand Spider charged at Lingfeng. Clang. The two kunai collided fiercely, sparking a flurry of sparks. The Sand Spider pressed the attack while Lingfeng deftly defended, countering in kind. For a time, the two exchanged blows evenly. Although the sand spider's stature granted him an advantage, Ling Feng's agility allowed him to hold his ground, while the sand spider's assaults began to falter. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, they separated, Ling Feng steady and composed, while the sand spider panted heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. This scene left both sides of ninjas utterly astonished. The ninjas of Sunagakure, in particular, were incredulous that their esteemed sand spider could be stymied by a mere child. Ding! 3,000 points acquired. Ling Feng maintained his calm demeanor, grinning. Indeed, in such a crowded arena, acquiring points was exceedingly simple. The sand spider was taken aback, unable to fathom that Ling Feng could match him blow for blow. Observing Ling Feng's poise, it seemed that he was unfazed by the onslaught. Looking at the astonished sand spider, Ling Feng remarked, "As a puppet master, while your physique is robust, hand-to-hand combat is not your forte. You should utilize your puppets, otherwise, your defeat is inevitable." As he spoke, Ling Feng twirled his kunai with deft precision, glinting ominously. The visual effect was striking. Ordinary ninjas would dare not attempt such a display, for a moment's inattention could lead to self-injury. Ding! 1,500 points acquired. Ling Feng chuckled, surprised that such bravado could yield so many points. It appeared that this battle would lead him to great wealth. Hearing Ling Feng's taunts, the sand spider clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. Although he had tirelessly honed his puppet control, neglecting close combat and other ninjutsu, he should not be subjected to such ridicule by a child. Feeling the heat rising in his cheeks, the sand spider's forehead throbbed with fury. "Very well, little brat. You have successfully provoked my ire. Since you wish to witness my puppets, I shall show you what true despair entails." Though he felt it was beneath him to employ puppets against a child, it was far more palatable than being bested by one. With that thought, the sand spider quickly reconciled himself. Chapter 63. A new mission. The sound of mechanisms activating echoed behind the sand spider, a cacophony of clicks. The once demoralized sand spider, having been thoroughly challenged by Ling Feng in close combat, regained confidence upon touching the puppet. As the foremost disciple of Granny Chiyo, a master of puppetry, the sand spider possessed exceptional skills in puppet manipulation, greatly aided by innate talent. The moment the mechanism box opened, the previously silent ninjas of Sunagakure erupted in cheers. To them, the activation of the mechanism box and the deployment of puppets signified an assured victory. Puppeteers held a revered status in Sunagakure, and the presence of one instilled unwavering confidence in battle. Ling Feng, intrigued by the sand spider's actions, was eager to discover the contents of the mechanism box. Though he was familiar with the overarching narrative and outcome of the Third Great Ninja War, the intricate details that transpired during that era remained a mystery to him, something he could only grasp through personal experience. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Mission activated. Force the sand spider to exert his full strength and eliminate him, destroying the Sand Hidden Village's puppet army. Reward: 6,000 points. Time limit: 1 hour. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the task. A mission had arrived. He glanced at the sand spider, a murderous intent brewing within his gaze. It appeared that the sand spider's fate was sealed. Initially, Ling Feng contemplated capturing the sand spider as leverage to compel Sunagakure to cease hostilities. But it seemed now that the sand spider was doomed. After all, this was a battlefield, and as long as it persisted, casualties would be inevitable. Ling Feng understood that while the ultimate outcome of the Third Great Ninja War would be peace, Konoha would suffer greatly, losing its long-accumulated advantages and the deterrent power it held over other ninja villages. To expedite the end of the war would benefit Konoha without doubt. The village faced numerous enemies, and under such intense strain, even Konoha's deep-rooted resilience could not endure for long. This was precisely why Sunagakure dared to launch such aggressive assaults. They recognized the immense pressure Konoha was under and understood that Tsunade's forces were unlikely to receive reinforcements, emboldening their assault. With the mission now bestowed upon him, Ling Feng felt indifferent to the potential wrath of Sunagakure. For the sake of those 6,000 points, the life of a single individual was inconsequential. He believed in facing challenges as they came, and as long as he could accumulate points swiftly, he felt prepared to confront even Chiyo herself. The mechanism box fully opened, revealing 6 puppets that sprang to life with a series of clicks. One of the puppets, controlled by chakra threads, began to morph. Shortly thereafter, a humanoid puppet materialized before the sand spider, adorned in clothing and headbands that unmistakably marked it as a Konoha ninja. Witnessing this, the Konoha ninjas erupted in furious shouts, their anger palpable. Were it not for the intense battle raging on the front lines, they would have charged at the sand spider without hesitation. Tsunade, witnessing the scene, felt her chest rise and fall with indignation, yearning to confront the sand spider directly. Yet, Ling Feng remained notably calm, fully aware that the sand spider and Appo's actions were intended to provoke him. Undeterred by such transparent taunts, Ling Feng maintained his composure. The sand spider, taken aback by Ling Feng's tranquility, found the scathing remarks he had prepared caught in his throat. "Can you not recognize your fellow Konoha ninja, you little brat?" The sand spider seethed through clenched teeth. Ling Feng replied with an air of detachment, "A dead man cannot be revived. Had he been alive, I would indeed have to take action. But now that he has become a puppet, devoid of flesh, should I carry this marionette back to incinerate or bury it?" With that statement, the sand spider fell silent, rendered speechless by the audacity of Ling Feng's words. This infuriating boy consistently surpassed his expectations. "Humph, I never imagined that a mere child could be so heartless. Very well, once I have slain you, I shall turn you into a puppet as well." The sand spider bellowed, controlling the puppet to charge at Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng evaded the puppet and Appo's attack with a swift body flicker technique. He then launched several shuriken, striking the joints of the puppet with precision, dismantling it in mere moments. The sand spider was taken aback. This was only the beginning, and yet his puppet had already been rendered useless. The watching ninjas of Sunagakure were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Ding. Earned 100 points. Ding. Earned 1,200 points. It seemed Ling Feng and Appo's display had truly shocked the sand spider. "You believe you can kill me with just that puppet? Allow me to offer you some advice. If you wish to survive a while longer, you had better unleash your true skills, or you will become the first puppeteer to perish on this battlefield." Ling Feng taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Enraged by Ling Feng's words, the sand spider retorted, "You insolent brat. This was merely a test. Do not assume you can so easily destroy my puppets." With that, the sand spider recalled the damaged puppet and swiftly activated 2 new puppets, beginning repairs on the first. Seeing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the sand spider's skill. The ability to control puppets for repairs was a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary puppeteers, indicating the sand spider's mastery over his craft. Possessing such a skill, the sand spider repaired his puppet while remaining vigilant against Ling Feng. However, the latter remained unfazed. To the sand spider, this situation was a profound humiliation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng's need to complete the mission necessitated that he compel the sand spider to exert his full strength. Ling Feng recognized that puppets symbolized a puppeteer and Appo's prowess. The fact that the sand spider could deploy 6 puppets at once indicated his ability to control them simultaneously. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to wait until the sand spider completed the repairs on the damaged puppet before striking again. The attack had only incapacitated the joints, leaving the rest of the puppet intact. It was only a matter of time before the sand spider restored its agility. Chapter 64. Relentless Humiliation. Originally, you had a chance, but since you chose not to seize it, do not blame me for my mercilessness. After repairing the puppet, the sand spider cast a glance at Ling Feng, and that inexplicable sense of confidence returned. Ling Feng remained unmoved. Instead, he observed the other 3 puppets within the mechanism box and inquired, "Will you not activate those 3? The sand spider was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and retorted, "Damn little brat. Do not think you can destroy my puppets. 3 are sufficient to kill you. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the sand spider commanded the 3 puppets to charge forward. Ling Feng furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. His mission was to eliminate the sand spider in his full strength, yet the sand spider arrogantly believed that 3 puppets would suffice to end his life. What a predicament! However, since the sand spider was unwilling to exert his full power, Ling Feng resolved to force him into doing so. Earth release, fish in the mud, Ling Feng shouted, instantly conjuring a jutsu that transformed the ground within 100 meters into a quagmire. Seeing this, the sand spider's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Ling Feng to master Earth release, and with such a vast range. Nevertheless, it was merely a fish in the mud. Ninjutsu, 1,000 machine arrows. The sand spider bellowed, manipulating the 3 puppets to leap high into the air, unleashing countless black glowing arrows that whistled through the air, a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. It was this very technique that had once caused Tsunade great distress, leaving her poisoned and bedridden. Yet for Ling Feng, this move held no value. The sand spider understood that fish in the mud allowed for continuous repositioning, so he aimed to overwhelm Ling Feng with an indiscriminate assault, leaving him nowhere to hide. However, Ling Feng had already prepared for this. As the arrows rained down, the ground soon bristled with arrowheads, completely covering the area affected by fish in the mud. Humph. Let us see where you plan to escape to now. The sand spider sneered, though he felt a twinge of concern. Despite Ling Feng's strength surpassing his expectations, he still believed there was a gap. After all, Tsunade had suffered greatly from this skill, let alone a mere 10-year-old child like Ling Feng. Before long, Ling Feng, who had been dodging with fish in the mud, was finally struck by an arrow, causing his movements to slow. More arrows descended upon him, and in no time, he was riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine. From a distance, it appeared as though he was a living hedgehog. The sand spider could not help but erupt into laughter, finally managing to eliminate the audacious little brat who had dared to mock him. The ninjas of Sunagakure cheered, as though they had triumphed in a significant battle. From afar, Tsunade witnessed this scene and let out a wail, Ling Feng. But at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The porcupine like Ling Feng suddenly vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of yellow sand. Everyone was taken aback. A clone. This Ling Feng is truly formidable. Tsunade sighed in relief upon seeing the illusion. The sand spider and the ninjas of Sunagakure appeared stunned, realizing that all their arrows had struck merely a clone. Ding! Earned 1,600 points. Utilizing the clone, Ling Feng successfully harvested a significant amount of points. Damn it! Where has that detestable little brat gone? The sand spider fumed, his fists clenched. Even the puppets he controlled trembled slightly. Ling Feng's actions were nothing short of a public humiliation. Looking for me? I'm right behind you. At that moment, Ling Feng's voice echoed, startling the sand spider into a shiver, nearly causing him to leap from his spot. As he turned around, he was met with a fist rapidly approaching his face. Bang! The sand spider was sent flying, crashing into the sandy ground. However, as the ground was composed of sand, he ended up with a mouthful of it. Seeing this, Ling Feng laughed heartily. In truth, he had restrained his power with that punch. Otherwise, it would have been enough to render the sand spider unconscious. The puppeteer's defensive capabilities were significantly weakened while controlling his puppets. Even if he reacted, it would be too late, as all his chakra was devoted to the puppets. Thus, that punch served merely as a reminder to the sand spider that to defeat him, he must exert his full strength. Clumsily getting back on his feet, the sand spider quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Ling Feng, only to find Ling Feng remaining in place, showing no inclination to pursue. To the sand spider, this was a blatant display of contempt for his abilities. In Sunagakure, the sand spider had always been celebrated as a super genius, and after becoming Chiyo's primary disciple, he garnered the admiration of the entire village, being touted as the most likely candidate to become the next Kazekage. His pride was immense, leading him to underestimate many adversaries. However, as formidable as he was, no one had managed to surpass him, until he encountered Ling Feng. From beginning to end, the sand spider had never gained even the slightest advantage over Ling Feng. In fact, he had been on the receiving end of several beatings. This level of humiliation was intolerable for him. The latest failure made it clear that he needed to unleash his full potential. Very well, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall show you the true power of a puppet master. Puppets, activate. With a commanding shout, the remaining 3 puppets in the mechanism box were activated. As the 6 puppets hovered before the sand spider, the ninjas of Sunagakure erupted into even louder cheers, for they knew that the sand spider was now at his most powerful. Hearing the cheers of Sunagakure, Ling Feng smiled in response. This meant the sand spider had indeed entered his full-strength state, and now he could prepare for the kill. Observing Ling Feng's smile, the sand spider gritted his teeth in rage. "You little rascal, this will be the last time you smile in your life." With that, the sand spider commanded the 6 puppets to swiftly charge towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng, however, grinned widely and replied, "No, in truth, this will be the last time you ever use your puppets." Chapter 65. The Chief Disciple, Nothing More. As Ling Feng's voice fell, the entire arena was engulfed in astonishment. What audacious words! Even the sand spider was momentarily taken aback. He had unleashed all 6 of his puppets, fully armed. Yet this young imp dared to claim it was the last time he would employ puppets in his lifetime? What an audacious brat! I have never encountered anyone so brazen. You are indeed the first. Without a moment's hesitation, the sand spider deftly manipulated the chakra threads, causing the 6 puppets to surge forward. At the moment of contact, a barrage of hidden weapons was launched. Ling Feng skillfully evaded them using his body flicker technique, but a few projectiles still approached, which he swiftly deflected with his kunai. At this juncture, the puppet master closed in, and the puppets transformed into grotesque forms with 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, 6 figures boasted over 30 arms, each wielding kunai dripping with venom. Under the sand spider's precise control, these arms danced with agility, each strike aimed at Ling Feng's vital points. "This mere child dares to flaunt his prowess before me? I shall make you acquainted with the essence of despair." The sand spider's grin grew increasingly sinister as he observed Ling Feng's flustered state. As a prodigy from Sunagakure, the sand spider possessed an extraordinary talent for puppet manipulation, capable of deftly controlling 6 puppets simultaneously. With full exertion, he could manage 8, but exceeding 6 would expose vulnerabilities in his control. Thus, following his master Chiyo's counsel, the sand spider confined himself to 6 puppets and embarked on relentless training, achieving the pinnacle of puppetry, mastery over 6. Consequently, once he activated all 6 puppets, victory was virtually assured. This was no secret. Every ninja in Sunagakure was aware of it. Therefore, the sole means to overcome the sand spider lay in eliminating him before he could activate all 6 puppets. Yet, here was this reckless child, allowing the sand spider to successfully activate all 6 puppets, effectively courting his own demise. The 6 puppets grew bolder with each skirmish, their coordinated assaults nullifying Ling Feng and Appo's lethal strikes. Gradually, the sand spider and Appo's combat rhythm improved, and his state reached its zenith. The advantage in the arena was firmly in his grasp. "Humph, you think this little brat can defeat me? A fool's dream. Allow me to escort you to your demise." The sand spider chuckled menacingly as he prepared to command his puppets for a final assault. However, at that moment, Ling Feng vanished once more. Damn it! Another body flicker technique? How can this wretched brat have honed such a terrifying mastery of it? The sand spider cursed under his breath, hastily recalling his puppets for defense. Should he fall victim to another successful sneak attack by Ling Feng, he would become the subject of ridicule. As a genius puppet master of Sunagakure, being repeatedly ambushed by a mere 10-year-old from Konoha would be a source of immense embarrassment, even if he ultimately emerged victorious. When Ling Feng reappeared, he stood directly opposite the sand spider. "Humph, this time, you shall not catch me off guard." The sand spider sneered. Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Rest assured, I shall not resort to stealth tactics. I have already gleaned sufficient knowledge of your puppetry skills, and your chakra reserves must be dwindling." "What?" The sand spider was momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over him. "How does this child possess such insight? Frankly, your mindset is rather weak. You allowed me to disrupt your focus. Controlling 6 puppets consumes an immense amount of chakra, and yet you unleashed a fierce assault upon me. While it may seem you hold the upper hand, in reality, you are merely venting your pent-up anger. I had anticipated some skill from Chiyo's foremost disciple, yet you are nothing more than a mindless brute. In terms of talent and strength, you indeed belong to the elite, but in intelligence, you fall woefully short. The so-called chief disciple of Chio is nothing exceptional. Ling Feng regarded the sand spider without reservation, delivering his candid assessment. Upon hearing these words, the sand spider's expression shifted rapidly, darkening ominously. Die, Konoha brat. With that, the sand spider commanded all 6 puppets to unleash their ultimate attack. With a series of clangs, the puppets underwent a transformation. Countless mechanisms activated, causing their limbs to retract and an array of weapons to emerge, transforming the 6 puppets into relentless killing machines bristling with armaments. This technique was originally intended for the forces of Konoha, but since you seek death so eagerly, I shall use it to send you on your way. Your demise will be exceedingly unsightly, yet it is entirely self-inflicted. The sand spider bellowed, directing his puppets towards Ling Feng for a final confrontation. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, forest sea emergence. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Wind release, great windstorm. To an observer, it appeared as though Ling Feng executed a single set of seals at astonishing speed, but in truth, he had performed 3 distinct seals, a combination technique he had meticulously trained in. Soon, dozens of massive fireballs soared into the sky, crashing down upon the 6 puppets. The sand spider was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's mastery of such diverse elemental jutsu, all of which were of A-rank caliber. Considering the material of the puppets, he was compelled to mount a defense. Fortunately, in anticipation of fire attacks, the sand spider had reinforced his puppets, covering them with a layer of water-release ninjutsu to extinguish flames swiftly. As the 6 puppets retreated, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed the sand spider was indeed not on par with ordinary puppet masters. After a considerable duration, the flames extinguished, revealing the 6 puppets charred and smoking. Yet none sustained damage. Humph, you little brat have surprised me considerably. However, mere fire techniques cannot obliterate my puppets. What say you? Are you disappointed by this outcome? Heh, I suspect you have exhausted your trump cards, and now it is my turn to strike. The sand spider emerged from behind the puppets, his countenance dark and foreboding. Ling Feng, however, merely smiled faintly. Indeed, your ability to extinguish those flames has caught me off guard, but my hidden strength is far from limited to this. Upon hearing these words, the sand spider's eyes darkened ominously, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Chapter 66. The Puppet Legion, Unyielding. After finishing his words, Ling Feng swiftly opened the system store and began to browse. Since ordinary fire techniques could not annihilate those puppets, he had no choice but to seek something superior to fire techniques. While confronting the sand spider, he rapidly scanned the items available in the marketplace. Currently, Ling Feng possessed over 8,000 points. Notably, some previously gray options had now become available due to his points meeting the requirements. As he flipped through the selections, Ling Feng abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on a particular item, and a grin spread across his face. He had finally discovered something that surpassed fire techniques: lava release. This was a bloodline limit technique created by the fusion of fire and earth attributes, possessing power akin to molten rock. The temperature of lava far exceeded that of fire techniques and was not something ordinary water techniques could extinguish. Although the exchange cost was a staggering 8,000 points, it was more than sufficient for Ling Feng, as his account balance precisely matched the requirement. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a means to delay and gather more points. Lava release. Exchange. With a mere thought, the system automatically converted his 8,000 points into the lava release technique. In the next moment, Ling Feng felt a heaviness in his head, followed by a surge of new information flooding into his mind. Subsequently, the ninjutsu associated with lava release manifested in his consciousness. This was the automatic learning of a new ninjutsu that the system provided upon activation of the bloodline limit. During Ling Feng's exchange for lava release, the sand spider remained cautiously vigilant of Ling Feng's forthcoming actions. However, upon noticing that Ling Feng had not acted after delivering his threats, he gradually relaxed his guard. Humph, you little brat, you dare to deceive me. But such tricks will not save your life. Die. The sand spider, suspecting he had been toyed with, bellowed angrily and commanded his pitch-black puppets to charge forward. At that moment, Ling Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique. With a soft utterance, a torrent of magma erupted from the ground, cascading across the surface like a raging river, directly targeting the 6 swiftly approaching puppets. Witnessing this scene, the sand spider was utterly astonished. What? Is that truly lava release? Who on earth is this little brat? As shock coursed through him, the sand spider attempted to recall his puppets swiftly, but it was too late. The puppets moved with incredible speed, and by the time he reacted, they were already alarmingly close to Ling Feng. Meanwhile, the flow of Ling Feng and Apos' lava release was even swifter, reaching the feet of the puppets before the sand spider could summon them back. The consequences of being engulfed in lava release were dire. Although these puppets had undergone special treatment and were shielded by water techniques, lava release was not something ordinary water techniques could contend with. In an instant, flames enveloped all 6 puppets. With the support of lava release, their surfaces were rapidly eroded, losing their protection, and the internal components ignited upon contact, transforming the 6 puppets into fiery remnants. Upon witnessing this, the sand spider and Apos' eyes turned crimson as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. These 6 puppets represented his life's work, accompanying him through countless battles and vanquishing numerous formidable foes. They were the foundation of his status as a top-tier ninja in the Sand Village, but now, they were on the brink of being incinerated. Without his puppets, the sand spider felt as though he had lost his very soul, standing in a daze with lifeless eyes, as if he had been stripped of his existence. Ling Feng understood that even if he allowed the sand spider to escape now, he would never pose a threat to Konoha again. This blow was undoubtedly fatal for the sand spider. He would likely never regain the ability to control puppets, and this failure would cause his standing in the Sand Village to plummet. Even if he could overcome this psychological trauma, he would still endure the disdain and ridicule from his village. Such psychological scars were not something ordinary individuals could withstand, especially for one as proud and arrogant as the sand spider. As the sand spider watched his 6 puppets turn into flames and finally reduced to a pile of ashes, the legion he commanded stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the calamity that had just unfolded. Ding! You have earned 600 points. Ling Feng casually picked up a kunai from the ground and slowly approached the sand spider, whose eyes were now hollow. Now that you have become no different from a corpse, devoid of heart and spirit, it is better for me to grant you liberation. With that, Ling Feng swiftly drew the kunai, a flash of crimson illuminating the air as the sand spider met his end. At last, the ninjas from the Sand Village on the front lines noticed the unfolding battle involving Ling Feng, each one incredulous at the sight. What? Lord Sand Spider was actually slain by that little brat. No way. Can this Konoha kid truly be that formidable? Indeed, I witnessed it myself. That Konoha brat killed Lord Sand Spider with a kunai. With the death of the Sand Spider, the morale within the Sand Village's ranks began to waver. Tsunade also recognized this fortunate development, her heart filled with elation. Well done, young man. You have once again brought me a delightful surprise. Simultaneously, the puppeteers who had been on standby finally regained their composure. Despite acknowledging Ling Feng's formidable strength, the Sand Spider had been their leader, and with his death, their grief and fury surged. Everyone, Lord Sand Spider is dead. We must avenge him. Indeed, if we simply retreat now, it would be a disgrace to Lord Sand Spider. What nonsense. He is merely a Konoha brat. Even if he managed to kill Lord Sand Spider by chance, does he think he can handle us all at once? We number over 100. Though the Sand Spider had perished, the collective determination of the puppeteers escalated, their singular focus now on eliminating Ling Feng. Thus, over 100 puppeteers unleashed their puppets and surged towards Ling Feng. Confronted by this elite puppeteer legion from the Sand Village, Ling Feng merely smiled coldly. If even the Sand Spider could not best me, then you are nothing more than a ragtag assembly. I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of disparity. Lava release, lava chakra mode. Ling Feng murmured softly, and the chakra within him transformed into the attribute of lava. He then charged towards the puppeteer legion, embarking on a rampage of destruction. Although they were elite puppeteers, upon contact with the lava chakra, even the mightiest of puppets could only await their transformation into ashes. Haha, what a farcical elite puppeteer army. You are utterly unworthy. Chapter 67. Seizing the opportunity with the mastery of lava release. The threat posed by these so-called elite puppet masters to Ling Feng was rendered negligible. Even though their puppets had undergone refinement, enhancing their defensive capabilities, they were still incomparable to the puppets of the Sand Spider. The power of Ling Feng's lava chakra was such that even the unique puppets of the Sand Spider could be easily incinerated, let alone these ordinary puppet masters, who could not withstand him in the slightest. However, Ling Feng was not in a hurry to eliminate them, for each one presented a splendid opportunity to accumulate points. As Ling Feng wreaked havoc upon their puppets, the system's notifications echoed with the delightful news of points accrued. Ding! 300 points gained. Ding! 260 points gained. Ding! 280 points gained. One by one, Ling Feng destroyed the puppets of these masters, yet he refrained from harming the masters themselves. The puppet masters watched in despair, their anger boiling, but they were utterly powerless against Ling Feng. Some even suffered from anger-induced ailments, as each puppet represented a lifelong companion, painstakingly crafted through immense effort, now reduced to mere ashes by Ling Feng's flames, swept away by the desert winds. This was a true blow to their hearts. For a puppet master, the loss of their puppets signified an impending doom, and by obliterating their creations, Ling Feng had effectively pronounced their demise. At this moment, the ninja forces of Sunagakure were embroiled in fierce combat, with those of Konohagakure on the front lines, completely oblivious to the plight of the puppet corps. Even if reinforcements were dispatched, they would take at least 15 minutes to arrive, and with Tsunade leading the charge, it was improbable that she would allow any other enemies to disrupt Ling Feng's advantageous position. Despite the occasional impressive maneuvers and jutsu displayed by these elite puppet masters, they held no significance against Ling Feng, who had mastered the body flicker technique and possessed both the Sharingan and Byakugan. All their flashy techniques were but fleeting illusions in his eyes. Yet, these puppet masters were indeed worthy of their elite title, a formidable force painstakingly nurtured by Sunagakure. Each one exhibited mastery over their puppets, their control akin to that of seasoned warriors. Although they could not rival the Sand Spider's ability to manipulate 6 puppets simultaneously, they could coordinate their puppets with remarkable fluidity, and their combined skills turned their teams into fearless combat units. Sadly for them, they faced Ling Feng, a veritable monster endowed with multiple bloodline limits and seemingly infinite chakra. Finally, as Ling Feng's points soared to 3,700, all the puppets were annihilated. The members of the puppet corps found themselves stripped of their defenses, standing like forlorn statues, unable to comprehend the reality before them. This cannot be. We are the most powerful puppet masters of Sunagakure. This must be a dream. How could we possibly lose to a mere 10-year-old child? Each puppet master murmured to themselves. Yet none wished to accept the truth of their situation. Ling Feng, assessing the time, calmly declared, "It is time. Their value has come to an end." With that, he slowly summoned Lightning Chakra into his palm. Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. His proficiency with the Li Chapter 68. Victory at the front line upon hearing Ling Feng's words. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a degree of shock. Are we truly to pursue them until they cross into the borders of Sunagakure? Would that not render us invaders? In response, Ling Feng cast a cold gaze upon Tsunade. Feeling the chill in his eyes, she involuntarily shuddered. You are well aware that this is a battlefield. If the war continues to escalate, the casualties on both sides will inevitably increase. I can tend to the majority of the wounded, but those who have perished cannot be revived. Therefore, we must strike directly into their territory, demonstrating our strength as a warning. Should they fail to heed our caution, we shall continue to eliminate them until they surrender. If you cannot comprehend this, I fear you are unfit to command this battle, for your cowardice will only exacerbate the losses on both sides. The fallen may be from Sunagakure, or they may be from Konohagakure. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? As Ling Feng articulated his thoughts, Tsunade's gaze faltered. Inside her heart, she was in turmoil, questioning why she felt guilt and shame in response to the words of a mere child. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Despite her reluctance to be lectured by someone so young, she could not deny the validity of Ling Feng's assertions. Indeed, Tsunade viewed entering enemy territory as an act of aggression, warranting a retreat. However, Ling Feng saw such a retreat as a display of weakness, providing the enemy with an opportunity to regroup, leading to an inevitable resurgence of conflict. One side advocated for restraint, while the other favored a violent resolution to end the war swiftly. Both strategies had been employed on the battlefield before, yet Tsunade found it difficult to envision the most brutal approach being espoused by Ling Feng. For a moment, she felt disoriented, perceiving not a 10-year-old boy before her, but a seasoned veteran brimming with combat experience. Noticing Tsunade's momentary daze, Ling Feng softened his tone. Of course, you are the supreme commander of this battlefield. The authority to direct lies within your hands, and I trust you will make the right decision. Tsunade's heart sank at his words. This child seemed to have her completely figured out, exuding a confidence that rivaled even the third Hokage's cunning. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she realized she could no longer remain silent. Who knew what further shocking revelations Ling Feng might utter if she did? Yes, you are correct. To bring this war to an end, we must be resolute, instilling fear in our enemies so they seek peace. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile. Senior Tsunade, your words ring true. Please, issue the command. Soon, the order for a relentless pursuit was disseminated among every Konoha ninja. The troops erupted in exuberant shouts, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the fleeing Sunagakure ninjas. This was the release of their long-suppressed rage. For too long, they had been oppressed by Sunagakure due to their numerical inferiority, and it was only thanks to their superior overall strength that they had managed to endure this far. Yet, despite their perseverance, they found themselves on the brink of catastrophe. Had it not been for Ling Feng's timely support and healing, Konoha's defenses would have likely crumbled. Thus, the desperate Konoha ninjas yearned for victory, eager to conclude the war and return to peace, reuniting with their families. Every soldier understood that breaching the borders of Sunagakure would signify a de facto end to the conflict. Even if Sunagakure attempted further resistance, it would merely be a final act of defiance. Ultimately, the decision to pursue was the most prudent course of action. Observing the fervent Konoha ninjas, Tsunade was momentarily dazed, realizing once again that Ling Feng had made the right choice. It dawned on her just how deeply rooted their animosity towards Sunagakure was. As the commander of the war, she had remained at headquarters, rarely visiting the front lines, thus remaining oblivious to the depths of resentment harbored by her ninjas. Casting a sideways glance at Ling Feng, Tsunade felt a pang of inadequacy. Her grasp on the war was evidently inferior to that of a mere 10-year-old boy. Without a guiding force, the ninjas of Sunagakure found themselves leaderless, fleeing blindly, resulting in numerous casualties. They were relentlessly pursued by Konoha ninjas, leading to a scene of utter devastation. What was intended as a decisive breakthrough against Konoha had turned into a disastrous counterattack, ultimately resulting in the collapse of their own defenses. This battle would likely be remembered as one of the most absurd in the history of the shinobi world. However, upon reaching 3 kilometers within the borders of Sunagakure, the Konoha ninjas ceased their pursuit. The reason was simple. They had vented their fury, and the distance from their base was now considerable. Any further blind aggression could lead them into peril. Should a hidden ace from Sunagakure launch a surprise attack, it could spell disaster for their ranks. As they observed the retreating Konoha forces, the ninjas of Sunagakure breathed a sigh of relief, yet found themselves at a loss, sitting in silence and exchanging glances. The tides had turned. What was once a significant advantage had been swiftly transformed into a grave disadvantage, leaving Sunagakure's ninjas bewildered and unable to comprehend the swift shift in fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle had reached a temporary conclusion. Soon after, reports of the battle reached the highest echelons of both villages. The first to receive the news were the leaders of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu member responsible for delivering intelligence burst in, breathless and flustered, abandoning the usual composure associated with their ranks. Witnessing this display, the third Hokage felt a surge of irritation. The recent battles had yielded little to celebrate, and his mood was already soured. The sight of his subordinate in such disarray only added to his displeasure. Why this lack of decorum? You are a seasoned Umbu member. Have you no sense of propriety? Yet the Umbu member seemed undeterred, raising the intelligence scroll high and exclaiming, "We have achieved victory at the battlefield against Sunagakure." Chapter 69. Proposal for peace talks. Upon hearing the words of the Umbu member before him, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sprang from his seat, his excitement palpable. "What did you say? There are good news from the battlefront against Sunagakure? Quickly, show me." The Umbu member nodded. "Indeed, we have defeated the ninja army of Sunagakure. Lord Lingfeng not only eliminated the Sand Spider, but also annihilated the Puppet Master Legion." With that, he handed over the intelligence scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he received the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen read it swiftly. Soon, his expression transformed into one of sheer elation, his eyes gleaming with light. Holding the scroll aloft, he began to dance with joy, exclaiming, "I knew I was right. This young man has never let me down. Splendid. Truly splendid." His subordinates understood his uncharacteristic exuberance. As the recent conflicts had drained much of the village's strength, with most of their manpower dispatched to face the impending war. Until now, there had been no victorious news, making Lingfeng's report a welcome relief. Perhaps realizing his excessive display of emotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly composed himself and commanded, "Now that the war has concluded, let Lingfeng take over as commander in place of Tsunade. We must adjust our border defense plans, minimizing station personnel while ensuring the safety of our territory, and then support the other battlefronts." "Yes, Lord Third." As his subordinates departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned toward the window, a smile still gracing his lips. He had a premonition that the end of this ninja world war might very well be brought about by Lingfeng. A new thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps the next Hokage should be decided between Minato and Lingfeng. In the original narrative, Minato ultimately became the third's chosen fourth Hokage, inheriting the will of fire and donning the Hokage mantle. However, with Lingfeng and Appo's emergence, Minato and Appo's radiance had been overshadowed. Although the third understood that under Minato and Appo's leadership, Kakashi's team had achieved numerous victories, in comparison to Lingfeng's accomplishments, it seemed trivial. After all, Lingfeng had single-handedly resolved significant issues at the border. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a profound understanding of the current predicament. The primary challenge facing Konoha was the lack of manpower. Yet now that Lingfeng had neutralized the threat from Sunagakure's border, as long as they could ensure the cessation of hostilities, they could confidently withdraw troops to support other fronts, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Glancing once more at the scroll's contents, he recognized Lingfeng's capabilities and felt assured that the situation at Sunagakure's border would be handled adeptly. At such a young age, to predict the course of battle so accurately, what a prodigious talent. To have the army advance a full 3 kilometers into Sunagakure's territory before retreating. Such audacity is truly admirable. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always approached matters with caution, which had indirectly contributed to Konoha's crises. This conservatism left them vulnerable, a fact that Shimura Danzo understood well, advocating for more aggressive tactics. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Danzo. The highest authority in Konoha rested solely in Hiruzen's hands. However, how could this young man comprehend Danzo? He had always maneuvered in the shadows of Konoha. What did it mean for me to be cautious of him? At the scroll's final page was a sealing technique. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess, he easily discerned its significance. Once his subordinates had departed, he unveiled it, revealing a message penned by Lingfeng himself. "Lord Third, one assassination organization is sufficient for Konoha. The existence of Root is unnecessary. If possible, please deal with Shimura Danzo." A simple sentence, yet laden with intricate implications. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to fully grasp its meaning. Lingfeng's words seemed unfounded, yet carried an ominous warning. Why not clarify the reasons behind it? Did some deeper secret lie beneath? Despite his bewilderment, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Ling Feng was far removed at the border, making direct communication impossible. Even if he were to engage with Ling Feng, the latter would likely refrain from elaborating, as doing so could alter the narrative's trajectory. Thus, Ling Feng's message served merely as a caution, leaving the course of action entirely up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless, on the day Ling Feng ascended to power, those individuals would meet their demise. Meanwhile, far at the border of Konoha, Ling Feng stood atop a high ridge, gazing down at a small team of over 10 individuals approaching Konoha's main encampment. Finally, they've arrived, sooner than expected, he remarked with a faint smile. Tsunade approached from behind and looked over, her expression one of surprise. I can't believe they actually sent someone. After losing so many and a heavily invested Puppet Master Legion, are they truly willing to concede? Ling Feng shook his head, responding, even if they are unwilling to concede, they have no means left to continue the war. True. It seems our overwhelming invasion has made them realize our capability to penetrate their territory. But are they genuinely seeking peace? I suspect they might have ulterior motives. This negotiation may not be straightforward, Tsunade remarked, rubbing her temples. Rest assured, as long as we can conclude this war, both sides will lack reason to refuse. For prolonging the conflict would only lead to greater losses for Iwagakure, while we merely expend time in this theater of war. Let us return. Since it is their negotiation, we must present ourselves as victors. We cannot greet them personally. With that, Ling Feng turned and walked back toward the military camp. Tsunade paused, chuckling as she shook her head. She had not anticipated Ling Feng's attention to detail. In comparison, she felt rather inadequate. Upon returning to the camp, tables were already set up on both sides, prepared for the talks. Before long, the delegation from Sunagakure arrived. Upon entering the camp, both parties exchanged glances, sparks of tension igniting in the air. Yet, when they met Ling Feng's gaze, they halted abruptly, an overwhelming sense of dread swelling within them. Noticing the Sunagakure delegation's sudden stillness, Tsunade recognized that something was amiss. Chapter 70. Journey Alone. Hey, Ling Feng, what have you done to them? They are the emissaries representing Sunagakure for negotiations. Is this an illusion? Hurry and dispel it. In a flash, Tsunade deduced that the individuals before them had likely fallen prey to an illusion, standing motionless in a daze. She promptly urged Ling Feng to lift the spell. Previously, Tsunade had personally experienced Ling Feng's potent illusions. Indeed, they were formidable. If Ling Feng chose not to dispel it, these individuals might perish within the realm of illusion. Observing their reactions, it was evident that their pupils were filled with panic and trepidation, as if they were confronting an exceedingly terrifying monster. Indeed, Ling Feng had ensnared them within an illusion. A mere handful of Ch-nin dare to act arrogant here? I am merely imparting a lesson, hoping they comprehend that this land is not to be treated lightly. Ling Feng spoke coldly. The contents of the illusion were known solely to the Ch-nin of Sunagakure. If one were to ponder what Sunagakure feared most, it would undoubtedly be the rampage of a tailed beast. In this world, tailed beasts are the most dreadful natural disasters, impervious to death. They can only be sealed. Hence the existence of Jinchuriki. The rampage of the Nine Tails nearly obliterated Konohagakure, and Sunagakure had similarly suffered grievously due to the rampage of the One Tail. This is why ninjas in this world harbor an innate aversion to Jinchuriki, not out of disdain for the individuals themselves, but rather for the beasts residing within them, often regarded as monsters. At present, the Ch-nin from Sunagakure were experiencing the terror of the One Tail. Finally, one could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, they desired to flee, yet escape was futile. Within the illusion, only Ling Feng held the power to dictate the transitions of the scenes. Should he wish, they would be relentlessly pursued by the One Tail until exhaustion claimed them. Ling Feng, is this enough? Tsunade exclaimed nervously upon witnessing someone fall. After all, they had come seeking peace, not to declare war. Was this not excessive? Ling Feng, however, remained unfazed. If it ensures these individuals behave themselves, then it is not excessive. With that, Ling Feng lifted the illusion, and the emissaries immediately lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, oblivious to their diplomatic demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade was utterly astounded. What manner of illusion had Ling Feng cast, and when had he dispelled it? Why had she sensed nothing at all? Have you rested enough? If you desire to recuperate, I can arrange for more comfortable accommodations. Guests are to be treated well. For now, hostilities have ceased, and I shall not neglect you. Ling Feng spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, the emissaries from Sunagakure hastily rose, awkwardly brushing off the dust from their attire. Yet, upon meeting Ling Feng's gaze, they immediately recoiled, their eyes darting about, too fearful to meet his gaze. Although they were Nin, they were acutely aware of the might of illusions. From the moment they entered, resentment had brewed within them, for it was Ling Feng's presence that had led to their defeat in this conflict. Thus, they harbored discontent, casting hostile glances in his direction. The fact that they had unwittingly fallen victim to an illusion only underscored Ling Feng's overwhelming power. As seasoned Nin, they should have been prepared, yet they had fallen prey to the illusion without understanding how it had transpired, akin to receiving a beating without knowing who struck them. Indeed, after experiencing the illusion, they quickly became considerably more subdued, taking their seats at the designated table, motionless. Seeing the emissaries from Sunagakure adopt such a reserved demeanor, Tsunade was taken aback. They must have witnessed something profoundly terrifying. I must say, Sunagakure does not seem to regard this negotiation with much seriousness. I expected at least a Nin to represent you, yet you send a group of Nin. What does this signify? Is it a sign of contempt towards us? To speak candidly, we could easily advance into your territory today, even 5 or 10 kilometers, should we desire. As Tsunade pondered how to initiate the conversation, Ling Feng interjected. His words were striking. The Nin from Sunagakure felt an acute embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground, while simultaneously feeling a chill of fear at Ling Feng's proclamation. They had come to negotiate, yet if they were to be caught off guard and their borders breached, they would be branded as eternal traitors. Thus, the representatives hastily stood, wearing expressions of forced smiles. Lord Ling Feng, it is not that we underestimate your nation. The esteemed higher-ups who possess greater strength have all sustained considerable injuries in this conflict and are currently unavailable to represent us, which is why we have been sent in their stead. Although our capabilities are modest, we have been authorized by Sunagakure's leadership to make decisions on their behalf. We hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng smiled slightly, realizing his earlier misjudgment. Very well. Please be seated and elaborate on the purpose of your visit. The representatives nodded vigorously, then continued. Thank you for your graciousness, Lord Ling Feng. We have come in hopes of negotiating peace with your esteemed nation. But what? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. You have slain the beloved disciple of Lady Chiyo, the Sand Spider. She is exceedingly furious and intends to reignite hostilities. However, we, the higher-ups of Sunagakure, have vehemently intervened. Nonetheless, she still wishes to meet with you to resolve this enmity. Otherwise, she will personally storm Konohagakure. Despite our fervent attempts to dissuade her, her resolve remains unyielding. Placing us in a precarious position, the representative explained. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, what you imply is, while this request may be somewhat excessive, we hope you might consider meeting with Lady Chiyo to resolve this grievance, allowing us both to attain a peaceful resolution, the Sunagakure representative cautiously articulated. Upon hearing this, Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, How can this be possible? You expect us to send our people alone to meet with their adversary? If a meeting is to occur, we will send a ninja escort. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. This, Lord Ling Feng, hostilities have ceased. Sending a ninja escort now seems inappropriate. The Sunagakure representative responded, visibly troubled. Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, stating calmly, I understand now. You wish for me to go alone to meet with Chiyo to resolve our grievances and foster peace, correct? The Sunagakure representative nodded fervently. Very well. I shall agree to your request. Ling Feng replied with a nod. Chapter 71. You cannot stop me what? Ling Feng, are you jesting? Although a ceasefire is in effect, the negotiations remain incomplete. As long as the agreement is not signed, we are still in a state of war. For you to venture to Sunagakure without any troops is tantamount to courting death. Tsunade exclaimed, nearly dropping her cup in shock at Ling Feng's audacity. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Feng is the very backbone of Konohagakure. The shinobi of Konoha rally around him, believing that as long as he is present, they are invincible. Therefore, at this critical juncture, it is imperative that Ling Feng remains unscathed, not even succumbing to the slightest illness. He must continue to embody invincibility in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, for to them, he is a deity. Yet now, this god intends to journey alone to Sunagakure, a proposition that no one would readily accept. Even if Ling Feng possesses formidable strength, capable of confronting the likes of the Sand Spider and the 100 Puppeteers, can he truly take on the entire village of Sunagakure? Seeing Tsunade's frantic demeanor, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle. They have stated that resolving the conflict with Chiyo will bring an end to this war. What are you so afraid of? Tsunade shook her head vehemently. It is not a matter of fear, but rather a lack of trust in the current situation. What if they suddenly turn on us? We would be unable to provide support. Moreover, how can we know what discussions are taking place within Sunagakure? With that, Tsunade turned to the representatives of Sunagakure and sternly declared, "Are you deliberately seeking trouble? If you truly wish to negotiate, why not send that old woman herself?" The shinobi from Sunagakure were taken aback, having just managed to placate Ling Feng, only to find Tsunade in a furious uproar. Despite their fear of Ling Feng, they dared not provoke Tsunade further, having faced her formidable strength in battle prior to Ling Feng's arrival. Against Ling Feng, they would surely meet their demise, but against Tsunade, their fate would likely be no better. After all, she is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and that is not to be taken lightly. Observing the representatives of Sunagakure in a difficult position, Ling Feng spoke calmly. "I understand. Chiyo has lost her beloved apprentice, and if she were to come here in person, it is likely she would attack me. That is your concern, is it not?" The Sunagakure representative wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded repeatedly. "Indeed. Our higher-ups deliberated and decided that we cannot control Lady Chiyo's emotions if she comes here. However, if we go to Sunagakure, we will find a way to restrain her and ensure your safety." "Nonsense. If there were a real opportunity to kill Ling Feng, you would not be able to stop it. Instead, you would assist." Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, splintering it in her fury. The representatives of Sunagakure trembled in fear, huddling together. Seeing this, Ling Feng smiled gently. "It's all right. I can accompany you. Tsunade-senpai is merely concerned for my safety. Ling Feng, do not act recklessly. Do not presume upon the protection of the third Hokage to do as you please. I tell you, this is still my territory, and I am the commander here. I will not allow you to go." Tsunade's voice was stern. Realizing her words seemed to have little effect on Ling Feng, she intensified her tone, hoping he would grasp the seriousness of her intent. "Lord Ling Feng, if you do not go, how will we resolve the conflict with Lady Chiyo? Sunagakure desires a lasting peace with Konoha. If this conflict remains unresolved, it may become a future liability," the Sunagakure representative said timidly. "Enough. If you mention taking Ling Feng away again, I shall tear your mouths apart," Tsunade shouted. The representatives of Sunagakure immediately fell silent. The room descended into a heavy silence as Tsunade fixed her gaze on Ling Feng, seeking a satisfactory answer. As long as he does not go to Sunagakure, it matters not if the war continues. At least Konoha would maintain the upper hand. However, if Ling Feng were to venture there and meet with misfortune, or if his life were used as leverage, then Konoha would surely be doomed. A mere 10-year-old child, capable of single-handedly slaying the Sand Spider and dispatching 100 Puppeteers, possesses strength nearing the level of a shadow. Moreover, this is certainly not Ling Feng's peak capability. He has even greater potential for growth. Faced with such an extraordinary talent, Tsunade would risk her own life to protect Ling Feng. "Tsunade-senpai, for the sake of peace, I am willing to make the journey," Ling Feng finally declared. "Are you truly set on going?" Tsunade's brow furrowed, and she slowly rose. "You are overestimating your own abilities. This is an entire village. I hope you can temper your impulsiveness and consider the village's welfare." Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "If you are concerned about the presence of more powerful puppeteers in Sunagakure, rest assured. Frankly, I have a thorough understanding of the combat style of puppeteers. It merely varies in the number of puppets. The representatives of Sunagakure looked aghast, as if they had consumed something vile. Could it be that the puppeteers, whom they held in such high regard, were perceived as so ordinary and devoid of threat by Ling Feng? The undeniable truth remains that he had single-handedly defeated the Sand Spider and annihilated the puppeteer army. Faced with Ling Feng's unwavering confidence, Tsunade's anger only intensified. Ling Feng, are you planning to defy my orders? Ling Feng spread his hands. If what you say is correct, I will of course listen. However, your concerns are baseless and will only impede the negotiations. Why should I heed them? Ling Feng, do not force my hand. Tsunade stepped forward, her aura suddenly surging. Attempt to stop me? To be honest, 3 or 4 years ago, you might have had a chance, but now it is impossible. Ling Feng showed no signs of fear in the face of Tsunade's impending aggression. Over the past 3 years, he had diligently trained in the ninjutsu he had mastered, including the 100 Healings technique and Herculean strength. If it came down to it, he could match Tsunade with these 2 abilities alone. Not to mention, he had even more hidden trump cards. Tsunade, enraged by Ling Feng's audacity, gritted her teeth. Very well. I have longed to have a serious match with you. Let us go. If I win, you will remain obediently here. And if I win? Ling Feng stepped forward, speaking with a calm demeanor. Chapter 72. Baby Gaara if you win. Then you can choose for yourself. Tsunade declared through gritted teeth, her fist cracking ominously. Very well, it's a deal. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Witnessing the palpable tension between the 2 formidable figures, the representatives from Sunagakure trembled in fear, huddled behind the table, wishing for a box to hide themselves in. Perhaps Tsunade was experiencing her monthly discomfort, as her temper had suddenly flared. Ling Feng understood that her intentions were for his own good. Yet the best outcome at this moment was to negotiate peace with Sunagakure, allowing him to allocate time to other battlefronts. The Third Great Ninja War had only just commenced. Anticipated to conclude within 2 to 3 years, though Ling Feng hoped for a swifter resolution. However, only he could foresee the events destined to unfold, while Tsunade and others were confined to the present, unable to comprehend his actions. In light of this, the resolution could only be determined by the strength of their fists. Ling Feng felt no obligation to explain himself to anyone. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him, he would simply clear the path, regardless of whether they were allies or foes. Realizing that Ling Feng had no intention of backing down, Tsunade understood that the confrontation was inevitable. Although she could not grasp Ling Feng's motives, for the future of Konoha, she would not allow him to take risks. Very well, I will unleash all my power. Today, you shall not leave this military camp, Tsunade proclaimed. Her aura soaring to its peak, dark patterns forming on her forehead, a harbinger of the activation of the Byakugan technique. To Ling Feng's surprise, Tsunade was initiating her ultimate technique right from the outset to thwart him. While her innate strength was formidable, her prowess would be even greater once the Byakugan was activated. The Nin of Sunagakure turned pale at the sight. Is that the Byakugan technique? Is Tsunade genuinely serious? How terrifying. Why is the exit so far away? We're doomed. We better find cover. If struck by a single blow, we may never see the light of day again. As Tsunade prepared herself, Ling Feng merely smiled faintly, lifting both hands to slowly form seals. He intended for Tsunade to witness the ninjutsu he was about to unleash. Soon, Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock. What? You can also use the Byakugan technique. Indeed, Ling Feng was also channeling the Byakugan technique, eager to ascertain whose mastery over it was superior. The representatives from Sunagakure were utterly bewildered, their hearts racing as they beheld both combatants activating the Byakugan. Could it be that Ling Feng can also utilize the Byakugan? The strength of Konoha is truly terrifying. Is Ling Feng that frightening? Are we going to die here? A system notification echoed. Ding. Earned 120 points. Ling Feng grinned, realizing this battle would yield him another opportunity to accumulate points. Come, if you wish to fight, then let it be as you desire. He beckoned nonchalantly. Tsunade clenched her teeth and charged forward. As a ninja specializing in medical ninjutsu, she relied solely on her immense strength in combat. In the face of absolute power, All flashy techniques were rendered inconsequential, a fact that secured her position among the legendary Sannin. However, Ling Feng was entirely different, possessing the same brute strength and Byakugan technique. He also excelled in various martial arts, including the Eight Gates and Bagua Palm. Thus, when combat commenced, the outcome was overwhelmingly evident. Despite Tsunade's fierce demeanor, her attacks often fell short, while Ling Feng's seemingly leisurely assaults consistently struck precise points on her body. Before long, Tsunade was panting heavily, utterly exhausted, while Ling Feng remained calm and collected, his breathing steady, an undeniable testament to their disparity in strength. The once spacious military camp now felt cramped and stifling. Countless debris was tossed into the air, the ground cracking beneath them, echoing like thunder. The ninjas of Sunagakure fled in disarray, trembling and helpless, lamenting their ill fortune for having ventured so far only to encounter such chaos. At last, the battle subsided. Tsunade sat half-slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. The Byakugan had been dispelled, leaving her drained of energy. In contrast, Ling Feng had also released the Byakugan, but the only change was a slight increase in his breathing. He quickly returned to his usual state, as though the fierce conflict had barely affected him, merely a warm-up exercise. Observing Ling Feng's tranquility, Tsunade sighed in resignation, acutely aware of the vast gulf separating them. I concede. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized the truth. She was nearing 30, while Ling Feng was only 10. The age gap was staggering, yet he could overpower her with such ease. It was simply absurd. According to the rules, I may choose whether to go or not, and you cannot impede me, Ling Feng stated. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the validity of his words. However, I hope you will consider your own safety. Even if you feel indifferent, I urge you to think of me and the village. Ling Feng fell silent at her request. Meanwhile, the representatives from Sunagakure, having narrowly escaped disaster, were far too anxious to reflect on their own survival. Their purpose for arriving was to persuade Ling Feng to accompany them back to Sunagakure, and they were now exceedingly nervous, fearing he might refuse. Very well, I shall ensure my own safety. Having said that, Ling Feng approached the representatives of Sunagakure, who straightened up as if awaiting inspection, not daring to make even the slightest movement in the presence of someone so overwhelmingly powerful. How old is Gaara from your village? The representatives paused at the question but promptly responded earnestly. He is 1.5 years old, but still unable to walk. I see. For he is sealed with the one-tailed beast within him, Ling Feng replied calmly. Instantly, the representatives from Sunagakure were astonished. Even Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he know this information? This is a secret of our village. How did you come to know? They questioned, bewildered. Ling Feng maintained his composed demeanor. The source of my knowledge is not for you to inquire. Should you wish for me to accompany you to your village, I require you to entrust Gaara to me upon entering your territory, and I shall carry him with me at all times. Chapter 73. A certain agreement. The representatives of Sunagakure were utterly stunned by Ling Feng's request, their faces etched with tension. Firstly, they were baffled as to how Ling Feng had acquired such information, given that the sealing of the one-tailed beast within Gaara had occurred 6 months prior. A matter known only to the upper echelons of Sunagakure, as it was personally executed by Chiyo. Although the villagers had gradually come to learn bits of information, it was unfathomable that someone from Konohagakure could be privy to this knowledge. Secondly, while Ling Feng's demand appeared to be a mere bargaining chip, it significantly raised suspicions within Sunagakure, as they feared he might aim to destroy their Jinchuriki and liberate the One Tail, causing catastrophic repercussions for their village. They understood Tsunade's reluctance to allow Ling Feng to venture alone into Sunagakure, yet they too harbored concerns that he might act ruthlessly after acquiring Gaara. Noticing the representatives of Sunagakure lost in thought, Ling Feng calmly returned to his seat and spoke nonchalantly. There is no need for haste in your response. I permit you to return and report to your village. I shall grant you 3 days. Should you agree, I will proceed to Sunagakure. If you fail to return by then, I shall assume your answer is negative and will not go. Thus, this negotiation will conclude without resolution. Please consider the consequences of this. I am a man of my word. Having promised Tsunade, I require a weighty bargaining chip before I set foot in Sunagakure. With that, Ling Feng issued a dismissal. After the representatives departed, Tsunade approached Ling Feng, her brow furrowed. How did you know that Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure? Do you doubt me? Or do you wish to interrogate me thoroughly? Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, unperturbed. Tsunade shook her head vigorously. No, I am merely curious. For I have never heard of this information before. Even the third Hokage never mentioned it. That is because it holds no relevance to the war. So why speak of it? Moreover, it is their beast, their Jinchuriki. Any intentions we harbor could ignite the flames of war, which the third Hokage would certainly not allow. Lastly, what else do you wish to know? Ling Feng inquired with a faint smile. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Ling Feng's eyes as if seeking answers within them. She sighed. I am indeed uninterested in this secret. You are correct. It is their beast and their Jinchuriki, and it concerns us not. However, I wish to know from whom you obtained this information, if not from the third. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at her probing. He could hardly confess to being omniscient regarding the future of this world. That would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he fabricated a casual explanation. Very well. Since you are so eager to know, I shall tell you. Do you recall the puppeteer squad from Sunagakure that I intercepted before my arrival? They were a contingent of 30, led by a high-ranking official of their village. This mission was of utmost importance to them, so they dispatched elite Jonin. After defeating them, I did not slay them immediately. Instead, I interrogated them one by one. Naturally, those without any standing in Sunagakure met their demise immediately. It was from the mouth of that high-ranking official that I gleaned this information. As Ling Feng elaborated, Tsunade's expression softened, realization dawning upon her. So that is how you came to know such a secret. What else do you know? Ling Feng shrugged. Aside from their war plans, which have now become irrelevant since I obliterated that squad, their strategies hold no significance anymore. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. So you believe keeping Gaara close is the greatest assurance? Indeed. The tailed beasts are closely guarded secrets of their respective villages, seldom deployed lightly. Additionally, they are exceedingly difficult to control. As long as I maintain control over Gaara, they will think twice before acting against me, lest I eliminate him and unleash the One Tail, causing catastrophic chaos before they can find another suitable vessel. Tsunade recalled a tale her grandfather had once shared about a tailed beast rampage that nearly obliterated a village. Ling Feng remained silent, contemplating the unfolding narrative. The impending chaos of the Nine Tails seemed imminent, likely to erupt within the next couple of years. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, wary of further inquiries from Tsunade. Enough of this. I shall return to rest. We will discuss matters further once Sunagakure provides their response. With that, Ling Feng rose to depart. Tsunade watched him leave, choosing not to utter another word. Since Ling Feng had committed to securing a sufficiently strong bargaining chip before venturing into Sunagakure, she would allow him to proceed. For she understood that his intentions were to resolve the conflict once and for all. The following day, as Ling Feng prepared for his morning training, having been deprived of practice for nearly a month due to the war, he soon received word from Tsunade's envoy. The representatives of Sunagakure had set off in the dead of night to return to their village, presumably to confer with their higher-ups. Ling Feng, unfazed by this news, instructed that a message be relayed to Tsunade, assuring her that they would undoubtedly return, marking the moment of his departure. His message was simple. Sunagakure would surely acquiesce to his demands. Within the military camp, Tsunade, upon learning of Ling Feng's response, found herself perplexed and wished to inquire directly. However, the multitude of military matters left her with no time to spare. Meanwhile, Ling Feng preferred to devote his time to training rather than manage the tedious affairs of the military. Much to Tsunade's chagrin, who had contemplated offering him a general's position. Chapter 74. Caught in a dilemma after completing his morning exercises, Ling Feng returned to the military to indulge in a sumptuous meal before heading out for further training. This left him with a myriad of unanswered questions, prompting Tsunade to seek him out for clarity. However, her efforts were in vain, which led her to unleash her frustration upon her subordinates. How infuriating! Next time Ling Feng returns, ensure you notify me. If I have to run around aimlessly again, You will be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder." Upon hearing this, her subordinates straightened up and repeatedly bowed in apology, fully aware that being sent to the front lines would likely mean facing death before morning. When Ling Feng finally returned to his tent after training, he found Tsunade waiting at the entrance. Shouldn't you be busy? Why have you come here again?" Ling Feng inquired, perplexed. Tsunade, however, wasted no time and entered the tent, casually taking a seat on a nearby stool. "I may be busy, but not as much as you. You seem to vanish all day long, only to reappear for meals. I scarcely have an opportunity to speak with you, and I even had someone posted to keep watch. It seems you are indeed busier than I am," she remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Ling Feng chuckled, replying, "Your endeavors are of great importance, while mine are merely trivial personal matters, hardly worth mentioning." Tsunade raised an approving thumb. Having heard from the third Hokage about Ling Feng's audacity despite his youth, she had now witnessed it firsthand. Ling Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "So what brings you here? Speak freely." Sitting up straight, Tsunade posed a question. "It is already the second day, and tomorrow marks our agreed-upon date. What makes you so certain they will come?" Ling Feng retorted, "Honestly, you will know the answer once they arrive. Asking me is less effective than inquiring directly with them. I prefer not to elaborate excessively." Tsunade's frustration boiled over. Her teeth clenched in anger, wishing she could physically confront Ling Feng. Yet, realizing she could not overpower him, she reconsidered. "Fine, consider this a plea from me. I have been restless for the past 2 days, unable to sleep, and I am eager to understand the basis of your confidence." Tsunade had sensed a growing discussion about Ling Feng within the military, indicating that his reputation was surpassing her own. This discontented her, as she had been laboring on the front lines for 2 months prior to Ling Feng's arrival, leading them to victory in numerous critical battles and maintaining the borders. How could it be that within just a month, Ling Feng overshadowed her? Additionally, Tsunade found herself baffled by Ling Feng's thoughts and judgments. Without his explanation, she would have struggled to comprehend his reasoning. Although both sought the well-being of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade was reluctant to see her hard work go unrecognized. For war was the swiftest path to fame. As a descendant of the village's founders, it would be disingenuous to claim she did not desire recognition or to compete for the position of Hokage. Thus, Tsunade had volunteered to oversee the battlefield between the Hidden Leaf and Sand villages, aiming to secure victory and build a foundation for her future aspirations. Yet, the prevailing trend indicated that her status was being eclipsed by the 10-year-old Ling Feng. While Tsunade respected Ling Feng's strength, their analyses of the situation and decision-making processes differed significantly. Hence, she sought to discern the reasoning behind Ling Feng's choices. Ling Feng smiled at Tsunade's inquiry, explaining, "The rationale is quite straightforward. As I previously mentioned, continuing this conflict will not favor the Sand Village. They have lost their primary strength and will struggle to fend off assaults from other villages in the future. Furthermore, Chiyo's wrath over the death of her prized disciple cannot be dismissed lightly. She will undoubtedly leverage her influence to demand that the Sand Village fulfill her desire for vengeance against me. Thus, in light of overwhelming circumstances and Chiyo's fury, even if it means risking Gaara's life, they will likely send me to the Sand Village for peace talks. This entails signing a ceasefire agreement and addressing Chiyo's personal vendetta." Upon hearing Ling Feng's detailed explanation, Tsunade felt a sense of clarity wash over her. "I understand now. Your analytical skills are truly remarkable, and I am in awe. I only considered the first aspect, failing to account for the second. You contemplate far more than I, who am alone and unburdened." Ling Feng smiled in response. "Well, I see. There is still 1 day remaining. What if they fail to appear?" Tsunade pressed. Although she trusted Ling Feng's assurance that they would come, she preferred to be thoroughly prepared, for as long as war loomed, her role as commander required readiness. Ling Feng smiled gently. "Do not worry. They will certainly arrive tomorrow. My dinner has arrived. I must continue my training afterward. Excuse me." With that, he stood as a servant entered with his meal. Tsunade observed Ling Feng enjoying his dinner in silence for a moment before rising to depart. On the 3rd day, Tsunade arrived early at a lookout point, gazing towards the Sand Village. Despite Ling Feng's impeccable reasoning, she found it hard to believe his judgment could be infallible. Unfortunately, her doubts were unfounded as the Sand Village representatives arrived, the same familiar faces as before, perhaps hoping that their presence would bring some comfort to the Leaf's inhabitants. However, Tsunade offered no warmth, leaving the Sand representatives bewildered as to what had provoked her ire this time. The group entered the same tent as during the previous negotiations and took their seats. Ling Feng wasted no time in addressing them directly. Have you all made your decision? I hope your purpose today is to provide me with a response rather than merely visiting. Lord Ling Feng, to be candid, your demands place us in a predicament. Regardless of our choice, one party will inevitably bear some risk. After thorough discussion, we have decided to substitute Gaara with his two siblings, Temari and Kankuro. They are the children of the fourth Kazekage, and we believe they will serve as suitable hostages, a representative from the Sand Village stated after a brief pause. However, Ling Feng shook his head resolutely. Unless it is Gaara, our negotiations are off the table. You are all aware that no number of hostages can compare to the value of a Jinchuriki. Chapter 75. Entering the Land of Sand faced with Ling Feng's unwavering stance. The ninjas of Sunagakure were visibly troubled, as it was evidently one of their tasks. They had prepared to continue bargaining with Ling Feng, but upon seeing his indifferent expression, their hearts raced with anxiety, fearing that further discussion might lead to them being subdued without mercy. What to do? I can hardly speak. Who wouldn't feel the same? Perhaps it would be best to acquiesce to Ling Feng's request. I worry that we may never return. Indeed, as for the demands from the village, we can fulfill them later. Let's wait until we reach the village and let them figure it out. The representatives of Sunagakure began to murmur among themselves. Before long, one of the representatives cleared his throat and said, Lord Ling Feng, since you do not agree, we shall proceed according to your request. We consent to hand over Gaara to you. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was about to nod in agreement when Tsunade interjected loudly, What nonsense! You were just making demands. And now you suddenly agree? There must be something amiss. Her outburst nearly caused the representatives of Sunagakure to tumble from their seats. Lady Tsunade, you misunderstand. The village indeed agrees to Lord Ling Feng's request, but we hope to negotiate further. Since Lord Ling Feng does not consent, we shall naturally abide by his wishes. The representatives hastily clarified. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing as if she sought to see through their intentions. Just as the tension escalated, Ling Feng spoke. Senior Tsunade, let us not make it difficult for them. A mere few Nin cannot make such decisions. They are merely following orders from their village. Tsunade turned to Ling Feng, her expression questioning. Are you suggesting we truly accompany them? Of course. As previously agreed, as long as they can deliver Gaara to me, I shall go, Ling Feng affirmed, rising to his feet. Let us proceed, gentlemen, and do not tarry. I wish to savor the delicacies of your village by noon, if you please. The representatives of Sunagakure nodded vigorously. Certainly, we will ensure you are well received. Very well, Ling Feng replied, stepping out of the tent. Tsunade followed, expressing her concern. Ling Feng, are you certain this is wise? They seem utterly insincere. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own circumstances. Until Gaara is in my grasp, I will not proceed with them. Even if there are ambushes, they shall not capture me. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way, leaving Tsunade watching him retreat, her teeth biting into her red lip, as if troubled by something. Assistant Eiko approached Tsunade, following her gaze and clicking her tongue. What are you doing? Tsunade snapped back, her cheeks flushing. Lady Tsunade, you are worried for Lord Ling Feng's safety. If not for your duty to command the army, you would surely accompany him, Eiko remarked. At this, Tsunade barked, Nonsense. Attend to your own matters. With that, she swiftly turned and left, leaving Eiko laughing behind her. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was preparing to depart the borders of the Land of Fire. Due to the standoff, the two camps were not far apart. However, since Ling Feng had previously led the Leaf Village's ninja army into the enemy's territory, the opposing forces had been compelled to retreat a considerable distance to avoid another surprise attack. Nevertheless, with the intention of negotiating, Sunagakure had relocated their camp to the front lines to facilitate Ling Feng's arrival. Upon entering the Sunagakure camp, Ling Feng immediately sensed the heightened wariness directed towards him. This was hardly surprising, as he had single-handedly annihilated the strongest legion of Sunagakure, leaving no room for doubt about his formidable prowess, which they had all witnessed firsthand. In stark contrast to the apprehensions of the Sunagakure ninjas, Ling Feng exhibited a demeanor of calm indifference, strolling through the camp as if he were perusing a museum, regarding everything, including the ninjas of Sunagakure, as mere exhibits. Of course, while some were fearful, others harbored resentment. A few discontented individuals plotted to teach Ling Feng a lesson. Concealed among the crowd, they launched a surprise attack from behind as he passed. However, in an instant, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, deflecting their projectiles entirely. The sudden turn of events startled the representatives of Sunagakure, who quickly admonished their comrades. If they provoked the god of death, they would surely perish. Ling Feng halted his steps and remarked coolly, "Out of respect for the representatives of Sunagakure, I shall overlook this incident, but should such a situation arise again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he resumed his forward motion. The surrounding enemy ninjas were left in shock, bewildered by what had just transpired. How had Ling Feng reacted so swiftly? Had he even formed hand seals? Ding. Earned 600 points. The astonishment of these individuals allowed Ling Feng to gain points effortlessly. He smiled slightly, knowing that no matter how they attempted to ambush him, their abilities posed no threat to him. Although many had witnessed his overwhelming strength on the battlefield, some had yet to truly comprehend it. Thus, Ling Feng saw no harm in demonstrating his prowess, allowing them to grasp the extent of his power while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to accumulate more points. Despite his prior warning, there would always be those foolhardy enough to challenge him. Those who had never truly witnessed his might were unaware that those who had done so understood the necessity of remaining compliant and avoiding trouble. Another assault was attempted, but without turning back, Ling Feng unleashed a water release, great water collision wave, sweeping them, along with the earth, into the sandy ground, transforming it into quicksand. As one individual began to be engulfed, a quick-witted companion managed to pull him to safety. Soon after, another attack was attempted, yet Ling Feng effortlessly dispatched them all. Throughout the ordeal, he remained untouched, with none of the attackers even coming within 3 meters of him before their efforts were thwarted or neutralized. Eventually, the ninjas of Sunagakure realized that Ling Feng's strength far exceeded their expectations and understood that had he chosen to continue fighting, they would have had no means of defense. Chapter 76. Hostage. As Ling Feng approached, effortlessly dispatching the ninjas with ulterior motives, the representatives from Sunagakure were drenched in a cold sweat. Their choice to launch a surprise attack was undeniably an affront to Ling Feng. Although they were defeated, their refusal to accept their fate and resorting to such despicable tactics was infuriating. Moreover, Ling Feng had made it abundantly clear that he would not tolerate further disruptions, indicating his displeasure with the situation. The representatives, despite being sent to negotiate on behalf of their village, possessed only the strength of Chunin, having gained political acumen through years of experience rather than combat prowess. While they might hold some authority within the village, their status meant little on the battlefield, where their voices would go unheard. These mere Chunin were no match for the seasoned ninjas engaged in combat. Consequently, the representatives were on edge. They could neither fully restrain the reckless youths nor gauge Ling Feng's growing irritation towards them. Should he reach a breaking point, the consequences could be dire. They had observed with increasing alarm the escalating severity of Ling Feng's responses to the brazen youths. The last group that dared to attack him had been buried beneath a mound of sand, and despite the efforts of dozens, their depth remained a mystery, as did their chances of rescue. Fortunately, they had finally made their way along the main road to the military camp. "Lord Ling Feng, ahead are the envoys dispatched from the village to escort you," the representatives said with deep respect, wiping the sweat from their brows. Given that they were still on the front lines, the journey to the village would likely take the better part of the afternoon, so they had to address the issue of lunch first. They could not let Ling Feng proceed on an empty stomach. Ling Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Very well. But I hope you have prepared everything. I do not wish to be kept waiting." Frankly, he had been quite displeased during the journey, though he had made every effort to remain patient. His words were directed at the impetuous youths, although their attacks were trivial to him. No one could tolerate a swarm of bothersome flies buzzing around incessantly, were it not for the considerable points he had gained from dealing with these youths. He might have already resorted to violence. In any case, given Ling Feng's current strength, he could eliminate a few without fear of repercussions from Sunagakure, as they were the ones who had initiated the conflict. Yes, Lord Ling Feng, rest assured, we have prepared the local delicacies of Sunagakure for you. After your meal, we will complete the transfer of the hostage, the representative assured him hastily. Ling Feng merely grunted in acknowledgement before stepping into the tent. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful aroma, indicative of the sumptuous feast that awaited him. He noticed that several individuals of high standing within the village were already seated. Their attire suggested they were influential figures who engaged solely in policy-making rather than combat. In essence, they were mere politicians. Ling Feng held no fondness for politicians, so after exchanging a few polite words, he took his seat. As he entered, the sight of a mere 10-year-old child elicited whispers of derision among the politicians, their disdain evident in both tone and expression. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed, for the individuals he sought to meet were not these self-important politicians. Noticing that the representatives intended to leave after seating him, he inquired, "Where are you going?" The representatives turned back to him, explaining, "Our task was to bring you here. The subsequent transfer ceremony is not our responsibility." Ling Feng shook his head in response, stating, "No, you will remain here to assist with the transfer ceremony. I have formed a favorable impression of you over these past few days. You shall speak on behalf of the representatives. The others may leave, for I might become displeased and resort to violence." With that, he picked up his utensils and began to eat. The representatives exchanged glances, discomfort etched on their faces. Yet they dared not refuse. "Lord Ling Feng, please eat first. We will report the situation to our superiors," they stammered amidst their hesitation, seeking to placate him before approaching the politicians. Moments later, one of the representatives returned, wiping sweat from his brow. "Lord Ling Feng, according to protocol, this matter is no longer within our purview." However, before he could finish, a powerful aura erupted from Ling Feng. "I have made myself clear. You will stay. Otherwise, none here shall survive," he declared coldly. In an instant, the tent fell into an eerie silence, faces filled with terror. These were merely politicians, the highest among them barely ranking as a nominal jonin, their actual strength only marginally above that of a chunin. They had never encountered such a terrifying adversary. Consequently, they complied with Ling Feng's demands, instructing the representatives to remain by his side to facilitate the hostage exchange. Yet, they all understood that within the tent, and even among the Sunagakure ninjas outside, they had all become Ling Feng's hostages. In the face of overwhelming strength, they possessed no means of resistance. After satisfying his hunger, Ling Feng wiped his mouth contentedly and remarked, "Now, have you brought the person I requested?" "Yes, we have," the representative replied, waving his hand. Immediately, an attendant entered the tent carrying a bamboo basket. Lifting the lid, Ling Feng glanced at the sleeping Gaara within, confirming his identity before nodding in approval. "Very well, I will accompany you to the village." Upon witnessing Ling Feng's recognition of Gaara, the politicians exchanged astonished glances, incredulous that Ling Feng could indeed identify him. Though they had considered the possibility of simply presenting any infant as a substitute for Gaara, Ling Feng's demonstrated prowess along their journey had dispelled that notion. Yet, doubts lingered in their minds. Ling Feng claimed to desire Gaara's presence, but how could he assert his identity without having seen the real Gaara? The fact that he had definitively confirmed Gaara and Appo's identity before agreeing to proceed to the village suggested that Ling Feng not only knew of Gaara and Appo's existence as a Jinchuriki, but could also easily recognize him. This realization sent a wave of panic through the politicians. The implications were clear. Ling Feng was fully aware of Sunagakure's secrets. Chapter 77. The consequences could be dire upon confirming Gaara's identity. Ling Feng consented to journey to Sunagakure to partake in the peace talks. The initial envoys who communicated with him were permitted to accompany him, while he resolutely declined the presence of any other outsiders. Despite the reluctance of Sunagakir's upper echelons, they found themselves powerless, as they had no choice but to comply with Ling Feng's wishes, wary of provoking him for fear of dire repercussions. They had gleaned from the envoy's dispatch to Kanehagakure about Ling Feng's formidable strength, and having witnessed his prowess firsthand, they harbored a profound fear of him. Consequently, they discreetly instructed the few envoys to keep a vigilant watch over Gaara, ensuring that no mishaps occurred. Should Ling Feng act against Gaara, the seal would undoubtedly be broken, unleashing the One Tail to wreak havoc. Presently, Sunagakure was in a state of disarray, lacking leadership. Not only was the third Kazekage gone, but the fourth had also perished unexpectedly. Although there was no concrete evidence, the higher-ups in Sunagakure were convinced that Kanehagakure was culpable. Thus, if the One Tail were to emerge, the crisis facing Sunagakure would be insurmountable, leading to catastrophic losses. All of this remained a closely guarded secret within Sunagakure, which gave them the audacity to feign confidence before Ling Feng. They feared that if he were to discover their inability to contend with the One Tail, he might seek to release it, thereby jeopardizing the peace talks and placing them entirely under his control. However, unbeknownst to the denizens of Sunagakure, no one understood their predicament better than Ling Feng. Even the highest-ranking officials could not possess more knowledge than he did. Due to Ling Feng's directive, only the few envoys were permitted to accompany him, while others were mandated to maintain a distance of 100 meters. This distance ensured that, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Ling Feng could respond promptly. "My Lord Ling Feng, we have prepared a luxurious carriage for you, along with beautiful companions. Although you are still quite young, surely it is preferable to being in the company of us middle-aged men," one of the envoys suggested. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng maintained an air of indifference, refraining from initiating conversation, which left the envoys struggling to establish rapport. After deliberation, one of the bolder envoys finally spoke up. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. "The beauties of Sunagakure are indeed commendable. I encountered a few along the way, and they appeared to be your medical ninjas. However, I dare not approach them. As the saying goes, women are poison, a truth you should understand better at your age." The envoy was momentarily taken aback, pondering, "You are merely 10 years old. Why do you speak as if you possess the wisdom of an elder? It seems you have an understanding of the world far beyond your years." Yet, upon reflection, they realized that Ling Feng's youth rendered him entirely uninterested in matters of attraction. "The carriage would certainly be more comfortable than walking," another envoy remarked. "Unnecessary," Ling Feng replied coolly. "The geographical terrain of Sunagakure is inherently poor, with scarcely any flat paths. Even if I were to ride in the carriage, I would soon have to disembark and walk." The envoy was left bewildered. How could Ling Feng be so well informed about Sunagakure on what was ostensibly his first visit? "Our positions are rather lowly, and we are unable to engage you in meaningful discourse. Your purpose in visiting Sunagakure is for peace talks. Surely you wish to inquire about deeper political matters. If higher-ranking officials were present, perhaps you could have more enlightening discussions before arriving at the negotiation site." However, Ling Feng did not even turn his head this time. Merely gesturing dismissively, "There is no need. The peace talks merely concern whether hostilities will continue or cease. I need not inquire further, should conflict arise. You shall undoubtedly be defeated." Such brazen words left the envoys stunned. With such an attitude, who would believe that Ling Feng was there for peaceful negotiations? It was tantamount to a threat to cease hostilities. Frustrated but resigned, the envoys sighed, acknowledging their powerlessness. The other two envoys placed comforting hands on their companion's shoulder, but the helplessness in their eyes spoke volumes. They were utterly at a loss against Ling Feng. This was a mere 10-year-old child. Yet the combined age of the three of them approached 120 years, and they had not managed to gain the upper hand over Ling Feng in the slightest. Instead, they had experienced a whirlwind of events in just a few days, truly grasping what it meant to live. As they continued, they arrived at a rest stop specifically prepared for Ling Feng. Should he choose to ride in the carriage, this stop would serve the horses, as the harsh terrain required them to rest and replenish their strength. "Let us have a quick bite before departing," suggested one envoy. Upon entering the rest stop, Ling Feng frowned, consuming only a cup of water before rising and making his way to the exit. The envoys exchanged bewildered glances. "My lord Lingfeng, we have unique delicacies from Sunagakure for you to try. Would you not indulge?" Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, "Not interested." "Could you hasten your pace?" Sensing Lingfeng's indifference and realizing he was displeased, the envoys lost any desire to continue eating. They quickly drank a few cups of water and followed Lingfeng back on their journey. As for the urgency behind Lingfeng's demeanor, they found it difficult to comprehend. Yet Lingfeng was acutely aware that, through his Byakugan, he sensed the presence of Sunagakure ninjas lurking nearby, observing them, though they did not dare to act against him. Their intentions were far from benign, prompting Lingfeng to minimize his stay at the rest stop. This also served as a warning to those watching: do not attempt any tricks. "For I see everything clearly. To be honest, you must have many questions in your minds, correct? For instance, why do I insist on having you by my side when you are so uninformed? The reason you were sent to negotiate with us is that your roles are insignificant. Even if something were to go awry, it would not matter. Yet, I still chose you. This journey has been somewhat dull. I expected you to seize this last opportunity to act against me, yet you did not. This has left me somewhat disappointed. Or perhaps your ambush is actually set within Sunagakure itself. If it is the latter, I advise you to withdraw those individuals as soon as we arrive in the village. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Lingfeng glanced at the envoys, who were still whispering among themselves, and suddenly spoke up. Chapter 78. You are quite astute. Faced with Lingfeng's inquiries, the envoys were utterly flustered, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, increasing in abundance. This was clearly a manifestation of their mounting anxiety. They possessed some knowledge regarding the ambush set within the village, as they had been compelled to accompany Lingfeng due to his suggestion. Consequently, the higher-ups of Sunagakure were obligated to divulge certain minor details to prevent these envoys from jeopardizing their plans. Thus, they were aware that indeed, the upper echelons of Sunagakure had orchestrated an ambush within the village, led by Chiyo herself. The rationale was simple. Chiyo's foremost disciple had been slain by Lingfeng, and thus, she would hold nothing back in her pursuit to eliminate him, for doing so would offer them a glimmer of hope to alter the tide of battle. However, they were caught off guard by Lingfeng's uncanny ability to foresee this. What now? As they drew closer to the village, they realized they had no opportunity to relay this information in advance. The envoys exchanged anxious glances, their eyes wide, ultimately resorting to silent communication, agreeing to report urgently upon their arrival at the village. At present, they dared not acknowledge the existence of the ambush. "Lord Lingfeng, you are overly concerned. Our invitation was extended for the purpose of peace talks. How could we possibly set an ambush against you?" One envoy forced a smile, attempting to reassure him. Lingfeng, upon hearing this, cast a cold gaze in his direction. The envoy, lacking the courage to meet Lingfeng's eyes, instinctively lowered his head, his gaze evasive. "Humph. To think such a lowly level would attempt to deceive me? How utterly contemptuous." Initially, Sunagakure's strategy seemed prudent. They had dispatched inconsequential representatives, believing that even if negotiations failed and they were killed, it would be of little consequence. However, they did not anticipate that Lingfeng would insist on the presence of these individuals, who were evidently outside of their plans, thereby severely disrupting Sunagakure's meticulously crafted schemes. Whether there is an ambush or not, you are far more aware than I. As for how to resolve this, that is your concern. I have made it abundantly clear that should anything untoward occur upon entering the village, the consequences will be dire. Lingfeng chuckled coldly, continuing to stride forward. Despite the fierce winds and sand surrounding them, he conjured a minor wind technique, creating a barrier of wind around himself to shield against the abrasive elements. However, the envoys were not so fortunate, forced to shield their heads and follow closely behind Lingfeng, breathless and fearful of falling behind. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. Observing the barren landscape devoid of any greenery, Lingfeng displayed neither surprise nor disdain. He had anticipated precisely what the village would resemble. "Lord Lingfeng, please follow me. The higher-ups of the village are already prepared for your arrival." An envoy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his demeanor fraught with anxiety as they reached the village entrance, his voice trembling as he spoke. Lingfeng, however, remained unfazed. After all, Gara was in his grasp. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would promptly crush Gara's skull. As Ling Feng proceeded toward the conference room, the envoys hastily conferred among themselves, and one swiftly departed to notify the higher authorities. This was an exceedingly grave and urgent matter. Should Sunagakure proceed with their plan, the ramifications could be unimaginable. Even if the village had meticulously devised a detailed and rigorous strategy, if Ling Feng could anticipate their actions, he undoubtedly had countermeasures at the ready. In a precarious situation, Sunagakure had to make immediate judgments. This assassination plan was not merely a matter of execution or non-execution. Following the guide, Ling Feng traversed a desolate street, observing the surrounding desolation. It appeared to be an unused path, devoid of pedestrians or any signs of life, flanked by high walls that isolated it from the outside, indicating it was a forbidden zone, not to be entered or utilized at will. If this were to serve as the site for an ambush, it was indeed an excellent choice. If executed swiftly, they could act without detection, even ensuring that any ensuing conflict would not draw the attention of the village's inhabitants. Ling Feng remained composed, mentally calculating how to address any sudden developments, confident that thorough investigation and analysis of his surroundings would mitigate potential threats. Moreover, with Gara still under his control, should Sunagakure persist in their intentions, he would not allow them to emerge unscathed. Gradually, following the guide, Ling Feng noticed they were veering further off course, seemingly distancing themselves from the village. This was evidently a clandestine passageway, affirming Ling Feng's suspicions. Eventually, the guide halted, prompting Ling Feng to stop as well. He surveyed the area, noting the open terrain that lay before him. Is it about to begin? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, remaining vigilant as he activated his Byakugan and Sharingan, preparing for any eventuality. The guide quietly stepped aside, uttering not a word, signaling that an attack was imminent. Regardless of whether they put on an act, the resolve of Sunagakure to eliminate Ling Feng was unmistakable. In light of such circumstances, Ling Feng maintained his calm demeanor. He understood that the most formidable individual in Sunagakure at present was likely Chiyo. With the third and fourth Kazekage deceased, had they still been alive, Ling Feng would never have ventured here. The reasons were simple. He could not contend with them. The third was renowned as a prodigy of Sunagakure, possessing formidable strength. Had he not succumbed to arrogance and underestimated Sasori's capabilities, he would not have met his demise at the hands of Sasori's ambush. As for the fourth, he too fell victim to hubris, indirectly slain by Orochimaru. These secrets, unbeknownst to the higher-ups of Sunagakure, were crystal clear to Ling Feng. If you are going to make a move, do so swiftly. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you. However, after waiting for a while, Ling Feng noticed that the anticipated ambush did not materialize, prompting him to voice a reminder. But the next moment, the guide departed, replaced by the familiar faces of the envoys. Lord Ling Feng, what do you mean? We were delayed as we had to relay some matters. Please forgive our tardiness. The envoys approached Ling Feng, forcing smiles onto their faces. Ling Feng, however, responded with a cold smile. Indeed, you are rather astute. You reported in advance, or else Sunagakure would have faced obliteration today. Chapter 79. The core building of Sunagakure. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the envoys could not help but shudder. Although they were unaware of the source of his confidence or what plans he had devised, they harbored no doubts about the likelihood of the situation unfolding. It was evident that Ling Feng had anticipated such an event and prepared accordingly. Consequently, the envoys breathed a sigh of relief, as the fears that had plagued them were now averted. As long as Ling Feng remained unharmed and unassailed, all would be well. Lord Ling Feng, please follow us. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we have had to change the meeting location without prior notice, for which we sincerely apologize, one envoy explained, stepping forward. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this. Oh, is that so? Yes, it is our oversight, the envoy replied, his nervousness palpable. He found himself perplexed by his own anxiety in Ling Feng's presence, especially since he had felt no such trepidation when meeting Lady Chiyo. Unbeknownst to him, the days spent in Ling Feng's company had fostered a deep-seated fear among the envoys, a truth they were reluctant to acknowledge. This sense of dread was not confined to them alone. The entire ninja army of Sunagakure harbored a profound apprehension towards Ling Feng. The image of that day, when Ling Feng single-handedly annihilated Sunagakure's elite forces, was indelibly etched in their minds. As for the envoy's deception, Ling Feng merely smiled, choosing not to expose the truth. For they indeed had not made any attempts to attack him. There was little point in forcing the issue. Following the envoys, Ling Feng and his companions traversed a secret passage, re-emerging onto the bustling streets of Sunagakure. Although no one would admit to having laid an ambush for him, the route they took clearly indicated that their original plan had involved an assault on Ling Feng. Their verbal disguises were woefully inadequate. Perhaps due to the guilt of their intentions, the envoys remained silent throughout the journey, having previously attempted to engage Ling Feng in conversation. However, Ling Feng was not inclined to entertain them. His thoughts were occupied with what actions Sunagakure might take next. Would they send Lady Chiyo to confront him directly? Or would they continue to delay? Ling Feng surmised that Sunagakure's audacity to act against him stemmed from Lady Chiyo's presence. As a living legend of the village and an exceptional puppeteer, her reputation extended far beyond Sunagakure, holding significant sway in the entire ninja world. It was no exaggeration to assert that Lady Chiyo ranked among the elite in her craft, currently at the pinnacle of puppetry mastery. Even the previous generation's prodigious puppeteer, Sasori, had ultimately fallen to her prowess, a fact Ling Feng was well aware of. Throughout the journey, Ling Feng had contemplated the means by which to contend with Lady Chiyo. For the average individual, her terrifying skill lay in her terrifying command over puppets, a level of mastery that, from Ling Feng's perspective, had reached that of a Kaguya. The only downside was her advanced age, which likely resulted in diminished physical stamina, an area where Ling Feng held an advantage. With the assistance of sage techniques, coupled with the 100 healings technique and chakra-enhancing potions, he harbored no concerns regarding his physical or chakra reserves. As for Lady Chiyo's puppetry, Ling Feng had considered employing his lava release technique against her, but she had seldom revealed her abilities. Thus, his understanding of her capabilities remained limited. Most importantly, Ling Feng desired to orchestrate a stunning conclusion to their encounter, especially given that they were in Sunagakure's territory. He needed to assert his strength and ensure they recognized that he was not someone they could easily pursue or compare themselves to compel Sunagakure to acquiesce. He believed that demonstrating overwhelming strength was essential. Ling Feng did not wish for this visit to culminate in perilous tribulations without yielding any significant results. Lord Ling Feng, we have arrived. Please, proceed inside, the envoys announced before halting before a grand edifice constructed of yellow sand and rare earth materials. Aren't you joining me? Ling Feng inquired. The envoys exchanged awkward smiles before responding. Lord Ling Feng, this is the true core of Sunagakure. We lack the authority to enter and cannot accompany you further. Ling Feng nodded, understanding their position. Very well, you may go. The matters to be discussed are indeed not for the ears of the uninitiated. With that, Ling Feng entered the building alone. The envoys, left bewildered by his statement, struggled to comprehend his words. One remarked, it seems he has something significant to discuss. Who knows? We accompanied him for quite some time. At least we fulfilled our mission. Just now, I nearly lost my composure. If a conflict had erupted, we would surely bear the blame, another expressed. A look of trepidation on his face. Indeed, this Konoha brat is truly formidable. I can hardly believe he is merely 10 years old. The last envoy stammered. Upon entering the building, Ling Feng was promptly greeted by an imposing figure. The individual walked with a steady gait, standing tall and robust, exuding an air of significance. Ling Feng activated his Byakugan to observe this person, discerning that their chakra was abundant, at least at the elite Jounin level. Clearly, the earlier claims were accurate. This location was indeed the heart of Sunagakure. Following the individual into a chamber, Ling Feng noted a large table occupied by numerous individuals, with one seat near the entrance conspicuously left empty, evidently reserved for him. Lord Ling Feng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, a portly man exclaimed, rising in delight. I am F. Moku, the representative for this negotiation, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of Sunagakure. Ling Feng offered a faint smile. I too am pleased to be here to engage in dialogue with you, Mr. F. Moku. He then took his seat, marking the official commencement of the meeting. As everyone appraised one another, Ling Feng only cast a glance at F. Moku. With Lady Qiu absent, it sufficed for him to focus on the individual who held sway in the room. As Ling Feng settled into his chair, the attendees regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, bemused that Konoha had indeed sent a mere 10-year-old child, which they deemed absurd. This perception stemmed from their lack of battlefield experience. Had any of them witnessed Ling Feng's true might, they would not dare to underestimate him. Soon, their gazes shifted to the bamboo basket beside Ling Feng, within which lay Gaara, resting quietly. Chapter 80. The shadow of your wind has perished. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Ling Feng remained composed, fully aware of the significance that Gaara held for Sunagakure. He was the very lifeblood of the village. The tailed beasts had been allocated during the first 5 Kage summit. Despite their perilous nature and the challenge of controlling them, there was no denying that tailed beasts were formidable secret weapons, surpassing even the strongest of shadows. This also served as a symbol of power, as there were only 9 tailed beasts in existence. Smaller nations and villages lacked the capability to acquire them, and even if they were granted one, they would not possess the means to wield such power. Now, however, the most potent trump card of Sunagakure was firmly in Ling Feng and Amp Appo's grasp, which undoubtedly caused great concern among the village's higher-ups. Mr. Ling Feng, since you have arrived at the final meeting venue, surely you can sense our sincerity. How about returning Gaara to us first, and then we can proceed to sign the peace agreement? Kazekage Fu Mu Yuan proposed, wearing a cordial smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng merely raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, if your village genuinely desires peace, then I suggest we sign the peace agreement first. Once I have safely departed from your village, I shall return Gaara to you. At this, Fu Mu Yuan and Appo's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. Though Ling Feng had observed this shift with keen clarity, Mr. Ling Feng, what you say seems rather excessive. We have never considered taking action against you. Since we invited you here, it was, of course, to sign the peace agreement. However, both sides have ceased hostilities, and with you having arrived at the final meeting venue, is it not a bit too cautious to hold on to the hostage? Fu Mu Yuan attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, though the slight quickening of his speech betrayed his anxiety. Ling Feng reclined leisurely in his chair, holding Gaara firmly in his grasp, causing palpable tension among those present, all fearing that a careless move might harm Gaara. To be honest, I am not particularly pleased with your conduct. Since we have resolved to negotiate, there should be no underhanded tactics employed against me. If I did not have Gaara with me today, perhaps you would have already acted. His words caused the expressions of everyone in attendance to stiffen. Mr. Ling Feng, surely you jest. We have never entertained the thought of harming you, Fu Mu Yuan replied, his smile rigid. Yet, Ling Feng shook his head, lightly tapping his bamboo basket. Your acknowledgement is irrelevant. I am already aware of your intentions. If given the slightest opportunity, you would act. This indicates that you are unwilling to relinquish the battlefield. Therefore, I have decided that once the agreement is signed and I have safely left Sunagakure, I shall return Gaara to you. Otherwise, I can simply take Gaara and return to Konoha. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure were utterly befuddled by Ling Feng's resolute stance. They had not anticipated that he would not afford them any opportunity for negotiation, making a unilateral decision instead. Mr. Ling Feng, to be frank, I do not comprehend your insistence on holding Gaara as a hostage. Even if he is a Jinchuriki, do you truly believe you can evade danger once he is released? Fu Mu Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. He prided himself on his patience, yet for some reason, upon encountering this 10-year-old boy, he felt a profound agitation. Unable to pause and contemplate the matter seriously, preoccupied only with the desire to seize Gaara. But why was he so afraid of this mere child? Fu Mu Yuan himself could not fathom it. Is it not clear that he is a Jinchuriki? Or are you unable to distinguish who the Jinchuriki is? Ling Feng shot Fu Mu Yuan an irritated glance. At this point, was he still trying to play coy? Seeing Ling Feng and Appo's expression, Fu Mu Yuan had no choice but to concede. Fine. Gaara is indeed a Jinchuriki. Since you are aware of this, You should also comprehend the peril that comes with releasing him. I trust you would not make such a reckless decision. Of course, as long as you cooperate and we amicably sign the peace agreement, there shall be no issues." At that moment, a bold individual interjected. "Ling Feng, I do not understand why Konoha would send you, a mere child, but I am curious about the source of your confidence in threatening us. Even if you manage to release the tailed beast and achieve your goal, you will meet your demise. No one can survive against a tailed beast unless they are of shadow-level strength. At that point, our Kazekage will subdue the beast, and your life will be forfeit. Is that worth the gamble? Indeed, I recall the reports stating that you single-handedly faced our entire puppet army, and we were all astonished by your strength. Thus, your death would also represent a loss for Konoha, would it not?" Another added in agreement. Upon finishing, the assembled crowd regarded Ling Feng with smug expressions. In their eyes, they held numerous trump cards to bargain with him, convinced that he would not be unafraid of death. However, Ling Feng began to laugh, his mirth growing louder. As Ling Feng's laughter echoed, the crowd's countenance soured. They felt he was mocking them, not taking their threats seriously. "Mr. Ling Feng, this is the meeting venue." Fu Mu Yuan could no longer contain himself and interjected. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, composed himself and extended a hand. "My apologies for my lapse in decorum. I merely found your jest to be exceedingly amusing." "A jest? It is Mr. Ling Feng's actions that resemble a farce." Fu Mu Yuan felt increasingly uncomfortable with this inscrutable child. "Indeed, I refer to your actions as a jest. As for the Kazekage, I cannot help but reveal the truth. The elite genin of your village have dwindled to less than 2/3, with the majority having perished in battle. Among them, the elite puppeteers constituted a significant portion, and your village's highest fighting strength now likely rests solely with Chiyo. As for the Kazekage, he is probably dead." As Ling Feng's words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, the sound of breathing growing conspicuous. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were collectively questioning how he knew such information. Ling Feng understood that if he did not articulate something significant, they would undoubtedly attribute the Kazekage's demise to Konoha's actions. Thus, he added, "Had the Kazekage been present, you would not have needed to worry about Gaara's safety with me, would you?" Chapter 81. To sign or not to sign. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the expressions of the gathered high-ranking officials from Sunagakure subtly shifted, revealing their astonishment. It was hard for them to fathom that a mere 10-year-old child could conceive such complexities. This was due to the absence of Feng Ying, who was away on business. After a prolonged silence, it was Feng Mu who broke the stillness. Ling Feng glanced at him and chuckled softly. The leaders of Sunagakure seemed quite fond of cradling their pride, unwilling to concede even in dire circumstances. However, Ling Feng chose not to expose their pretenses, as continuing to speak might only provoke their suspicions. After all, how could one be so certain of mere conjectures? Regardless, Ling Feng had achieved his objective and saw no need for further discourse. "This matter no longer concerns me, since Lord Feng Ying is currently absent from the village. As long as I hold on to Gaara, you will comply," he stated nonchalantly. To claim one is unafraid of death is a fallacy. Every individual fears death, myself included. Thus, I must retain Gaara. Do any of you hold dissenting opinions? Ling Feng surveyed the room, his voice calm, yet commanding. Silence enveloped the assembly, as none dared to respond. Regardless of their agreement or dissent, they were all bound to take responsibility for this matter. In an instant, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, fueled by an undercurrent of fear. This 10-year-old boy exuded an overwhelming aura. Each of those seated before him had weathered countless storms and had even partaken in the internal power struggles of the village, having witnessed death and orchestrated innumerable conspiracies. Yet, this very assembly found themselves utterly unable to suppress Ling Feng's presence. They even began to suspect that Ling Feng possessed an ace up his sleeve, one that might also pertain to Sunagakure's secrets. "So, you are gambling," Feng Mu remarked, gritting his teeth as he fixated on Ling Feng. "You may perceive it as such, yet I shall certainly choose to wager where the odds are in my favor." Ling Feng shrugged indifferently. Even if it were a gamble, he was assured of victory. As anticipated, After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Mu relented. Very well, I concede that you have won this gamble, Lord Lingfeng. May I ask if you are prepared to sign this agreement on behalf of Konoha? Lingfeng nodded, responding, of course. I hold the peace treaty from Konoha. Please, take a look. With that, he produced a handwritten document, extending it to Feng Mu. This treaty had been drafted by Tsunade herself, who, as a commanding general, possessed the authority to compose such a document. Feng Mu accepted the treaty and began to read it swiftly. However, with each line, his expression grew increasingly grim. Upon finishing, his fingers turned pale from the tight grip. Lord Lingfeng, I deem this treaty utterly meaningless. Bring forth the agreement we drafted for this esteemed individual. With Feng Mu's command, Sunagakure produced their own document. In truth, Lingfeng could have easily dismissed it, asserting that he would only sign the treaty provided by Konoha. Nevertheless, after some consideration, he opted to grant Sunagakure a measure of respect, as a display of disdain could lead to an awkward resolution. In these sensitive times, it was imperative to tread carefully. Thus, Lingfeng symbolically perused the document, discovering that its terms heavily favored Sunagakure. Yet, he did not reveal his thoughts. The officials from Sunagakure remained oblivious to his true sentiments. Setting the treaty aside, Feng Mu quickly interjected, Lord Lingfeng, if we adhere to our agreement, we can sign it immediately. Lingfeng let out a cold laugh. I wish for all of you to comprehend that the advantageous position now belongs to us, not you. In other words, you are the vanquished, and we, the victors, are extending a gesture of mercy by presenting you with this opportunity. Of course, you retain the right to choose. I shall only sign the document I brought. Whether you choose to sign or not is entirely up to you. With that, Lingfeng leaned back in his chair, his expression frosty, making it abundantly clear that there was no room for negotiation. Upon hearing these words, the officials from Sunagakure seethed with anger. This insolent child was utterly outrageous. Just as it seemed one of them would lash out, Feng Mu, aware that such an outburst could not be permitted, quickly stood and said, Lord Lingfeng, I require some time to deliberate on this matter. I hope you can grant us a moment. Lingfeng nodded curtly, of course, take your time. The officials from Sunagakure then retreated to a private area. This child is insufferably arrogant, one exclaimed as soon as they were behind closed doors. Indeed, how dare he openly declare us the defeated? I cannot tolerate this indignity. Another responded, I say we should have ambushed him on the road. Why wait until now? Listening to the grievances of his subordinates, Feng Mu felt a twinge of helplessness. Their initial plan had indeed involved taking action against Lingfeng. Yet, on one hand, Chiyo had insisted on personally eliminating Lingfeng, while on the other, Lingfeng had already surmised that an ambush awaited him in the village, thwarting their plans. Well, it has come to this. Further discussion is futile. This child's audacity stems from his confidence in his own support. We cannot jeopardize Gaara, the Jinchuriki, as Chiyo cannot perform the sealing technique again in the short term. Feng Mu stated gravely. Upon hearing this, discontent rippled through the crowd. Sir, are we really going to acquiesce to Lingfeng's demands? Feng Mu sighed. There is no alternative. If we refuse to comply, and the treaty remains unsigned, Konoha may very well launch an assault, a burden we cannot bear. But we cannot simply allow Lingfeng to leave unscathed. His involvement was the cause of our defeat. One protested. Indeed, Lord Mu, why not strike now? Though it is risky, if we eliminate Lingfeng, we can mount a counteroffensive. Another suggested. The cacophony of voices only intensified Feng Mu's headache. He, too, wished Sunagakure could retaliate and claim victory in this war, but he recognized that another failure would yield catastrophic consequences. Sunagakure could not endure such a risk. Eventually, recalling Chiyo's words, he raised his head and addressed the assembly. I have decided to sign the treaty, adhering to the document brought forth by Lingfeng. What? Are you serious, Lord Mu? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Feng Mu nodded. Yes, for Chiyo has stated that when matters become unmanageable, I should defer to her. I shall append an additional clause to the treaty. Chapter 82. Chiyo's wrath upon hearing Kazuma Kohara's words. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plan. In an instant, there was no dissent. all expressed their support. Kazuma Okuhara returned to the conference table, nodding at the assembly. As everyone resumed their places, Ling Feng remained silent, knowing that Kazuma Okuhara would provide him with a response. Lord Ling Feng, after our discussions, we have decided to honor your village's agreement and consent to sign according to your terms. But we have one condition, Kazuma Okuhara stated, keenly observing Ling Feng's expression for any hint of emotion to discern whether his willingness to sign was truly Ling Feng's intention. Unfortunately, he gleaned nothing of value from Ling Feng's demeanor, which remained impassive, as if the agreement held little significance for him. Ling Feng merely nodded slightly. Speak. What is your request? Due to your slaying of the sand spider, his master is quite incensed. We do not wish for this personal feud to escalate into a national conflict, which is why we have refrained from allowing Lady Chiyo to meet with you. However, despite our persistent counsel, Lady Chiyo insists on a duel with you. We wonder if you would acquiesce, for the sake of peace between our two villages, Kazuma Okuhara explained. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng slightly raised an eyebrow. Is that the extent of your request? The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Their deliberations had concluded that Ling Feng was destined to perish, not by their hands, but by Chiyo's. It was a perfectly justifiable demand. Chiyo sought revenge for her fallen apprentice. Yet, they feared Ling Feng might refuse. Hence, they decided to leverage the peace between their villages as a bargaining chip. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng's composure remained unshaken, as if this matter bore no weight upon him. Or perhaps, he was unafraid of Chiyo's challenge? Damn, Lady Chiyo is our sand village's ace puppeteer. The crowd thought inwardly. Yet Ling Feng cared little for their concerns. He was resolute in the belief that he could never be defeated by Chiyo. Will Lord Ling Feng consent to such a condition? Kazuma Okuhara pondered, scrutinizing Ling Feng's unwavering calmness, beginning to doubt the uniqueness of his proposition. However, he quickly reminded himself of the gravity of the situation. Ling Feng was to face Chiyo, the most formidable puppeteer of the age. Without exception, he marveled at how Ling Feng exuded such tranquility, considering he was merely a 10-year-old child. Since it is for the peace of our villages, I see no reason to refuse. However, I would like to know the specifics of the challenge. Is it a fight to the death, or a restrained encounter? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. At this, the assembly gasped, as if Ling Feng believed he could truly vanquish Chiyo. Who in the entire ninja world could guarantee Chiyo's demise? Few would dare to claim such certainty. Aside from the elite leaders of the major villages, who would dare to confront Chiyo directly? Thus, they mused, this Ling Feng, so audacious for having slain Chiyo's apprentice, clearly lacks an understanding of the harsh realities of life. Kazuma Okuhara wished to propose a death match, but refrained, knowing it would come across as blatant retribution. Instead, he opted for a more face-saving declaration. It is a restrained challenge, primarily to resolve the grievances between both parties. I do not wish for this private animosity to fester, potentially igniting a war, which contradicts the essence of our agreement. Ling Feng scoffed internally, recognizing their true motives cloaked beneath the guise of peace. Understood. I shall adhere to the rule of restraint, he replied coolly. This prompted some to rise in indignation, ready to berate Ling Feng for his audacity. How could a mere 10-year-old dare to be so brazen before the strongest puppeteer of the Sand Village and the entire ninja world? Yet, an elderly voice broke through the tension. Ah, the youth of today are exceedingly arrogant. I had thought those from Konoha would exhibit some decorum. Yet here we are with such rudeness. Ling Feng turned slowly to face the source of the voice, finding the Sand Village elders bowing respectfully, exclaiming in unison, Lady Chiyo. Oh, it is you, Lady Chiyo. I have long admired your reputation, Ling Feng replied politely, refraining from bowing. Though Chiyo held significant esteem within the Sand Village, Ling Feng, as a Konoha ninja, felt no obligation to show her excessive reverence. Moreover, given Chiyo's desire to eliminate him due to her apprentice's death, he found no reason to grant her any courtesy. Death on the battlefield is a natural occurrence. Your apprentice perished due to his lack of skill. How can one blame the victor for such a fate? If your Sand Village had not instigated hostilities, would any of this have transpired? Ling Feng thought defiantly. Humph. I do not require the admiration of a disrespectful child. Chiyo huffed, stepping closer to Ling Feng. Since we have resolved to sign the agreement, Let us proceed swiftly. I eagerly await our battle. Ling Feng smiled faintly. You wish to discover how your apprentice met his defeat, do you not? His words darkened Chiyo's expression immediately. You will pay dearly for your insolence. She seethed through clenched teeth. Chiyo had already been suppressing her murderous intent upon meeting Ling Feng. Yet his audacity only served to infuriate her further, effectively sealing his fate. The Sand Village's higher-ups cast sympathetic glances at Ling Feng, believing he was courting disaster by provoking Chiyo. Nevertheless, Ling Feng maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected. Lady Chiyo, if I recall correctly, the esteemed Lord Erisher stated that our challenge would be restrained, correct? Ling Feng regarded Chiyo with a smile. The sight of his grin only served to aggravate Chiyo further. Her face contorting with rage, her body trembling with fury. Had her physical condition not been stable, she might have fainted from the indignation. The Sand Village elders quickly moved to support Chiyo, ready to intervene. Yet, Chiyo waved them away, coldly commanding, "Prepare the agreement. Let us sign without delay." Chapter 83. Thus meets the demise of your disciple. Those present were acutely aware of Chiyo's temperament, and her tone indicated that she was utterly incensed. Consequently, Kazekage hurriedly arranged the agreement, affixed his signature, and personally delivered it to Ling Feng. At that moment, everyone was eagerly anticipating Ling Feng's prompt endorsement of the document. Their desire was not born from a genuine yearning for peace, but rather from the anticipation of witnessing Ling Feng being thoroughly beaten by Chiyo. Although the pretext was to keep things moderate, once a scuffle ensued, who could predict the outcome? In truth, not a single individual from Sunagakure harbored any fondness for Ling Feng's demeanor, as they believed wholeheartedly that Sunagakure had not truly lost, attributing their defeat solely to Ling Feng's presence. They naively thought that by eliminating Ling Feng, they could reignite the war and triumph over Konoha. Little did they realize that without the Puppet Master Corps, Sunagakure would stand no chance against the Konoha ninja forces. Their misplaced confidence stemmed from ignorance, and Ling Feng found no inclination to engage with the uninformed. Ling Feng had already steeled himself for combat with Chiyo. After perusing the agreement and confirming its accuracy, he picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed his name. Thus, the pact was officially enacted, with 2 copies created, one for each party. Kazekage retained 1 copy, leaving the other for Ling Feng. Subsequently, the members of Sunagakure rose and stepped aside, indicating that the ensuing matters no longer concerned them. Ling Feng leisurely tucked away the agreement and, still accompanied by Gaara, turned to face the unwavering gaze of Chiyo. Upon spotting the bamboo basket beside Ling Feng, Chiyo's eyelids twitched, for she had personally set the seal and understood the significance of that child to Sunagakure. Now that the agreement had been finalized, what purpose remained in keeping him? Chiyo remarked with some displeasure. Ling Feng replied with a calm smile, "The agreement is indeed complete, but I have yet to depart from Sunagakure." At this, Chiyo's brows knitted tighter. "Are you insinuating that we lack integrity?" Ling Feng shrugged. "You are likely well aware of your own credibility. Were it not for Gaara's presence, I might have already engaged you in combat." Chiyo's expression darkened at his words, and she turned her gaze towards Kazekage and the others, who hastily averted their eyes, unwilling to meet her steely stare. Ling Feng noted this, concluding that the scheme to ambush him was conceived by Kazekage and his associates. "Rest assured, once I leave Sunagakure, I shall return Gaara to you, and then we can commence our battle of grievances," Ling Feng assured Chiyo, who was evidently troubled, knowing that as long as Gaara was in Ling Feng's possession, he held the upper hand in their discourse. Consequently, Chiyo had no choice but to dispatch someone to escort Ling Feng out of the village. "Now, let the onlookers depart," Ling Feng declared. The escorting personnel halted their advance and retreated back into the village. Only Chiyo followed Ling Feng out, after which he summoned the original messenger once more. "You may take this child. I have no further use for him," Ling Feng stated, handing Gaara over to the messenger, then turning to Chiyo. Upon witnessing Gaara's return to the village, Chiyo's expression softened slightly. "I had anticipated you would use Gaara as leverage against me, allowing you to return to Konoha unscathed," she remarked. Ling Feng smiled softly. "There is no necessity for such tactics. Even without this hostage, I can safely return." I merely wish to avoid being disturbed repeatedly in an unfamiliar place. Humph. I have encountered countless arrogant youths, yet none have displayed such tranquil composure. Were it not for your appearance, I would question whether you were truly only 10 years old, Chiyo stated gravely. Ling Feng shrugged. Indeed, I am 10 years old. Without a doubt. Now that we are undisturbed, let us begin. Show me what skills you possess that could lead to the demise of my most exceptional disciple, Chiyo exclaimed, casually unfastening her shoulder strap to reveal the puppet box she had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Ling Feng recognized that Chiyo's battle experience far surpassed that of Sun Spider. Acknowledging his own age of 10, Chiyo did not underestimate him, but rather opted to deploy her puppets immediately. In light of this, Ling Feng resolved to hold nothing back. Unleash your true prowess. I am not of the same caliber as Sun Spider, Chiyo shouted, activating the puppet box. Ling Feng, too, raised his voice. Very well. Then allow me to demonstrate the strength of the one who vanquished your disciple. With that, he activated his lava release, chakra cover. In an instant, Chiyo sensed a change in the chakra emanating from Ling Feng, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Is this the technique that led to my disciple's downfall? Ling Feng nodded slightly. Indeed. Your disciple possessed remarkable control over his puppets, but regrettably, he was overly complacent. My lava release allows me to easily dissolve his puppets, hence his defeat. Chiyo fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, his puppets could not withstand the encroachment of lava release. However, I am different. I hope you have more formidable abilities. With that, Chiyo deftly commanded her puppets to charge at Ling Feng, simultaneously releasing a jutsu that enveloped the puppets in a layer of chakra armor. Through his Byakugan, Ling Feng could effortlessly discern the chakra armor encasing the puppets, marveling at Chiyo's mastery. Truly, she was the most formidable puppet master, exhibiting unparalleled control over her constructs and a profound understanding of ninjutsu and chakra manipulation. For most, not only was it challenging to envelop their own bodies in chakra, but controlling the chakra threads to manipulate puppets while maintaining the armor on the puppet's surface was a feat of extraordinary difficulty. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that Chiyo was the strongest opponent Ling Feng had encountered thus far. Thus, Ling Feng unleashed his full might without hesitation or reservation. Only an adversary like Chiyo could evoke a true sense of battle within him. While Chiyo could drape her puppets in chakra armor, Ling Feng too could prepare a chakra armor for himself, though Chiyo, lacking Byakugan, could not detect it. Under Chiyo's command, the puppets surged toward Ling Feng at an astonishing speed, their agility akin to that of real humans, attesting to the remarkable level of Chiyo's control. Ling Feng did not falter. He activated both his Sharingan and Byakugan, observing the chakra threads while anticipating the puppet's next movements. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 84, Wind Release, Wind Rebound. In but a few breaths, the puppet brandished its kunai and advanced towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng swiftly retaliated. Clang. The two collided fiercely, producing a crisp sound. Sparks flew as the kunai scraped against each other, neither side yielding an inch. Ling Feng was secretly astonished by the overwhelming force emanating from the puppet. To his surprise, even at Chiyo's age, the puppet she controlled possessed such formidable strength, even surpassing that of the sand spider. Indeed, the old are often the most cunning. This revelation filled Ling Feng with anticipation for the battle ahead. With a thunderous explosion, a powerful shockwave erupted, creating distance between Ling Feng and the puppet, causing both kunai to shatter. What a remarkable young man. I never expected someone of your age to wield such terrifying strength. Though Chiyo did not engage Ling Feng directly, she could perceive through the chakra threads that his power was far fiercer than that of an ordinary person. Ling Feng chuckled. This is merely the beginning. Very well. Let me see your true abilities. With that, Chiyo once again commanded the puppet to charge at Ling Feng, but this time she began forming seals in midair. Indeed, Chiyo was performing hand seals through her puppet. This was something other puppet masters would scarcely dare to imagine. A human could form seals, and yet a puppet could do so as well. The spectators from Sunagakure erupted in cheers at this sight. In their hearts, Chiyo was the last bastion of hope for their village, the most powerful puppet master in history, while there may have been others more renowned in the annals of time. At this moment, only Chiyo could save Sunagakure. Thus, in their hearts, she was the strongest. They had no choice but to comfort their wounded spirits in this way. The puppet army had been annihilated. The sand spider lay dead. The third Kazekage had vanished, and the fourth Kazekage had been confirmed deceased. With his body on its way back, Chiyo had undoubtedly become the last lifeline for Sunagakure. With the dual enhancement of his Sharingan and Byakugan, Ling Feng clearly analyzed the ninjutsu Chiyo was about to unleash. Wind release. Thousand Faces Wind. This was an expansive offensive ninjutsu that would generate countless small wind blades in a short span of time. Although each blade possessed little power individually, when unleashed en masse, the overwhelming barrage of wind blades could leave a person grievously wounded and drenched in blood. Another wide-ranging attack. Do puppet masters have a penchant for such tactics? Ling Feng remarked coldly. What? Do you find yourself unable to counter it? Then I shall not hold back. Chiyo let out a peculiar laugh before launching thousands of wind blades towards Ling Feng. Faced with the whistling onslaught, Ling Feng grinned. Did he fear? What a jest! He raised his hand and began forming seals at a remarkable speed, so rapid that even Chiyo could scarcely follow. She could not even discern the nature of the ninjutsu being formed. This boy's seal speed is truly breathtaking. Wind release, wind rebound. With a powerful shout, Ling Feng conjured an invisible shield wall made of wind chakra before him. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's pupils dilated in shock. What? This boy can also perform wind release. And its wind rebound. While the average person might remain oblivious, Chiyo was acutely aware of its implications. This was a defensive ninjutsu that not only resisted attacks, but could also rebound them. As hundreds of wind blades were about to strike Ling Feng, the wind wall activated, sending the oncoming blades hurtling back. Whoosh! The very wind blades that had been aimed at Ling Feng turned around, racing back towards the puppet. Witnessing this, Chiyo immediately unleashed another ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. However, the ground was strewn with yellow sand, lacking any solid earth. So Chiyo had no choice but to use the sand as a substitute. It appeared flimsy, but she had to try. Thud! The sharp wind blades crashed into the sand, producing dull thuds. Although they managed to block some of the blades, the sand was ultimately insufficient, and the remaining blades broke through, continuing their relentless assault on Ling Feng. With no viable means to defend, Chiyo was compelled to command the puppet to absorb the impact of the wind blades. At last, the final wind blade disappeared. Yet the puppet bore numerous unsightly scars. The onlookers from Sunagakure were left dumbfounded. In their perception, Chiyo was an invincible entity, never having tasted defeat, especially not against a mere 10-year-old child. Yet the marks on the puppet spoke volumes. In this exchange, Ling Feng emerged victorious. Ding! Earned 360 points. The astonished crowd's reactions allowed Ling Feng to acquire a windfall of points. With this addition, his total points soared past 10,000. Previously, accumulating points had been laborious and slow. Reaching a few thousand had been commendable. However, thanks to the substantial points gained from defeating the puppet army, nearly 4,000 points from the ninja forces of Sunagakure, and additional points amassed during the village meeting, he had finally reached this milestone. What then to do with these points? Ling Feng understood that Chiyo's strength was far from exhausted, and thus he needed to devise a strategy. Observing the injuries sustained by her puppet, Chiyo's expression soured considerably. This puppet had stood by her side throughout her endeavors, making it an invaluable asset. The warm-up is over. Your prowess indeed astonishes me, but my puppet is far from merely this level. With that, Chiyo swiftly formed seals, and through a summoning technique, she called forth a brand new puppet. Upon seeing the new puppet, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes. Through the Byakugan's scrutiny, he discerned that this new puppet was equipped with numerous chakra threads and countless blades. It appeared this was Chiyo's true trump card. Perhaps she had not anticipated needing it, for the exterior of this puppet remained unrefined, allowing Ling Feng to see its material clearly. It was a type of alloy, extremely durable, impervious even to molten release. Ling Feng realized he would need to adopt a different approach, for otherwise, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. A puppet unafraid of molten release, armed with an abundance of blades. This was a challenge Ling Feng could scarcely hope to confront. Chapter 85. You are also a puppeteer. Surely, you possess a trump card as well. Are you merely preparing to conceal it? Or have you reached your limit? Upon summoning her trump card, Chiyo cast a challenging glance at Ling Feng. The young boy's exceptional performance had greatly impressed Chiyo, igniting her curiosity about the extent of his capabilities. The reason the sand spider had succumbed to Ling Feng was his unexpected use of lava release. Given the strength of the sand spider's puppets, they might withstand ordinary fire release. But they were utterly defenseless against lava release, an ability stemming from a bloodline limit, inherently unpredictable and unalterable. In the world of ninjas, aside from the more commonplace chakra attributes, there exists a rarer category known as bloodline limits, such as wood release, lava release, and magnet release. Due to their distinctiveness, these powers often yield unforeseen potency. Moreover, bloodline limits cannot be replicated or learned. They can only be inherited through lineage. This fact elucidates Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of human experimentation. He sought to acquire wood release to prolong his life. Nevertheless, Chiyo harbored no fear of Ling Feng's lava release. Thus, even when Ling Feng had preemptively unleashed his lava release chakra, it failed to inflict any substantial damage upon Chiyo's puppets. This was because Chiyo had meticulously reinforced her puppets with special materials, a testament to her lifetime of dedication in crafting a puppet formidable enough to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Faced with such a puppet, Ling Feng found himself in a quandary. However, he had also made preparations. As Chiyo summoned her puppets, Ling Feng activated his system marketplace. With over 10,000 points in hand, it would be a waste not to utilize them. He dismissed all ninjutsu that would prove ineffective against puppets, as only those capable of directly dismantling a puppet were of any relevance. Yet, such destructive jutsu required a minimum of 100,000 points, far beyond Ling Feng's current balance. Thus, Ling Feng continued to browse until his gaze settled on the weaponry section of the marketplace. There lay an array of powerful blades, from the illustrious katana of the ninja world to legendary weapons of lore, though most appeared grayed out due to insufficient points. However, Ling Feng sought only a weapon capable of contending with Chiyo's puppets. Ultimately, he fixated on a specific target, a puppet that possessed the capacity to channel all chakra attributes. This meant that when the user released different chakra types, the puppet could not only inherit but also amplify the power of those attributes. Most crucially, this puppet's durability was comparable to Chiyo's. With such a formidable puppet at his disposal, Ling Feng felt confident to engage Chiyo in a duel of puppeteers. Despite its price of 10,000 points, Ling Feng unhesitatingly chose to redeem it. Ding! Successfully redeemed a puppet for 10,000 points. In the following moment, Ling Feng felt a summoning scroll materialize in his hand. Upon opening it, he found a seal emblazoned in the center, followed by an unsealing of ninjutsu, resulting in a puppet box appearing before him. Witnessing this, Ling Feng grinned widely. The show was about to commence. Chiyo and the ninjas of Sunagakure were nearly left agape. They were certainly not blind. They immediately recognized the box as containing a puppet. This is impossible. How could you possibly control a puppet? You're from Konoha. How can you be a puppeteer? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chiyo exclaimed incredulously. Ling Feng, hearing her words, replied with a nonchalant smile. Is puppeteering solely the domain of Sunagakure? If I possess such talent, could I not self-study and master it? Observing Ling Feng's confident smile, Chiyo realized she had lost her composure and hastily restrained her excitement. Yet, her gaze towards Ling Feng remained laden with skepticism. Although Ling Feng's argument held merit, Chiyo had never encountered a self-taught puppeteer. Regardless of innate talent, without a mentor to guide the way, mastering puppetry, let alone creating puppets, would be an arduous task. Yet, despite Chiyo's reluctance to accept it, the puppet box in Ling Feng's hands was undeniably real. Perhaps sensing her lingering disbelief, Ling Feng wasted no time and opened the puppet box. With a series of clicks, the box opened, and a puppet was released, quietly hovering before Ling Feng. As the puppet materialized, silence enveloped the arena. all eyes fixed on the newly unveiled puppet, a mixture of shock and awe washing over the observers. The fact was irrefutable. This was indeed real. Hokuto stood frozen, finally managing to stammer out a single phrase. Chiyo remained silent, though the cold sweat on her brow betrayed her anxiety. Perhaps Lingfeng truly was a puppeteer, and his willingness to use a puppet against her indicated he had some confidence to back it up. Chiyo understood that her confrontation with Lingfeng was not merely for the sake of her fallen apprentice, but represented the entirety of Sunagakure. Should she falter, the morale of her village would undoubtedly shatter, rendering any hopes of resurgence futile. If their spirits crumbled, no one would believe they could triumph over Konoha, even if Lingfeng were absent. Thus, as her worries deepened, Chiyo regretted her impulsive decision to engage in this confrontation. She could have simply concluded the agreement and sent Lingfeng on his way, but it was too late for regrets. Chiyo knew that revealing her trump card signified the duel with Lingfeng had entered its final phase. I did not expect you to be a puppeteer as well. Though I harbor doubts and uncertainties, I am willing to believe you are indeed a puppeteer. Chiyo finally spoke. Lingfeng responded with a calm smile. Though my experience with puppetry pales in comparison to yours, I am confident in my ability to compete. I only hope that you, Chiyo-senpai, will treat this duel seriously and not show leniency due to my youth. Upon hearing such boastful words, Chiyo could not help but feel her eyelids twitch. She then nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall remember your words. Now, let us unveil our true abilities and engage in a duel between puppeteers." Chapter 86, Puppet Against Puppet. Upon uttering these words, Chiyo maneuvered her puppet into the air. Lingfeng understood that this signified Chiyo was preparing to activate her puppet's mechanisms. Not one to back down. Lingfeng also commanded his puppet to ascend, confronting Chiyo's creation in midair. Lacking the Sharingan or Byakugan, Chiyo was unable to discern Lingfeng's intentions. Yet Lingfeng possessed the clarity afforded by both ocular powers, allowing him to perceive the myriad mechanisms concealed within Chiyo's puppet. As Chiyo transmitted chakra to activate a specific mechanism, Lingfeng could observe through his Byakugan and respond with unparalleled speed, whether to counter or defend. Seeing Lingfeng's audacity in directly confronting her with his puppet ignited a fire within Chiyo. Such youthful arrogance. She resolved to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, she activated her mechanism, unleashing a volley of shuriken. To an outsider, this might seem a mere test. Yet Lingfeng recognized the explosive tags affixed to each shuriken. As they neared his puppet, Chiyo swiftly retreated her own, aware that the explosive force could easily send a person flying. The resulting shockwave might also adversely affect the mechanisms within her puppet, thus her decision to withdraw was prudent, as she sought to gauge Lingfeng's puppet's resilience. As the billowing smoke dissipated, Chiyo and Appo's jaw dropped in astonishment. Lingfeng and Appo's puppet emerged unscathed, even engaged in performing hand signs. Impossible. Those explosive tags detonated. How could your puppet remain utterly unharmed? Not even a scratch. Chiyo exclaimed in disbelief. Lingfeng merely chuckled in response. Do not presume that only your puppet can perform hand signs. With that, Lingfeng's puppet completed a combination jutsu. Water release, great water wave. Lightning release, Chidori stream. The electrified torrent surged towards Chiyo, who was immediately gripped by fear. This boy wielded wind release, earth release, and now water and lightning releases. How utterly monstrous. If it were merely a single chakra attribute, Chiyo could easily have her puppet withstand it. However, Lingfeng unleashed a combination jutsu, maximizing the impact of Chidori stream through the water and Appo's dispersive nature, enveloping the vicinity in a deluge. If Chiyo did not act swiftly, both she and her puppet would be subjected to a fierce jolt from the Chidori stream. In this critical moment, Chiyo had no time to employ wind release through her puppet. The puppet itself was impervious to electricity, but she was not. Thus, she abandoned her puppet and executed the hand signs herself. Wind release, Peacock Whirlwind. A powerful whirlwind erupted from the ground, encasing Chiyo in its protective embrace, while the electrified water waves were thwarted from penetrating. Impressed by Chiyo and Appo's swift reaction, Lingfeng cast an appreciative glance. Indeed, a formidable opponent who knew when to relinquish their puppet. As the water subsided, Chiyo dispelled the peacock whirlwind. "Well, I didn't realize you possessed such a breadth of skills." Chiyo scoffed, clearly unwilling to concede. "But I am not to be underestimated. Prepare yourself." After evading Ling Feng's assault, Chiyo immediately counterattacked with her puppet, unleashing a relentless barrage of jutsu and activating various mechanisms. The essence of puppetry lies in its relentless nature. They show neither fear nor fatigue, capable of withstanding jutsu while continuously activating mechanisms. This was the puppetry and Appo's advantage, engaging in a war of attrition. Yet, Ling Feng and Appo's puppet, equally formidable, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities and an array of mechanisms that matched Chiyo and Appo's in strength. Chiyo soon recognized this fact. Initially, it was manageable, but as the battle progressed without yielding any tangible results, anxiety began to creep in. Puppetry was Chiyo's forte, yet if her puppet became entangled with Ling Feng's, she found herself at a loss for a breakthrough. A significant problem arose when both puppets unleashed jutsu simultaneously. Ling Feng's puppet consistently maximized the potency of its techniques. Even with identical chakra attributes, Ling Feng's jutsu always outperformed Chiyo's. As the battle wore on, Chiyo found herself questioning her own existence. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Sunagakure were drenched in cold sweat, unaware of the predicament Chiyo faced and why she struggled against Ling Feng. They understood that should Chiyo falter, Sunagakure would endure dire consequences. Boom! Another fierce clash erupted, sending a massive explosion of sand swirling, forcing both combatants to retreat and create distance. Chiyo began to pant. Although her chakra reserves were substantial, facing Ling Feng, an opponent seemingly inexhaustible in chakra, rendered her efforts futile. Ling Feng even felt confident enough to compare his chakra reserves with the first and second Hokages, as he could replenish his supply with chakra potions at will. "Kid, just how much chakra do you possess? You unleash an array of jutsu, yet appear utterly unfazed." Chiyo could not help but inquire. Ling Feng grinned. "I have my means of recovering chakra, but I can't divulge that information." "Damn it! How long must this continue before a victor emerges?" Chiyo felt the pressure mounting, yet found herself devoid of any solutions. Meanwhile, Ling Feng remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the system's notification of accumulated points. For Ling Feng, restraining Chiyo was an effortless task. The standoff between their puppets would not resolve swiftly, and with his nearly infinite chakra reserves, victory was assuredly his. This was under the condition that Ling Feng chose to exhaust Chiyo's chakra reserves. However, he refrained, intent on accumulating points. With time dragging on, Ling Feng's points surged to nearly 3,000. As the duration extended, the anxiety and fear among the people of Sunagakure intensified. Ling Feng had already discerned their thoughts and was determined to thwart Sunagakure's aspirations. Chapter 87. Chiyo's Dilemma. At last, the accumulated points had surged past 4,000. However, at this juncture, the influx of points began to plummet dramatically, diminishing from several hundred to merely a handful. After a few more rounds of delay, those few points dwindled down to single digits. Ling Feng understood that prolonging this battle had become futile. Had it not been for the points at stake, he would have sought a means to conclude this confrontation long ago. Ling Feng was acutely aware that Chiyo had unleashed her full potential, her trump card being the newly summoned puppet, and she had nothing left concealed. In this battle, Chiyo was undoubtedly more invested in victory than Ling Feng. On one hand, it was for her beloved apprentice, Suna Kyumo. On the other, it was for the honor and dignity of Sunagakure. Others might afford to lose, but Chiyo could not. She stood as the last bastion of Sunagakure's reputation. If she were to be defeated by Ling Feng, a mere child of 10, how would the world perceive her village? From the outset, Sunagakure had been labeled as the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, occupying the lowest tier among them. Despite their efforts to dispel this rumor, opportunities had been scarce. In times of peace, the only interaction between the villages occurred during the Chunin exams, beyond which there was little communication. During these exams, Konoha consistently ranked at the top, while the other villages vied for the lower positions. Sunagakure, having long thrived in the desert, was woefully unaccustomed to the forested environments, which hindered their ability to achieve commendable results. Thus, when the Great Ninja War commenced, Sunagakure was resolute in proving themselves. Yet, they had not anticipated Ling Feng, who left them in utter defeat. Even now, they found themselves cornered, with their final trump card in disarray. How could Chiyo not be anxious? If there were but a Kazekage present, Chiyo would not need to shoulder this burden alone, as any misstep could be attributed to the Kazekage. Yet, Sunagakure was now a headless dragon, relying solely on Chiyo's strength. It seemed that even she was nearing her limits. Chiyo-senpai, I believe you should concede. Continuing this battle will only lead to your inevitable defeat, Ling Feng spoke, observing the labored breaths of Chiyo before him. Upon hearing his words, Chiyo's expression darkened. You insufferable brat. Do you truly believe you are guaranteed victory? The battle has yet to reach its conclusion. Ling Feng shook his head gently, replying, Chiyo-senpai, you are undoubtedly more cognizant of Sunagakure's dire situation than I. If the outcome results in your defeat, the village's standing will plummet, perhaps even replaced by another village. At this, Chiyo's brow furrowed, her demeanor shifting. Indeed, this was the very concern that haunted Chiyo and the higher-ups of Sunagakure. The village had once been esteemed among the 5 great villages due to the Kazekage's magnet release, Kekkei Genkai. Yet, with one Kazekage missing and another deceased, there was no longer anyone to instill fear in their adversaries. Although the 4th Kazekage had left behind 3 children, they were too young to shoulder such a responsibility, let alone protect the village. Observing Chiyo lost in thought, Ling Feng remained patient, awaiting her response. If the battle were to continue, Ling Feng was assured of his victory. Even if it took time, Chiyo would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Ling Feng pondered that since they were here to negotiate, he ought not to strip Sunagakure of all its dignity. Should he force them into utter humiliation, inciting their wrath to a point where they would recklessly challenge Konoha? It would create a headache for Konoha as well. Given the current circumstances, Konoha had other fronts to manage and could not afford to send reinforcements in the near term. Brat, while I know Sunagakure cannot afford another loss, I refuse to be commanded by you, Chiyo finally exclaimed after a long silence. Ling Feng nodded. I understand your sentiment. Therefore, you may continue to fight. I shall always be here to match your efforts, but it must wait until the war concludes. As I said, I will not be ordered around by you, Chiyo retorted sharply. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. So what do you intend to do? He recognized that Chiyo was now at her wit's end. The only option left to her was to muster her remaining strength for a final, desperate clash with Ling Feng. However, such a move would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, leaving her utterly drained of chakra and vitality, rendering her an easy target afterward. Beyond this, Chiyo possessed no further means to continue the fight. In contrast to Chiyo's singular path, Ling Feng enjoyed a measure of freedom. He could bide his time, prolonging the confrontation, or exchange for new resources to secure victory. Yet, in a battle he could not afford to lose, he was reluctant to squander his precious points. Let us engage one last time, and I shall witness your prowess far surpassing mine. This old woman harbors no regrets in this life. After understanding you, I recognize that Tsunakumo and Appos, as failure was not mere chance. Though I grieve his demise, war is a commonplace occurrence, and even my apprentice was not granted immunity from death. Setting aside these grievances, I implore you to treat this final strike with the utmost seriousness. Whatever the repercussions, you need not bear them, Chiyo declared loudly to Ling Feng. The spectators from Sunagakure, who had been watching, absorbed her words. Their faces were painted with sorrow, understanding that Chiyo would never utter such sentiments unless utterly compelled. It was clear that against Ling Feng, Chiyo found herself powerless. Chiyo-senpai, you must not perish. If you fall, what shall we do? The villagers of Sunagakure cried out in desperation. Yet, Chiyo's gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng. She had devoted her life to safeguarding Sunagakure. Claiming she was not weary would be a lie, but there was no alternative. As long as life persisted, she must fight for her village. That was the tragic reality of being a ninja. Ling Feng was fully aware of Chiyo's sentiments. She was exhausted, even disinterested in contemplating her own mortality. Nevertheless, he needed Chiyo to survive. If she were to perish as well, the war would drag on indefinitely. Even if he could compel other villages to cease their hostilities with Konoha, he could not halt the conflicts raging among the other villages. Konoha could never remain aloof. The so-called Great Ninja War was a web of interconnected strife, where one thread pulled at another, igniting a conflagration of conflict. For in the face of self-interest, conspiracies would inevitably arise. How could Konoha stand by and remain passive? Chapter 88. Surrendering in heart and speech. Ling Feng harbored no fear of warfare. Yet he deemed senseless conflicts to be devoid of purpose. If one were to ascend as the deity of the ninja realm and become its foremost authority, meticulous calculation of each step and thoughtful consideration were imperative from this moment forth. Ling Feng desired to prevent the continuation of war. Thus he endeavored to maintain equilibrium among the various villages. Should there be an exception, it could only be Konoha. As for the other villages, there must exist an absolute constraint among them. Only then could they be kept in check and discouraged from causing turmoil. Hence, Chiyo's survival was paramount. Her demise would leave Sunagakure bereft of any standing, rendering any peace treaty with Konoha futile, as other villages would seize the opportunity to strike and rekindle conflict. Ling Feng believed that Sunagakure had invested over a decade along with substantial resources in nurturing its puppet master army. Therefore, it would require another 10 years for Sunagakure to reclaim its own formidable forces. During this decade, Chiyo represented their final trump card. Otherwise, Sunagakure would undoubtedly be stripped of its position among the 5 great villages. Though many ninja villages existed in this world, Ling Feng lacked the luxury of time to familiarize himself with each one. However, he possessed a clear understanding of Sunagakure. The more familiar the target, the easier it was to control. This was indisputable. Thus, how could he ensure that war would not erupt within these 10 years? The only solution lay in preserving the last bastion of Sunagakure. Ling Feng yearned to counsel Chiyo against impulsiveness. Yet she seemed intent on initiating a final confrontation without granting him the chance to speak. Without further ado, she unleashed her chakra, preparing to strike at Ling Feng. Sensing the immense chakra being expended by Chiyo, Ling Feng resigned himself to defense. Should he retaliate with an offensive jutsu, their powers would collide, and only jutsu of equal strength could neutralize one another. However, such a clash would create a devastating shockwave, affecting both practitioners. Ling Feng possessed the Sage Body and the Baika no Jutsu, alleviating concerns over chakra consumption. Yet, Chiyo was unreserved in her output. Once her chakra was fully expended, she would be unable to act, left to face the overwhelming shockwave. Thus, Ling Feng opted for defense, bracing himself to endure Chiyo's ultimate assault. Chiyo unleashed a wind technique. In response, Ling Feng executed a series of defensive jutsu: wood release, advent of the trees, water release, water surge, earth release, earth flow rampart. Though the ground was covered in yellow sand, the moisture allowed the sand to coalesce, fortified further by trees, forming a wall akin to reinforced concrete, far sturdier than the previous earthen barrier. Chiyo, observing from a distance, exhaled wearily. This boy is indeed terrifyingly strong. My final strike appeared so feeble before him. With those words, Chiyo slowly closed her eyes and collapsed onto the sand. The inhabitants of Sunagakure, witnessing this scene, disregarded their own peril and rushed forward. Chiyo-senpai, you must not die. Quick, fetch medical ninjas. Ling Feng, fortified by his reinforced jutsu, successfully withstood Chiyo's ultimate attack. As the earth flow rampart dissipated, he emerged unscathed. Chiyo's final strike was far weaker than he had anticipated. Perhaps she had reached her limits. Or perhaps Ling Feng was simply too formidable. Observing the flustered villagers of Sunagakure, Ling Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to check on Chiyo. Though he believed she would be all right, it was prudent to ascertain her condition. After all, if she were to die, his earlier efforts would have been in vain, despite her strike failing to even graze his clothing. While the villagers hurried to Chiyo's side, their lack of medical ninjutsu rendered them helpless, watching anxiously. Ling Feng sighed in resignation and said, "Step aside. Let me handle this." Mukahara, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Ling Feng. This is all your fault. If not for you, Chiyo-senpai would not have fainted. Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the childlike tone. Oh, so I should have unleashed my full power, thus eliminating Chiyo and sparing you the trouble of panicking here. Mukahara was momentarily speechless. The realization dawned upon him that had Ling Feng not held back, Chiyo would have long been dead, leaving no opportunity for her to merely faint. Step aside. If you truly wish for Chiyo-senpai to survive, Ling Feng stated calmly. This time, Mukahara hesitated no longer, quickly clearing the path, while the others followed suit. Fearful of jeopardizing Chiyo's life, Ling Feng knelt beside her, examining her condition. He discovered that she had merely fainted from chakra exhaustion. He promptly retrieved a vial of chakra restorative and administered it to Chiyo. Not long after consuming the potion, Chiyo regained consciousness. The restorative's effect, though minimal, was sufficient to awaken her from her stupor. The villagers erupted in cheers, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Chiyo awake. Observing this, Ling Feng intended to leave, relieved to have exited Sunagakure without concern for any conspiracies. Yet, Chiyo weakly called out to him. Though her voice was faint, it carried on the wind, and Ling Feng turned to see her being supported by the villagers. You are Ling Feng, correct? Chiyo inquired, her voice frail. Ling Feng nodded. You are truly powerful. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. Henceforth, I assure you that Sunagakure shall not inflict harm upon Konoha for any reason, at least during my lifetime, Chiyo declared with great effort. Ling Feng smiled faintly at her words. Very well, I wish you many more years of life. With that, he turned to depart. As he walked away, Chiyo coughed heavily before softly uttering, This boy is indeed far more astute than you all. He spared this old woman while stabilizing Sunagakure's situation, ensuring that it retains its place in the ninja world. Remember, do not provoke this individual. He is far too formidable. Chapter 89. Revelry at dusk as twilight approached. Tsunade stood atop a high platform, gazing towards the direction of Sunagakure. The sky was awash in hues of crimson, the evening glow painting a breathtaking canvas that melded seamlessly with the golden sands below. However, Tsunade's expression was laden with anxiety, for she was preoccupied with the absence of Ling Feng. My lady Tsunade, it's getting chilly. Perhaps you should return, her aide, Eiko, suggested from behind. Although there had been no warfare in recent days, Tsunade remained exceedingly busy, tasked with tallying battlefield casualties, drafting detailed reports for the village, and devising new defense strategies. After all, a peace treaty with Sunagakure would render the presence of so many ninjas unnecessary. Tsunade was also aware of the developments on other fronts, as the village promptly provided intelligence. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had personally written to her, assuring that as soon as the war concluded, reinforcements would be dispatched. Yet, all of this information hinged on Ling Feng's return. I'm perfectly fine. My injuries have completely healed. This minor chill cannot affect me. I am not so fragile. Tsunade firmly declined the suggestion to leave, determined to remain until she could see Ling Feng's safe return. Even if negotiations failed, ensuring Ling Feng's safety was paramount, for the threat of Sunagakure would loom large otherwise. Ling Feng was, without exaggeration, the cornerstone of Konoha, the anchor upon which Tsunade relied. While peace talks could falter and war could reignite, there was no room for error regarding Ling Feng's well-being. This sentiment mirrored that of Sunagakure. The disappearance and discontent of the Kazekage would plunge them into chaos, with Chiyo serving as their last bastion of hope. Therefore, Ling Feng's choices would determine the fate of Sunagakure. As darkness enveloped the land, the final glimmers of gold and crimson faded, giving way to night. My lady Tsunade, please put on your coat, Eiko urged again. Her gaze cast towards the horizon, worry etched across her features. It was evident to everyone in the Konoha forces that Ling Feng's solitary mission to Sunagakure for peace was a source of collective concern. All hoped for his safe and successful return with good news. Slowly, the moon ascended into the sky, casting a serene stillness over the night. Just as Tsunade could bear the weight no longer and prepared to lead a contingent to Sunagakure, a commotion erupted nearby. To her astonishment, jubilant shouts rang out. Ling Feng has returned. Hastening down from her perch, Tsunade made her way to another lookout tower, straining to see into the distance. Indeed, a familiar figure was approaching with measured steps. Ling Feng had come back. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a throng of waving arms. A smile of relief and satisfaction spread across his face, affirming that his efforts had borne fruit. Tsunade, equally elated, surged through the crowd to stand at the forefront, ready to welcome him. "Why are you all out at this late hour?" Ling Feng inquired with a smile as he reached the assembled crowd. Tsunade stepped closer, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you unharmed?" "Of course. I'm perfectly well," Ling Feng replied, slightly bemused. Eiko chimed in. "My lady Tsunade has been worried about you since dusk." At this revelation, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. "Is that so? Did you really care about me, Tsunade-senpai?" Ling Feng teased, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The blush deepened on Tsunade's face as she became acutely aware of the onlookers, her embarrassment heightened by the scrutiny of those around her. "Well, you represent Konoha, and it's natural for someone from the village to be concerned for you," she stammered, her voice faltering. Despite her straightened posture, the amused gazes of her comrades only intensified her fluster. Perhaps it was the end of the conflict that had lightened the atmosphere within the ranks. "Thank you for your concern, Tsunade-senpai," Ling Feng graciously acknowledged, opting not to expose her embarrassment further, aware that inciting her wrath would lead to chaos among the crowd. "You're welcome." "So how did the peace talks go?" Tsunade quickly redirected the conversation, knowing the topic would become too personal if she delved deeper. Nodding, Ling Feng produced a scroll from his possession. "The negotiations were successful. We signed the treaty under our terms. From this day forth, should Sunagakure act against us again, they will be compelled to compensate us according to the treaty, and they must cede territory. Furthermore, Konoha will station personnel within Sunagakure to monitor their every move, and the terms shall remain in effect indefinitely." The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers at this proclamation. The signing of such terms signified that Sunagakure could never again assault Konoha. Failure to comply would reduce them from one of the 5 great shinobi villages to a mere subordinate. The loss of territory would render them a laughingstock among outsiders. Long live Ling Feng. Ling Feng is incredible. With Ling Feng protecting Konoha, we shall surely become the foremost village in the shinobi world. Amidst the jubilant cries, Ling Feng smiled in response to the adulation. Tsunade gazed at him with a mix of admiration and embarrassment, though fortunately, no one seemed to notice, averting her from further shyness. That night, the Konoha ninjas were invigorated, the successful signing of the peace treaty echoing throughout the camp. They all understood that the conflict with Sunagakure had conclusively ended and that hostilities would not resume. Observing the excitement among her subordinates, Tsunade waved her hand, permitting all but the essential guards to relax and revel in celebration. The atmosphere within the camp grew even more animated. Tsunade opened a barrel of fine sake, sharing a drink with Ling Feng. Ultimately, the night concluded with Tsunade inebriated, while Ling Feng remained unaffected, his constitution having greatly strengthened since enhancing his sage mode. For him, consuming alcohol was a mere trifle. The following day, Ling Feng arose early to continue his training, determined to bolster his strength in preparation for the new battlegrounds ahead. Upon returning at midday, he found Tsunade had prepared a sumptuous lunch awaiting him. "After this meal, we must return to the village," Tsunade announced. Chapter 90. Returning to the village, are we heading back? Ling Feng mused, his expression calm as he nodded, seemingly having anticipated this moment. However, no specific directives had been issued from above, leaving him uncertain of their destination. Tsunade continued, "Regardless of where we go, I shall not refuse. I will comply with the village's arrangements." Ling Feng shrugged indifferently, then settled down to devour his lunch. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade fell silent, lost in her thoughts. "How much longer do you think the war will last?" she suddenly inquired. Ling Feng paused, realization dawning as he recalled Tsunade's recent efforts in compiling casualty reports, thus understanding the reason for her distracted demeanor. After all, Orochimaru, following the conclusion of this ninja world war, had developed a profound fear of death, prompting him to conduct live experiments and even choose to defect, all in pursuit of immortality. No one is immune to the fear of death. Even the strongest in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, relentlessly sought methods to attain eternal life. "It will be soon," Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, resuming his meal. Yet Tsunade exhibited little appetite. Hearing Ling Feng's words, she pressed on. "What makes you so certain? The reports indicate that other battlefields are equally dire, with countless lives lost. If you continue to dwell on such pessimism, you might find yourself consumed by despair. War is inherently tragic. Death is a commonplace occurrence, even in times of peace. Aging, illness, and mortality are unavoidable fates, merely differing in timing." Ling Feng shook his head, clearing his plate of the last morsel of food. "You speak with the wisdom of a centenarian, despite being merely 10 years old," Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Is that so? Perhaps I ought to live for 1,000 years, Ling Feng retorted. Tsunade chuckled lightly at his response. "Well then, when do we prepare to depart?" Ling Feng inquired, wiping his mouth. "In an hour, the new defensive system will be fully operational, and we shall return to the village with the surplus personnel," Tsunade informed him. "All right, please notify me when it's time to assemble." With that, Ling Feng stood up and exited, needing rest after a morning of intense training that had left him mentally fatigued. He also wished to reflect upon his training outcomes to enhance his future endeavors. As he departed, Tsunade felt a surge of emotion. At merely 10 years of age, his self-discipline was remarkable, promising an extraordinary future. An hour later, her assistant, Eiko, knocked on Ling Feng's door. "Come in," he called. The door creaked open, and Eiko was taken aback to find Ling Feng meditating at the edge of his bed. "Lord Ling Feng, it's time to prepare for departure," she announced hastily. "Understood. I'll be right there," he replied, slowly opening his eyes. During his break, Ling Feng contemplated the imminent events. According to the original narrative, while he dealt with the Sunagakure, Iwagakure was plotting an assault on Konoha. However, they would never anticipate his swift resolution of the Sunagakure conflict, allowing him to return just in time to confront Iwagakure. What followed was the incident involving Minato Namikaze's S-team. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi found themselves ensnared, with the gravely wounded Obito giving his eye to Kakashi, hoping he would protect Rin. Yet, Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara, who began to manipulate him. Simultaneously, Madara orchestrated events from the shadows, leading to Rin's death at Kakashi's hands, witnessed by Obito. Thus began Obito's descent into darkness and the inception of the overarching plot, the Eye of the Moon Plan, Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, due to Ling Feng's premature resolution of the Sunagakure battlefield, he found it challenging to ascertain the timeline for Kakashi's team's misfortune. After much contemplation, he realized he could only return and address the situation then. Ling Feng surmised that even if he were to rescue Rin in time, altering Obito's brainwashing by Madara would be a formidable task. After all, Madara's scheme was meticulously crafted from the outset, and Obito was inherently naive, easily manipulated. Ultimately, he decided it was futile to dwell on such thoughts and focused instead on the inevitable outcome. Rising, he made his way outside, where Tsunade had already gathered everyone. Due to the peace negotiations with Sunagakure, she had withdrawn nearly half of her forces to return to the village, a decision which Ling Feng had approved. "Everyone is accounted for. Let us depart," Tsunade announced as Ling Feng appeared. He nodded slightly, glancing at the assembled troops. "In truth, you could take half of the remaining forces. Sunagakure will not pose a threat again." Tsunade shook her head, responding, "No, this will suffice. I do not possess your audacity and am always wary. After all, the Ninja World War is not yet over, and anything could happen." Ling Feng understood that he could not dispel her concerns with mere words and chose to remain silent. After ensuring that the new defensive arrangements were flawless, the group set forth in grand procession. Meanwhile, scouts were dispatched to inform the village in advance, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to prepare for the return of such a large contingent. Otherwise, the sudden influx of nearly 5,000 individuals could raise alarm, leading to misconceptions about a disastrous retreat from the front lines. Due to the considerable number of personnel, their progress was slow. Originally, Ling Feng would have required only 3 days to reach Konoha, but now it would take a week, even with minimal rest. Many among them were only Genin, and even the Chunin could not match Ling Feng's speed. Only the Jainin could keep pace with him. Reluctantly, He accepted the extended timeline. Nonetheless, Ling Feng utilized the journey to continue his training, thus not entirely wasting time. Finally, after 7 days, the main force arrived at the village, greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood at the entrance to welcome them. Behind him, a throng of villagers awaited, the families of the returning shinobi, their faces alight with excitement at the prospect of reunion. During the war, the daily toll of lives lost weighed heavily on those waiting at home. Each death represented a fractured family. The reception lacked cheers, yet every face radiated joy, more profound than the elation of victory, for they were reunited at last. Chapter 91. Post-dinner chit-chat. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid his respects to the returning ninjas and then approached Ling Feng and Tsunade. You two have worked hard. I have specially prepared a welcome banquet to honor your return. The banquet was arranged in a relatively secluded courtyard, mindful of the ongoing war. Excessive ostentation could provoke discontent among outsiders. However, Hiruzen also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to them. Apart from Ling Feng and Tsunade, the banquet included several high-ranking officials from the military, all of whom had made significant contributions to the war effort. Before Ling Feng's arrival, Tsunade had suffered severe injuries, and it was these individuals who had stepped up to bear the heavy burden. During the banquet, Hiruzen appeared relaxed, refraining from mentioning any matters concerning the battlefield. In his own words, he encouraged everyone to eat and drink without concern for the war. Ling Feng understood that this was to reassure his subordinates that everything was progressing positively. He also recognized that any bad news would remain unspoken in an effort to stabilize morale and instill hope within the village. Thus, Hiruzen would only convey good news. As the banquet concluded, everyone was quite inebriated, yet Ling Feng and Hiruzen maintained their composure. One was impervious to intoxication, while the other had abstained from alcohol altogether. Noticing Hiruzen's repeated glances in his direction, Ling Feng sensed that he had something to discuss. However, he feigned ignorance, continuing to eat and drink. Master Ling Feng, are you satisfied with the meal? At last, Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. He had always believed himself to be composed and patient, yet he was unable to resist speaking first in Ling Feng's presence. Although he found his own behavior perplexing and frustrating, he could not change it. In truth, he was unaware that Ling Feng was well acquainted with the temperaments and habits of everyone around him. Controlling them was a simple task, achievable through mere words, just like now. Upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry, Ling Feng slowly set down his utensils and finally met Hiruzen's gaze. To answer the third Hokage, I thoroughly enjoyed the meal and found the drinks most satisfying. Your effort in preparing this splendid welcome banquet is truly appreciated. Ling Feng replied with a smile. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. As Hokage, he naturally wished to hear compliments from his subordinates, especially from someone he valued as highly as Ling Feng. Well, now that we've eaten our fill, shall we take a stroll outside? Hiruzen invited Ling Feng. Ling Feng was fully aware that this was Hiruzen's way of wanting to confide in him or perhaps to test him. Given his conduct in the military, he was destined to gain renown within the ninja world and would undoubtedly achieve a high status and popularity in Konohagakure. Hiruzen, being advanced in years, would soon choose to step down and allow a new leader to emerge. Thus, the third Hokage was beginning to assess and probe those with potential, seeking someone who could truly protect the village and remain obedient. This was why Hiruzen ultimately chose Minato Namikaze. Having been close to him for years, Hiruzen understood Minato well enough to prefer him over the legendary Sannin. However, Ling Feng's performance had unexpectedly delighted him. Though still young, Ling Feng's contributions were already substantial enough to position him as a contender for the Hokage title. Moreover, his solo resolution of the conflict with Sunagakure was sufficient to warrant a claim to the Hokage position. However, individual strength was indeed crucial. But loyalty to the village was equally important, and above all, obedience was paramount. Ling Feng was well aware of Hiruzen's thoughts. He certainly aspired to the Hokage position, but he would not merely comply with Hiruzen's commands. If he were to be a puppet emperor, he might as well not take the seat at all. Nevertheless, for the time being, Hiruzen retained the most power. With that in mind, Ling Feng decided to indulge Hiruzen for a while. After all, once he secured the Hokage position, Hiruzen would have no leverage over him. Ultimately, as long as he could gain the trust of the villagers of Konohagakure, the opinions of others would matter little. Furthermore, once he ascended, he would undoubtedly initiate a thorough cleansing of the village's upper echelons. The two strolled outside the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation. Lingfeng, I heard you ventured alone to Sunagakure for negotiations. While the outcome was favorable, your actions were rather reckless. What if they had laid an ambush for you? I hope you refrain from such foolishness in the future, Hiruzen admonished after a moment of contemplation. Lingfeng was not surprised. After all, Hiruzen was still the third Hokage and a leader, and he needed to establish his authority over his subordinates. Moreover, Lingfeng had never made it easy for Hiruzen, often provoking him in their encounters. Master Hiruzen, the other party insisted on my solo presence for the negotiations. Considering the immense toll the war has taken on both sides, I felt it was necessary to take that risk, Lingfeng replied. The war will end eventually, but if something were to happen to you, who could come to your aid? One must consider the long-term implications. It is imperative not to focus solely on the present, Hiruzen imparted sagely. Lingfeng discerned that Hiruzen was intent on grooming him as a successor. In light of this, he decided to show some respect. He nodded in acknowledgement. However, my risk-taking was also for long-term considerations. By swiftly resolving the conflict with Sunagakure, we could redirect our forces to assist other battlefronts, minimizing our village's losses. Currently, with every village embroiled in conflict, if we can ensure minimal engagement, our losses will inherently be reduced. In the end, even if we are not the victors, we can preserve our strength, while those who remain in prolonged combat will undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Ultimately, victory will still belong to us. Lingfeng elucidated his rationale. Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with approval upon hearing this. I had thought you to be a reckless individual, but it seems you are a strategist with a vision. Ha ha ha. Truly, the youth are formidable. Hiruzen could not help but chuckle. Lingfeng found this rather peculiar, as he had always perceived Hiruzen as a conservative, a traditionalist who preferred to consider the safest options, often treading cautiously and failing to undertake any noteworthy actions. Chapter 92. Two candidates thus. Lingfeng presumed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would admonish him with a stern countenance. However, to his surprise, Hiruzen's demeanor seemed to align with his perspective. Could it be that Lingfeng's exceptional performance had actually swayed the old man's disposition? This was indeed remarkable. At the very least, his audacious venture had ensured a prolonged peace, safeguarding Konoha from any aggression from Sunagakure. Otherwise, they would inevitably incur the cost of ceding territory. Perhaps that desolate expanse of yellow sand held little value for contention, yet conceding a disciple was a matter of pride. Sunagakure could very well be stripped of its standing among the 5 great shinobi countries, a consequence they could not abide, thus making it improbable for them to risk further trouble. Lingfeng remarked. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, affirming, I concur with your assessment. In my earlier years, I would have never permitted such actions, yet it appears you are indeed correct. Perhaps age has rendered me out of touch with the times. With that, Hiruzen continued onward, leaving Lingfeng momentarily dazed. Was it truly the case that by merely resolving the troubles of Sunagakure, he had gained Hiruzen's recognition? The shift in sentiment was rather abrupt, leaving Lingfeng somewhat taken aback. The two then engaged in casual conversation about village affairs and the dynamics of the battlefield. Lingfeng discerned that Hiruzen harbored little concealment from him. Given his knowledge of the trajectory of the Third Shinobi World War, he was capable of discerning the veracity of the information Hiruzen imparted. It seemed that in light of Lingfeng's resolution of the Sunagakure issue, Hiruzen's trust in him had significantly increased. Nevertheless, this was indeed a fortuitous development, signifying Lingfeng's relatively prominent standing in Hiruzen's eyes. Otherwise, Hiruzen would not divulge so many military secrets. Upon concluding their discourse, the pair returned to the banquet. By then, the majority had succumbed to inebriation, including Tsunade. In the military camp, she had found it impossible to indulge freely, but back in the village, she felt no need for such restraint. With a grand gesture, Hiruzen summoned assistants to clear the remnants of the gathering. Lingfeng bid farewell to Hiruzen and returned to his residence. Upon his return, Hanako had already ensured that the estate was immaculate, eagerly awaiting Ling Feng's arrival. Observing the well-ordered and pristine surroundings, Ling Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As a gift from the esteemed Lord Yoko of the Fire Nation, this estate and all within it were beyond scrutiny or interference, for all expenses were directly overseen by Lord Yoko himself. Thus, no matter the expenditure, no one dared question it. Here, Ling Feng could essentially enjoy a royal standard of living, with his status akin to that of a prince. Within the village, no one dared harbor any ill intentions towards him. Even verbal provocations were unthinkable, for should Lord Yoko become aware, Hiruzen would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Thus, with the aura of Lord Yoko surrounding him, Ling Feng navigated the village with a sense of authority. Furthermore, with Hiruzen's recognition and protection, Ling Feng no longer had to fear the resentment of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was likely in disarray, as the outbreak of war necessitated their deployment to the battlefield, yet the clan's leadership felt Konoha's demands were excessive, opting to reduce their numbers for combat support unilaterally. This incited Hiruzen's ire, leading him to issue a strict order for the Uchiha clan to relocate to a desolate corner on the outskirts of Konoha. Originally, had Ling Feng participated in the battle, the Uchiha clan might have sought to retaliate against him. However, with his return, they contemplated holding him accountable, believing his interference had strained relations between their clan and Hiruzen. Yet, considering Ling Feng's current standing in the village and Lord Yoko's backing, they hesitated to act rashly. With no one targeting him, Ling Feng relished a period of tranquility, taking 2 days to recuperate and enjoy the professional services of Hanako's team. After a refreshing rest, he resumed his rigorous training. His recent excursion to the battlefield of Sunagakure had proven immensely beneficial, not only bolstering his practical experience, but also equipping him with a greater repertoire of ninjutsu techniques. However, as he was still unpracticed in their application, it was imperative for him to enhance his proficiency before his next deployment to augment his combat efficacy. While training, Ling Feng continuously observed the prevailing circumstances within the shinobi world, analyzing and anticipating the unfolding events. Having preemptively concluded the conflict at Sunagakure, the subsequent developments remained uncertain. However, it was evident that Iwagakure would soon launch an assault on Konoha, though the precise timing eluded him. Ling Feng chose not to share his speculations with Hiruzen, as he lacked concrete evidence. After all, it was merely a matter of an impending ambush, nothing of great concern. One day, after completing his training, Ling Feng was resting when Tsunade arrived. "Tsunade-senpai?" Ling Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow at her presence. In the original narrative, Tsunade had minimal involvement during the Third Shinobi World War, leaving Ling Feng uncertain of subsequent events. In truth, Tsunade was not meant to appear at the battlefield of Sunagakure, perhaps due to Ling Feng's arrival in this world, altering the original storyline. "I must depart. The village has assigned me a new mission, and I have come to bid you farewell," Tsunade stated. Ling Feng nodded, acknowledging her words. "Take care on your journey. Should any perilous situations arise, ensure your safety first and foremost. As a medical ninja, you should be acutely aware of your responsibilities." Upon hearing Ling Feng's somewhat didactic words, Tsunade exhibited no signs of impatience. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. Ling Feng's concern for her welfare was unmistakable. Additionally, there is something else. Minato Namikaze is returning. I cannot speak for others, but I am aware that the next Hokage may be chosen between the two of you, Tsunade remarked, gazing at Ling Feng. Minato's return is expected. Completing his mission and reporting back to the village is quite customary. As for the Hokage position, I have not contemplated it. My sole desire is to expedite the conclusion of this war, Ling Feng replied with a faint smile, resuming his training. Watching Ling Feng's retreating figure, Tsunade gazed contemplatively for a long while before taking a deep breath and turning to leave, heading towards the Hokage building. Chapter 93, Rivals. As Tsunade departed, Ling Feng turned his gaze toward her receding figure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a penchant for orchestrating covert maneuvers from the shadows. Even though Tsunade had shared a working rapport with him for a while and harbored some subtle feelings towards him, It was rather improbable that she would make a special effort to greet him before embarking on a mission. Tsunade was not the type to engage in tender romantic gestures. Her bashfulness made such behavior inconceivable, especially from a woman approaching her 30s. Such typical girlish antics might be somewhat acceptable in the cases of Rin or Hinata, but they were entirely out of character for Tsunade. Moreover, Tsunade's final remarks were clearly probing in nature. She sought to ascertain Ling Feng's ambitions regarding the position of Hokage, attempting to gauge the extent of his aspirations. After all, it was both admirable and thought-provoking that a mere 10-year-old child would contemplate the swift conclusion of war to preserve the village's strength. Thus, it didn't take long for Ling Feng to deduce that this was indeed Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme. The Hokage had always been suspicious and vigilant, and regrettably, he had misjudged the situation. Although Tsunade possessed considerable strength, she lacked the profound wisdom necessary for such a pivotal role. Otherwise, the village would not have found itself in a position where there were no better candidates available for Hokage, which allowed Tsunade to ascend to such an important position. This underscored the immense toll the Third Great Ninja War had taken on the strength of Konoha. However, now that Ling Feng had arrived in this world, he would ensure that such a predicament would never recur. After all, Konoha would ultimately belong to Ling Feng. The village would undoubtedly flourish within the ninja realm. This was also one of the reasons Ling Feng was eager to bring an end to the war. Protecting the village's overall strength was tantamount to preserving his own power. After Tsunade's departure, she made her way to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, gazing out over the entirety of Konoha, his expression grave as if lost in thought. Upon hearing a knock, he inquired without turning, what was the outcome? Ling Feng merely wishes to conclude the war and continue his training. The matter of the Hokage position is one for you to ponder, Tsunade replied candidly. Upon hearing her response, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly before turning to face her. The reason he had dispatched Tsunade to inquire was that he trusted her implicitly. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. Thus, the possibility of deceit or collusion with Ling Feng was non-existent. Is that so? This child, Ling Feng, despite his rebellious nature, still prioritizes the village. It is understandable, considering he lost his parents at a young age. For him, the village is his only home. It is precisely this mindset that Konoha needs. Individuals wholly devoted to the village. A child like Ling Feng is undoubtedly steadfast. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment, Tsunade nodded slowly. I share that sentiment. For the sake of the village, he would even risk his life. Yet, he is only 10 years old, and to possess such awareness is remarkable. I desperately tried to dissuade him, but he remained resolute, stating that we could not afford to miss this rare opportunity for peace with Sunagakure. Indeed, he is an extraordinary child, and I have heard he excels in medical ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Indeed, I was gravely injured by the poison needles of a puppet master, and many of our shinobi were severely wounded. Yet, within days of Ling Feng's arrival, he managed to heal the majority of the injured. Initially, I blamed him for not requesting reinforcements, only to later realize he believed that sending additional troops would jeopardize other battlefronts. The soldiers he saved compensated for our lack of combat strength, Tsunade explained. Remarkable. Who would have thought that in this era, Konoha would be graced with such a prodigious ninja? It is no exaggeration to say that if Ling Feng maintains this pace of progress, he may well surpass the founders of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Initially burdened by the troubles facing Konoha, Ling Feng's prowess offered a glimmer of hope, a tremendous boon for the village as it sought to rejuvenate its strength. By the way, the peace agreement with Sunagakure was also signed by Ling Feng, correct? I have heard that he drafted most of the terms. After a moment of exhilaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled something and asked. Yes, I prepared the initial terms, and Ling Feng revised them. I had anticipated that Sunagakure would refuse to sign, but to my surprise, they ultimately acquiesced, Tsunade replied. May I see that agreement? Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest was piqued. Tsunade promptly handed over the peace accord. Sarutobi Hiruzen perused it intently. Not long after, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. What a clever boy! To devise such terms, This practically corners Sunagakure. I am genuinely curious about the courage that inspired him. It is a pity I was not present. I would have loved to witness what transpired during his visit to Sunagakure. He returned unscathed while presenting such terms? Tsunade nodded earnestly. Yes, I too was astonished, yet Ling Feng accomplished it. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, it seems that even if Sunagakure is disgruntled, they must swallow their pride. Not only did they lose the war, but they must also accept such humiliating terms. Truly pathetic. However, I find it curious that the Kazekage has yet to make an appearance. Even if the third Kazekage is missing, they should swiftly appoint a new one, lest the war continue indefinitely. How can they fight otherwise? As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, unable to comprehend Sunagakure's actions. Even in surrender, one should at least strive for their rights. According to Ling Feng's terms, Sunagakure would be relegated to a subordinate role to Konoha, forced to endure assaults without the ability to retaliate, or else face territorial concessions, an untenable position for any village. Very well, I have a clearer understanding now. You may go, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, regarding Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, another knock sounded at the office door. Lord Third, I have returned. Came the voice of Namikaze Minato, Ling Feng's rival. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned, his expression composed as he nodded slightly. Enter, please. Chapter 94. Opportunity. As he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze swept away the fatigue from his journey, striving to muster a semblance of a smile. Having rushed from the battlefield to this very spot, Minato had scarcely taken a moment's respite, driven by the urgency to report back to the village. The instant he stepped into the village, he was enveloped by a long-lost sense of familiarity. This feeling intensified upon entering the Hokage building. It was as though he had returned home. However, what perplexed Minato was the unexpectedly placid expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he regarded him. Despite the questions swirling in his mind, Minato dared not voice them. Lord Third, the mission has been accomplished. I have dismantled the enemy's intelligence network without any losses. Minato began to report the situation as he stood before Hiruzen. After listening attentively, Hiruzen merely nodded and replied in a calm tone, I understand. You have worked hard on this mission. Please take some time to rest. I will inform you of new tasks in a couple of days. I do not require rest. The war is not yet over. Please tell me where my assistance is still needed, Minato insisted. He had learned on his way back that Rin had single-handedly vanquished the forces of Sunagakure and had even returned with a peace treaty, effectively resolving all troubles at the battlefield. Before leaving the village, Hiruzen had hinted to Minato about the importance of earning a reputation. It was clear that in Hiruzen and Appo's eyes, Minato was a candidate for the next Hokage, yet he lacked the strength and renown necessary. Thus, Minato had eagerly sought glory on the battlefield. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself overshadowed by the 10-year-old prodigy, Rin. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not angered, but there was little he could do. The competition was beyond his control, and he could only gauge Hiruzen's attitude. With a flicker of hope, Minato had hurried back, expecting to find Hiruzen pleased by his return. Instead, Hiruzen and Appo's demeanor left Minato feeling disheartened. Please take care of yourself. For the sake of the village, you must maintain your health. I would not want you to suffer from exhaustion, as that would be a significant loss for Konoha, Hiruzen said, his tone softening as he read the intent behind Minato's request to continue fighting. Upon hearing this familiar cadence, Minato's emotions calmed considerably. Yes, Lord Third. I shall take my leave now. With that, Minato turned to depart. Watching him leave, Hiruzen rubbed his temples in frustration. He had been so focused on Rin that he had neglected Minato, a promising young talent he had nurtured over the years. Having taken him under his wing due to his lineage from Jiraiya, Hiruzen believed in Minato's potential. However, to be a leader, one must possess precise judgment and analytical skills to ensure sound decisions are made. Regrettably, Hiruzen had become accustomed to treating Minato as an assistant, leading to his oversight. The brilliance of Rin had eclipsed Minato, causing Hiruzen to forget the dedicated student who had been quietly learning by his side. In the entire village of Konoha, only the legendary three and Minato had caught Hiruzen's discerning eye. Minato was his most suitable choice. Even when Danzo demanded talent, Hiruzen firmly refused to let go of Minato, underscoring the latter's significance in Hiruzen's heart. However, with Rin's emergence, everything had shifted. This abrupt change was something Hiruzen himself had not foreseen. While he felt a pang of guilt for Minato's efforts during this time, his primary concern remained Konoha. One Hokage was sufficient. Even though Hiruzen had grown bias towards Rin, he decided to afford both of them additional opportunities, recognizing their exceptional capabilities. 2 days later, Hiruzen summoned both Rin and Minato to the Hokage office. Upon hearing that the summon was from Hiruzen, Minato wasted no time and hurried to the office. In contrast, Rin continued to adhere to his own pace, arriving leisurely after ensuring his training was completed. However, Hiruzen was well aware of Rin's training routine and had strategically chosen a moment to call for him. Otherwise, he was certain Rin would have delayed his arrival until the conclusion of his training, a pattern that had repeated itself on numerous occasions. While most individuals would treat the Hokage's commands with the utmost reverence, Rin was an exception, unless it was a matter of the village's destruction. He prioritized his own commitments first. Initially, this behavior dissatisfied Hiruzen, but as time passed, he found himself growing accustomed to it. Convinced that Rin was devoid of ambition and would not vie for his favor. Little did he realize, Rin had discerned Hiruzen's thoughts and was acutely aware of his reactions. The more eager Hiruzen was to showcase his capabilities, the more reluctant Hiruzen became to utilize him. Conversely, Rin's apparent indifference led Hiruzen to perceive him as a malleable talent. Upon entering the office, Rin casually greeted Hiruzen, saying, "Lord Third, may I inquire as to why I have been summoned?" "Indeed. I have called you both to discuss an important matter. Please, take a seat." Hiruzen gestured to the 2 chairs before him. Rin nodded and sat down. Noticing Minato casting a glance filled with hostility, or perhaps jealousy, in his direction, this left Rin somewhat bewildered. What was the cause of this animosity? Was it merely because he had taken his seat first? Or perhaps, it soon dawned on Rin that Minato's irritation stemmed from his tardiness, particularly since Hiruzen had not rebuked him for it. In the past, when Rin had arrived late, Hiruzen would have made a point to comment on it. And the contrast between Rin's punctuality and Minato's tardiness was stark. But now, with Rin being the latecomer and Hiruzen remaining silent, it was evident to all that Hiruzen had begun to favor Rin in his heart. Chapter 95. Divergent choices faced with the blatant favoritism of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato Namikaze felt utterly powerless, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. After all, to voice such grievances would only serve to reinforce Hiruzen's perception of him as petty. This was precisely why Minato's gaze towards Ling Feng was tinged with animosity. Subconsciously, Minato had already regarded Ling Feng as his sole rival. If he could reclaim his rightful place in Hiruzen's heart, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. However, Ling Feng was acutely aware that with his arrival, Minato's chances would dwindle. Thus, he chose to disregard Minato's hostility. From the outset, they were not of the same caliber. One relied on sheer guesswork, while the other effortlessly commanded the situation. To compare them would be akin to crushing one beneath the other's heel. What was there to even debate? Once both took their seats, Hiruzen cleared his throat and spoke. Though the battlefield in Sunagakure has concluded, other fronts remain fraught with peril. You two are currently the most promising individuals in the village, and the keys to leading Konohagakure to victory. I have decided to entrust this critical responsibility to you both, and I hope you will continue to guide the village towards everlasting prosperity. Upon hearing this, Minato immediately straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seemed the selection of the Hokage's successor was about to commence. This was his most fervent hope. In contrast, Ling Feng wore an expression of calm indifference, seemingly prepared for any command. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he began to observe their reactions, finding himself increasingly fond of Ling Feng's composure. You are aware that I am of considerable age, and Konohagakure requires a younger individual to take the helm. This is a task that has been the duty of every Hokage, to seek out a worthy successor. You two are my chosen candidates. However, only one can occupy the position of Hokage, so a contest between you is necessary. To speak candidly, Both of you are remarkable, and I am at a loss as to whom to choose. Therefore, I plan to have the villagers serve as judges for this contest. After this war concludes, the one who garners the most support will become the next Hokage. Do you both understand? Minato and Ling Feng nodded in unison. Understood. Excellent. Now, I would like you both to share your thoughts, Hiruzen prompted. Minato's expression turned serious as he contemplated how to impress Hiruzen, while Ling Feng remained unfazed, internally muttering about Hiruzen's attempt to probe deeper. Minato, you've been by my side for quite some time, so you may speak first, Hiruzen directed. Yes, Lord Third. I intend to actively participate in all battlefield tasks, doing my utmost to assist our comrades at the front, Minato declared with gravity. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Indeed, as Hokage, one must be attentive to the populace, ensuring that no one among us is neglected. After offering a few token praises, Hiruzen turned to Ling Feng, his gaze laced with expectation. He was eager to hear how Ling Feng would respond now that the topic of succession had been laid bare. Ling Feng met Hiruzen's gaze and replied with calm clarity. In the past few days, I have observed the village's defenses and found that most Nin and higher have been dispatched for missions or engaged on the battlefield, leaving our defensive capabilities alarmingly weak. This poses a significant risk. Should another village launch a surprise attack, we would suffer tremendous losses. He cited the earlier attack by Sunagakure as an example. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. So, your intent is to prioritize the protection of the village? Yes. I believe that to secure victory in this brutal conflict, safeguarding the village must come first. Followed by a long-term strategy, Ling Feng affirmed. I understand. Now, there is a mission concerning the battlefield at Kumogakure. Who among you is willing to undertake it? Hiruzen inquired. Without hesitation, Minato volunteered. Lord Third, I will go. I have been executing missions outside and am familiar with the processes. Ling Feng is engaged on the front lines, so this task suits me better. Minato's assertion held merit. Renowned for his flying thunder god technique, his unparalleled speed made him extraordinarily effective in assassination and intelligence-gathering missions. With a flawless track record, his experience in executing missions indeed surpassed Ling Feng's. However, what weighed heavily on Minato's mind was the hope that through an abundance of missions, he could turn the tide of the war and emerge as a pivotal figure in securing victory, thus earning the villagers' attention and support. Do you not have any thoughts, Ling Feng? Hiruzen asked, directing his gaze towards him. In Hiruzen's heart, he preferred to bestow this opportunity upon Ling Feng, but it was essential for Ling Feng to agree. Otherwise, Minato would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Yet, Ling Feng understood that an imminent surprise attack from a Wagakure on Konohagakure loomed, necessitating his presence to ensure the village's safety. After all, in the original narrative, Konohagakure had triumphed over Sunagakure and returned to provide support. However, Tsunade had led the returning forces to a new battlefield, leaving them unable to mount a timely defense. Hence, Ling Feng had no choice but to remain vigilant. Consequently, Ling Feng shook his head and stated, I believe the defenses of Konohagakure are still insufficient. Therefore, I choose to stay and join the defensive corps. I will only leave for the battlefield once our defensive strength is adequately bolstered. Very well, then this mission shall be entrusted to you. Minato, ensure it is executed successfully. This is of utmost importance for our comrades at the front. Hiruzen concluded, recognizing that further persuasion would be futile. Upon seeing Ling Feng's resolution, Hiruzen acquiesced to Minato taking on the mission, confident that the war would not conclude swiftly, leaving Ling Feng with further opportunities. Given the current circumstances, Ling Feng had already gained a significant advantage. With Hiruzen's consent, Minato's spirits soared, and he exclaimed, Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. He then turned to depart, preparing for his journey. However, Ling Feng called out to him, Minato, isn't Kakashi's team accompanying you? Minato paused, then nodded. Indeed, what of it? Be sure to keep a close watch on their safety. They are still quite young, Ling Feng advised, his tone calm and measured.